La 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 bamba, shaded. Yeah, what you gon' do for the bag? Yeah, spend it like in my last. Yeah, spend it, make it all bad. La 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 bamba, shout it bad. Yeah, all the cash up for grabs. Yeah, there's no cap. She like that, I keep coming back. La 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 bamba. Yeah, she just want hard Celine. She like the bar Kareem. I'm tryna get all between. Yeah. She pop it all on me. Take on a shopping spree. Let her get a property. Hey, come to my palace. I know you tired them dudes be capping. She like my fashion. I put on strings like Richie Valens. You the baddest. I'ma talk them rat, no salad. Send the address. I pull up that fantastic. I can't leave you alone. You the only girl who get to stay until the moon. No cap. Dime que me amas, better tell me on the phone. She say you can have my corazón. La bamba, shaded. Yeah, what you gon' do for the bag? Yeah, spend it like in my last. Yeah, spend it, make it all bad. La 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 bamba, shout it bad. Yeah, all the cash up for grabs. Yeah, there's no cap. She like that, I keep coming back. La 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 bamba. Shout it, you the bomb. We go shopping in Milan. Backseat of that foreign, bad in LA like LeBron. I got a smudge in her little bone. She say, yo te amo, she just wanted Louis Vuitton. Came for me in a fair lane. Keep you know you need to grab a napkin. Play my Spanish, she love to cook me plantains. Go hit my Cali crib and give you all that back pain. Yeah. Might make you my baby mama. I like how you shake it like some maracas. Might let you keep the commas. Para bailar la bamba. All that she get it all from her mama. La 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 bamba. Say that. Yeah. What you gon' do for the bag? Yeah. Spin it like in my last. Yeah. Spin it, make it all bad. La 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 bamba. Shout it back. Yeah. All the cash up for grabs. Yeah. There's no cap. She like that, I keep coming back. La 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 bamba. La 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 bamba. La 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 bamba.
Yo le llamo la reina del party. Ella lo torquea como Cari. Ella le dice que sea la Mari. Le gusta cuando freno en el Ferrari. Bailoteo, 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 bailoteo. Bailoteo, 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 bailoteo. Esta noche bailoteo. Puesto para el discotequeo. Si salimos guerra romo, así que esto se puso feo. Mami, si tú quieres me calienta. Que yo traje todas las herramientas pa' bregarte con esa tormenta. Porque escuché que dijiste alerta. Que se abra la compuerta. Más vale loca que muerta. Te voy a pisar si te suelta. Hasta los 70, perreando en la lenta. Yo sé que tú no te portas bien. Que rato abajo y yo también. Te vas de party todo el weekend. Entren ahora que caben 100. Bailoteo, 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 bailoteo. Esta noche bailoteo, puesto para el discotequeo. Si salimos guerra romo, así que esto se puso feo. Te sueltes pa' que me baile, no te preocupes de los detalles. Yo haré que todas las notas detalles. La gente sabe que somos de la calle. Pa' que te sueltes, pa' que me baile, no te preocupes de los detalles. Yo haré que todas las notas detalles. La gente sabe que somos de la calle. Bailoteo, 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 bailoteo. Bailoteo, 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 bailoteo. Esta noche bailoteo, puesto para el discotequeo. Si salimos guerra romo, así que esto se puso feo. Ay, es tranquila, mami.
Ella se va de la casa, de la casa.
Mafio.
Ella se va de la casa.
Rich music. Dímelo, baby, baby.
Ella se va de la casa, de la casa.
Ahora pa' abajo, pa' abajo,
Ella
pa'
se
abajo,
va de
pa'
la
abajo.
casa.
Yeah.
I'm from a place where they pull up on you with a one. No one warned you, ain't no time for no when you sleeping on a stretcher like I'm saying hey hey hey, tryna live day by day. None of these neighbors say nothing if you see a and them is coming. They did it dumping, they kicking, they punching, they jumping, they stick you in front of the Baptist church. The trappers they job, they don't have to work. If this stitching, they act berserk and expose up like afterbirth. My mama told me go to church. I was sitting 10 rows from the first day, dreaming about everything I probably get if I the lady in front of me's purse and run out the back door. And if he ask for my relationship with the Lord, you can tell at the service I'm bored. Hold on. I'd rather be on a resort. Hold on. I'd rather be serving some boys. Hold on. I'd rather be serving this to a sort of thinking I know she is. I'm drowning, swimming in this got me drowning. I'm drowning. Ice, yeah, this water got me drowning. I'm drowning. No flow chasing, I'm drowning. I'm drowning. No flow chasing, I'm drowning. I'm drowning. Cool by the boat, I'm drowning. I'm drowning. Ice, yeah, this water got me drowning. I'm drowning. No flow chasing, I'm drowning. I'm drowning. No flow chasing, I'm from a place where they pull up on you with a going bang bang bang. No one warned you, ain't no time for no bang bang bang. You sleeping on a stretcher stretcher like lay. I'm saying hey, tryna live day by day. None of these neighbors say nothing if you see a and them is coming. They dumping, they kicking, they punching, they jumping. The reason I'm
Yeah. No, yeah. Yeah. No, yeah.
I'll be on the drums.
Long hair girl with Celine on, yeah. She ain't got a job, but she rockin' bomb, yeah.
Hey. Y que no pare, que con mi gente ando de pare. Hoy día no nos frena nadie, así que ahora mejor salte, no pare.
Hey. Go ahead, girl, with your brickin' on, yeah. Long hair girl with Celine on, yeah. She ain't got a job, but she rockin' ball, man, yeah. I don't want a little bit, I want the whole thing. One of one, Mike and Mary Jeans, oh yeah. Why's hating on me, oh yeah. Don't you make it hot, don't make a scene, oh yeah. In the cut with the pump, hit his bean, oh yeah. Like a lick, but I'm not one. Get in the cut with it. One up top, hit his top, one up top, hit his top, Just let me know if it's a problem. Bobby, I make it hot, boy. I was really on the block, and now they see me in the
Que
top.
no pare, que con mi gente ando de pare. Hoy día no nos frena nadie, así que ahora mejor salte, no pare. Hey, ma, ¿cómo estás? Yo sigo en este lugar y no sé dónde quedas, así que no me venga a rescatar. Yo no sé cómo llegué, solo desperté en una habitación que no era de mi hotel. Entonces me enojé, luego me calmé porque había algo para beber. Una vez de buen humor me escapé para el club. Encima dentro había amigos que eran de la club. Ahí como que todo se descontroló y terminé con menos plata.
Good morning, BOS BAL fans, and welcome to Thursday edition of ML BOS BAL. I am Jaden Becker alongside Miles Frazier. Miles, how you doing?
I'm doing great. It's a great day for BOS BAL here, and we've got two teams that are looking to put on a show for us here. The Yankees and the Athletics, both very talented teams, both looking ahead to the playoffs in this back half of the season. So we should see a lot of offense today.
Definitely could see a lot of offense, but you got to remember they're both coming off losses coming into this one. The Oakland A's lost to the Seattle Mariners in their last game 5-7, and the New York Yankees, surprisingly, with Garrett Cole on the mound, still came out with the L 1-7 versus the Chicago White Sox. Garrett Cole gave up 5 earned runs in 3 2/3 innings pitched. Cole's gonna sit down as Domingo Germán comes in and will pitch this game for the New York Yankees. His ERA has been okay, 3.71, but the strikeout numbers obviously aren't there. Hasn't played this much this season. Only 8 games started, but still looking to get on track and be that solid 5-spot starter for this Yankees team.
Yeah, like you said, both teams, they're coming off of a bit of a rough patch, but it's baseball. There's no ties in baseball. One of them is going to have to break that streak. And this is a big series for that. They're, as we've been saying, they're playoff contenders, and big wins over each other will definitely boost their morale, get them back on track if they're able to pull them off.
Looking at the Oakland Athletics and their starter, Ivan Nova, going to come into this game. He was a part of the final trade of the trade deadline, dealing third baseman Jonah Bride to Detroit, bringing Ivan Nova to the Athletics. And talk about a 5-starter. You don't really look at him and think 5-starter right away. 3.32 ERA, 66 strikeouts on the season with a 129 whip on the season. His win-loss record is only 5-7, but obviously having a tough time over there in Detroit. Now, with the new team, definitely looking to make an impact.
Yeah, this is a bit of a revenge game for Nova. He started his career in New York, spent the first 5 years there, and they dealt him over to Toronto, and he bounced around for a while before going over to Detroit and finally landing here in Oakland, like you said, at the trade deadline.
making his way over. And you can look at that Oakland A's offense, and that power is just astronomical. Obviously, you could say the same thing about the New York Yankees, but you look at the Oakland A's, you got about 6 players hitting over 20 home runs on this team right now. How big of an impact is that going to be in this one?
That's going to be a huge impact. These big bats from Oakland, these going up against Domingo Germán, who, like you said, he's having quite an average year, but he's looking to cement his place in the rotation. And this will be a big moment. This will be a big game for him because, like you said, a lot of big bats, a lot of great offense. If he can shut them down and give his team the win here, that'll be huge for him going forward.
About to get underway here in the Bronx. We thank you for joining us, and we should see an exciting game between these two teams.
As we get a look at the stats over the last 10 games, look at Ramon Laureano. He's batting well over 350 in the last 10 on a bit of a hot streak.
Welcome to the Bronx and overcast skies here in Yankee Stadium. We have a great matchup here for you as the New York Yankees are going to take on the Oakland A's in a matchup of two teams leading their respective divisions. The New York Yankees leading the AL East and the Oakland A's leading the AL West. Should be a good one here, and also a solid pitching matchup. Domingo Germán stepping on the rubber here today, 3.71 ERA on the season. Hasn't had that many starts, but looking to improve here as the 5-starter for the New York Yankees.
Leading off the Athletics will be the second baseman, Jonathan VR.
Leading off tonight,
very unique uniforms for the Athletics today. I wasn't expecting that one. Yankees wearing their throwbacks today. It is Throwback Thursday. Forgot to mention that earlier, but yes, it is Throwback Thursday. We're going to have the classic uniforms on throughout the day. Yankees, the uniforms are always classic, but especially these. Odd to see them without the pinstripes, that's for sure. And obviously the Oakland A's, not really used to that mustard yellow, if you will. That one's going to drive him for a strike. 1-1 to Jonathan VR. Recent pickup for the Oakland A's, was traded over from the Miami Marlins. Sheldon Noisy and Jorge Mateo found their way from Oakland to Miami. The weather here, 66 degrees and overcast. It is overcasty here in NYC. Wouldn't say it's 66 degrees. It was a little hot out. Just say so myself. That one is swung on and missed at the bottom of the zone now. 2-2. Kicks and deals. Ball's on the outside part of the plate and low. Now full count to Jonathan VR. Marcus Semien on deck. Beautiful day for baseball. That one is high, and VR will be on with a leadoff walk to start this game.
At the start, Germán was looking for in that runner on base without even allowing a hit. He's gotta clamp down before he starts giving up runs to these hitters.
100% looking at the batting lineup for the Oakland A's. Jonathan VR, Simeon, Davis, Olsen, Chapman, Kana, Laureano, Piscotti, and Allen rounding off at the 9th spot. Pitching out, trying to see if he's going to steal there. VR, 22 stolen bases on the season, 3rd in the American League. Definitely a threat over there at first base.
He's going,
no one pitch to Simeon. He will steal, and will he be in there? No, he won't. Out at second base. A great throw there by Gary Sanchez. A little late on the jump there. And he guns it.
That was a very close play. Perfect placement on the throw by Sanchez. If it was 2 inches to the right, then the tag wouldn't have been able to have been made, and Simeon would have been safe, or Villar would have been safe.
Very, very close play. Sanchez obviously not known much for his defense behind the plate, but can make plays like those if necessary. Definitely surprising to see him make such a perfect throw. That one's going to be grounded over towards LeMahieu, but safe at first base. Notice that he was on the left side of the second base bag during that shift there. and had to reach all the way across his body to make that throw over at first.
Yeah, very good placement there by Simeon. He put that in a position right into the right against the shift in the perfect spot, and he could get over to first before the throw arrived.
Looking at the defense for the New York Yankees, looking at the outfield from left to right, Gardner, Hicks, and Aaron Judge. At third base, Tommy La Stella. Shortstop, Gleyber Torres. Second base, DJ LeMahieu. First base, we got Luke Voigt. And at the catcher's position, obviously, Gary Sanchez, who made that great throw over at second base. 2-0 count to Chris Davis, 32 home runs on the season, and oh boy, he has some power. There's a reason why he is almost the epitome for the DH position. Not really the greatest fielder you'll ever see, but oh boy, that bat really is strong. Swings at that one, 2-1 on the outside part of the plate. Two-one pitch. Outside, 3-1, finding himself in trouble once again. Does not want to allow his second walk already in this first inning. Definitely a hitter's count for Chris Davis.
This is not the kind of place you want to find yourself in against a guy like Davis, especially with a man on first.
Fouls that one away in the outside part of the plate. Now full count. Davis leads the team in OPS and home runs. Had a great game last game, 2 for 4 with a home run and a double. Swings at that one high, and that will be fouled back towards the netting. Full count pitch. Swung on and hit hard. That will head towards Aaron Judge, and that will be a single.
Oakland had 3 base runners this inning. The first one obviously thrown out trying to steal second, but now they got a runner in scoring position with Matt Olson at the plate. One of those guys we were talking about earlier, 20-plus home runs already.
Yeah, 24 home runs on the season, and this is a stadium he can really thrive in, a lefty with power. And you know that short porch over there in right field definitely could sneak one over the wall, but he sure has the power to launch that one into the second deck. Let's see what he does here, already up 1-0. This will be the 19th pitch for Domingo Germán already in the top of the first inning. Only one out here. Runners on first and second. That one will be low, 2-0. 25 doubles on the season, 3rd on the Athletics, so he definitely can get in there for extra bases. That bat speed is very strong. That one is low and 3-0. I don't blame pitching around him here, but yeah, Matt Chapman on deck next, another guy that can really hurt you. .30 pitch. Swung on and missed. That one in the middle of the zone. Surprised he had the green light on that one. We'll do it a 3-1 count now. Olsen with the swing previous, looking for a big fly. That was definitely a strong cut. Outside part of the plate. And now bases will be loaded after that walk.
The third base.
Matt Chapman
Matt Chapman.
coming up to bat. Chapman definitely known for his skill with the stick. Ready to do some damage. Matt Chapman, 239 batting average this season, 770 OPS, 22 home runs. Another one of these guys that can hit tremendously for power. See on the right-hand corner of your screen, double plays have been an issue for him. If he grounds 1-2, the infielder, this inning could be over. That one is low and past Gary Sanchez to the left. Marcus Simeon on third base. Not going to move there as that was too close. More balls than strikes thrown this inning by far. 14 balls, 10 strikes. 25th pitch. Outside part of the plate, 3-0. Walk here brings in a run.
On that passed ball, that was definitely the smart move to stay put at all three bases because you just know something's coming up.
See that ball go. Bye-bye baseball. A home run for Matt Chapman.
Get out the rye bread and mustard, Grandma. We got some grand salami here in the top of the first.
A grand slam indeed. 416 feet, 112 miles per hour off the bat. And the Oakland A's lead here by 4 here in the top of the first inning. What a shot and what a swing. Great shot there. Look at the StatCast on our replay previously. That ball was gone as soon as that one was hit. Haven't seen a ball hit that hard in a long time. This stadium is known for letting those balls ride for a while. But what a home run there by Chapman. A grand slam there by Chapman. And the Oakland A's lead here 4-0. Aaron Boone not happy with that call on the outside part of the plate, but Domingo Germán still only one out here in the top of the first. Damage has been done. And if you're Aaron Boone, that's your worst nightmare, giving up 4 runs. And you only pitched a third of an inning. That one is called a strike. Looked a little low, but either way, it's going to be 2-1. That ball is hit hard, but Aaron Judge will settle underneath that one. As Connor will go sit down as he registers a fly out to the right fielder.
Number 22.
Packed house in Yankee Stadium for a great game. Ramon Laureano coming up to bat. You see the home road splits there. Hitting a little better on the road than we are in Yankee Stadium today. In those unique uniforms for the Oakland A's. Ramon Laureano has been a career A. Spent all of his career in Oakland. His defense has been a little bit shaky when it comes to the glove, but no one can question his arm. He's very strong from the outfield. Having a little bit of regression from last season. Batted .288 with 24 home runs this year at .257. With only 11 home runs so far. Not quite on pace to reach the numbers that he reached last year.
Just a great season last year by Laureano. Really broke out, and this year he's looking to follow it up, but he's going to have a good season, just not quite as good as last year.
Slaps a single past the second baseman LeMahieu with a great swing on a ball on the outside part of the plate. Ripped that one, did exactly what he needed to do with it. Runner now on first base. Still now 2 outs here in the top of the first inning. Stephen Piscotty coming up to bat. We all know how he found his way to Oakland. Wanted to be closest to his mother. Runner on first base, 2 outs here in the top of the first inning. That one is chopped over to Domingo Germán. He reaches for that ball and makes the play over at first for the final out of the top of the first inning. But as we said, the damage has been done. Grand slam for Matt Chapman. We'll head to the bottom of the first inning where the Yankees will get their first at-bats right here on ML Bat Ball. Welcome you back, Ivan Nova getting the start for the Oakland A's here. 3.32 ERA on the season. Spent most of this season with the Detroit Tigers and was traded over in the final trade before the trade deadline ended in the end of July. Now getting the start here for the Oakland A's, ready to make an impact as their 5 starter. First pitch for Nova kicks and deals. That one will be low, 1-0. Lineup for the New York Yankees, DJ LeMahieu at second base, Gleyber Torres at shortstop, Aaron Judge in right field, Giancarlo Stanton playing the DH, and in the 4 spot, Gary Sanchez at the 5, Aaron Hicks playing center field, as that one is ripped foul by DJ LeMahieu. Luke Voigt at first base, Brett Gardner in left field, and Tommy LaStella, also another acquisition from the trade deadline as he was received from the Los Angeles Angels, found his way over to the Bronx as well. Another piece replacing, surprisingly, Gio Urshela and Miguel Andujar, who are both fighting for that third base spot, decided just to bring in a new piece. Tommy LaStella, definitely a piece that can do it. That one will be grounded over towards Nova. He'll make the easy play on the mound and throw it over towards Chapman for the first out. Excuse me, towards Olsen, who's playing first base today.
The shortstop, Gleyber Torres.
Gleyber Torres coming up to bat for the New York Yankees. .319 batting average, best on the team. But there's also a couple other 300 hitters on the Yankees at the moment. 971 OPS or 27 home runs on the season. He can really do it all. If he was a little bit, he can be going down right now as one of the best players on this Yankees team. But Gleyber Torres definitely pushing the envelope, and his murderer's row, as a lot of people like to call it, for this Bronx Bombers squad is really enhanced by Gleyber Torres. 1-1 pitch. That one is hit hard and high. That one has a chance to leave the ballpark. Will it go? Yes, it will. Home run from Gleyber Torres. A 386-foot shot and his 28th home run of the season. Wow.
So the Yankees fire back quickly. Their second at bat of the game for the team. And sending that one out of here and bringing that gap down to 3.
Great shot there by Gleyber Torres. Big leg kicking. And look at his hands here. Ball at the top of the zone and just rips that one. Great job there. Left the ball a little bit too high. Nova did. But he still has run support in the top of the first inning. Score is 4-1. Oakland A's. But here's big Aaron Judge. Not having the best season for pop ball, but definitely has an impact. It's a 3-hitter for the Yankees here today. 276 batting average, 23 home runs. Obviously, at this point in the season, you expect him to be hitting a little bit more, having a little bit of a down year, if you will. But 23 home runs, 26 home runs, really, it's you know, for anybody, that's not that bad at this point in the season. For Aaron Judge, it's a little bit of a down year, but for the regular person, I wouldn't say so either. 0-2 count. That one inside. Nova trying to find his footing once again after giving up that shot to Torres. That one hit hard and caught by VR. Did a great job there ripping that one out the sky for the second out.
So Judge is 0 for 7 in his last 7 at-bats. Not having a hot streak exactly. That was a nice grab there by Villar, yeah, like you said.
Giancarlo Stanton, 298 hitter this season, and you see that batting average that high, you might think the power numbers are down, but no, on the contrary, the power numbers are way up. 39 home runs on the season and a 1.007 OPS. Definitely in contention and probably should win comeback player of the year for the American League, as he has came back from injury, only playing a select few amount of games last season, has came back and now is the best power hitter on this Yankees team. Hits that one hard and high. That one also has a chance to go. Laureano going back on it, but it's caught at the warning track. Sits underneath that one for the final out, but Gleyber Torres hitting a shot. Oakland A's will try to extend their lead in the top of the second inning.
And meanwhile, we have our big guy trivia question of the game. Name the Hall of Famer with the most home runs in a single season for the New York Yankees. I know this
Leading
one.
off with the Athletics.
I won't say it.
Austin
So
Allen.
if anyone wants to guess, they can. But That's your official big guy trivia question of the game.
Let that one simmer a little bit. I have it in mind. Yeah, I think I'm right. But remember, we said Hall of Famer who has the most home runs in a single season. Hall of Famer. Very important wording there. Austin Allen up to bat. Catcher for the Oakland A's this game, and actually has found more of a permanent role in that catching position. Sean Murphy and him been trading roles usually, but now has found himself more in control behind the plate. Swings at that one below his knees. Now 2-1. Domingo Germán about to throw his 38th pitch here in the top of the second inning. Let's see if he can find himself here after having a rough first. Swings at that one once again, dropping right before it reaches the plate. Great pitch there by Germán. Now 2-2. 3-2 count. Decided not to swing at the third breaker in a row. Jonathan Villar on deck. And swing and miss. Ball at the top of the zone that broke. Very surprising there. First strikeout of the game for Germán.
Germán's starting to settle in now after that grand slam. Now he's starting to get his feet under him and pitch well.
Villar walked in his first at-bat and tried to steal second base. Was caught by Gary Sanchez. And it's very tough to catch Jonathan Villar. He is known for stealing bases, and the main reason why he has came in on this Oakland A's team to be that guy, be that speedster at the top of the lineup. Was caught at second base, however, trying to steal. Notice that 8-game hitting streak. Hasn't gotten a hit in this one so far. Got on base. Swings, and that one drives foul. A little late on a ball high in the zone. 1-2 pitch from Germán. Inside, 2-2.
2 balls, 2 strikes.
Kicks and deals. And that one's also inside, 3-2. So once again, a full count is worked. And it's working the arm of Domingo Germán. Full count, pitch. Swings and hits that one hard and foul. Continuing to work the arm of Germán. That one hit high and hard to Gardner. He'll settle underneath that one for the second out.
Yeah, working that arm is right. 47 pitches through an inning and 2/3. That's not a number you see a lot from Yankees pitchers.
And Germán, known for winning games last season before being put on administrative leave. Had the best win-loss percentage of MLB pitchers in 2019 at 8-18. Definitely the best, and Germán was a dominant force. This one looking a little shaky for him as he's trying to find his footing once again back with this Yankees team. First pitch to Semien is going to be called a strike. Ball falling below the knees of Semien. Now 1-1. That one's high and tight, 1-2. So let's see if he struggles once again trying to keep this ball over the plate. Strike 3 called right across the knees. Semien not happy with that one, as the Yankees will try to claw back into this one in the bottom of the second, down 3. Score here in the Bronx, 4-1 Oakland.
Leading off for the Yankees.
There's still a lot of baseball left in this game. Plenty of time for the Yankees to fall back into this one.
Welcome you back. Gary Sanchez coming up to bat, the catcher for New York Yankees in this one, and he has been questioned throughout most of his career about his catching ability, but no one has questioned him about his hitting ability. He has been a monster with the bat, and as they say, Gary is scary, and that is a true statement because no one wants to pitch against Gary Sanchez. He can do some dangerous things. He dribbles that one over to Chapman, and the play will be made at first base for the first out.
Batting sixth, the center fielder,
Aaron Hicks for the Yankees coming up in the 6th spot, and was not supposed to play in the 2020 season in real-life baseball if we didn't have the 60-game abbreviated season, at least not in the first half. Was suffering from injury and trying to recover as quick as possible. And because of the 60-game abbreviated season, actually has not missed any games for this Yankees team in real life. Obviously in the BOS BAL career, 98 career home runs, and looking to reach that 100 milestone. Could see that today if Nova's not careful. Hits that one hard and far. Kana's going to have to run after it, and he'll settle underneath it for the second out.
So, big guys informing us there's a part 2 to the question. So, if we want to give our answers now, we can. The answer I had in mind, Roger Maris.
I was going to say Roger Maris, yes. That was my guess.
Wait for confirmation from big guy, but I'm fairly confident that's correct.
I think the key word there was Hall of Famer.
Yeah. Big 1998 home run race over that would break Maris' record.
Mm-hmm.
No to Maris. What?
No to Maris. That's surprising. That one's popped up, and Allen's going to sit underneath it in foul territory for the final out of the bottom of the 2nd inning. Yankees can't put anything on the board and sit down 1-2-3. Oakland A's will try to extend their lead in the top of the 3rd right here on ML BOS BAL. We welcome you back to ML BOS BAL. Great crowd here in the Bronx. Howdy Whitney joining us as the sideline reporter, reminding you to donate to Meals on Wheels. Supports more than 5,000 community-based programs across the country that are dedicated to addressing senior isolation and hunger. This network serves virtually every community in America and enables America's seniors to live nourished lives with independence and dignity. Now is a better time than ever to donate to Meals on Wheels. You can click in the Twitch description or type in !donate in the Twitch chat. Chris Davis coming up to bat 1-for-1 in this game with a single. And no to Maris.
I would have to say my second guess would be Mickey Mantle. He had that big race with him back in the original home run race back in '61.
That's very odd. That one's going to be grounded over towards LeMahieu on the left side of the bag and fielded for an out. Great throw and a far throw for a second baseman, able to make the play. In the top of the 3rd, first out. We take a look at the American League East standings. New York Yankees in control, 5 games up on the Tampa Bay Rays. Rays trying to claw their way back into the wild card race if possible. The AL Central obviously is clocking that up at the moment. Matt Olson up to bat, walked in his previous at bat. Oh, 1 pitch. That one's called a strike on the outside part of the plate. Good four-seamer there by Herman, now 0-2. Kicks and deals. Inside, swings at 1 and strike 3. 3rd strikeout of the game, and Herman looking a little bit more dominant than he showed back in the 1st inning. Making Olsen there look foolish, yeah.
Also, I should mention that I felt like I remembered seeing Maris' name on a plaque somewhere, so I researched it, and he technically is in a Hall of Fame. He is in the North Dakota American Legion Baseball Hall of Fame, but not the Hall of Fame.
Okay, so that is like a trick question. So good job there by the big guy. That one's grounded over to LaStella. Stops the ball, but is called safe at first base. Chapman with his 2nd hit of the game.
That one called a base hit by the scorekeeper.
Was a hard hit ball, and if LaStella wasn't on his stomach, then I would understand why it would be an error. But he did make an effort to stop the ball there, so I understand the base hit call there. Marcana coming up to bat 0 for 1 in this one with the fly out. Flew out late, swinging on a pitch to right fielder Aaron Judge. See if he could speed up his bat here with a runner on first and 2 outs. Herman with the pitch. That one's high, 2-0. We haven't seen Herman get in trouble too much with the walks in the past 2 innings. Definitely had the trouble back in the first. That one is high, 3-0. Herman having a tough time here. Kana had a great season last year. Set career highs in batting average, home runs, walks. 126 games played. So really was a staple for this A's team. And the 3-0 pitch is taken low and is walked over to first base. There's going to be runners on first and second for Laureano. Laureano singled in his previous at-bat. A single here could drive in another run. Herman sitting at 62 pitches here in the top of the 3rd inning. Might need to start looking at that bullpen if you're Aaron Boone. Herman might be out of here by the 5th inning if he's not careful. One 1-0 pitch. Outside. 2-0. And Herman is losing it here a little bit. Only needs 1 out to get out of this inning with no damage done.
That out may be hard to get. We're looking at some good hitters here from the Athletics. These next two, Ramon Laureano and Steven Piscotty.
You ask and you shall receive. The Yankees bullpen is starting to warm up here, and those are both the long relief arms for this Yankees team, J.A. Happ and Jordan Montgomery. That one is swung on and missed. A hard fastball on the top of the zone, 94 miles per hour. You wouldn't think of that being very fast, but Herman, known for his control in some spots, and when he has those pitches going in the top of the zone, they're very hard to hit coming in like that. 2-2 count. Swung on and hit over towards LeMahieu. Easy play over at first. And the inning's over. Head to the bottom of the 3rd inning. Gardner, LaStella, and LeMahieu coming up to bat for the New York Yankees right here on ML Bop Ball.
Leading off for the Yankees,
Brett Gardner
the left fielder.
in the 8th spot here. Usually see a rotation with outfielders for this Yankees team, and Gardner getting the start today. 272 hitter and 2 for 11 against Nova, so not the best. Also has 2 strikeouts against him. Gardner is the veteran, if you will, for this team. Obviously has been with this team for a very long time, and I believe the longest tenured Yankee also that has been a part of that 2009 team that's still here. So has that championship experience from way back 11 years ago. 0-2 count. Hits that one hard and flying over towards Kana. Will he make the play? Yes, runs for that one. Right by that 318 sign. He does a good job there settling himself, making the play. Gardner's out for the first out of the 3rd.
He had to make quite the trek to make that catch. That was a long run from left field.
Tommy LaStella on a 9-game hitting streak here for the New York Yankees. As we talked about earlier, was originally with the Angels this season. Remember calling multiple games and him playing with the Angels, and now in a Yankees uniform. Sure is a different look on him, but it has suited him well. Ivan Nova gets hit in the glove as that one's hit right back towards him, and LaStella is out at first. I need to check on his wrist there, as Nova was hit hard in the glove hand, but seems to be okay. Might have just swatted it down there out of the sky. DJ LeMahieu coming up to bat. 0 for 1 in this one. Also grounded out to the pitcher in his first at-bat. Nova keeping his pitch count low, only at 23, now 24 pitches. LeMahieu does have the number of Nova in his career, 8 for 18. Swings at that one, and that might get past Simeon. No, makes a great stab out the sky, runs for that one, glove side. Makes a great play for the third out. Athletics due up, Scotty, Allen, and VR right here on ML Ball.
Leading off for Oakland, the right fielder.
Do you have any more guesses for Big Guys Trivia? I mean,
Any
there's
more
so
guesses?
many it could be.
I want to say Reggie Jackson could be a guy that, because I'm trying to think now Hall of Famer.
Could be Ruth.
Definitely could be Ruth.
I mean, the Yankees, they've just been good, and they've been around for so long.
Steven Piscotty up to bat now. 0 for 1 in this one. We sure have a head scratcher for a trivia question. Ruth probably would be the obvious answer, right? If you think about it.
I'll do 3 more. I'll guess.
Okay.
Ruth. Yeah, Reggie Jackson's a solid guess. And I don't know, dude.
2-1 pitch. Swung on and fouled back. Now 2-2 over the netting.
Lou Gehrig made the Hall of Fame, right?
Yeah, but from years past. Swung on and missed. Ball on the top of the zone. A curveball that didn't break that hard.
Now
A strikeout either way.
Austin.
Heard from Big Guy, Ruth is the correct answer.
I think we should have guessed that one first. Not thinking about it. Look at the road to the show report. Rail Riders and Thunder. Rail Riders lost in their matchup. And Thunder with the victory there. Wins and losses aren't as important in minor leagues, but obviously want to look at minor league growth from individual players. Austin Allen up to bat. 0 for 1. This one struck out in his previous at-bat. Domingo Germán getting up there in pitches at 73 right now. That one's inside 1-1. Call's doing him no favors here. One pitch and grounded against the shift. Does a great job beating it there. Gardner going to have to make a play on it. Only 1 speed over there for Austin Allen, so not moving anywhere from first base. But does a great job hitting that ball.
Second base, Jonathan.
Take a look at Germán's stat line. 3 1/3 innings. Already has 4 earned runs given up and 75 pitches thrown. And Austin Allen doing a great job there, hitting against the shift. Not a person known for that. Started his career with the Padres last season, was traded over to the Oakland A's for Profar in the offseason. 215 hitter, but actually hit very well in the minor leagues. So if Allen can improve himself the way he hit in the minor leagues, I believe in the 290s, 296 to be exact, he can really find himself in a groove. Jonathan VR up to bat.
Interesting story about the shift. Ted Williams once in a game, they put the shift on him so heavy there was no one on the left side of the field, and the manager said to him, "Ted, if you just hit it to the left, you could bunt and you'd get on base. There's no one over there." And he said, "No, I'm hitting it to the right," and I think he went like 3 for 5 that game.
Ted Williams, man. Yeah, the thousands of stories you could tell about him, the 400 hitter, really a legend for baseball, but he's a Red Sox guy, so not a lot of Yankees fans want to talk about him that much. That is for sure. But hitting against the shift, I've seen it pretty often. A lot of people might just want to bunt towards that left side, but that's obviously easier said than done. The reason they're putting that shift on you is because they know you can't bunt that well. So definitely easier said than done, but we definitely see it done. I notice also players around the league like Jeff McNeil, they'll put the shift on him as a lefty, put the shift towards that right side, and he'll still be able to hit it over towards that left side. You can't get over anxious with that shift just because you've seen them for one season. You don't know. A lot of players are able to spray the ball to all fields. 3-2 count. Swung on and flied over towards Gardner. He settles underneath it for the second out.
The batter, number 10, shortstop, Marcus.
Gardner making the play there and left. We usually don't see him that often playing the field. As we said, he's become more of a bench piece, but still very available to be a defensive asset if need be. Marcus Semien now to bat, singled in his first at-bat in the first inning. 2 outs here in the top of the fourth. Oh, 1 pitch. That one is hit hard but foul. 0-2. Semien started his career with the White Sox, but he's obviously best known with his time in Oakland. He's definitely improved when it comes to being a fielder. Used to be a liability, now could be considered an asset as well. That one's low. 1-2.
The count is 1-2.
Had a career year at the plate last season. Led the major leagues in plate appearances. Also had 33 home runs. Right now sitting at 26, so has a chance to break that. Gets that one foul once again. Also leads the team in RBIs with 80 this season. The 1-2 pitch. Herman kicks and deals. That one goes foul once again. 86 pitches here in the top of the fourth inning. That bullpen sure is working, and we could see them make an appearance soon, even if Semien gets on base here. That one is high and fouled away again. The A's have done a good job all game making Herman work, especially that first inning. Going through 8 batters, scoring 4 runs on a grand slam. 1-2 once again, high, 2-2. Semien had to move out the way of that one. With a runner on first base. See what Semien does here with a 2-2 count. That one low and dribbles away. Not going to move there, however, as that's the catcher over there at first. Now 3-2. Full count. Has had trouble here before. Swings and hits that one hard. It's flying, but Gardner sits underneath it for the final out. We'll head to the bottom of the fourth as the 2, 3, and 4 hitters come up for the New York Yankees right here on ML Ball. Welcome you back. Gleyber Torres coming off the bat for the New York Yankees. In his young career, he's already a 2-time All-Star. Finished last season. Yeah.
Very high hopes for this guy. 2-time All-Star already, like you said. A bright future for him.
Able to get him from the Chicago Cubs when they traded Chapman away. Now they have Chapman back once again, so they got the best of both worlds. Cubs did get a World Series ring out of it, so that's where it sort of balances out. He grounds out to Bauer for the first out of the bottom of the fourth inning.
Now batting, right fielder, Aaron.
Note the swing here. Ball low in the zone, and he tried to make good wood on that one. Just ended up being fielded by Villar. I noticed that big leg kick that he has, trying to generate a lot of power. Speaking of power, here's Aaron Judge, 52 home run hitter his rookie season. At the time, the most home runs for a rookie. That was broken 2 years later by Pete Alonso last season, hit 53. Judge hits that one high and has a chance to be caught. And no, that will land foul. The Scotty definitely ran after that one pretty hard. 0-2 count to Judge. Nova with his 30th pitch here in the bottom of the 4th, and he strikes him out. Curveball low and away. The kryptonite of Aaron Judge has a tough time hitting those breaking balls, breaking away from him. And he'll go sit down as Giancarlo Stanton will step up. Oh, pitch swung on and fouled away. And a lot of people had questions about Stanton after that 2017 MVP season on how he was going to be able to play with the Yankees. And obviously has had some struggles in real life, but has formed into fruition in this BOS BAL season. I can also say that he's formed into fruition in the 2020 60-game abbreviated season. Hit that big home run in the first game of the season. Everyone was watching that, seeing how no fans would work, a DH in the National League, a lot of big changes for baseball this year. But Stanton trying to be the constant. Something he's done almost all of his career, be that big power bat. Goes around on one inside, 2-2. Stanton right now second in the American League for home runs and RBIs. That one's outside, 3-2. Currently also leading the team in OPS, home runs, and RBIs. Had a tough game last game, 0-for-3 with a walk and 2 strikeouts. So strikeouts still a prevalent issue for Stanton, but you can say that a lot about many power hitters in this league. It's either home run or bust. Full count pitch. And he takes that one. Strong wrist there. Wanted to swing at it. Didn't break the plane.
Now batting.
Stanton will be on first with a walk.
A lot of restraint there. How many hitters can do that?
Yeah, and he's a strong guy, you know that. And the fact that he could hold himself there, trying to rip that bat back with the amount of force that he puts into his swings, is definitely a feat within itself. Gary Sanchez now up. That one low. Allen does a good job there. Throws over to first. Had a good block, just had a tough time finding the ball as it settled underneath himself. Count 1-0. Swung on and hit over to VR. He makes the play. And we'll throw over to first for the final out of the 4th. We'll head to the top of the 5th inning, where the Oakland A's will try to extend their lead with Davis, Olsen, and Chapman. Big power bats coming up for the Oakland A's right here on ML BOS BAL.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please. Now,
J.A. Happ coming into this one, the long relief arm for the New York Yankees. Had also spent some time in the rotation, but now, because of how stacked it has become this year, he has found his way into the long relief role in the bullpen. Has done okay, 4.89 ERA, needs to try to lower that, and also the whip has been an issue, 158. Seen his way around the league a couple times. Guess you could consider him an MLB journeyman for a pitcher, but has had his good years. All-star back in 2018. What it really did, it was, yep.
That's definitely a reliable guy you can count on out of the pen. And he's getting into the later years of his career, but he's still definitely producing some great pitching.
Davis hits that one against the shift. That one has a chance to land fair. Will it? No, it won't. Just sneaked away from the pole. Surprisingly enough, that one almost was a home run. I thought that was going to land on the warning track. Shot there by Davis against the shift. Late swing almost helped him there. That short porch in right field definitely almost helped him out. And it's surprising to help out a right-handed hitter, not a left-handed hitter in some cases.
Yeah, that big blast, even though it didn't stay fair, it definitely shook up Happ a bit. Seeing that big hit was just given up, and it a few feet away from another run on the board.
And Happ not really used to coming out the bullpen that often, as that one's also hit against the shift. That one's traveling down the right field line. Judd's going to have to go after that one. Running towards second base, and he will stand there for a stand-up triple. Excuse me, stand-up double.
Now batting.
Chris Davis there doing a great job hitting against the shift. Strong swing there. Yankees bullpen still working, and assumingly so after that good swing.
0-1.
Matt Olson up to bat. Walked and struck out in this one so far. Was one of the runners who scored in that grand slam back in the first inning, hit by Chapman, who was on deck. As I was saying before, the double hap, known for not being a bullpen arm, known for being someone that you could depend on your rotation. And with the arrival of Garrett Cole, ended up being shoved towards the bullpen. No more space for him in the starting rotation. 0-2 count to Olsen. And he hits him. Ball high and tight. Right onto the arm there. Arm sleeve, but no arm pad. And right on the elbow there. They'll go check on him on first base, but I think he'll be okay. Runners will be on first and second here after that hit by pitch. Here comes Matt Chapman. 2 for 2 in this one with a home run and a single so far. That home run was a grand slam. Brought all the runners in, and it was a blast indeed off of Herman, who's now hitting the showers after his tough performance in the first few innings. Chapman hasn't had the best success against J.A. Happ, however, only 1 for 10. Could turn that around here with a runner in scoring position and a runner on first. Swings at that one, and that rolls foul behind him. Chapman, the 2-time Gold Glover and All-Star last season, and really excelled offensively as that one's hit foul. Hitting 36 home runs, 91 RBIs despite only a .246 batting average. Did play plenty of last season, 156 games on the field. And you really got to say he is an elite defender. Probably learned that from Nolan Arenado, who he went to high school with. That one's high 3-2. Swings at that one foul. Full count. J.A. Happ also getting up there and pitches. Swings at that one and fouled away again. Oakland A's doing a great job in this one. Keeping the pitch counts high. Keeping the batters counts high. 3-2 again. Rips that one foul. Another pitch, another foul ball. That just seems to be the story here. No outs here in the top of the 5th inning with runners on first and second. Swings at that one, and it's foul tipped away again. Doing a great job here. Even if he strikes out, he already had a successful at bat. And that one's high and away. And the bases are loaded once again. Now Kana coming up to bat.
Mark Hanna.
Kana 0 for 1 in this one. Originally from San Jose, California. And last name Kana, you look at it and you can't really think about what ethnicity it is right away. Surprisingly, he's Portuguese. We see a lot of Portuguese players around Major League Baseball, but Kana definitely a force to be reckoned with. Loves to have fun out there, known for his bat flips.
Especially with the bases loaded.
Yeah. You can see a crazy bat flip from a grand slam. Kana, he really knows how to throw it down. Bases loaded, 1-1 count. That one's dribbled over to LeMahieu. Could be 2. Throws over to second. And no, safe at first base. A run will come in and score. With only 1 out being made. Runners will now be on the corners for Laureano. Oakland leads here 5-1 now after that fielder's choice, and out at second base, Ramon Laureano up to bat trying to drive in more runs. And this Yankees team is starting to skid here in the top of the fifth. Hits that one hard and down the line. Could it land fair? Yes, it will. Runner's going to come in and score. And no play will be made at the plate as runner will stop at third base. After the RBI double, Oakland leads here 6-1. Great piece of hitting there by Laureano. Take a look at the replay here, and he's digging around the bases. He's trying to find his way to second as quick as possible. And what a speedster there. Not really known for his speed. I wouldn't say that at the least, but definitely was flying there. Didn't want to get caught by the strong arm by Judge. Stephen Piscotty now to bat 0 for 2 in this one. And Oakland having a stranglehold on this lead here in the top of the fifth. Brings up that one. Costello stops the ball from going into the outfield, but the runner will be safe at first base. Bases are loaded once again for Austin Allen.
Now batting.
And they'll register him with an error there. Could have made that play, just stopped the ball. Did a good job getting in front of it at the least. A run did not come in and score, but the bases are still loaded here with one out.
Counts 1-0.
That one's low, 1-0. And Happ struggling here. 27 pitches. Looking for an answer with only one out. Allen had a single in his previous at-bat. Swings at that one, fouled away, 1-1. That one will be dribbled over to Torres. 6-4-3 double play. They get out of that inning. The 2 runs come across the score in the fifth. Ahead to the bottom half where Hicks, Voigt, and Gardner try to crawl back into this one right here on ML Ball.
It was a very heads-up play by the Yankees infield there, getting out of that inning with just 2 runs allowed, stranding 2 technically. But yeah.
Taking a good look at Gary Sanchez, Heidi Watney is, and deservingly so. Silver Slugger back in 2017, and a 2-time All-Star, hit his 100th career home run last season and is the fastest catcher to do so in MLB history. Also the second fastest player all time to hit 100 home runs. I believe that is behind Aaron Judge, fastest ever to reach 100. Did have his fielding issues, however, but still trying to improve. Led all MLB catchers in errors last season with 15. But a new regimen has him working very hard to try to find him a new way to catch, keeping that glove in the bottom of the zone and bringing it up, trying his best to frame pitches as much as possible. Gary Sanchez is a big body back there. It is a smart mind. We've seen that multiple times throughout the playoffs. 0-2 count to Hicks.
I got the count 1-2.
Low and in, 1-2. Nova doing a great job pitching this game. Only 41 pitches here with only 1 earned run, 1 mistake, really 1 bad pitch in the first inning. If it wasn't for that, this game would still be scoreless for the Yankees. Torres was able to hit that one pretty hard back in the first for a home run.
Yeah, you know you're pitching a good game when through 4 innings you have about 10 more pitches than the opposing pitchers had through 1.
That's a very good point. And he's definitely doing his work out there in these yellow uniforms. I still can't get over it how yellow these uniforms are. Might be distracting to these Yankees players. You know what they say, the pinstripes, like the Yankees players look at pinstripes and wow, that one's strike 3 called right in the middle of the play. Hicks not swinging at that one. Nova's second strikeout of the game. As I was saying, other teams come into Yankee Stadium and look at the pinstripes and they fear for their lives. That's how the story goes. But I guess if you look at these yellow uniforms, then the Yankees are in fear at the moment. But the Yankees have been in in a little bit of a struggle lately. Yeah, they're only 6-4 in their last 10 games. They're on a 1-game losing streak. They lost with Garrett Cole on the mound yesterday, and Cole, it wasn't like it was a loss that Cole didn't deserve. He gave up 5 earned runs in the first couple innings. So Yankees definitely trying to find themselves here. Do not want to allow the Tampa Bay Rays to get anywhere near the AL East, as the wild card is very hard to obtain this BOS BAL season. That one outside called a strike, 2-2. Two pitch in the dirt. Now 3-2. Voit hits that one hard but foul. First base coach Reggie Willits really had to duck out away from that one. That one was coming in hot. Swing and a miss from Luke Voit, something we haven't seen that often this season. Nova's 3rd strikeout of the game on a great pitch there, making Voit lean for that one.
A beautiful pitch, beautiful placement there. Really has to make Voit work, and enough movement that he thinks it's going to be hittable. And it just, by the time he commits to the swing, it's way out of there.
Yeah, Brett Gardner, talked about him before, about how he's the veteran of this team, been there for a long time, since 2009. He won that World Series with the Yankees, their last World Series, and now he has become more of a power hitter, surprisingly. He has found his way into changing his game. You also see 4 triples, and because he's still fast at his older age, but he has changed with the game, surprisingly. And someone that used to not hit for power at all, set career highs in home runs last season, and was one of the best players on the Yankees team last year because of how much they needed him to step up due to injuries from the players around the team. And he stepped up indeed. Really someone that Yankees fans can be proud of. I know I have a couple people I know that Gardner is their favorite player, as he hits that one hard. That one's not going to go as far. Piscotty dives for it, but can't make the play. Gardner going to be safe at second base, but Piscotty really tried to sell out for that one. Gardner going to get his 18th double of the season. Great effort there by Piscotty, trying to make that play, just couldn't there. Great effort though. Tommy La Stella now at the bat. And he was a part of that 2016 Cubs World Series, that first World Series in over 100 years. As that one is hit hard and far. Piscotty also looking at it, but that one is gone. A home run for Tommy La Stella. And the Yankees cut their deficit in half. Yeah, they're crawling back into this game. La Stella with his 15th home run of the season. 362-foot shot. What a home run from him.
Nova's still got a bit of breathing room here, but now, as opposed to 5 runs, it's 3 runs.
And a big part of that also was Gardner getting on base, and this being 2 RBI home run. Didn't go that far, wasn't hit as hard either, but either way, all home runs count. If they go over that wall and a home run there, that's a deficit in half. Yankees only need 3 to tie here. And with the way this Yankees offense acts pretty often, it can happen in a snap. We've seen this offense go off as quick as a bullet, especially with the top of the order now up. Mayhew hits that one towards Simeon. Makes the play there. Short and out at first base, closer than expected. Surprised me there, but that's the final out. Yankees fans excited, trying to get back into this game. We'll head to the top of the 6th inning as the Oakland try to extend their lead right here on ML BOS BAL. Top of the lineup for the Oakland A's. Jaden Becker, Miles Frazier here with you here in the top of the 6th inning. Jonathan VR 0 for 2 in this one, and we talked about how much he struggled against Happ in his previous at-bat. See it here once again, very early on his pitches, which is not always a bad thing, but he's just been flying out to left field pretty often. We take a look at this Yankees bullpen as they got to try something at this point. They have done some work with the bat, but they have to make sure that the pitching also stays intact. Got 2 good pitchers there warming up. Dan Otero, who has the lowest ERA in the Yankees bullpen at the moment, and Jonathan Holder, who has the lowest whip in the Yankees bullpen as well. 1-2 pitch to VR. Strike 3 called at the top of the zone, right across the letters. Yeah. Whoa, indeed.
Now batting.
If we take a look here where that pitch was, right across the letters. That is a great pitch there by Happ with the first out. Backwards K there as Marcus Simeon's coming up to bat. He struck out looking in his second at-bat of the ball game. Did go on for a single in his first. 1-0 pitch. Swung on and grounded over towards Torres. He'll make the play for the second out.
Now batting, designated hitter, Chris Davis.
Chris Davis up to bat. 2 for 3 in this one with a double and a single. 2 runs for this team so far. Has been 2/3 of this offense. Chris Davis won that Edgar Martinez Award, Best DH. That's really saying something. I'm telling you, he's the epitome of a DH. Really want him in your lineup. And especially now with the universal DH, a lot of teams struggling to find who will be that DH piece that can be a consistent night in, night out guy. Davis is no question the guy for this Oakland A's team.
Yeah, Davis, he struggles with strikeouts a bit, but he is definitely a great hitter. A lot of power in that bat. He can definitely get the job done.
Saw the power there. Ground rule double. That one bouncing fair territory and into the stands. Might not see that often anymore with the Nets trying to extend back closer and closer to the foul pole. But right there is a ground rule double. Runner on second base for Matt Olson.
0-1's the count.
Olson was a first-round draft pick by the Oakland A's back in 2012 and is a classic case of that first-round pick waiting and waiting and waiting to come up to the big leagues and try to be a big piece for the team. Ended up coming up and now is a superstar for this team. 270, 24 home runs. Really a guy you can hang your hat on and say, hey, he is one of our guys for the future. Also, one thing I love about him is that unique batting stance. Notice that bat sticking way out, but then he loads up and hits balls hard like that. That one's going to stay fair, however, and moves the runner over. But that is the final out either way. We'll head to the bottom of the sixth inning, excuse me. Yankees trying to crawl back into this one, 6-3. Welcome you back, Gleyber Torres up to bat, and we take a look at his home run back in the first inning. And what a shot it was. That one flew for a while. We take a good shot of that one there up into the overcast skies here in the Bronx.
Oh, yeah.
And you notice the fog here really rolling in.
Yeah, might make a little bit of fly balls, a bit hard to see for those outfielders.
And Olsen tested there for the first one. Wow, this fog is really, I haven't seen it this bad in the Bronx in a while. I even call it smog at some points because this is really growing in here. Looks like it's getting a little better. Aaron Judge coming up to that. That one's inside 1-0. There's so many great things you could say about Aaron Judge. Really is a superstar for this team and maybe the guy you brand as your face of the future after what he was able to do his rookie season. Injuries have been an issue for him as he grounds over towards Chapman. But you got to remember that exit velocity that he holds one of the best in the major leagues. Just so strong, breaking StatCast left and right. That's because StatCast wasn't prepared for Aaron Judge come in and hit balls like he did.
Yeah, like you said, he's really face of the franchise going forward. Going to be a guy like maybe up there in the ranks of like Mickey Mantle, like Ruth. Maybe not quite Ruth, but like definitely going to be one of the Yankees' greats in the future.
In 99, number not usual to see in Major League Baseball, but probably a number that might be retired at one point. We know we're talking very early in his career, only 3 years in, but what he's been able to do for this team is definitely something special. And you got to wonder if they might give him that captain tag that Jeter once held. Maybe Judge will be able to hold it if he's able to keep up with his success. Giancarlo Stanton is also another guy. I wouldn't give him the captain tag, didn't grow up in that Yankee system. But definitely someone that is smart with the bat. Does a great job there with the single.
Now batting, catcher, Gary.
Hard hit ball right through the teeth of the shift. Nothing much really you can do there if you're the shortstop Simeon, and you really have to let that ball go by because that's hit very, very hard. 2 outs here with the runner on first here in the bottom of the second inning. Gary Sanchez up to bat, has 2 groundouts in this one so far, one to the second baseman, one to the third baseman. He has to find a way to get the ball out of the infield. He can do that no problem. We talked about his power already. If he can find the pitch hanging in the middle of the zone, Nova should be sorry. That one was hung, but he was a little late on that one, as that ball is also on the outside part of the plate. Sanchez in his last game went 1 for 4 with a strikeout. That one is grounded over towards Olsen. He'll stop the ball from going towards the outfield, but doesn't make a play over at first base, I believe. Yeah, he'll be safe at first. Didn't have enough time to flip that ball over to Nova.
Yeah, just a bit of hesitation there, and that costs them the out.
Now, runners on first and second with Aaron Hicks up to bat. That one's called a strike on the outside part of the plate. Hicks, originally from the Minnesota Twins, and really struggled with the Twins as well. But found his own with the New York Yankees. Sometimes that just happens. You put on those pinstripes and you turn to a whole new player. We see the Athletics bullpen with a lefty and a righty warming up. Became the first player in MLB history to hit a home run in Europe last season when they took a trip over there to London. That was an awesome experience for a lot of the people over there in Europe. Be able to see the Yankees and the Red Sox play one of the best rivalries in sports history. And as we said, missed the end of last season with that Tommy John surgery, but did not, and probably one of the only players in MLB history to not miss any games due to Tommy John surgery in the second season. That one's going to be a strike 3 as he swings at that one outside. Ahead to the top of the 7th inning with the Oakland A's up to bat.
Leading off for Oakland, the third baseman, Matt Chapman.
Welcome you back. Here's Matt Chapman up to bat here in the top of the 7th inning. 5, 6, and 7 hitters up to bat for the Oakland A's. Funny enough, I mentioned this earlier, but he went to the same high school as Nolan Arenado, and they went together at the same time. Those two on the same exact team. And imagine that, Matt Chapman and Nolan Arenado going against them, and you got to worry about English class and social studies and geometry later, and then nope, there's 2 future MLB All-Stars and award winners you have to face after school. And yeah, I can only imagine that, but being on the team with them, that must be amazing as well. And I talked about how Arenado, as that one's popped up into foul territory, Voigt's going to catch that, how Arenado might have helped out Chapman with his fielding, but it might even be the other way around because of how well Chapman has been when it comes to the glove. Might have helped out Arenado. You know, Arenado's arm is just insane. Even at one point talked about coming to the Yankees. if they're able to work out a contract but sign the extension with the Rockies. One out here in the top of the 7th inning. Kana now to bat. That one's outside 2-0. Kana 0 for 2 in this one. And Kana, if you're MLB The Show player and you play Battle Royale, you need to draft a team, and he's one of the guys you can pick up. Sometimes they give it to you 75 overall, 76 overall, sitting in that range, but has great power. Someone to add to your lineup with a solid swing. A lot of people enjoy using him. 3-1 count as that one's called a strike. Hitters count pitch. Strike 2 called right across the knees. Didn't swing at that one. Held his bat back actually. Now full count with 1 out here. Three-two pitch. And ball 4. That one was very close. That looked to me to be right on the black, and we're going to see a replay here. How close was it? Oof. Very, very close. Ball 4 either way. Now runner on first with Ramon Laureano up to bat. Laureano rips one into the gap. This one has a chance to score the runner, Kana. Kana is going to be headed home. And he is safe at the plate. The throw is late. And the Oakland A's lead here 7-3.
Now batting, right fielder.
Take a look at this swing here. Rip that ball. Laureano did right into the left center field gap. Hicks ends up getting that ball. And Jordan Montgomery coming into this game. Surprisingly, also a long relief arm. We didn't see him in the bullpen earlier warming up. Now he's into this game, 3.83 ERA. Has been in appearance for multiple games. At one point was also in the starting rotation. Mike Minor being added to the rotation recently through a trade knocked him out. So this rotation for the Yankees is pretty stacked, and that bullpen is also strong. The bats today just not working as well as they would like. Also had a poor performance from Domingo Germán back in the first inning. That one is fouled away, 1-1. Montgomery started with the Yankees back in 2017, but has had injury issues throughout his career. This hasn't stopped him from posting a 3.84 career ERA. It's a very unique nickname. Call him Gumby. For his long limbs, long arms, long legs. He got that back in college. And just kind of stuck through his baseball career. And if it ain't broke, don't fix it, as he has been a very strong pitcher for the Yankees. That one's going to get hit over towards Gardner. That one's going to fall in. Runner's going to advance over towards third base, and Piscotty's on with a single.
Now batting, catcher, Austin.
Strong swing, a ball on the top of the zone. Able to get a hold of that one. Tough one to do. Usually when your barrel drops like that, find a way to get underneath it, but was able to level up with that one and barreled it up. Austin Allen now up with runners on the corners. Only 1 out here in the top of the 7th inning.
Yeah, this game is starting to get a bit out of reach for the Yankees. It's now 4 runs, top of the 7th. It ain't over till it's over, but it's getting harder and harder to climb back into the further we get on into it.
Definitely getting harder to climb back into. What do you think the Yankees are going to need to do to try and get back into this game? They're only down 4 runs.
they're going to need to get the bats going, absolutely. They're going to need the pitchers to start locking it up, which Montgomery is doing an okay job of. He's not allowing many runs, but he did allow those 2 runners, and now they've got a man on third. But they'll have to look to their relievers and closers to really shut down these Athletics, and also to those bats to start putting runs on the board.
Bullpen has been very strong for this Yankees team, especially that back half when Chapman was out. They found their way to be dominant in the bullpen, all sort of sharing that closing role and that setup role as well. That one's going to be hit past the shortstop, and a run will come in and score. Great single there by Austin Allen. And the Oakland A's continue on with the punishment, now leading here 8-3. Good swing there. Outside part of the plate, push that one outside. Strong hitting there by Austin Allen, and we talked about him earlier, saying that he was a strong bat in the minor leagues. If he could find his way to be that consistent how he was in the minors, a 296 hitter into the majors, he really could be a threat to be reckoned with. We all know catchers in this league, if they can hit well, they're really a strong commodity to have. Just look at Gary Sanchez, look at Wilson Contreras, look at Mitch Garver. For all these teams that are trying to lead and are leaders for their respective divisions, they all have very strong catchers that can hit. Jonathan Villar up 0-2 count already. Runners on first and second. Hits that one foul. Do it again 0-2. Strike 3 called. That one on the inside part of the plate. Montgomery with his first strikeout of the game. We'll get a replay here. And it looked like it just snuck right across the plate there. We are not happy about that one. Second time this game he struck out looking. In both similar type of situations where just not happy with the call. That one looked like it just snuck in there.
That was a great placement by Montgomery. He's starting to lock in now, but it might be too late. 8-3 Athletics in the top of the 7th.
Already have 2 runs across the board here in the top of the 7th as well. That one is hit and will travel down the line. This one also might score another runner. Piscotty trying to go home. He will make it in there safe. And the Oakland A's continue tacking on the runs again and again.
The batter, number 2.
Now up 9-3.
Chris Davis.
The inside part of the plate. Ripped that one down the line. Gardner going to have no chance to make that play. And now we're heading to the big swinger, Chris Davis, who has 2 doubles in this one and a single. 3 for 4. It could add even more damage onto this game. This can get really out of hand for the Yankees with this big bat up. That one is grounded over and thrown it. Unbelievable.
Wow.
Clip at the plate. Catcher is called safe.
Now batting.
Chris Davis making hard contact, forcing them to rush. And LaStella chucks one into the outfield past the glove of LeMahieu. Judge doing a good job backing it up there and almost made the play at home with his strong arm. But another run comes across off of an errant throw from Tommy LaStella. That's going to be the end of the line for Montgomery. And Jonathan Holder's going to come into this one trying to clean up the mess that was made.
Ugly is right. 10-3. That was just a bad mental error. You needed 1 out to get out of this. Instead, it's men on first and second. You're behind 10-3.
Matt Olson, that's a hard pitch right down Main Street. 82 miles per hour slider. That one just cut right in there. Olson 0 for 2 in this one. Was hit by a pitch in his previous at-bat. That one is grounded over to Torres. 6-4 for the final out.
Ladies and gentlemen, please
4 runs come across here in the top of the 7th. And the Yankees will hit 7, 8, and 9, trying to climb back into this one.
leading off for the Yankees, the first baseman.
Welcome you back, Luke Voit. After that for the New York Yankees. And Voit has had a surprising year this year. And you look at him, and you do see the 22 home runs. Yeah, it's a big guy with a ton of power. But you also look at him, and you might be surprised to see that he's a .315 hitter. And he has hit very well for contact. And you would think that the power numbers would slide off because of that, but no, he's still up there with what he's been doing for the past couple years, for the past year with the Yankees, which being that power guy, and now he's adding a contact element to it. He doesn't have the speed. Obviously, he's a big guy, big first baseman, but he can hit for power as he launches that one there. That one has a chance to go over the wall. No, hits off the wall on a one-hopper off the warning track, but Scotty going to gather that one, and Voit will be in with the double.
Now batting, the left fielder, Brett Gardner.
Great swing there against the shift, surprisingly as well. We've seen that a couple times this game from both teams. Both teams hitting against the shift and ripping it down the opposite field lines. Great job there. And I think even if it was towards the shift, that one would have also been towards the wall as well, because that was such a hard hit ball. Hitting to all fields, Luke Voit. Didn't think I would be saying that if you told me a year ago that he had that capability, but now he's on second base with a strong double. Brett Gardner up to bat, 1-1 here in the bottom of the 7th inning.
Well, we got some sad ball news today. Tonight's game will be our very own PK's last ball game with us. So join us tonight for the grand finale of PK and the Jinx. Not quite sure which game they're on, but it's sure to be an emotionally charged one. He's one of the better broadcasters we've had. We're going to miss him a lot, so feel free to join us for that game. I'm checking in on the matchup right now. It should be Boston at Baltimore, so PK gets his Red Sox for his last call. I'll be there. Feel free to join us.
The Scotty makes the catch in foul territory over there, and this bop ball community has grown into something more than I think a lot of people expected for it to grow into, and it has become a phenomenon. And we're still even going through the real 60-game season, and we're all excited to be here. Thank you, PK, for being an awesome part of this community, and we have grown so much since the beginning. As Tommy Stella now up to bat. One and one with a runner on second base. One out here in the bottom of the 7th inning. Oakland A's with a huge lead here, 10-3. Yankees trying to fight their way back into this one. Might be too little, too late here as we're towards the back end of this game. We thank you for joining us here in the Twitch chat. That one's called strike 1 and 2. Stella had that big error and an errant throw. That one's hit right back up the middle. Might be able to make up for it. And does not come in to score, as Voit does not have the speed there. But Stella with a hit right back towards the pitcher and up the middle for a single.
Second baseman, DJ LeMahieu.
For the 4th time this game, here's DJ LeMahieu. He hits that one opposite field. The runner will come in and score. He'll get a single of his own. Cutting deficit slowly but surely. Got to start somewhere. The run comes in for the New York Yankees. Still down 10-4. Here's Gleyber Torres trying to continue the rally here. We saw that home run back in the 1st inning off of Ivan Nova. Yankees had to go through multiple pitches already. Ivan Nova still in this game, but as we can see, is being hit pretty hard. Once you get to that 4th time around in that lineup, and they've seen you so many times, You might want to think about taking him out. Bob Melvin, one of the oldest managers in the league at the moment, might want to consider taking him out of this game if things get a little bit too worse for wear. Oakland A's bullpen definitely will be able to handle it, as they have been very successful this season. 0-2 count. That one swung on the inside part of the plate. Very tough one to make contact with there, but he does. Still 0-2. Strike 3. Swings past that one, also on the inside part of the plate. Fifth strikeout of the game for Nova. With the way that he's been dealing, he has just been a superstar in this one, beating the guy that burned him earlier with a home run on a pitch inside. Here's Aaron Judge, also for the 4th time this game. That one's going to be rocked over to Piscotty. He bobbles that one as it hits him hard in the arm. And no play at the plate as the runner from second comes in to score.
All of a sudden, things are getting scary for these Athletics. I'm not liking all these runs being driven. I wouldn't be surprised if this will be the end of Nova's night. In fact, I think that's the safe decision to go with if you're the Athletics. And there it is.
Asking a shallow receive. Very odd to see Bob Melvin in those yellow pants. Look at him go. What a superstar there. Bob Melvin really killing it out there. But Ivan Nova going to walk off the field here, winning with the lead here 10-5. Did give up a couple runs here in the 7th inning. But Paul Blackburn coming into this one has been very consistent for this Oakland A's team. 2.31 ERA this season.
I believe Blackburn's in line for the win. Is there 2 men on? Yeah. There's 2 men on, running the bat. No, he's not in line for the save. I mean, save, not win. He's 1 batter away from being in line for the save, thanks to that absolutely insane rule that if the tying run is in the batter's box, you're in line for the save. I do not stand by that. I don't think a 5-run lead should be a save opportunity.
Not at the moment, no. But definitely anything could happen with this very potent Yankees lineup with Stanton, Sanchez, and Hicks due up. 2 outs here, however, so getting this out here would stop the bleeding, the slight bleeding that we've seen here in the bottom of the 7th inning. Blackburn, originally drafted by the Cubs back in 2012, out of Heritage High School in Brentwood, California, spent most of his career in the MLB with arm injuries, as that one's grounded over to VR. Easy play over at Simeon for the force out. And we'll head to the top of the 8th. The Yankees do some damage, however. Oakland lead here, still 10-5. Here's Matt Chapman. Had that big grand slam back in the 1st inning to start our game off. Fans were barely in their seats. And he launched one over the wall, breaking this game open very early, 4-0. Here now in the top of the 8th, now 10-5. Oakland A's offense has been very consistent, and the Yankees offense starting to warm up here a little bit. Jonathan Holder out there for the New York Yankees, still 39,385 fans in attendance. We'd like to thank them for all coming in this overcast weather. We'd like to thank the Twitch viewer for also viewing us on ML Ball. That one's going to be flied out to the center fielder, Hicks, for the first out of the top of the 8th inning.
The left fielder, number 20.
Speaking of the Twitch viewer, if you like what you're listening to, donate to Meals on Wheels. Supports more than 5,000 community-based programs across the country that are dedicated to addressing senior isolation and hunger. This network serves virtually every community in America and enables America's seniors to live nourished lives with independence and dignity. Now is a better time than ever to donate to Meals on Wheels. Highly recommend it. We've been doing them for a while because they're such a great charity and organization. Just click the PayPal button in the Twitch description or type in !donate to donate to Meals on Wheels. 1-2 count to Mark Kana, who's now to bat. Kind of 0 for 2 in this one. That one is high and pops out the glove of Gary Sanchez. No one on base, so it doesn't matter. 2-2. Swung on and missed. Great pitch there by Holder, dropping across the knees. Couldn't touch that one. And he'll sit down.
Number 22.
Great pitch there by Holder. Wow. Didn't expect that one from him. Laureano rips one down the first base line. This one could be extra bases. 72 speed rounding first. Judge with the throw to second base, and he is safe. The throw is slightly offline, and Laureano's in there with the double.
Now batting, right fielder, Steven.
Take a look at that swing there. Now he's digging around the bases, keeping his eye on Aaron Judge, and then focuses on the bag. Slides in head first and tries to avoid the tag if there was going to be one, sliding around the bag like that there, hugging it slightly. But either way, throw was offline. Runner on second base with Stephen Piscotty up. One pitch. That one is fouled back 0-2. Holder has pitched okay in this one. Holder debuted for the Yankees back in 2016. Got off to a tough start to his season before being sent down to AAA. Accumulated a 6.31 ERA in the majors and a 2.92 ERA in the minors. Sort of falling back toward his minor league ERA this season, 2.36, as he strikes out Piscotty there. Holder did a good job, gave it the double, but we'll head to the bottom of the 8th inning. Oakland lead here 10-5.
Yankees, 2 innings left to come back, and this one's not looking too pretty.
Leading off.
Here is Gary Sanchez once again. Paul Blackburn still out there, only throwing 4 pitches in a third of an inning back in the 7th.
Ball 1, no strike.
Surprisingly, he only had 11 inning pitched last season with a very high ERA of 10.64. Yeah, you heard that right, 10.64. Found his way to settle down a bit. Obviously, a very small sample size and was going against tough competition at the time last season. Found his way back, now at a 2.31 ERA. Having a tough time here against Gary Sanchez. That's now a 3-0 count. The 3-0 pitch. Strike called across the letters there, now 3-1. Sanchez is a free swinger here, and these hitters' counts definitely can make you pay if you're not careful with your placement. Kicks and deals.
Ball 4, pitches down.
And ball 4, below the knees, across the shins. And Sanchez will be on first with a walk.
Now batting, center fielder, Aaron Hicks.
Aaron Hicks now to bat 0 for 3. And earlier we were talking about how he had such a tough time in Minnesota. Couldn't really find his swing. Couldn't find his fielding ability. Comes to New York. Probably the best center fielder they have. Puts him out there and he makes amazing plays. He even had a great play last season against his old team, the Twins. Laid out for a ball and just won the game on an instant classic in the regular season. So a great fielder now with this Yankees team, and also has become a huge bat. Really strong, especially from the left side of the plate, launching those over into the short porch if need be. Two-one pitch to Hicks. Hicks and deals. That one's outside 3-1. Once again, a hitter's count. Seen this before with Sanchez. Now we're seeing it with Aaron Hicks. Bullpen got to be careful here. Accumulated this huge lead against the Yankees, a team that you really want to start beating up on. And the Oakland A's are going to have a tough time ahead of them. They have 3 games against the Yankees. As that one is ball 4 to the bottom of the zone. Runners on first and second now. With Luke Voigt coming up to bat. A guy that's been hitting very well for contact and power this season. Already has a double in this game. I was saying about the Athletics, they have a tough time coming up. They're going to have 3 games left against this Yankees team and then 3 games against the Washington Nationals. They'll then head to Boston for another 3-game set. But you noticed that these are all on the road, and they're going to be away from Oakland, away from their home fans, in a time they're probably going to need the most in this big stretch in August, trying to stay ahead of the AL West. That one's outside 2-0. And you start to get worried about Blackburn here. 16 pitches in, and there's runners on first and second with no outs. That one is high, but called a strike probably across the belt there. 2-1. And another strike called on the inside part of the plate. 2-2. Let's see if he speeds him up here. Definitely a tough thing to do against Voigt. Goes low on the pitch, but it was a 2-seamer, 90 miles per hour at the bottom of the zone. They'll do it again, 2-2. Ballboy making a good play there. Swung on the outside part of the plate, 2-2. No outs here, still in the bottom of the 8th. Thank you for joining us. Anything could happen here. Outside, 3-2. Good job keeping that ball in front of him. Allen did. Walk here loads the bases for Gardner. And strike 3. Swings at one high and tight. And you talk about speeding him up. 90 mile per hour 2-seamer high and tight. Gardner now through that here, but Voigt confused there. Good sequence. If he took that one, that would have been ball 4. But 2-seamer breaking right back into the hands. With Brett Gardner now up to bat with 1 out. Ground ball here could end the inning. Gardner is a speedy guy, however. Could beat out the double play. On 1 pitch. Swung on and foul now. 0-2.
All Blackburn starting to settle in a bit now. He got him behind 0-2 in the count now after striking out that last batter. So you got a little scare there for a minute, but.
And even though it's a 5-run ball game, the Yankees are still in it somehow, and you have to say that every time with the Yankees because their bats have been that good for so long that they can really come back in a heartbeat.
Yeah, they really can. That's the thing about playing in Moneyball like the Yankees do.
That one's high and fielded by Laureano. No tag at second base. He'll stay there for the second out at the bottom of the 8th.
Now batting, third baseman, Tommy LaStella.
Tommy LaStella now up to bat. He can make up for that error that he made back in the 7th inning, tossing that ball into the outfield past LeMahieu, who was trying to make a play at second base.
That's a ball.
Big fly here. Only make this a 2-run game. LaStella sure does have the power.
2 balls, no
That
strike.
one's outside, 2-0. Blackburn kicks and deals. Low, but they say he went around. So now 2-1 with the runners on first and second. Blackburn about to touch 31 pitches. Kicks and deals outside now, 3-1. Another hitter's count. And another opportunity for these New York Yankees to fight back into the game. Here's the pitch. Swung on and dribbled. That will be stopped by Simeon. Great play there. Stops a run from coming in, keeps it in the infield, but Costello will make it over to first base.
The second baseman,
On an infield single.
Love Mayhew.
And bases are loaded here with 2 outs in the bottom of the 8th.
Your attention,
With
please.
DJ LeMahieu coming up, but before that, Joaquin Soria now up from the bullpen for the Oakland A's. Soria coming in. And he leads the team in holds right now with 25. Also holds a 2.30 ERA. His whip has been pretty high this season, however, at 156. Really allows a lot of runners with the walk. Has been a 2-time All-Star.
Now all he needs is 1 out.
That one inside 1-0. Soria pitched his 674th Major League game last season, passing Dennis Reyes for the most by a Mexican-born pitcher last season. So definitely has found his way around the league. That one is a strike as LeMahieu swings over that one. 1-1 count here with the bases loaded. 2 outs here in the bottom of the 8th. A big fly here makes this a 1-run ball game. LeMahieu definitely can do it. We've seen him with the power before. He hits that one high, but it's not going far. Chapman settles underneath that one for the final out. Leans for it. Still gets it either way. We'll head to the top of the 9th inning, where the Oakland A's try to get some insurance here with 9 1-2 hitters coming up right here on ML Ball. Dan Otero now up. Otero, 193 pitcher, recently called up from AAA. Had an amazing AAA run. He was an all-star in the minor leagues and had an ERA under 1. Yankees wanted him to be in the bullpen when they needed him, especially with Chapman gone for a while. Now with Chapman back, he still continues to dominate. Talked about his ERA, debuted for the Yankees. So he's been around the league a little bit, He found his way from the Giants, even with Oakland and the Indians, and then found his way stuck in the minor leagues with the Yankees. Found his own there, and now developed into something great. Great piece of hitting, however, from Austin Allen, as he's going to try to go for 2 with 1 speed. Will he make it? Yes, he will. Barely a play at second base. And hits against the shift once again. Allen with a double there. And once again, story of the game, hitting against the shift has really been a huge piece of this one.
Oh yeah, these batters' ability to pull the ball to the opposite field, it's really made an impact here.
Inside, ball 1.
Jonathan Villar now up. Had a tough one in this one so far. 0 for 4. Not the performance that he wanted in this one, but could change the tide here with a runner in scoring position. Swings over that one, 1-1. One pitch. And they say he went around there. 1-2. That just broke the plane. Otero looking for the strikeout. That one's high, 2-2. That one is flied over towards Gleyber Torres at shortstop. He'll settle underneath that one for the first out.
The batter, number 10, shortstop, Marcus Simeon.
Fans still packed here in Yankee Stadium in the Bronx. Thank you for joining us. Marcus Simeon, 2 for 5 in this one. That one is high and outside. Couldn't get control of that pitch. A changeup left high in the zone. Thankfully away from the batter's box. That one trails away again, 2-0. 2-0 pitch.
Ball 3.
Low, 3-0.
I got 3-0.
Dangerous spot with Chris Davis on deck, who has been immaculate in this game. And that one's called a strike at the bottom of the zone, right across the knees for Simeon. 3-1 pitch. And they say he went around there. Now 3-2. And have also just clipped the bottom of the zone. Full count pitch, swung on and hit towards the second baseman. LeMahieu, he'll make the play over at first, but runner will move over towards third base.
The batter,
Chris
number
Davis
2,
now up to that.
designated hitter, Chris Davis.
Chris Davis, 3 for 5 in this one. 2 doubles and a single.
Nope, that's the ball.
That one outside 1-0. 1-0 pitch. Hits that one hard and far. That one could fall into the gap. Yes, it will. Off of the scoreboard out there. Runner will come in and score. He'll make his way to second base for an RBI double. A great piece of hitting there by Chris Davis. His 25th double of the season and his second of the game. Davis putting on a hitting clinic out there. Runner will come in and score. A's now lead here 11-5. Runner on second base. That's Chris Davis after the double. 2 outs here in the top of the 9th inning. 0-1 pitch to Olsen. That one's fouled back into the lap of Gary Sanchez. He seems okay. We'll go 0-2.
He's a tough guy.
That one's low and foul away. We'll do it again, 0-2. Great piece of hitting there by Chris Davis. Getting that double, driving in the run. And he's been a superstar all night for this Yankees team. 0-2 pitch. Swung on and hit towards LeMahieu. Out at first. Yankees going to need 6 runs here in the bottom of the 9th inning. Can they do it? Torres, Judge, Sanchez. Torres, Judge, Stanton coming up.
Leading off for the Yankees, the shortstop,
Labor Torres now up 1 for 4 in this one. Soria still out there. Not bringing out the closer. Not necessary at the moment. Not a safe situation either. And Soria doesn't have that many pitches thrown either way. That one being his 4th. As he only came in for a 3rd last inning. Might look to finish this one out. If he can get past these 2, 3, and 4 hitters, that would be a true accomplishment. That one's hit hard though. Kana going to settle underneath it in left field. And will make the play for the first out.
the right fielder, number 99, Aaron Judge.
Here is big Aaron Judge. He has come up in plenty of big moments for the Yankees this season, especially when they were down. We've also seen back-to-back shots from Judge and Stanton, I believe last week when they faced off against the New York Mets. They were able to hit back-to-back shots and see if Judge could put some big magic here in the Bronx, as they are still down 6 runs. Soria with a strike there.
Ball.
That one is high, 1-1. One pitch outside, 2-1. Soria has to be careful here. Getting behind in the count to Aaron Judge could be a dangerous sentence, as you do not want Judge to get any extension on any balls, as he can rip one out of here in a hurry. 2-1 pitch. Swung on and hit hard by Judge. That one's not going far either. Kana will sit underneath it for the second out. And the Yankees are down to their final out in this one.
Now batting,
With Giancarlo Stanton coming up to bat.
Giancarlo Stanton.
Here comes Giancarlo Stanton, 1 for 3. Had a single back in the 6th inning. But definitely can do some damage. We talked about his power numbers already. He sure can rock one if necessary. That one inside, looked on the black, but called a ball 1-0. Stanton with his infamously closed stance, seeing if he could do something for Bronx fans here. Two-0 pitch. Swung on and also flied up. That one looks like it can be fielded. And Laureano will make the play for the final out. And the Oakland A's win this one here in the Bronx in the first game of the series of 4, 11-5. Great victory here. Ivan Nova pitched a great game. Story also, Domingo Germán getting shelled in the first inning, giving up a grand slam. Not what you want to see starting off a 4-game set if you're the Yankees, but the Oakland A's sure are happy starting off their road stretch on a very good note.
Yep. Big win here for the Athletics over one of the few teams in the MLB that's got a better record than them right now, and yeah, it definitely shows a lot that they're able to go out there and beat this huge team.
Chris Davis winning player of the game, 4 for 6 in this one with 3 doubles. Yeah, you heard that right, 3 doubles. Had a great one in this one, but this is how all the action started off. A home run. Chapman getting a grand slam, bringing in 4 runs, and what a shot it was, and what a way to set the tone of the game. Fans barely in their seats. And that one went over the wall. Gleyber Torres did not want this game to be scoreless for the Yankees, so he hit a home run of his own in the bottom of the first inning. 386-foot shot. And a nice one as well, making the score 4-1, still Oakland. Laureano found his way to double to right field, ripping one down the right field line, forcing Judge to run after it by the 3-14 sign, bringing in an RBI. 6-1. Estella, new acquisition for New York Yankees, found his way to home run, 362 feet to right field. That short porch helping out a little bit, as he's able to knock one over the wall. Cut the lead in half, 6-3. Still Oakland. Laureano once again was able to double. This time, instead of right field, puts it into the left center field gap, bringing in another run. Oakland would take the lead, will continue with the lead 7-3 in the top of the 7th inning. And continuing in the top of the 7th inning, Simeon driving it down the left field line. Brett Gardner fielding it deep in left field. And the lead will continue to grow. Mayhew found his way to single, but it might have been too little too late in the bottom of the 7th inning as the Yankees try to crawl back 10-4, and then Judge was able to put an RBI of his own as Piscotty fumbled with the ball slightly in right field, bringing in an RBI. 10-5. Top of the 9th inning, Davis with his 3rd double of the game. Don't really hear that often from a lot of people, but for Davis, you definitely hear it because he is just that good. Able to bring in another RBI. 11-5, and Stanton, for the final out of the game, flies out to the center fielder Laureano, and the Oakland A's win this one 11-5.
Yeah, great game here. And now we're joined in the booth by the broadcasters for our next game, Jeremy Goldstein and Tim Moore. How are you guys doing?
Doing well. Made a nice
Great.
call.
I'll tell you what.
Nice
I
call.
apologize. I had an audio. Yep, there you go, Jeremy. You got it. I apologize. I had a little audio disconnect.
It's all me.
And listen, let me tell both of you, because I have a gripe with both of you. Tim Moore, I don't even want to talk to you. You beat me twice in the Broadcasters League, but that's okay. And I got really mad in one of them. But you know what? I'm gonna come back with a vengeance, Tim.
No, you won't.
We gotta play a game soon. And Jeremy, you're not allowed to speak.
I beat you.
You beat me once, and I beat you the first game. So we're tied 1-1.
I'm winning in run differential. I'm winning in run differential.
We're tied 1-1. Run differential.
I got the tiebreaker.
Run differential is an irrelevant stat.
Tie-breaking it is.
But when I beat you in the next game, it's not going to matter. Run differential. And I'll run that score up so high that your eyes will be rolling in the back of your head. So either way,
that's hangnail doesn't get in the way again for you.
That's the way the cookie crumbles for you, boy. And
For those of
for
those of you that don't know what's going on, there's a broadcaster league. These guys aren't professional baseball players. They're not in the show. So they're a lot of fun games. Come join them for more trash talk. Jeremy and Jaden rivalry going up. You know, we broadcast all those games here, or most of them here. Yeah, we're trying to get more of them broadcasted, and just to get those games
should be
in.
broadcasted. Jaden's games would bring down viewers.
Oh no, it would not. Actually, my games are the highest viewed games, Jeremy. You got to know these things. You got to know these. I'm letting you in on a little secret. Jaden draws views, and that's just a fact.
Okay. Jaden fake poll. Jaden fake poll. Comment in the Twitch chat. Jaden fake poll.
That's the end of this one here for me and Miles Frazier. Oakland A's with the big victory here, starting their road stretch 11-5. I hand it over to you guys. Game ends a little bit late. Oakland A's with the victory here. Tim Moore, Jeremy Goldstein, take it away.
Indeed. Thank you so much, Jaden, as we welcome you to Major League Baseball on Twitch.tv. Blue Jays and the Astros. The Blue Jays one game above 500, while the Houston Astros still trying to catch the Oakland Athletics. But as Jeremy, as we know, just watching that Yankee game, that's not necessarily going to be the case, as ultimately the A's picking up a victory over the Yankees. So we know the Astros have to at least pick up another win here to try to stay within reach. But I have to ask you before we start, what do the Astros need to do to consistently be a factor in this AL West?
Got a hit. I think it's just simple as that. We talk about the Oakland Athletics and how they've been a very big obstacle for the Houston Astros. But however, the biggest obstacle I think in the Astros season has been themselves. They got off to a terrible start. They were well under 500 to start the season, and that's what brought them into this deep hole through the Oakland A's, and that's because they couldn't hit. So as long as they can hit against this weak Blue Jays pitching, it's definitely not a top pitching staff in the American League. The Astros shouldn't have much trouble giving themselves a victory and propelling themselves to a smaller deficit to first place.
Ably see the Astros going with those throwback uniforms. Here's Lance McCullers Jr., a pitcher today for the Houston Astros. 22 starts, 8-6 record, a solid 4.24 ERA. Given 116 2/3 innings, but it's that whip that's a little bit of a concern, Jeremy. A 1.51. Not a whip you necessarily want to be having. It's the midpoint of the year.
Absolutely, Tim. And what that shows me is the Blue Jays might have a lot of chances with runners in scoring position today, so they got to take advantage of those.
Indeed. Well, the first pitch of the ball game's inside 1-0 to Bo Bichette. And you see Bichette leading off for the Blue Jays. By the way, the order looks like this. It'll be Bichette, Guerrero Jr., who I still have to get used to at first base, as that one's called for a strike, 1-1. Travis Shaw, he'll be at third. Oscar Hernandez in right. In left will be Gurriel. At DH will be Rowdy Tellez, as McCullers deals the 1-1. Comes outside 2-1. Danny Jensen behind the plate, he'll bat seventh. Randall Grichuk, center fielder, will bat eighth. And Kevin Biggio, who has struggled this season, will play second. It's the 2-1. One's fouled off 2-2. The defensive lineman looks like this. Gurriel, that is Yaleski Gurriel, playing first for the Astros. Altuve will be at second. At short will be Correa. Third is Bregman. And left is Brantley. As swing and a miss. First strikeout for Bichette. And that one was a great pitch there from McCullers.
Absolutely. And I think it's safe to say these Blue Jays rely on their young three players in Bichette, Biggio, and Guerrero to provide themselves with a consistent offense, and to have Bichette go down on strikes as a contact hitter is not the way you want to set the table for your big power bats.
It's not how you want to set the table for the Blue Jays. It's been 1 through 5 consistent. Everything after that's been a mystery. You're going to have to figure it out eventually. But to finish out the defensive lineman, you have Springer in center, Reddick in right as the 1-0. It's outside 2-0. For Guerrero, hasn't necessarily hit for average this year, 258, but the extra bases have been a factor. He's hit double-digit home runs as well as having nearly the 20 mark in doubles as the pitch. And foul 2-1. What does Vladdy Jr. now, and what does his second full season need to do, Jeremy, you think, to become the star that he was expected to be?
There's so much you can say as he flies out to right there, but at the same time, he needs to just be that dominant player his dad was. I hate to draw a comparison to his father because I'm sure he doesn't want me to do that, but at the same time, you got to look at what his dad was, and he was just a threat on every side of the bat, so to speak. He could hit for contact. He could get the ball out of the ballpark. I mean, there's so much he could do, and he was always a threat when he stepped up to the plate. So you want to make it so that in every situation, there's simply no way to get around his imitation, so to speak.
Indeed, I'm sure he'll find that full average eventually. It's just a matter of he has to find himself and balance himself out. But here's the 0-1 to Shaw. That's downstairs, 1-1. Travis Shaw's been a big player for this Blue Jays team, 280 average. He kills right-handed pitching. He could take McCullers a long way. As the pitch dropped on the ground, it's going to be fielded by Gurriel over the first to the pitcher of McCullers to end the inning. The 1-2-3, Toronto goes in the top half of the first. Altuve, Brantley, Bregman due up for the Astros in the bottom half of the first inning. Watch immediately pop on twitch.tv as Trenton Thornton out on the mound. And you see the record, 4 games, 0-4, 7.33 ERA. It has not been a promising start for this young man.
Absolutely. I think it doesn't help that his offense just went down very quickly to start the first. You got a red-hot Jose Altuve leading off the game. So Trent Thornton's got a chip on his shoulder today, and if he wants to help the Blue Jays get a victory, he's going to have to be more dominant, a lot more dominant than he usually is.
Indeed, you saw the stat, 2019 ALCS MVP Jose Altuve as he takes the first pitch for a strike. Yeah, well, he was the hero when it's all said and done, cheating scandal or not. The only thing the Astros should definitely be happy about is that fans don't have trash cans in the stands, as it'll be an 0-1. It's fouled off 0-2. But Altuve, one of the premier second basemen in all baseball, you know he's going to put up a 20-20-20 year. This tends to happen. He knows how to get those stolen bases as well. As the pitch, well, that one swung on a miss for the first out. Thornton, 3 pitches, and that one an ugly pitch well out of the zone, but it got Altuve to swing.
Way to waste a pitch and draw a swing on it. But Tim, I know we had to bring up the trash cans eventually. Why not do it now? Obviously, in real life, no fans in the stands. But do you think if fans do return safely in 2021, the Astros will receive a very good amount of backlash, or do you think it'll be a lot less than we would have seen this year?
I still think there's going to be a lot more. I don't think the situation calms down anytime soon, especially with Joe Kelly reviving it as the pitch. That one lined in the right field. That's going to fall down for a base hit. Michael Brantley has a 1-out single. The Astros have the first base runner of the game here in the bottom half of the first. This will set up their 2, and I mean, I guess you could say the term is godly hitters, Alex Bregman, and also their 4-hitter of Yordan Alvarez. But Bregman, I mean, just look at that average, 332, 26 home runs, and 84 RBIs. almost like you can't have a better year to this point, but Yordan Alvarez has had something else to say about that. As the first pitch misses downstairs 1-0. I mean, on a typical real-life year, Jeremy, these would be MVP numbers.
Absolutely, and this would be the best way to silence people who are anticipating a bad year for Bregman. He is hitting under 200 in real life, but in this bot ball simulation, Bregman is having a fantastic year, playing up to, I guess, his cheating number, so to speak. However, he's propelled the Astros back to life, so to speak, after they were in last place to start the year. So a deep playoff run is in Houston's future as long as Bregman and Alvarez are putting up these numbers.
Indeed, here comes the 1-2 swing and a miss. Sit down on the punch out. I'll tell you what, he swung at an ugly slider, and then he just swung at a fastball well out of the zone with a second strikeout for Thornton. And now here comes Yordan Alvarez. I can't believe his average is still that high, but he's at a 352. Most of the damage has come against right-handed pitching as he hits to a very, very high average. First pitch. It's upstairs 1-0. You see for Alvarez, the last 6 games, 8 for 23. I mean, this man just cannot be stopped. 1-0. Once fouled back 1-1. I mean, he's a DH, don't get me wrong, but Jeremy, it's all said and done. Is he going to be the AL MVP?
Sorry, you cut out there. Can you repeat what you said?
He's a DH when it's all said and done, but will Yordan Alvarez be the AL MVP?
Well, I think you have to give him a fair chance because I know hitting 400 alone is hard, but he's almost hitting 400 against righties alone, which is just incredible to a whole other level of extent. And the fact that you've got all these great hitters around you. This is your second year in the league. I think if Alvarez does continue to put up these type of numbers, you've got to give him a fair shot.
That ball was short. That one's fielded and fired to second by Bichette to end the inning. Well, the Astros do get one hit, but nothing aboard. No runs, one hit, no runner left. You head to the top of the second inning, it'll be Hernandez, Gurriel, and Tellez due up for the Blue Jays. You're watching Major League Baseball on Twitch.tv.
Leading off for Toronto, the right fielder.
So here is Teoscar Hernandez. And he's been the key point for this Blue Jays team. 21 home runs. An upsetting 51 RBIs. As it's almost like, Jeremy, he's a leadoff hitter out there with his RBI numbers. Because this Blue Jays offense just has not been able to produce much around him as the 1-0 swung on a missed 1-1.
I mentioned how you can rely on guys like Bo Bichette and hopefully Vlad Jr. soon for some contact. But when you got guys like Teoscar Hernandez, Rowdy Tellez, Travis Shaw, power, on paper this seems like a nice well-rounded offense. However, they haven't been clicking at the same time. And because of that, they haven't produced the results they've wanted to this season.
Indeed, production is going to be huge. They are one game above 500, which is nice. Other than that, it's been a struggle. It's the 1-2 misses outside, 2-2. McCullers forced a 1-2-3 inning in the top half of the first. Deals the pitch. Swing and a miss. Gets Hernandez on a nasty, nasty pitch that really hung down the middle there, regardless for the first down.
And you mentioned it, Blue Jays are a game above 500 because there's teams like the Yankees and the Rays also in the AL East who are just so good and so ahead of the pack in terms of American League play. Sort of downplays the Blue Jays production. And while I'll admit they have played better than they have in past years, this is not going to cut it for a championship team. And they're still young and a lot of years left on a lot of these players. As the Yankees and Rays continue to get better, as they have no signs of slowing down, the Blue Jays got to as well.
Not every team can be the Yankees or the Braves, for example, that when they get these young stars in, they instantly become successful. Sometimes it takes time, just like the Houston Astros, for example, that they had to utilize through Altuve, Springer, and so many more to be successful. But here's the 2-2 pitch from McCullers. That one's in the dirt. 3-2, so the count full. Was on deck. Again, Jeremy, you mentioned 3 through 5, essentially the power hitting portion of the lineup. I should say really 3 through 6, a power portion of the lineup for the Jays. Ball pitch, swing and a miss. The second out, another strikeout for McCullers. That one was located perfectly there, Jeremy.
Both pitchers utilizing their breaking ball. McCullers' curve in the dirt gets a Gurriel swing. Trent Thornton using his slider back in the bottom of the first to get both Altuve and Bregman on sliders. As I just said, so strikeout stuff on display from both pitchers so far. Hopefully it'll continue for the people who are fans of pitchers' duels.
And right now, early on, we're seeing it as the first pitch to Tellez is inside 1-0. They have Tellez out on the shift, as you see in the broadcast screen. Altuve all the way out into the outfield brass. Swing and a miss, 1-1. It's like no one can figure out that knuckle curve right now. McCullers has them all out in front or holding back way too long. On 1, that's downstairs now 2-1. This is a good little hitter's count here for Tellez, but you got to get a good pitch here. As to 2-1. On the ground, between the shift, that's going to be a base hit. Springer will field, fire to second. It'll be a 2-out base knock, and I guess, Jeremy, you could say Tellez got his pitch.
Yeah, and usually when you say Rowdy Tellez got his pitch, you expect a 450-foot bomb to the opposite field, but time he just decides to poke it against the shift and get a base runner for his team that's desperately needed one so far.
Well, here is the catcher Jensen as he fouls that one off 0-1. A solid year for the catcher. Jensen's done a pretty good job, 242. Pretty average. Something that the Blue Jays again needed, especially behind the plate. I mean, you go from Russell Martin, who's as inconsistent as can be. That's Jensen as that one's popped up. Correa will make the catch in the shallow outfield to end the inning. No runs, 1 hit, and a runner left. We're through 1.5 in Houston. It'll be Correa, Gurriel, and Springer to go up for the Stros in the bottom half of the second. Watch Major League Baseball on Twitch.tv.
I might have some trivia for you. I just came up with it because I was just really shocked. I was thinking about the Astros' young core. How old do you think George Springer is?
Ooh, that is a great question. I really feel like Springer's, 27, 28? No, he may be 29, in fact. He's raging towards 30 very quick.
He'll be 31 this September.
Really?
Yeah, I remember, I think it was 2015 at the earliest, where this guy was a big prospect. I really expected him to be 26, 27, just like you, and I was going through the Astros roster, and I said, oh, this guy's going to be 31 next month. And as actually made by Gurriel. But I was thinking, it made me feel old, because I thought, I remember all these Astros prospects coming up, and now they're all approaching 30, 31, so realization for me.
That is a very surprising stat in regards to, obviously, as a broadcaster, we should know players' ages, but sometimes you just still think about guys in general of how young you feel like he is and how consistent he's been since being a major leaguer. But he went through that tough time, won a World Series with the Astros, and obviously he hopes to win more. 1-0, that one's upstairs, 2-0 to Gurriel. Yuli Gurriel, 270. The man's, I believe 37 years old. He continues to be consistent. That's upstairs, 3-0.
And you're off again. Urias 36. Just turned 36 and is 10 years older than his younger brother, Lourdes.
Wow, 3-0 swingies. He chops that off. And we'll go foul. Actually, technically, Jeremy.
Nope, that's down.
That one misses downstairs. Indeed, he is 36.
Batting seven, the center fielder.
As he would have been 35 going into this year. Obviously, a June birthday would have made him 36. But a player that old, still doing very well in terms of productivity is impressive. But regardless of being on first, Springer at the plate. And it's funny, you mentioned the trivia question about George Springer. For Springer this year, this has been a year to forget, but that one, not one to forget. I drive deep left field. That ball's gonna go. 2-run home run, George Springer. The Astros have the first lead of the ball game, 2-0, on a massive moonshot that went 375 feet over the left field wall.
Yeah, I think George Springer wanted to prove to us that he isn't that old, and he still could hit into the Crawford boxes. Great swing by Springer, extending through the ball. It's the efficient way to pull it, and it's 2-0 Houston.
Yeah, I'll tell you, I just mentioned it would have been a year for Springer to forget, but that one he definitely doesn't want to forget. That one lands over the orange barricade into, I guess you could say, the Astros creatures out there and left. Overall, a 2-0 lead, and here is Wilson Ramos, the new acquisition for the Astros. Now, I don't know if it's me, Jeremy, but it's almost like the Astros have a new catcher behind the plate every season.
Yeah, I think they traded for Maldonado twice in 2 years, if I'm not wrong. They traded for Robinson Chirinos one time, and they traded for Wilson Ramos, and Evan Gaddis for a while.
Jason Castro.
Yes, exactly. There's been so many veteran catchers that have been included on this team. It seems like that position is the only position the Astros have not been able to solidify for the past 5 years. So,
and another one you can't forget is Brian McCann.
Yes, I forgot about McCann.
That one hit on the ground hard by Ramos. Backhanded field, Bichette easily fired to first. As, well, let's put it like this, Wilson Ramos is slower than David Ortiz for the second out.
Absolutely. And going back to catchers, McCann was traded from the Yankees for Albert Abreu, a big-time Astros pitching prospect. And despite all the hype he's gotten over the past 4 years, he has not even, I don't even think, made it to AAA yet.
Oh, he's made it to AAA, just hasn't made it to the majors. That's been the difference.
I haven't even heard a sniff of his name.
That one hit high in the air, left center field. That one is going to be caught on the run. A hustling play by Hernandez to end the inning. Actually, rather, reach shot to end the inning. But the Astros tack on 2 to give themselves their first lead of the day is George Springer, and who had the season to forget. Won't forget about that one. The 2-run shot. Astros lead 2-0. As, of course, you're watching Major League Baseball on Twitch.tv. Grichuk steps in, aligns that one to left, and it's foul. Oh, he'll try it again. You see Grichuk in his 6th season. An underwhelming year with the bat, but he is one of those average players that this Blue Jays team needs, Jeremy.
Absolutely, and unlike George Springer, Randall Grichuk is somebody I feel like has been in the league forever. He's one of those guys who I feel like has been 27, 28 years old the past 5 seasons. But Grichuk is still a good contributor for Toronto, coming over from St. Louis, and definitely a great bat to have in terms of eight-spot hitters.
It is. That one misses outside, 1-2. It's going to go 8-9-1 as Biggio's on deck. That one right down the middle, knuckle curve, strike 3 for the first out. 4th strikeout for McCullers. And I don't know there, 2-strike approach. No idea what he's looking at. That ball was right down the pipe.
I guess it's just trying to work the count. If you remember, the Blue Jays were retired fairly quickly in both the top of the first and the top of the second. As you see, McCullers' pitch count's in a very good spot, so maybe it's just a matter of trying to work the count and make McCullers throw more pitches.
Indeed, as the first pitch to Biggio is called for a strike, 0-1 now. The way you look at it, Jeremy, and I know I mentioned this for Springer, regards to not a necessarily good year for him, 247, which is underwhelming, a year to forget. But for Biggio, this has really been a year to forget. That one's hit on the ground. Altuve feels backhand over to first for the second out. I mean, he struck out a bunch. He's batting below the Mendoza line. Just like Kevin Biggio, just cannot catch a break.
Good thing for Kevin Biggio is, look, he's young, and he's got a lot of career left ahead of him. He's got great veteran leadership on his team and in his family, and his father, Craig. So I think Biggio's just got to take a moment to just collect himself, realize he's having fun playing the game of baseball. He is able to produce good numbers, as we saw last year. And eventually, hopefully, he'll get back to that spot because we know Biggio can play good baseball, and he's done it before in his rookie season.
Indeed. Well, here is Bichette, another one of those young stars, as that one misses high and away, 1-1. Bichette struck out his last time up. The pitch downstairs, 2-1. And McCullers has been a good start for him. As that one, oh man, where did that miss? 3-1, but he's had that knuckle curve, nasty as can be. He's pitching with a lead, which is most important for the Astros. As the pitch, swing and a miss, full count.
I was looking at some Dodgers lineups the other day they put out, and something I noticed is Jock Peterson has been leading off for them some of the time, and he's always known for a power bat. I was thinking with the Blue Jays' sake, this could be just me spitballing here. Bichette strikes out, but what if they just decided to put Teoscar Hernandez in that leadoff spot? Would that be a suitable lineup, or do you think they should stick with Bichette?
I think how about you go the opposite direction and just hear me out on this. Hernandez in that leadoff spot would get interesting, but gets right-handed hitters. How about you try Travis Shaw up there? No, it sounds weird, but you have a guy that works counts. I mean, we've seen it work with Carlos Santana for the Indians. Even I know Joe Mauer's not necessarily the power guy, and I know he's retired now, but even he was a leadoff hitter at one point for the Twins. So I really think you can see a couple things tried out, but I would like to see Travis Shaw. He may be the leadoff guy against righties as the 1-1. That one launched to left field on the run. Make the catch is Urias. Oh my goodness.
Just died midair. It looked like it was going to be well over the Crawford boxes. Not so much.
That ball was absolutely launched, but easily was Urias to make the catch left against the wall for the first out. That was interesting, but here comes a guy who makes baseball very interesting as he's 1-for-1 on the day of Michael Brantley. For Brantley, what was a slow start is, he just got plunked. Thornton threw a slider that got away, and I don't think it hit Brantley in the head.
I think got him in the elbow.
Yeah, no, I got him in the elbow. So, be a base runner on first, and Brantley, you don't like that because he doesn't have the elbow guard on. It hit him flush.
Only one of those players who going to get booed for probably not doing much at all. I mean, just a very good contact hitter. Played on Cleveland most of his career. Yes, maybe teams will prefer to hit him rather than let him hit an extra base hit. So, obviously unfortunate for Brantley, though. He's on first base.
Indeed, as here is Bregman now. The 1-0 popped up foul, 1-1. Bregman 0-4-1. He struck out as well as the last time up to Thornton, who had 2 strikeouts back in the first. Pitch. Fouled off 1-2. You need a double play here or a strikeout if you're Thornton. You definitely do not want to keep on messing with the man on deck of Jordan Alvarez. Pitch. Outside wild pitch, but holding at first, surprisingly, is going to be Brantley. They'll try it yet again.
Disciplined by Brantley. I mean, not a fast runner, and that came off the stand fast. It's like it hit off the wall. It took a good ricochet right back to Jansen's glove. So Brantley would have for sure been out if he went.
Something about those brick walls, the balls bounce back quick. Here's the 2-2. It's downstairs 3-2. And for the record, I know it didn't hit the bricks. It hit, yes, you could say the stuff behind, but it's still connected to a brick wall regardless. So you're still going to get that bounce back. Hit the padding and such and came back. Here's the payoff pitch. Rounded foul down the first base line, and they'll try it another time. I'll tell you what, this has been a good at-bat here for Bregman.
He swung at ball 4 there. He swung at ball 4 there, but obviously protecting the plate, looking for his pitch.
Indeed, he hits that one down the middle. That's going to be a base hit. Now runners on first and second. And this is the last man with a runner in scoring position that you want to face of Yordan Alvarez. Man's been as automatic as DJ LeMahieu with runners in scoring position. First pitch called for a strike, 0-1. Again, 351, 43 home runs, 125 RBIs. And he's looking to make it 44 and 128 with one swing of the bat. Pitch on the ground, foul, the count 0-2.
Tim, just like LeMahieu did with the bases loaded last night, Yordan Alvarez grounded into a double play back in the first inning, so they're hoping he doesn't do that again here in the third.
And that's, you've got to be careful.
The ball could be dangerous.
Indeed, that's where your situations are dangerous. Going to be a 1-2 pitch to the lefty. It's downstairs 2-2. One thing about Alvarez that's so hard, and I think it's made him so good as a DH, is he's really toned down the strikeouts this year. I mean, don't get me wrong, he does strike out time to time. Pitch inside 3-2, but his plate discipline, Jeremy, has been so good compared to his rookie year that it's like he's put it together in a short amount of time, and he's proven to be the superstar that he's meant to be. As the 3-2 pitch down the right field line, that's gonna be caught out there. I'll tell you what, Hernandez made a run. I thought that ball was gonna land, but a great play to prevent the runners from tagging and get the second out.
It definitely had a lot more hang time than I anticipated. It didn't look like it was going to drop at any point. Disappointing result for Alvarez, but thankfully for the Astros, they do have a good hitter in Carlos Correa to maybe back that up and put some runs on the board.
Correa on that 6-game hitting streak swings and misses the first pitch, 0-1. For Thornton, you need to escape trouble here. If you allow a run, this game's blown wide open, and you could already be putting yourself in a deficit that you won't return from early on in this game. And we're only in the bottom half of the third inning, trying to work a third of the way through. 1-1 pitch from Thornton. High in the air right field. Hernandez on the run. Can't make the catch, and it bounces off the wall. One run will score. And holding at third will be Bregman. So it'll be runners on second and third, and a 2-out RBI double for Carlos Correa. That brings home Michael Brantley to give the Astros a 3-0 lead.
Correa's ability as a righty, especially against right-handed pitching, to go the other way is second to none, I'd even say, in the American League. Takes advantage of that ability right there and gives the Astros an extra run to go up 3-0.
The Astros now up 3. First, or rather, the 0-1 misses outside, 1-1, and Chase Anderson quickly up in the bullpen. The Astros trying to do everything they can here to expand upon their lead. They have a great chance here with Urias. The pitch up to high in the air, right center field. Running is Hernandez, but he's out of room as it goes over the fence. 3-run home run. Oh my goodness. Zelensky, Urias. I mean, Yuli, I can't believe it. I thought that ball was going to land short, but it crept over 395 feet. The Astros are up 6-0.
Urias, I mean, another ball hit the other way. They're taking advantage of opposite field abilities here, and Urias musters just enough strength to get it over that fence. No shot essentially for Teoscar Hernandez, as I was out of reach from the very beginning. The Astros are in a very good spot. They've blown this game open. Toronto is suffering, as that'll be it. Trent Thornton.
Indeed, and that's going to likely bring in Chase Anderson. But Yulesky Gurriel, the man that's got a lot of criticism in his home run power, Jeremy, where they say that he doesn't have the opposite field strength. He just proved it right there. He hit that ball a long way to right center field. For Thornton, out of luck continues, and here is Chase Anderson. 6-8, 1-1 in save opportunities. Much better than Thornton's ERA of a 5.01, but that's still not promising, to say the least.
In the pregame, we talked about how Toronto's weakest link is their pitching, and that's come to show. Peterson, a former starter with the Milwaukee Brewers, but he's serving as the long reliever here.
In first pitch swinging and making the catch will be Grichuk to end the inning. But Yuli Gurriel had some answers to help the Astros tack on some runs as he had a 3-run shot with 2 away to give the Astros a 6-0 lead as the Astros put up 4 runs on 4 hits and no one left. Get to the top of the 4th inning. We're a third of the way through this one here in Houston. Watching Major League Ball on Twitch.tv. And more Jeremy Goldstein as we head to the top half of the 4th. Here is Vladdy Guerrero Jr. This pitch misses downstairs 1-0. Jeremy McCullers has a lead now. Something that he hasn't really had much of this year. Big reason why he's lost 6 games. But you need him to go about 6-7 innings. He has the pitch count to do so. You have to imagine a couple of walks may be in McCullers' future.
I think McCullers definitely a lot less angst out on the mound. He's got that 6-run lead. I think he's still got to try to exploit his best stuff. He does have great ability to throw both his fastball and curve. At the same time, you can't allow Toronto to get back in this game. So he can tone down the intensity quite a bit, but definitely not too much.
When you think about McCullers, he's been around for a while. He's had one swung on and missed for the first out. Guerrero, another ugly swing. Strikes out. McCullers, I mean, he's dealing. That was another knuckle curve, Jeremy. He's getting these hitters all day long with it.
That's an uncanny pitch of his right there. Probably his primary when it comes to putting away the hitter. Maybe he'll use that against these lefty power bats now, because if he gets through 3, 4, 5 one more time, if he keeps up this dominance, he might only have to face him one more time the rest of the game. So McCullers is in a great spot right now. With only 50 pitches, he should just keep the foot on the gas like we just alluded to, and the Astros should have an easy win.
Indeed is. It's an 0-2 count to Shaw, but Jeremy, what I was just about to say is, one thing to think about is you have to remember McCullers, who's been here for a while. Remember when he and both Dallas Keuchel were considered the 1-2 punch on this team?
Yes, absolutely, because that's when it's probably 2017 when McCullers was young and Keuchel was emerging, and not traded for Verlander yet or Garrett Cole, and Charlie Morton was their struggling third starter. So absolutely, McCullers was a big part of that 2017 resurgence, because remember, made the playoffs in 2015 but failed to do so in 2016. McCullers and Dallas Keuchel were considered to be the reason why they became good. Let us set aside the Altuve MVP season that he shouldn't have had, but that's a story for a different day.
Indeed, as there's already 2 outs in the inning. And here is Teoscar Hernandez. Teoscar Hernandez, I'll tell you what, Jeremy. Again, we could still go on this debate, I think, all night long, and who should be a leadoff hitter, but he definitely is having the caliber. The problem is I guess you could say he essentially is a leadoff hitter with his RBI totals, because the man has 21 home runs and 50-something RBIs, which means he's never really seen more than 2 or 3 runners on at most in his home runs from time to time, as the counts 1 and 2. McCullers dealing his 58th pitch, downstairs 2-2.
Well, then maybe you're right, because if Teoscar Hernandez, one of their main sources of RBIs, you might want to keep him in that 4-hole where table can be set for him to get some hits. So maybe you're right. Travis Shaw might be the guy, because a lefty power bat seems to be a popular leadoff hitter these days.
Well, here is the payoff pitch. Swing and a miss in the dirt. Another knuckle curve. Fired to first and in it. I mean, Lance McCullers right now, Jeremy, is untouchable. 1, 2, 3. Oh, the Blue Jays in the top half of the fourth. The Astros, they're booming up 6-0. You're watching Major League Baseball on Twitch.tv. Eddie Watney reminding you to donate to Meals on Wheels. Meals on Wheels, glad to be back with them. One of our main charities in which we are part of here in Major League Baseball on Twitch.tv. Overall, Meals on Wheels helps the elderly around the world in this tough time, especially with COVID-19, and making sure that they have meals to eat. They can stay healthy and alive. And it all starts with help from us. Any penny, any dollar, anything that you have to donate is more than generous, because any amount that you can donate to help a life is what's most important. First pitch from Anderson to Ramos is inside 1-0. For a second, I had to hesitate if that was Wilson Ramos. I don't know why, but it is Wilson Ramos. His pitch inside again 2-0. Ramos, he grounded out hard the last time out, but he got thrown out by half a baseline. Let's see if he can find a hole this time. It's a pitch high and inside 3-0. Perhaps he could be working a walk here.
We're just talking about our charity. I wanted to talk about this. How's your power situation?
Oh, it's a lot better now. I've gone through 3 Verizon boxes in the last 7 days, and sounds like I have an Army helicopter going over my house right now, in fact, which is interesting. But regardless, it's been an interesting one. I hope everyone during this Hurricane Isis has been safe as Wilson Ramos works a walk. It's a situation, I know here in New York, it's nowhere near the likes of Hurricane Sandy, but this one was another damaging hurricane, and definitely not something you want to mess with.
Definitely, it took a lot. It was a lot. It lasted for a lot less time. However, I'm still running on generator over here, so that's been the savior for keeping my somewhat daily normal life intact, even still with the pandemic going on. So, yeah, I'm glad you're safe. I hope everybody watching is safe, and glad your guys are tuning in to some ball to take your mind off of anything negative going on.
And for me, I wish I had a generator. And for a couple of days, and I got lucky. I didn't lose my power, but I lost everything else. Interesting, too, when half of your town doesn't have power and you lose cell service. For a good day and a half, I had literally no cell service, and I got lucky. I would have messages squeak through on the Discord. It was like some places in my house I had it, some places I didn't. I had 3 or 4 bars of LTE. That one's called for a strike 3-1. So Anderson is going to try to battle back here. You have a runner on first with nothing away. Walked Wilson Ramos, and he's in threat here of walking the 9-hitter of Josh Reddick. Pitch, that one's fouled off 3-2. Got to get a ground ball here, Jeremy, I'd have to imagine.
Or just see if maybe Anderson will be confident enough in any put-away pitch he has in his arsenal.
That one hit high in the air left field. That's going to carry well foul, however. They'll try the 3-2 again. Anderson, since coming in, he's now at his 13th pitch as he deals. That one popped up high in the air. Moving over and making the catch will be Guerrero for the first out. Still weird, I'll tell you what, I just can't get used to it. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. at first base. I know, I guess you would say he's less defensive player compared to Travis Shaw at third. I just can't get used to it, Jeremy.
Well, yeah, and I think they realized with his build, his body type, he's not versatile enough to play third. They can get somebody else to do that, like Travis Shaw, who has played third in his past, or anybody else technically you can play infield. Vlad is sort of adjusting to first base. I know it's tough for the eye right now because we're not used to it, but I think he's got the defensive ability because he's fielded ground balls for quite a long time. So maybe he can take that into learning how to pick a throw to first. Well, I think he does have the talent to play good first base. It's just we're just gonna have to get used to seeing it.
And hopefully it translates well. He hasn't done a bad job over there. It's just hard to get used to. as the 0-2-2 Altuve. That one lined into left center field. That's going to go into the gap. This ball's going to roll against the wall. It's going to be fielded by Grichuk. Fires over to third. Ramos will stop right there. And it'll be a one-out double. And I'm going to tell you something, Jeremy.
I know what you're going to say.
I want to see if we show the replay. Did Wilson Ramos almost get ran down? I'm like 90% sure he almost just got ran down by Jose Altuve.
I was about to say Altuve is just as fast as Ramos on that play, despite the fact that Altuve could lap him in a race. However, the fact being, Altuve is probably 2 feet behind Ramos until Ramos pulled into third. So, big issue there. I think if Altuve and Ramos swap places, it's 7-0. However, they're going to have to settle with second and third.
Indeed, and I think there was a good opportunity to score, but Ramos, I mean, I don't want to make a dig, but the man is a snail. It's just that simple. I mean, I've never seen anyone slower. It just happens. I mean, listen, he's a great hitter. He's a great defensive catcher. He just doesn't have speed. It's not everyone's going to be or Jose Altuve's. 2-1. One's hit the left field. This one's going to be caught. Ramos is tagging. Throw to home.
He's out.
Keep time. I could have seen that from a mile away. Maybe Janty laughs that one off as he heads back to the dugout. By the way, I cannot discredit the throw either to the plate. Well, it's a double play, I guess you could say, to end the inning as Gurriel throws out Wilson Ramos. And we head to the top half of the 5th inning.
Is this proper broadcast etiquette, Tim?
No, it is not. But the Astros are up 6-0 as you're watching Major League Baseball on Twitch.tv. I mean, I don't know what else to say. Man just can't get the piano off his back. It's unfortunate. But an easy situation on a deep fly ball. He just couldn't score. Unfortunate.
Dude, I'll be honest. I was hoping he'd get thrown out just to see you react.
I can't believe it.
Like Jorge Soler dropping a fly ball. I just want to see what you have to say when it happens.
I am bald. But the pitch is outside 1-0. McCullers, regardless, he didn't need that run. He's up 6-0. He's minding his own business out there, and no one on the Blue Jays has been able to figure out how to hit a fastball, let alone the knuckle curve. Pitch is called for a strike, 1-1. Blue Jays, if I'm not mistaken, have been held to 1 hit to this point. And back, it is a knuckle curve called for a strike, 1-2. And if I'm not mistaken, that hit came from, I believe it was Tellez between the Shep. That one's inside 2-2. So we will see Tellez in the inning. Gurriel 0 for 1. Pitch.
The big shame here, Tim. The big shame is that Rowdy Tellez cannot hit 6-run home run. It's not possible. I have to actually have multiple players contribute if they want to come back.
Is that one misses outside 3-2? Well, I don't know. Good old remember Dodger Films, Bobby Crosby. Maybe if he hit the scoreboard. 5-run home run as that one's hit on the ground. Altuve fields. Fires the first in time defeat for the first out.
Unfortunately, Fireball is not in the Blue Jays.
Now batting, number 44.
That is a very good point, but there's some good debates on who is best softball player in Dodger Films, although I haven't gotten to watch in a good little while.
Yeah, ever since probably, fortunately when that player who was referred to as Bradley Cooper, unfortunately when he passed away, that's around the point where I sort of stopped watching.
I'm gonna go back and look because I wonder how he's doing through the whole COVID situation, because that's definitely not
He's been
easy
playing.
as well.
I know they've been playing. And California has been hit hard, so I wonder how they're holding up over there. It's got to be a difficult situation for them because that's essentially how they make money. It's probably their most viewed series on their channel, so I guess I don't know how they're doing it, but they're making it work.
Indeed, well, it'll be a 1-1. That's upstairs 2-1. Les 1 for 1 on the day. He has the only base hit it was a single down the middle against the shift, of course. And out now 3-1. Amy Jansen sits on deck. Pitch. Fouled off 3-2. I think McCullers is going to go to the knuckle curve here, Jeremy, but not quite sure. What do you think?
Going fastball up and away.
Well, we're both wrong. It's a changeup downstairs.
You want to do the complete opposite of what you said, but both wrong at the end of the day.
See if he throws it here on the 3-2. That one swung on and missed. Another hitter to go down on strikes, this time on a four-seam fastball. 7th strikeout for McCullers, who is absolutely dealing right now. And I mean, wow, Tellez was as late as can be. That ball was already in the catcher's glove by the time he swung. But that there's 2 away, as here is Danny Jansen. One swung on and missed 0-1.
Jansen, I feel like, has sort of solidified himself as the everyday catcher. Toronto, at the beginning of the season, at least when I was doing BOS BAL as that Peterson side, I feel like we would have seen Reese McGuire get the start against some many pitchers, but it looks like Danny Jansen has earned the full trust of Charlie Montoyo and the Jays staff.
Indeed, and I'll tell you what, this Astros team, no one could have expected their resurgence they had after the tough start to the year, but this has been incredible. That one swung on and missed 2-2. I mean, this team is just so good right now. And they may be the AL West winners when it's all said and done. And these Houston fans, they have to love it because it was, I mean, treacherous, with the exception of obviously your 3 and 4 hitters of Bregman and also one swung on and missed 2 in the inning, but Yordan Alvarez, they were the only bright spots. Well, it's not the case anymore. McCullers has his 8th strikeout to end the inning as he puts Toronto down in order another time. Bregman, Alvarez, and Correa due up for Houston in the bottom half of the 6th. Watching Major League Baseball, or correction, bottom half of the 5th. Watching Major League Baseball on Twitch.tv. Here is Alex Bregman, 1 for 2. He singled and scored a run his last time up. Gotta wonder if Yordan Alvarez is due, as the first pitch misses downstairs 1-0.
I don't think anybody is due. The Astros offense has been obviously very effective throughout the first half of the game, and now as we're in the second half, I think it's more about making sure McCullers throws the right amount of pitches, making sure the Astros still don't put their foot off the gas. So I guess you could be right in that extent, because I guess Alvarez is due, but I don't feel like it's a necessity, if you get what I'm saying.
Outside, that's the ball.
Indeed is. Pitch misses inside 3-1. I mean, this Astros team, regardless, I guess you could say everyone's done well. They're going to bring home runs. Their offense is going to be productive. It's just a matter of how the pitching goes. Right now, it's worked as that one's called for a strike, 3-2. Anderson out for another inning of work, by the way. Man's doing a very good job trying to limit the lead. But it's been tough when you have no run support, as that's upstairs and in for a walk. So Bregman will get on base for yet another time. And now here is Yordan Alvarez, who's been held to an 0-for-2 start.
Concerned, his average is still 350. I mean, I couldn't hit that in rec league, so I mean, Yordan Alvarez is having a great time.
My highest average, I would say, in terms of right now of what I've played in adult league baseball, I've been a 375, but that's, through 40 at-bats. He's done this, through, 300, 400 plate appearances. So that's pretty impressive. But regardless, Alvarez 0 for 2 on the day. Pitch. Swing and a miss, 1-1. You know what he reminds me, and I'm just looking at the stance now, and just hear me out on this, Jeremy. Obviously, he's a DH. Obviously, he's much thinner, and I don't want to say the term's frail, but a little bit more frailer. He really reminds me of David Ortiz. If you really look at the beard and everything, he reminds me of Big Papi.
Nah, I think Might be because he's younger. I think Ortiz is a lot more vocal than Alvarez. And I just don't think Alvarez pulls the ball with as much authority as Ortiz did. Again, this is only his second year in the league. And he double played twice.
Yep, indeed, there it is. Actually, it'd be his first double play of the ball game. That one's hit to Bichette and obviously flipped it with ease. But he hit it hard. There's two away. And now that'll set it up for, I believe, Gurriel. Actually, correction, Correa, then Gurriel. Correa had an RBI double the last time up. He's 1 for 2. And the Astros, still regardless, booming here in the bottom half of the 5th inning. Pitch. Fouled off 0-1. I mean, Jeremy, obviously we mentioned the Astros' success. They have to keep on winning. 0-1 pitch down the ground. Bichette fields backhand over the first to end the inning. We'll continue that point to the top of the 6th inning. The Astros essentially go down in order. No runs, no hits, and no one left. They're through 5 in Houston. Watch Major League Baseball on Twitch.tv. The head to the top of the 6th, it'll be Randall Grichuk to lead it off. Again, I go back to the standings. Obviously, we watched the A's, Jeremy, pick up a victory against the Yankees prior to this, and we know the Astros coming into today were sitting at 6.5 games back, rather 6 games back, now 6.5 off of the division. I mean, right now it's 61 and 52. It's still in reach. They're going to have to continue to put together good series after good series to make a run at this Oakland A's team that's come back to life.
Definitely, and that includes consistency. And I think if you look at every team that wins the division, consistent on both sides, and that means the Astros are going to have to hit they have during the second half and not the first. So again, it's simple, but it's not. This team's clearly struggled at multiple points this season, especially at the beginning, and that is going to hopefully come to task for them with burying this Blue Jays team.
Indeed, 10 games above 500. If they win today, it's the 3-0s called for a strike, 3-1. Still not going to get the job done in terms of playoffs. You have the AL Central, I mean, so competitive. The Twins, they're 74 and 42, but you have the Indians with 72 wins, and the White Sox, who have faded a little bit, with 68 respectfully. That one's fouled off 3-2. I mean, you look at the Rays, they have 65 wins. They're still 3 games out of the wild card because of just how good these two teams have been. The 62 wins isn't going to do it as that one's hit the left center field. The Blue Jays finally have another hit as that one's going to go against the wall. On his way to second will ultimately be Grichuk with a lead-off double. That was a big piece of hitting there by Grichuk.
Yep, way to utilize the gap right there. Just need an extra base hit for Toronto. However, they need to keep the chains moving if they want to get any close in this game.
So here is Biggio, and I'm surprised they don't have him trying to bunt here. At a 193, you got to get a run across the board some way, somehow. Runner on second, no out.
Ball one.
That one misses downstairs, 1-1. I mean, right now, it's been a tough year, Jeremy, for Kevin Biggio. This is an important team, by the way, in his career.
You got 2 balls, 1 strike.
Facing the Astros, you have to remember, you think about his dad.
And he definitely wants.
Ball, that's out.
Apologies.
He definitely wants to show out for his dad too. I don't think he should be worrying about that right now. Although it is easier said than done. He needs to work on just being a fluid swing at the plate, and if he's going to get out, make it a productive one. Get the runner over to third base because he needs to contribute to this team in a positive way.
Indeed, as this one hit on the ground, this is going to be productive in moving the runner over as Altuve fields first for the first step. Now, this one's going to be a more simpler trivia question, Jeremy.
I'm
Do
all
you
for it.
remember 3 players on the Killer Bees for the Houston Astros?
So was this Biggio's year?
Of course, Biggio being one of the Killer Bees. There'd be 2 more Bees on the 1997 team. In particular, this one's hit high in the air with center field. This ball's going to carry off the wall. Fielding his Springer. 1 run will score of Goricha. Is an RBI double for Bo Bichette. And the Blue Jays finally have a run on the board, Jeremy.
And Tim, after that demolished gapper by Bo Bichette, I have one of the Killer Bees that I can name. It's Jeff Bagwell one.
Indeed, that's a guarantee. But the third one, now that's my question for you. Can you
Is it a pitcher?
remember that? No, it is not.
Oh boy. Oh.
It's McCullers' day, by the way, is done.
Now,
The Astros are going to go to the bullpen, and they'll bring in Chris Davinsky. Davinsky's had a very good bounce-back year, 51 games, 2.90 ERA. From the man that didn't get used in the postseason last year, but was a big piece in the Astros World Series run back in 2017. Been a very, very good player. As the first pitch, inside 1-0.
I'm gonna have to surrender the last Killer Bee to you because I can't remember it.
So this one will come with surprise, but he's an incredible player and arguably one of the most underrated Astros of all time. That's Lance Berkman.
I know him more for the Cardinals, and I know he was on the Yankees for a very, very short period of time. But I always forget about the Astros days because I just think when I started watching baseball, it was at the end of his career, and I just don't know him for his Astros days. But yeah, now that you remember it, now that you recall it, I'm aware that he did play for the Astros, but I would have never guessed.
Berkman had an incredible career. And, just such a good hitter and such a good mix. I mean, he was good everywhere he was on the field. That one swung on a miss, 2-2. And, I mean, you remember all his moments as well. I mean, especially when he was an outfielder. His hill, everything. I mean, it's incredible with what Lance Berkman's done. As the 2-2 pitch, swing and a miss. Guerrero down on strikes for the second time today. There's 2 away in the inning.
Very good utilization by Davinsky. Coming in for McCullers, he's got a lot to do. He's got a lot of pressure on him, more than you would think, because if he does blow this lead, he's not going to have a happy teammate, but he always went out away from getting a clean inning.
I mean, Jeremy, I have to ask you, do you remember the Lance Berkman catch on Tal's Hill against Pittsburgh?
No, I do not. I'll be honest.
It was probably one of the greatest catches in Astros history. He ran up and he caught the ball, basically falling down up the hill in a diving attempt, and made the catch.
Only thing I remember about that hill is I remember watching a Yankees-Astros season opener, I think 2013.
This ball hit the left center field. That one's going to carry over the wall. Two-run home run, Travis Shaw. His 22nd home run on the year. The Blue Jays have cut the deficit, Jeremy, down to 3.
Maybe he should be leading off. That is a very impressive display of opposite field pop from the bat of Shaw. Blue Jays have gotten the third of their runs back. They're not. I wouldn't say they're completely back in it, but they're getting closer. Excuse me, that was a 3-run shot, so 6-3 now. Well, no, it was a 2-run shot. They had a run previously. I think my head's just a little mixed up right now, but halfway back, Jays have made this a game again. Gotta keep hitting though. They got 10 more outs remaining.
Indeed, it's very rare to see Chris Davinsky steal a home run, but that was the case. All of a sudden now, it's, I guess you could say, a save situation for Houston. They still have the lead, but now everyone's going to be dealing for holds. The Astros still up 6-3. It'll be a 1-1 to Teoscar Hernandez. Teoscar swings and misses to count 1-2. I mean, Hernandez still, he's had some tough swings today, but giving it a good hack at the pitches. 1-2. Fouled off for 1-2. And, you know, we've talked about the lack of Toronto offense, but here in this inning, especially against McCullers, they finally found it, Jeremy. Now just a matter of can they come back? 1-2's fouled off yet again.
Yeah, I mean, that comes down to hitting with runners in scoring position. We talked about the Astros and how they have a bad whip in terms of pitching, so they're going to have a lot of opportunities, the Blue Jays will risk.
Yeah, well, that one in front of the catcher, fielded and fired by Ramos to end the inning. 2 more runs, actually 3 runs come on the board overall for the Blue Jays, but 2 runs right there on that shot that crept over the fence by Travis Shaw. The Blue Jays put on 3 runs on 3 hits, no one left on. Here in the bottom of the 6th as Gurriel leads off the first pitch inside 1-0. Dustin Miller, Ryan Dull up in the bullpen. And I'll tell you what, for the Blue Jays, within reach all of a sudden, Anderson's still out there on the bump. He faces Yuli Gurriel, who had a 3-run home run earlier on this ball game, as well as walked his last time up. You gotta wonder, how much does Anderson have left in the tank, as that one's called for a strike, 2-1?
That's up to Charlie Montoyo to decide. Obviously, he's done very well in relief of Trent Thornton, and he does have length. He's a former starter. As long as he continues to get out, I'm sure he'll be in this game.
Well, here's the 2-1. Upstairs 3-1. And for Thornton, if he gets the loss, he falls to 0-5, and that ERA only continues to skyrocket more and more. But Anderson's trying to do whatever he can to make it a no decision. That one's inside, ball 4. So it'll be a leadoff walk for Gurriel, his second walk of the day. That'll move it over. Apologies.
Doesn't lose the zone there, so I mean, maybe his leash is tighter as long as more runners get on base. George Springer, who homered his last time up, will be taking position in the batter's box.
And he had a moonshot in the second inning, Jeremy. It was a big home run that gave the Astros at the time a 2-0 lead. This one line foul 0-1. But Springer overall, he does have a tendency to ground into double plays from time to time. But he is still good as can be with his bat when he's on, as that one misses downstairs 1-1. Interested to see here if the Astros can answer back in the inning. Pitch upstairs, now 2-1. That one swung on and launched foul. Springer almost got all of that. They'll try it yet again. Pitch. Foul behind the plate. Apologies, and it will stream lag. And they're going to try it yet again. I think if Springer gets on here, Jeremy, this is going to be all for Anderson, as that one misses outside 3-2. I have to imagine this may be the last one he faces.
Yeah, I back-to-back walks to start inning is not promising by any standards, so might be the smart decision.
Well, here's the payoff pitch. This one hit high into the air right field. Hernandez calls it, moves in, makes the catch for the first out. So now it'll be Wilson Ramos, a man who may be slower than someone running in quicksand up at the plate. Thrown out his last time out after walking on a sacrifice fly to home. And Ramos has had an average year, don't get me wrong, but that speed I still continue to reference is incredibly below average.
Tim, I'm starting to wonder, do you have a list of nicknames for Wilson Ramos in your booth at home right there?
Fantasy Killer would be number 1. He is, needless to say, my least favorite person right now in fantasy baseball for many different reasons, simply because I released him and then he homered the next game. Oh, another nickname. Could go with Wheels as he hits this one out of center field. That's going to be caught out there.
Maybe called flat tire.
Now, flat tire. But he didn't fall. I think you have to give Ryan Braun flat tire. I don't think you can give that to Wilson Ramos because, I mean, if you ever see how many times Ryan Braun falls rounding the bases, it is incredible. I didn't know someone can fall so many times rounding third base.
I noticed as Ronald Acuna loses his helmet every time.
That's true. Pitch. That's downstairs. I mean, literally, and I don't want to make this a continuous conversation, but I just thought about it in my head. I think Bartolo Colon is faster than Wilson Ramos, Jeremy. Like, that is just how slow Wilson Ramos is.
We'll have to organize a race. Here's the deal. I'll tweet at both of them, the story, and then we'll organize it. It'll be in your backyard, 7:30 at night next Thursday. How does that sound?
That sounds good to me. Obviously, it's going to be a lot of traveling, but a line drive to the center fielder of Greenchuck will end the inning. So here comes Joe Smith for the Astros as the Blue Jays in the top half of the seventh inning, trail by 3. The Astros couldn't answer any runs. The Blue Jays had a 3-run top half of the 6th. Now it'll be Gurriel, 5-6-7 to lead it off for the Blue Jays. And you got to wonder, Jeremy, there could be more runs in the picture.
Yeah, especially with Lourdes Gurriel at the plate. He's a notorious rally starter for Toronto against a submariner who could hang a lot of pitches like Joe Smith. This is the prime opportunity to do so.
Yeah, this is a great opportunity as the pitch called for a strike at the knees, 0-2. Sinkers at 89. And Joe Smith is another example of pitchers that I just love in the setup role. Throws the sidearm, angle because it just seems like they're so consistent and hard to hit. Pitch down the ground. Smith fields, fires first for the first out. Smith made that one look easy as it was a chopper right back up towards his head.
I mean, very important out for the Astros, especially after surrendering half their lead. Being in a nice quick 1-2-3 inning here, it'll speed up the process for them and allow them to exhale a little bit.
Well, here is Rowdy Tellez, singled, and for one point was the only hit for the Houston Astros until the last inning, as he had a base knock down the middle in his first plate appearance today. 1 for 2 as that one swung on a missed 1-1. That sinker looks really nasty right now from Smith as that one's fouled off 1-2. I mean, he's keeping it low at the knees, and if he keeps it there all day long, Jeremy, no one's going to touch him.
Ooh, I almost clipped him too.
That one misses inside, but I mean, as long as he continues to keep the location, I don't think anyone is going to Joe Smith hard. As the pitch chopped and just couldn't catch it there was Wilson Ramos. They'll try yet again. Pitch. Foul again. Well, let's see, as we have a little bit of a battle here, who will get the best? Will it be Tellez or Smith? 2-2.
That's a pitch, especially in bot ball, Tim. I see that. It looks like it's on the corner about every time over the plate. These just never call it.
Well, they're going to have the battle continue as that one's fouled off. So
you might have to talk to Garrett about his ump programming. He might need to step up his game on that a little bit.
It is the payoff pitch. This one hit high in the air. Altuve moves over to make the catch for the second out of the inning.
The batter, Number 9.
It's very important that Joe Smith doesn't have any additional pressure on top of him right now. I think especially with the bottom of the order coming up and the two Astro ace relievers warming up, it'd be great if for the Astros' sake, obviously, if they can just have a quick retirement of Danny Jansen right here.
And you got to try to continue to work quick because the first pitch swung on a miss, 0-1. Got to get ahead 0-2. That's the first thing, and done a good job throwing strikes in his relief appearance to this point. That one's hit on the ground. Smith moves over as it's fielded by Gurriel and flipped to him to end the inning. So Joe Smith has a 1-2-3 inning in the top half of the 7th. The Astros lead 6-3. It'll be Altuve, Brantley, and Bregman due up for the Stros in the bottom half. Bottom half of the 7th. Watch immediately pop on Twitch.tv as Ryan Dull coming in. And usually in this situation, we have Shark Shavery. Not the case.
We have to blame Shark for anything bad that happens again because we had to do that last time we called the game.
The second baseman.
Oh, if the Astros put up like a 10 spot here, then it's all Shark's fault. But I don't know. I mean,
and if the Astros just take a ball, it's Shark's fault.
It's Shark's fault that I found a 7th inning stretch that, needless to say, Take Me Out to the Ball Game stopped its lyrics after 2 seconds in. It was just the song itself.
Remember when you played it from your phone and we didn't sing, but that was the idea I proposed, but no one was a fan of that. I think we'd lose about 10 viewers if we started to sing.
I think we'd lose a lot more than 10. But overall, the count is 3-0 to the leadoff hitter of Jose Altuve.
I think we should ask Michael Memmis to come in and sing for us, because I think he's got a great voice.
I don't know if that's sarcastic or if that's the truth.
Oh, but Michael Memmis sing. He does sing, yes.
I've never heard Memmis sing. I'm going to have to ask him about that. Is that when this is upstairs?
Hope he's watching. I hope he's watching. Mike, if you're watching, get in here right now and sing for us.
I'm sure he'd be down for it, but it'll be Michael Brantley who steps in. He is 1 for 2 on the day.
He's going.
Pitch. That one hit the left field. Moving over and making the catch is Gurriel for the first out.
Now batting. The third baseman.
1 out essentially there. And now Alex Bregman steps in, and again, the Astros, they've had their opportunities in the top half of the lineup to make some more damage than they already have. Today, Jeremy, it hasn't been the middle of the lineup that's been productive. It's actually been the bottom.
Yeah, and that's the shocker part because you look at Altuve and Bregman are the faces of this team, and they have ascended 300 in their batting averages. But despite that, the main production of these 6 runs have not come from them.
Okay, so here is the 0-1, and that one's thrown over first. Indeed, it's been the bottom. Carlos Correa, George Springer, Gurriel, Yuli Gurriel, that is. Being productive is the 0-1. Runner goes to throw in time. Jose Altuve caught stealing. Well, he had a pretty good jump. It was a great throw by Wilson Ramos behind the plate. Action, Danny Jensen on team with the second out.
I think Wilson Ramos could have beaten that ball to the bag with his own legs.
I beg to differ. I don't even think he'd be halfway down, but there's still 2 away. I don't wonder what it's like for that man running poles. He's got to be incredibly long running poles. It'll be a 1-2 pitch. Alex Bregman. Oh, strike 3 to end the inning. The Astros essentially get retired in order after Jose Altuve works a leadoff walk. The Austin Pruitt in for the top half of the 8th inning. You're watching Usually Pop Ball on Twitch.tv. There is Austin Pruitt.
Leading off for Toronto.
He faces Randall Grichuk.
Randall.
Started off the rally, Jeremy, for this Blue Jays team back in the 6th inning. Grichuk 1 for 2. He has a double on his as the pitch.
Action. Ball 2.
Stein 2-0. Well, there's a strike 2-1.
2 balls.
I mean, what do the Blue Jays have to do to come back in this one?
Austin Pruitt out of the game. I mean, you need to intimidate the Astros to a factor point where they feel the need to put in Ryan Presley or Roberto Osuna. This is insulting to the Blue Jays that Astros don't feel the need to use their proper setup guy in a 3-run game. So, prove to the Astros you're more intimidating than this. Let's go.
Indeed, and obviously you mentioned Ozuna. You definitely want to try to force him in early for maybe 4 or 5 out save. It'll be a 3-2 count. Grichuk. Pitch.
Ball 4.
Downstairs ball 4, so lead off runner on. Blue Jays again threatening here in the 8th.
Second baseman.
They need to get some more runs, but that's a good start for it. Get a leadoff runner on base, and you see.
Oh, Biggio. Yeah, I'm going to take the words right out of your mouth. I mean, this has been the most unreliable hitter of the game. He's grounded out twice today. One more ground ball, and all of a sudden that base runner is nullified. So, better not, for the Blue Jays' sake, do anything he'll regret.
Well, I'm surprised they don't try to bunt him. I think I mentioned that every time he's up at the plate. He's had a bunch. Can't put the ball in play now. There's a lot of other options you have. There's the 0-1 pitch. Into this 0-2, and that's no dig at Biggio. It's just, you got to try something eventually. If you can't get it out of the ball.
He's looked bad. 2 12-6s have been in the strike zone, which essentially make them easier to hit as
Austin Pruitt is hurt. Oh boy, and it said this could be serious. It's not looking good. You think Tommy John instantly a torn UCL, Jeremy? That's not good.
Our thoughts and prayers are with virtual Austin Pruitt, and we'll see who put into this game, as we will see Ryan Presley. So that makes it worse for Biggio.
So it'll be an 0-2 count for Biggio.
Still 3.29 ERA on the year. He does fare better against lefties as his splits go. Struck out 41 and walked 10.
So Presley now, since coming in for the injury, will deal. Did he go?
Yeah.
Oh, he did?
That was
I don't
close. That bat's vertically extended like it was, or horizontally. Better shot, he actually did go on that pitch.
Pitch, that's downstairs 2-2. Presley had all the time he needed to warm up due to the injury. I'll tell you what, that man's got a ball dead, as they say. You know what that means? When pitchers are bald, they are fearless on the mound, Jeremy. Let me tell you that. As the 2-2 pitch is fouled off. We have 2 sayings in baseball, Jeremy, and I'm not sure if you're aware of this. Obviously, fear the beard. That's not the James Harden reference, but obviously when you have teams that have beards, it is a scary thing to face. When you have a lot of pitchers with bald heads, I can promise you they are fearless on the mound. It is the 2 most favorite things in baseball.
Well, Tim, so you're going to call J-Hap fearless?
Yes.
What? Well, I know you got the people watching didn't hear this, but I definitely heard a J-Hap rant prior to us going into this broadcast.
I definitely agree with you. I also definitely agree that he is fearless to get clobbered around every single game in real life. As the 3-2 pitch, one's fouled off. I didn't say you have to be successful to be fearless.
Give my props here to Kevin Biggio. He's really put together a good at-bat after looking awful in the first 2 pitches.
Well, this
there you
one
go.
popped up, and here's Wilson Ramos, who surprisingly got to that ball faster than he got halfway to second base.
Shortstop.
The first down. I guess he really likes defense a lot more than running the base pass. That's what I think it is.
He has the padding on his legs, so it makes him even faster, right?
That'll be the show, ladies and gentlemen. But here is Bo Bichette as he kept in. He had an RBI double his last time up. He gave the Blue Jays their first run of the ball game. And obviously Travis Shaw had a 2-run home run. Gave them their third runs. The Astros were up 6-0 to start. Started off with George Springer hitting a 2-run home run. We had Yuli Gurriel, who had a 3-run home run to make it 5-0. Actually, rather, that was 6-0, because a batter before that, George Springer, had an RBI double, made the game 4. Actually, yeah, it would have been 3-0 at that time. Regardless, Astros had a lead. This one hit the left field. That's going to be a base hit. And threatening now is the Blue Jays. That ball got by, but a good backup there by Presley.
Now back.
Bo Bichette has a 1-out single.
Vladimir Guerrero Jr.
Bichette's job at the table for the middle of the order. This is a test for Vlad Jr. He's 0 for 3. He's due for a hit. I mean, this is game-breaking right here.
On Guerrero, the one dig he's had on today is that he's struck it out twice and has had a tough time putting the balls in play. As the first pitch, inside 1-0. I mean, one swing of the bat ties this ball game up. You see the season with runners in scoring position. Guerrero a 143. That is not good at all, to say the least. Really want him to take advantage here. As the pitch. Launch time here! Deep left field! It's gonna go! Tie game! Oh my goodness! Vladimir Guerrero Jr. on one swing of the bat as his 15th home run of the year. And we're all tied up at 6.
I have no words. Hoop Shark. This is just excellent plate discipline. Hands are together, locked in, and Vlad just executes his whole body through the ball. Punishes it. I mean, that, no doubter.
That ball got stuck in the play ball sign. That's how far he hit it. And I'm going to say this is the second time today, Jeremy, where I've said somebody's statistics are absolutely disgusting this year. They've gone on the homer. Happened earlier with George Springer. They gave the Astros a 2-0 lead. And regardless, that average with runners in scoring position has been terrible, as that one's hit on a soft line to Altuve for the second out. For Guerrero, that runners in scoring position number has been ugly. That doesn't matter because he just hit a 3-run home run to tie the game. Let's swing to that change.
We are on pace for my 4th straight extra innings spot ball game. No, that was broken up by our last game, but a 4th in the last 5 games.
For me, the most I've had consecutive, I believe, was 5. It got broken up the day before I had my first game with Dugout, which was what I was really hoping was like a 20-30 inning game. Unfortunately, it didn't happen. 1-0. That one swung and I missed 1-1.
I think we'll be seeing free baseball today.
It's a good question. Let's see how the Astros answer back in the bottom half of the 8th inning.
I feel like they're going to take advantage of that weak bullpen. Because obviously, McCullers' masterpiece has now gone to waste. You wonder, Austin Pruitt didn't get hurt. Does this happen?
You really do wonder, and obviously, McCullers, no decision now for him. He had one heck of a day, 9 strikeouts. Local curve was working. Unfortunately, it just wasn't enough as that 3-run home run. Or rather, the 2-run home run by Shaw on the one the 1 RBI double, Bo Bichette took him out of the ball game. Pitch. This one hit high in the air right field. On the run is Gurriel. He makes the catch in the shallow outfield for the final out. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. showing shades of his father on a clutch home run. That, I mean, was an absolute moonshot off the play ball sign into the stands in left field. All tied up at 6. Watching Major League Baseball on Twitch.tv. Yordan Alvarez steps in. 0 for 3 day. Very rare for Alvarez. As I mentioned on the opposite side, Jeremy, one swing of the bat changes everything for Guerrero. It can work the same way for Yordan Alvarez.
This guy's on pace for over 150 RBIs. I mean,
No, that's down.
keep the laugh at that.
He's got a chance here to be the hero. Here is the 1-0. All for a strike, 1-1. By the way, All is out for another inning of work here in the 8th. Pitch outside 2-1. Blue Jays, you know, Jeremy, they want to do anything they can. Trying to win this one is the pitch. Oh, line center field. Is it caught? It is! What a play by Randall Greenshot. That makes you start saying da-da-da, da-da-da, because what a diving catch on the line. Prevent a base hit, maybe even extra bases from Yordan Alvarez.
Yeah, and if that gets by Grichuk, then that might be even more trouble as he might get to second, even third base. So great diving save by Grichuk. Now the Astros got to be very demoralizing.
Indeed, that is a big play as Correa steps in and takes a strike to count now 1-1. That continues to deflate the momentum. Was on the side of the Houston Astros as this one's hit on the ground, fielded and fired to first for the second out by Biggio. There's 2 away. But, you know, Jeremy, another thing to think about is you look in the Blue Jays bullpen. And I want you to think about something for a second. Because on the Astros side, Roberto Ozuna, who is the closer, you have to remember he was a Blue Jay throughout most of his career. Obviously,
which is very short at the time.
Indeed, but it's still been. He's been minor league Blue Jay to start as that one swung on a missed 0-2. Well, on the opposite side for this Blue Jays team, you have the former closer for the Astros of Ken Giles. He's a Toronto Blue Jay. Both of these guys, you know, they want to have the right to close out the ball game against their old respective teams. This one's hit high in the air right field. Will be caught by Hernandez to end the inning. So the Astros retired in order 1, 2, 3 in the bottom half of the 8th. All tied up to the top half of the 9th. Are extras in the future? We shall see. You're watching Major League Baseball on Twitch.tv.
Leading off for the Blue Jays, the left fielder,
Lourdes Gurriel Jr. leads off the top half of the 9th inning for the Toronto Blue Jays. Ryan Presley out for another inning. I have no idea why. That one's fouled off 0-1.
That was his 20th pitch, and Presley's very much so a one-inning reliever if you look at last year. So very confusing decision by Dusty Baker. I wonder what he's trying to get after.
Outside.
Maybe trying to have Ozuna in the extra innings, maybe. Again, I don't really know, though, because if you're the home team, I don't think you can have a save situation out of it. Rather a winner go home. Pitch, that one hit on the ground. Is it fair? Oh, it's foul. 1-2. Urias trying to get on base. Pitch. Swing and a miss. Big slider there by Pressey. 91 on the gun. The first down.
Now batting.
Good utilization of the slider. Starts in the zone. Chase out of Gurriel's bat. Number 1 is recorded in the books.
It is out. Number 1, as you mentioned, recorded in the books. There's Rowdy Tellez. First pitch is outside 1-0. I mentioned Tellez had the single back in the second, but it hasn't had a hit since. 1 for 3 on the day. One swing of the bat changes it for both sides. Both ball clubs as the pitch upstairs 2-0. If you're the Astros, Jeremy, you cannot be happy because you allowed 6 runs unanswered. Toronto Blue Jays, 6-0 lead. Now all of a sudden, with one swing of the bat, they could be looking to take this win and ultimately have a big lead as that one's called for a strike, 2-2. I mean, this is, I don't think anyone anticipated this, to be honest.
Absolutely correct. This is just a wasted start by Lance McCullers. And Astros bullpen now has lost a lot of confidence. I'm sure the inability for the bullpen to back up McCullers has costed Lance to lose some confidence. Now the Astros, often who did such a good job at the beginning of the game, putting them into a lead, have to do more work than they probably should.
2-2, that one's fouled off as almost couldn't make the catch. You got to wonder, too, if extra innings come, if Dusty Baker perhaps tries to mix it up behind the plate as well, give the catchers a rest. It's very hard when you go extra innings. Have catchers, staying out there behind the plate as that one swung on a miss for the second out. Another strikeout for Presley. But it doesn't matter because he doesn't have the lead at the moment. That one was a hanger.
Impressive strikeout by Presley. We questioned him coming back in the game. He's definitely proved us wrong thus far, as Alex Wilson enters the game now for Houston.
Number 31.
And Wilson, another promising pitcher out of this Astros pen, 2.16 ERA. 33 1/3 innings, 4-1 record, 31 games. And all he needs really here is 1 out for the Astros. He faces the right-handed hitter of Danny Jansen. This one hit on the ground, fielded by Bregman. Over to first, 1 pitch, 1 out. And the Blue Jays are retired in order. So the Astros have a chance to walk it off in the bottom half of the 9th. 6 runs, 6 hits on both sides of the board. It'll be George Springer, Wilson Ramos, and Josh Reddick after the 9th. Justin Miller on the mound for the Blue Jays as you're watching Major League Baseball on Twitch.tv.
And let's make a deal. Wilson Ramos is an inside the park home run to win this game. Inside the park, we'll put together a mass donation for Meals on Wheels.
I can agree on that if it's an inside the park home.
Inside the park, yes. We will put together a big one.
I think it is possible for him to hit a regular home run. But I am definitely willing to put together a massive, I'm talking a massive donation. He gets an inside the parker.
Do it.
Because I don't think this man's even able to get a triple, let alone the inside the park home run.
Can't wait to hear your walk-off call if we get one.
Oh, here is George Springer. And that one's called for a strike, 0-2. And comes down to one swing of the bat. This is one man who hasn't allowed the long ball too often to Justin Miller. He has a very low ERA, under the 2 mark. He's electric out of the bullpen. Pitch. And inside, ball 1. We count 1-2. Springer looking for a Springer dinger. That one's outside now, 2-2. Base runner for the Astros would be nice as well, as that one swung on a miss. A nasty slider that time from Miller. It's Springer swinging for the first down.
The catcher.
A very nice utilization of his non-primary pitches of that at bat, because Springer was definitely not expecting the two-strike slider. Here comes our favorite guy.
Indeed, here is Wilson Ramos. He puts a drive into that one, but that one's going to be caught out there by Hernandez for the second out. First pitch swinging he was. There's, like I said, 2 away. Now here is Josh Reddick. 0 for 3 on the day. Lined out his last time up. A 276 this year. I'll tell you what, for Reddick, who started off very slow, this has been a great bounce back for him. That one's lined foul. Down 0-1. Will we see extras, or will this be the last batter of the game, as that one's inside 1-1?
The question is, what I talk about with my broadcast partner every time we do extra innings, which we're close to getting.
Well, that one hit the right field. Hernandez make the catch to end the inning. So we will see extras in Houston here at Minute Maid Park. Regulation, 6 runs, 6 hits for both teams. It'll be Randall Grichuk, Evan Biggio at the top of the lineup. 2 up for the Blue Jays. The top half of the 10th. Free baseball, as EB from Toronto says. Watching Major League Baseball on Twitch.tv is the first pitch inside 1-0. And for Wilson, this is my only dig, Jeremy, about situations like that. You bring guys in for one batter in an inning. He throws one pitch and he sits down for about 5 minutes before he comes back out on the mound. And that's got to be very, very agonizing if you're a pitcher, especially if you're in the groove.
You're absolutely correct, because obviously for a reliever, especially getting back up and going back out again is very tough. Going back to my story, I was doing a game with Brother Beard. It was Red Sox Mariners, and it was a 2-0 Mariners lead. Then Kevin Pillar with 2 outs and 2 strikes with a 2-run shot to tie it. And we're like, how long is this going to delay ball? Because the game, this goes pretty late to the night. They've been having like a 14-inning game, and I think ball didn't end until around 1 in the morning that day.
That sound about right. Ball tends to have its late-night affairs from time to time.
Ball after dark is a popular thing in the community.
Need West Coast time, as that one's launched foul. The count is full to Grichuk. I'll tell you what, since the first at-bat in which Grichuk looked like he was a no factor at the plate, he's doubled, he's walked, he's been a factor in working counts, and this one hit the left field. That's going to fall down for a base hit, so make him 2 for 3. He continues to put together good counts, good at-bats, ultimately getting on base.
That's a big one, because that is the first base runner we've seen by both sides since the Guerrero Jr. tying home run. So important at that result there for Grichuk, and you can only hope for Biggio's sake he does
fly ball! Deep right field! Evan Biggio! Oh my goodness! 2-run home run! The Blue Jays, lead 8-6. I can't believe what I just saw.
You're in Ossining. I'm essentially the next town over, and I already heard that from out my window. Excellent call there. Kevin Biggio, is that a confidence booster? Much needed for Toronto. They've scored 8 unanswered, and they lead 8-6.
Yeah, oh my goodness. I really cannot believe what I just saw. Biggio's had a hard time putting the ball in play all day long. His year has been a struggle, but my goodness, he got all of that one. You want to talk about a major league home run? None of the home runs today compared to this one. I mean, 400 plus feet, 104 plus miles an hour off the bat. Blue Jays, 8 unanswered runs, Jeremy. They have an 8-6 lead.
I mean, very impressive. Alex Wilson got the quick yank. Your concern with him was very valid, because he gave up a home run to one of the most struggling players in this league right now. The Jays are in a good spot. they have their closer will come in bottom half. However, they got to make sure they don't just go down 1-2-3 to blink, because they need to not let the Astros gain any momentum going to the bottom half of this inning.
And I want to turn to EB from Toronto for a second, because obviously you know you're a big Blue Jays fan, but how do you like them apples? All of a sudden the Jays up 8-6 out of nowhere. Bo Bichette steps in with none away. He hits this one on the ground. That one is going to get on through. That's got to be an E3. I have no idea how that's not. As Gurriel whiffed on it. This inning is falling apart for the Astros quickly. We're going to come out and talk to Valdez now.
Yeah, I mean, Astros pitchers are just in a very rough spot in general. Need to get a couple outs to gain some momentum, but I think this obviously just affects the hitters the most, because now they're in a really rough patch.
Well, here is Vladimir Guerrero Jr., who is the reason why Blue Jays are here in extras. Hit a 3-run home run with runners on first and second and 2 away in the top half of the 8th. And now in the top half of the 10th, you can break this game open and essentially seal it for Toronto, as that one's called for a strike over the outside corner, 1-1. And you have the closer, Roberto Ozuna, who is up way too late in this one. Already a 2-run differential in benefit of Toronto. Pitch.
That looks like a strike to me.
Yeah, I agree.
A little generous. Your call for Toronto.
Pitch. One hit on the ground. Gurriel fields this time over to short, back to first for a double play. So it is a 3-6-3 double play. There's 2 away in the inning. But I'll tell you what, that was a big play there by Gurriel after missing the first one. Spins, fires to Correa. Correa spins back around, and it's, a little battle of the spins, but they're in the double play regardless. And now they're 1 out away, trying to escape this inning with minimal damage as possible after the home run. But you see a guy here who hit a 2-run home run of Travis Shaw. It's more than capable of doing it yet again here.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the Blue Jays would love nothing more, aside from winning this game, than to tack on insurance.
Well, Shaw faces the lefty as that one's inside 1-0. Struggles a little bit against left-handed pitching, but that's no big deal. He is still a powerhouse as that one's hit hard. Gurriel, he fielded it in play and ends the inning. Big defensive play there by Yuli Gurriel. And just like that, though, Blue Jays out of the inning. They have a 2-run lead, and that was because a 2-run moonshot to Kevin Biggio. Blue Jays are up 8-6. Watch them usually pop on Twitch.tv as we head to the bottom half of the 10th. And Giles trying to be the man that can get a save against his former ball club. And this is going to be huge. Giles will face 1, 2, 3 in the order. Jose Altuve lead it off here for the Astros, Jeremy.
This is a very good test to see how good of a closer Ken Giles really is. He's facing the cream of the crop, this Astros lineup, and if he can set him down with ease, get a lot of respect, I'll tell you that.
Here is the 1-0. That one's inside 2-0. I know for Giles, unfortunately, the biggest thing he's known for in baseball was the time he blew the save against the Yankees and punched himself in the face as he walked off the mound. Since that moment, I think he's developed as a pitcher overall, and he's always been a good closer. I'm not saying that he hasn't prior to that, but he really developed in big moments and learned how to continue to be effective. And we're seeing it work out for Toronto right now. Ken Giles is arguably one of the nastiest closers and most consistent closers in all baseball.
The most memorable moment, unfortunately, though, is punching himself in the face.
That's what I mentioned, but hey, he learned from that moment, I think, more than anything. Right now, he's down on a 3-1 count. Pitch. All for a strike, full count.
Careful.
I mean, you don't want to put it too much over the plate for Altuve to get a good hack at it, but put it in the place where Altuve feels comfortable taking with 3 balls and then put the full count pressure on him.
Here is the full count pitch. That one hit on the ground. Soft grounder, fielded. Bichette over to first in time.
Very vital play. Altuve busting it. Not as fast as he has been in past seasons, but Bichette takes a good route to the ball, fields it with the correct hand, and then just puts the throw in such an angle where he's able to beat Altuve's speed. Tremendous throw by the young shortstop.
But what a play there by Bo Bichette. You gotta make that play in key situations, and he did. As the first pitch to Brantley swung on a missed 0-1. Brantley's 1 for 3. He started off this ball game in the bottom of the first with our first hit, and hasn't had one since. That one's high 1-1. Obviously, the Astros, they're trying to turn it over to Yordan Alvarez, who lined out his last time up. You got to get a runner on base in order to do that. This is outside 2-1.
Else has been falling behind in counts. He could get through this game with a lot more ease if he can just find a way to get some whiffs or foul balls like that.
It is that one's fouled off 2-2. Let's see if Giles can answer here and the second out.
That was ball 3. Great job by Brantley to get a piece.
See if he locates there again. That is the question. Pitch. Upstairs, he tried to locate there again, Jeremy, but just couldn't get it that time. And we have yet another full count.
They don't want to put a run with Bregman. That would just be dangerous.
If you don't, the 3-2 held off again. Good at bat here from Brantley. Only 2 batters faced for Giles, and he's already at his 14th pitch of the inning. Pitch. On the ground, Bichette fields backhand over to first, 2 away.
Bo Bichette's defensive ability has really saved this game for Toronto. A lot of below-average shortstops cannot make that play, and now the Blue Jays are one out away, from getting a big win.
Indeed, the Astros, obviously, they need a base runner on. They're going to try to do everything they can, as it'll be Alex Bregman who steps in 1 for 3. Let's go for strike 0-1. Again, they want to turn it on to that man on deck of Yordan Alvarez. You got to wonder, do they have a rally in their bones here?
So you point out the Michael K lines.
Indeed, is that one swung and missed 0-2? Yeah, indeed, that is a Michael K line. As Astros down to their final strike. Pitch. Swing and a miss. Ball game over. The Toronto Blue Jays, 8 unanswered runs, come all the way back from down 6-0 and win it in extras 8-6. And Jeremy, I have no idea who you give player of the game to.
Gotta be Vlad. Vlad Jr., after the setup reliever for the Astros being forced into the game, he essentially had to face a better pitcher than he was supposed to, puts the team on his back and just hits a missile over the left field fence, tying the game, putting a lot of pressure on Houston to have to make another for a lead. Toronto officially had gained all the momentum, so I'd go him, but they are not giving it to Vlad.
Oh, they are giving it to the man that hit the clutch 2-run home run in the 10th of Kevin Biggio. My pick, actually, Jeremy, wouldn't have been Vlad. It would have been Randall Grichuk, who'd been on base 3 times throughout the day, and the runner-up Bo Bichette. But regardless, Justin Miller, the victor. Alex Wilson takes the loss, and Ken Giles, he picks up yet another save. Final stat line, Jeremy, 8 runs, 9 hits for Toronto after only having 1 hit into the 6th inning. 6 runs, 6 hits for Houston. And what was a 6-0 start through 2 innings ultimately comes to a fail. But you see the highlights. George Springer, he started him up 2-0 with a 2-run bomb to left for Houston. Unfortunately, as we know, it wouldn't stay a piece as Urias, he hit the 3-run home run after an RBI double from Carlos Correa. The Astros, they looked good here in the bottom half of the third. Unfortunately, it just wouldn't stick.
Yeah, I mean, when you talk about Houston, I was even saying they could take their foot off the gas a little bit, up 6-0. Unfortunately, they did too much. You see Lance McCullers had a fantastic start, striking out a bunch of batters and going a solid amount of distance, as you see Brantley. They had this crazy double play. The Astros had a chance to extend their lead, but however, your favorite player, Wilson Ramos, gets thrown out at home on what seemed like an easy play to tag up on, and that kept the game at 6-0.
Indeed it did, and Lance McCullers, he did look very good as he struck out Jansen, but as we'll see probably in the next highlight, what was a good day for him quickly fell apart. As after an RBI double from Bo Bichette, Travis Shaw, this one took McCullers out of the ballgame as he hit an opposite field 2-run home run and ultimately made it 6-3. But then, Jeremy, you mentioned the clutch home run, Vladimir Guerrero Jr., a 3-run moonshot off the play ball side, tied this game up at 6 apiece, and we would go to extras. First in the bottom half of the 8th inning, a big diving save over there in center by Randall Grichuk to rob Yordan Alvarez of extra bases, kept this game at bay. And then here it is, the big moment. Kevin Biggio, who knew he had it in him, a 2-run moonshot that put the Blue Jays up in top, and they never, Jeremy, looked back.
Absolutely, and when Ken Giles came into this game, he kept falling behind in counts. However, when Bregman comes up, strikes him out on 3 pitches, solidifying the victory.
Indeed, again, another save for Ken Giles. And to reiterate the final score, 8 runs on 9 hits for Toronto, 6 runs, 6 hits for the Houston Astros. The Blue Jays move to 2 games above 500. It's now 8 games above 500 and a 7-game deficit in the AL West for the Houston Astros. This is just one of many games on the ball schedule for today. Coming up next, we have the Tigers and the Rangers, and we have Mike Koski as well as Jordan Smith in here for this one. Guys, this should be a good game coming up. 2 teams that are not necessarily in the playoff race. We've seen both of these teams have their fair share of offense of late in this point in the season, as by the way, it is 1970s Throwback Thursday.
We'll see some nice 1970s threads, but the Rangers and Tigers well out of the playoff race. So right now just playing out the string and hoping to see good things from some of these new additions. Both teams were very active at the trading deadline.
And obviously, Rangers being active and somewhat, trading some guys in and out. And you really still have to wonder what the future is for Texas. Obviously, we know they're not going to win the AL West. They're not going to make the playoffs. But this is still a team I think you're going to watch in the future. But it looks like we're getting the game set. So we shall hand it over to you. Again, the final score is Toronto 8 to Houston 6. I've been Tim Moore alongside Jeremy Goldstein saying so long as you've been watching Major League Pop-Ball on Twitch.tv. McCoskey and Jordan Smith on the call for the Detroit Tigers and the Texas Rangers. We'll send it over to Texas. McCoskey, take it away.
Thank you, sir. And, and obviously when the game begins, we'll put on our neutral sports broadcaster caps, but I certainly always enjoy a good Astros loss, so I enjoyed that broadcast.
Does not surprise me one bit. But I mean, hey, that's the nature of the rivalry.
Born and raised Rangers fans, so that's just the way it is.
You gotta respect it. born and raised Astros fan, so there's pretty much one of our only clashes, probably if the only one. So, but yeah. I mean,
and Jordan, forgive me for not talking about this with you in the on deck circle, but I will plan on giving you the middle 3 innings of play-by-play. So just be ready for that, and we will get things rolling here in a minute. We had an injury on the Tigers side, so we do need to set the new batting order as yesterday. Excuse me as I get back down into the Tigers section of my notes here, but Nick Goodrum suffering an injury yesterday, and that'll put him on the DL for a little bit. Torn calf. He's on the 10-day IL right now, but recovery probably last 1 or 2 months in reality.
Yeah, not a good sign for the Tigers. Obviously, not in a position to make the postseason right now with the way that their season has gone, but still a awful injury to have nonetheless. Hoping for a speedy recovery for Goodrum. But yeah, definitely will be interesting to see how this team performs without Goodrum there at the left side of the middle infield.
So you see Dawel Lugo moves into the leadoff spot today. He'll play second base. Harold Castro shifts over to shortstop. Daniel Norris will be on the bump for Detroit against Kyle Gibson for the Rangers. And as we mentioned earlier, we'll go into the 1970s look for both of these ball clubs. I think some of the better looking uniforms in their history. There we go. Home 77. Skipping past it a couple times. There we go. And we are set to go. So we will step back for a moment and transition into broadcast mode for Rangers versus Tigers from virtual Arlington.
It just reminds you of where you were the first time it made you cry, the first time you felt alive. No good song ever. No good song ever. The first time they made you cry, the first time you felt alive. No good song ever. There was a moment, a hole opened in the sky, a chance to join that pantheon. For all the times they never heard your battle cry, now even angels sing.
Watching the Major League BOS BAL Network. We're in Arlington, Texas at Globe Life Field for today's matchup between the Detroit Tigers and the Texas Rangers. Both teams well out of pennant contention, but still some good ball set to be played. Chris Mykoski with Jordan Smith. And Jordan, today we see Kyle Gibson on the hill for Texas.
Yeah, you see the numbers haven't really favored him this season. You see the 5.30 ERA. Would definitely love to try to bring that down. And the 8-10 record, obviously no pitcher likes to have that losing record. Having just above those 100 innings of work. His strikeout to walk ratio is pretty much the main positive for him, though. That he's still able to get the strikeouts he needs, and just has not been able to turn it into more wins.
Sporting their 1970s uniforms here on Throwback Thursday. Glad you're with us here on Major League BOS BAL Network. Dawel Lugo will lead things off for Detroit. Hoisted into the starting lineup today after Nico Goodrum suffered a torn calf on Wednesday.
Yeah, obviously, like we mentioned before the game started, not an injury you want to see from any of your players, especially a player like Goodrum, who's so crucial to that middle infield. Hoping for a speedy recovery from him.
This one into right center. Drew Waters, playing his first ball game in Arlington, makes the catch. We'll tell you more about his journey to Texas when he leads off the bottom of the first inning. And now Harold Castro will step in for Detroit. the second-year big leaguer from Venezuela. Tigers signed Castro as a 16-year-old back in 2010. Made his way up to the big leagues last June for the first time, and it appears he's here to stay.
Yeah, definitely a talent that this Tigers team is really glad that he's been able to come up and produce like he has. You see the 286 average. He's really been able to keep things steady at the plate and take advantage when he needs to.
One pitch, high and inside. You see the rest of the Detroit starting lineup on the left-hand side of your screen. And in the bottom right, our umpires today, including Rusty Valentine behind the plate. The 2-1 to Castro. To the right side of the infield, Farouk Odor flips it over to Mike Ford. 2 up, 2 down.
Batting third, the first baseman.
Best way you can start as a starting pitcher, just get the easy 2 up, 2 down, like you said, and 7 pitches for Gibson. A good job so far to start.
Now C.J. Cron. See him much more successful against left-handed pitching this season, but still remains in the starting lineup with the righty Gibson on the hill.
Counts 1-0.
Cron was somebody the Tigers tried to deal away at the deadline, get some pieces back, but unable to move him. They were very aggressive in soliciting offers.
Yeah, they were, and there were a lot of teams that, as far as I knew, there were a good amount of teams that were interested in him as well, and they just couldn't get a deal done. So, like you said, unfortunate for the Tigers, as that would have built up their farm system a bit and get some talent for next season. But, he's here to stay in Detroit, at least for the rest of 2020.
Signed a 1-year deal with the Tigers worth over $6 million. So trying to get some pieces back, taking advantage of that expiring deal. Imagine, given his batting woes this season, if he does come back to Detroit in 2021, he would take a severe pay cut.
I would assume so, yeah. Like you said, he's not had a great season. If he even comes back, and if the Tigers want him back, it'll be interesting to see.
Joey Gallo parks under that one, and the Tigers 3 up, 3 down in the top of the first inning. We'll see the first 3 Ranger hitters and perhaps more when we return on the Major League Ball Network. Bottom of the first in Arlington, and Daniel Norris takes to the bump for Detroit.
And you see there much of the same with Gibson. The only difference, Gibson's a lot closer to that 500 mark. Norris at that 3-9 record in 21 starts. Has a few more strikeouts, but other than that, it just seems like both these pitchers have not been able to keep runners from getting to home plate.
Drew Waters making his first at-bat for the Texas Rangers in his new home ballpark. First pitch swinging to the shortstop, Harold Castro. 1 pitch, 1 out. Waters acquired at the deadline last weekend, was on the road with the ball club, but now in Arlington for the first time. We'll tell you more about that trade and what the Rangers see in him next time he comes up in the order. But now the grizzled veteran, after the rookie, it's Shin-Soo Choo. Another expiring deal, Jordan, and the Rangers attempting to move him, but Choo has had a rough go of it at the plate, and there weren't any takers.
Yeah, and that was pretty much the main reason, as far as I could tell, as to why nobody was biting after Shin-Soo Choo. I mean, you would think a couple of the ball clubs in contention for a wild card at least would maybe consider bringing him in as that veteran piece to add to the lineup, but nobody biting, like you said. Very interesting to see what will happen with him in the offseason. I wouldn't be surprised if the Rangers brought him back on a short-term deal as well. to try and either get some more pieces or just have that veteran mainstay in the lineup until some of the younger guys come up.
37 years old, nearing the end of his career, you would imagine. He's played 16 seasons in the big leagues. Racked up 12 years of service time after all the being sent down and brought back up and injuries and what have you. But a long career. Grounds to the shortstop, Castro onto Crone, and Chu sits down.
Batting third, the right fielder, Joey.
That'll bring up Joey Gallo. We'll have to see what Nightbot has to say about this turn up for Mr. Gallo, and Nightbot predicts a strikeout. First pitch up high. 129 career home runs over the course of his 5 seasons, all with the Texas Rangers. First round draft pick in 2012.
I got a ball, 1 strike.
Gallo was hitting cleanup for the entire season up until last week when the Rangers rearranged things following some moves at the deadline. They tweaked the lineup and put Willie Calhoun in the cleanup spot. Calhoun actually leads the team in home runs, which is certainly surprising given Gallo's prowess. But Nightbot predicts correctly, and Gallo goes down swinging. We are scoreless through 1 full inning in Arlington. Chris Mykoski and Jordan Smith with you on the Major League Ball Network for Throwback Thursday. All through the course of today, you'll see teams in their old threads. This one between the Rangers and the Tigers, both selecting 1970s gear. I like the look, Jordan. What's your favorite look between these two teams?
I like the look, honestly. You know, I like the fact that they're pretty simple. You know, sometimes you see some of the throwbacks from some of these ball clubs, and you think, my goodness, are those things the loudest things I've ever seen in my life? But you know, they're simple, they're easy. They've got the strike down the side. Honestly, I'm a fan of both of these.
It's classic beauties. I really like the contrast in the Rangers caps from back then. Now they just do the solid blue or the solid red. I like the different top as opposed to with the different color of the bill. Good looking uni. To the right side of the infield, Cabrera grounds to Odor over to Ford. And the first 4 batters up for the Tigers have been retired in order. Now the Rangers on the road back in the mid-70s were wearing the powder blues. That's one of their more popular throwbacks. And in previous seasons, when the Rangers have had 70s turn back the clock games, even though in reality they wore the powder blues on the road, they've been wearing the powder blues at home on those turn back the clock days. They're just more of a fan favorite.
Nope, foul ball.
Yeah, and I think that's something that you can appreciate as a fan of baseball and really a fan of sports. For whatever reason, 99% of the time, if there's a ground out to first for out number 2, powder blues just seem to work with pretty much any team in any sport. I don't understand how, but it just seems to work.
Rangers on Sundays, starting this season, added some new powder blue uniforms to the mix. Updated take on those old classics. So you'll see those every Sunday home game in Arlington.
And I thought that
Detroit
was
has never gone through a powder blue phase. They're one of the few with any kind of blue in their color scheme who haven't opted for that at some point in their history.
Yeah, which is interesting, you think. You would think at some point, but no.
They keep it very simple. Their road jerseys have changed over the years. It's now 1 and 2 to Isaac Paredes. Remember, they used to have some that had this really bold stripe down the side, all the way down from the top of the shoulders down to the foot of the pants. those are not part of MLB The Show. I might have opted for those.
3-2.
So, yeah, I don't remember seeing those.
We can get into a little bit of a sports movie conversation later, but I was going back and watching For Love of the Game a couple of weeks ago. 3-2 pitch inside, catches the corner, and we'll tell you about that old Kevin Costner, Kelly Preston classic when we return. 6 up, 6 down for Detroit. Willie Calhoun, Danny Santana, Rougned Odor due to the plate for Texas. And Calhoun, as you see, 21 home runs. Best on this Texas team this season and best he's had in his career.
Outside, that's the ball.
Mentioning For Love of the Game, Jordan, going back and watching that a couple days after Kelly Preston died, and Kevin Costner going through his long career as a fictional Tigers pitcher, Billy Chappell. I was really impressed by the costume designer because they went through the course of his career and they actually went to the effort of giving different Detroit road jerseys, although they didn't change much over the course of the years, the subtle differences. And you saw 3 different Tiger uniforms, even though for a couple of them it was just for brief 30-second flashbacks. That's great attention to detail.
Yeah, and that's something that I think that people don't really pay attention to as much in movies like that. So a good eye on you, first off. But second off, it's, like you said, a good credit there to the costume design team who was on production for the Love of the Game. That's something that, people like yourself and baseball fans who are paying attention will look at and see. They'll be surprised and they'll like the movie and love the movie even more because of it.
Definitely a uniform nerd. Willie Calhoun lifts this one to right field on the payoff pitch, puts it into the seats in right. Willie Calhoun, his career best 22nd homer, and this was a moonshot, 430 feet.
Tell you what, take a look at the replay here. You see this one, and Calhoun just got all of that one. Knew as soon as that one was off the bat, it was gone. Norris knew it too, as he's frustrated, obviously. And that one was hit far. I believe it said 430 feet. There was no way that thing was not leaving the ballpark.
Stared at that one for a long time. Certainly something that Norris noticed, too, as he turned around in disgust. Hopefully that won't lead to any balls near Calhoun's head the next time he comes to the plate. He's suffered through that enough already this season. Danny Santana comes to the dish. So it's been great to see Calhoun, one of the lone bright spots really for Texas this season after what he went through, suffering a jaw fracture after taking a fastball to the face in spring training. And he was able to bounce back very quickly and got that home run stroke going. Santana now with a 2-2 count on him.
Yeah, and obviously, anytime you have an injury like that, the recovery is obviously going to be something you're not going to enjoy. But either way, was able to, like you said, come back and have a really great season so far, especially for this Rangers lineup. We can get to that in a little bit as far as their expectations for the year goes, but you see the strikeout for the first out, and it's been a nice, pleasant surprise to see Calhoun do so well.
Will certainly be somebody who can go on streaks, and I do remember a couple of occasions this season where he'd have a week almost where he would go hitless, and Chris Woodward would sit him down for an extended period of time. But when he gets on a good streak, that's certainly can be very, very much a positive for Texas. And right now, looking good here in the dog days in early August. Rugnit Odor now, 2-1 count on him. Not the kind of offense you'd hope from somebody who the Rangers are paying this much. He's in the middle of a 6-year deal worth nearly $50 million. And he swings and misses, and his batting average will dip below that 236 mark.
Batting seven, the first baseman, Mike Ford.
Unable to catch up with the off-speed stuff. 2 down for Texas, and Mike Ford will step in. Rangers picked him up from the Yankees at the trade deadline. And again, first pitch swinging, the new acquisition to the second baseman, Dawel Lugo. And the Rangers, with the leadoff hitter Willie Calhoun going deep, take a 1-0 lead. We're through 2 complete in Arlington. Through 2 at Globe Life Field in Arlington, Texas. Chris Maikoski and Jordan Smith with you for Thursday afternoon Major League Ball action. Jake Rogers will step in for the Tigers.
Let's go, Texas!
Rogers, the native Texan, certainly has a big family contingent here in Arlington today. He's from Canyon, which is just outside of Amarillo.
That's ball 2.
1-0 pitch, down low.
Definitely a drive to the ballpark for sure. Anytime you're coming from Amarillo to anywhere, really.
It's a hike, but I have a feeling that plenty of family members found hotel rooms in Arlington for the weekend to take this one in.
Absolutely.
Now, looking at Rogers and his background, one thing that really struck me, Jordan, so he, again, is from Canyon, sleepy West Texas town, a suburb of Amarillo, and he opts to go to college at Tulane. So you go from small town West Texas to New Orleans.
Yeah, it's a culture shock, to say the least. You know, anytime you go from, like you said, sleepy West Texas to loud, hustling and bustling New Orleans, Louisiana, definitely a culture shock.
Brave student athlete is aboard with a free pass. First base runner allowed
Gonzales.
by Kyle Gibson. That'll bring up Luis Gonzales. He went 3 for 4 with a double and 2 runs scored yesterday. Came over from the White Sox on deadline day last week, straight up for second baseman Jonathan Shoup. He lifts this one into left field. Willie Calhoun didn't have to move at all. Makes the catch and fires it back into the infield.
Batting 9.
I wanted to ask you a bit about that, as you've seen the Rangers this entire season and seen how they performed and kind of taking a look at the roster. What do you make of all the moves they made? I believe they traded 3 or 4 players and got somewhere close to 10, 11 in return this year in trades. I mean, what do you make of that?
Not quite that volume, but they did deal away 2 pitchers, Corey Kluber and Mike Minor. Kluber had an additional year left on an option, whereas Minor was set to have his contract expire, so the Rangers certainly were at the very least going to try to deal him. But I think they got a lot of good pieces back. I think it bodes well for the future. Now, Drew Waters could, as Cameron wears that one, and he's aboard. The Tigers now with runners on first and second with 1 out. But Drew Waters is somebody that the Rangers see as being a superstar in the future, one of the top-ranked prospects in the Braves system. and some other serviceable pieces. Mike Ford has done some good things here in the early going. Johan Camargo has shown flashes of brilliance, certainly not great with Atlanta, but he doesn't have a whole lot of seasoning yet. So a lot of good young pieces. Now, you wish that they could have got some better pitching back, perhaps, as Joey Gallo parks under this one for the second out. Lugo retired.
Up next for the
So the pitching is the question mark. I think they're loading up on some good future bats. But now you get rid of Minor, you get rid of Kluber, and you look down in the farm system, and there isn't a ton to replenish the rotation. So they're going to have to spend a lot of money for pitching in the offseason.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's something that we'll have to watch for to see what they do here, how much they retool this roster in the offseason, especially during the winter meetings when everything goes flying around with transactions. See if they can get something done there, maybe bring in an arm as well via trade or something, and see what they can do, because this season, you take a look at what the lineup was, before the trade deadline. Most of it's still pretty much the same, but this Rangers lineup, you would expect that team to at least be in contention for a wild card, if not sitting right there with the Athletics for first place in the West. And it's been a disappointing year, to say the least.
Much so. And especially you look at that pitching rotation, I would have put that starting five, or at the very least the top three pitchers to start the year in the Rangers rotation: Minor, Lynn, and Kluber. That's got to be the best 1, 2, 3, one of at least, in the American League. And they were all extremely disappointing to this point. Into right field, and Joey Gallo makes the third out. The Tigers will leave both Rogers and Cameron stranded. Rangers keep a 1-0 lead here in Arlington. Bottom of the third, Tim Fedorovich, Johan Camargo, and Drew Waters stepping in for Texas. And for Fedorovich, he's into the starting lineup for the first time since being recalled from AAA Nashville at the deadline. Rangers, we mentioned that it was disappointing to see them not get a ton of pitching back in those trades. They were also looking to sign a catcher that would improve at that position. After they weren't able to do so, they ended up bringing Fedorovich up from AAA, and he delivers here with a shot to the gap in right center. He heads to second. It'll be a double for Tim Fedorovich. Welcome to Arlington, Tim.
Good piece of hitting there by Fedorovich. You see there, he's got a good swing and just put one right in the gap. A little surprised to see him go after and try to get second with the, not as fast as a player as you would usually see, but, the fact that he just kept rolling and nobody's really getting there allowed him that opportunity. And so now for the Rangers, they got a guy on scoring position here from the number 9 hitter.
Fedorovich was hitting over 300 at AAA, whereas Isaiah Kiner-Falefa was really struggling at the big league level. So Rangers opting to send IKF down and give Fedorovich a shot here in the waning months of the season. Robinson Chirinos will still be the regular catcher, but Fedorovich will spell him from time to time. Now Johan Camargo, who came over in the Braves trade last week. And he's playing shortstop today, Jordan. That gives Elvis Andrus his first day off of the season. He had been the Iron Man to this point.
Yeah, I was a little surprised to see that move, thinking that I figured Elvis Andrus would just play all 162, but, obviously need to give him a bit of a break and let his body rest just a bit to kind of retool for the rest of the year. And, I think it's good for Andrus to get that 1 day rest and let Camargo come in and get a little bit of experience, under his belt as well.
Camargo should be the regular, everyday third baseman for Texas for most of the remainder of the year, but moves over to short today. And he takes a walk.
Now batting.
Rangers have runners on first and second now.
Water.
And for Elvis, the thinking in talking with Chris Woodward before the game, the Rangers had yesterday off, and then Elvis sits today. So it's really an extended break. Really get that body back in peak condition, heading down for the stretch run for Andrews. And Drew Waters steps in. Again, came over to the Rangers, traded from the Braves. And this is a kid that was the Gatorade Player of the Year in Georgia. Grew up in an Atlanta suburb. Drafted by his favorite team, the Braves, and certainly thought he'd come up and be a big leaguer for the team that he rooted for all his life as he pops up to the catcher. But Jordan, kind of good news and bad news for him last week. And I don't know exactly how they broke it to him, but he found out on trade deadline day that he'd be making his major league debut the next day, but he'd be doing it for Texas, not for Atlanta.
Yeah, that's gotta be a weird thing to hear for him. You know, he finally gets the call, gets to go to the show, accomplish, you know, his childhood dream of getting to the show, but then realize you're gonna do it, whether that be 4 states on over to the West, and so you're kind of thinking, wait, hold on a minute.
A long flight to Oakland to kick things off, and got straight off the plane from the red eye and got the start at the Coliseum. And now this is his home ballpark, but he doesn't know home. All this area around the ballpark in Arlington is certainly something that is completely foreign to him. Hopefully some teammates giving him some good recommendations on finding an apartment and some good restaurants to try.
It's Texas. There's probably about 3, 4, 5 million barbecue places he could try to go eat at, and you know.
So you feel bad if he really prefers the barbecue style that they do down in Georgia and along the Atlantic coast. He's in for a little bit of a culture shock coming to Texas.
First thing, everything deep fried.
Looked at the Joey Gallo bot for this at bat. We need to do it before he has his result here. And the bot says home run. Runners on first and second. It would be a 3-run shot if Joey Gallo can come through and prove the bot correct. Daniel Norris looks back a second at Fedorovich. Now comes to the plate, down low. Tim Fedorovich led off the inning with a double. Johan Camargo with a walk. But then a pair of pop-outs by Waters and Chu, leaving it all up to Gallo. He hits one to the gap in left center. Will it carry? Yes, it does! How about the Nightbot? 2 consecutive correct predictions on Joey Gallo. He strikes out in the first and then homers here in the third.
No, I'm fixing to walk out of here. This is how is the Nightbot? How have they got 2 right here on Gallo? That's insane. I don't think I've ever seen that. But I mean, you take a look at that swing. And bouncing right off the top of the wall, they're just barely getting that home run there as you see the replay, and my goodness gracious.
4-0 Rangers. And Willie Calhoun will step in. He homered back in the second. That one just over the glove of Luis Gonzales in left. And the Rangers with a comfortable lead. 50th pitch of the game for Norris in there for a strike. Willie Calhoun came over to Texas as part of the Yu Darvish trade in 2017. Gonzales won't have to run quite as far, and he will be able to bring this one into the glove. But check out the swing of Joey Gallo. Sweet shot to the opposite field, And the Rangers go up 4-0 over the Tigers. We're through 3 on the Major League BOS Network. Top of the 4th inning, Chris Mykoski with you at Globe Life Field. And for the middle 3, I'll turn over play-by-play duties to Jordan Smith.
Thank you, Chris. Top of the 4th, like you said, Rangers lead at 4-0 against the Detroit Tigers, courtesy of a 3-run shot called by the Nightbot from Joey Gallo. DJ Crone will look at one just outside for a 2-0 count. 0 for 1 with a flyout so far today is Crone. Swung on and fouled away, and I don't think I'm going to be able to get over that one for the rest of the day.
Yeah, the Nightbot's percentages are not great.
On a single right, back up the middle. It's a base hit for the Tigers. If I remember correctly, yes, that is in fact their first one on the day. Took all the way till the 4th inning to get it.
Yeah, Kyle Gibson looking very good. I think we've been so enamored by the Ranger offense and what Willie Calhoun and Joey Gallo have done that we've kind of let slide how good Gibson has looked so far.
Yeah, today he's really been exceptional with his performance. You know, obviously only 49 pitches so far on the day, only giving up the 1 hit, striking out 1 and walking only 1 so far in 3 innings of work. So he's been exceptional. He hasn't really needed the strikeout to get guys out. He's just gotten the ground balls, the fly balls. And he's been able to put it in play and just let his defense take care of the rest. But you see the swing and a miss there from Miguel Cabrera. Got him on the breaking ball outside. That slider, and there's an out.
Gibson's just somebody that is so easy to root for. And I think everybody around the Texas Rangers organization and the fan base, if they didn't know him already, as soon as they started reading up, you saw profiles on him in the local papers when he moved over to Texas, and you just fall in love with the guy. I mean, Roberto Clemente Award nominee, as the Rangers unable to turn 2, but you know, it kind of goes into the description of that award, just why Gibson's such a benefit to this team and to MLB altogether. That award says it best represents the game of baseball through extraordinary character, community involvement, philanthropy, and positive contributions on and off the field. What Kyle Gibson and his wife Elizabeth have been able to do with relief organizations and with charities, it's so great. Just love what he's done in the world.
On a blooper caught by Odor over the shoulder. An easy top of the 4th. Get to the bottom half, 4-0. Rangers over Tigers. Either Heidi Watney will be coming on the screen, and there she is, reminding you about our charity of the week, Meals on Wheels. They support more than 5,000 community-based programs across the country that are dedicated to addressing senior isolation and hunger. This network serves virtually every community in America and enables America's seniors to live nourished lives with independence and dignity. There's 3 ways you can donate. Every proceed that is made on these streams goes 100% to the charity of the week. So this time it will be Meals on Wheels. Like I said, you have 3 ways to donate. You scroll right beneath this stream and click the PayPal button in order to donate that way. You can type in the chat !donate, and a link will be provided for you to donate as well. And then you can also subscribe to the Twitch channel, and the money made from that subscription fee will be donated as well to Meals on Wheels. A great cause for sure. Definitely, if you are able to, take advantage for Meals on Wheels. Danny Santana will see his first strike in a 2-1 count to start the bottom of the 4th. Swung on and a fly ball to right field. Reyes getting underneath it and making the catch. And there is out number 1.
Now batting.
A lot of people who are watching the Major League Ball Network on a regular basis, part of our great community. What I would challenge those of you who are already subscribers is to offer a gift subscription right now, and that will benefit somebody who is here as a guest here in the Twitch chat, and also raise money for Meals on Wheels. I started the challenge just now, gifting a Tier 1 sub to A36. So pop on in and gift subscription to one of our visitors today.
O2 swung on and fouled away. Odor at the plate. He's 0 for 1. He struck out swinging his first time up. Yeah, definitely a good challenge, a great challenge for sure there you raised by you, Chris, to challenge the viewers and challenge the subscribers to, really help out, like you said, the community by giving them a subscription to the channel, but also helping donate to Meals on Wheels and really benefiting both parties. It's a great little fun interaction to have with the fans here as the 1-2 pitch is swung on and missed. I actually call it a foul tip caught by the catcher. That will take care of out number 2.
Door goes down swinging for the second time today, having a rough go of it here again against left-handed pitching. And the Rangers lineup, that might be one of the bigger surprises on the day. A lot of moves made because of rest and because of wanting to insert some new players here as they make their debut in Arlington. Mike Ford among them, but a lot of left-handed bats out there today against Daniel Norris.
0-2 on that swing and a miss, and yeah, it definitely is. It's, a little bit of a facelift, if you will, but like you said, really just trying to get the new guys in there, try to get them familiar with the system, as this one is a fly ball. Ranging back into right field, and scooting over to right center is Victor Reyes. He'll make the catch. For out number 3, we stay at 4-0, heading to the top of the 5th in this one. Back here at Globe Life Park, right?
Field. Park is
okay.
across the street.
I'd say it's very confusing,
I agree. I kind of wish they would have renamed the old place just to make it a little bit easier to remember.
Exactly, and especially since it's being used by potentially, since the XFL was just bought, with Dwayne Johnson being the majority owner, we could see some Renegades action in that stadium once again, so long as they are coming back, which I believe is the plan.
Certainly possible. I know the league obviously is making its stride to come back. The Rock in that group bought a lot of debt, with that purchase, so they're going to have to pay a lot of people back before they're able to get up and running again. But that's certainly the hope. You want that stadium to be utilized as much as possible. It was only open in 1994. There's no reason to tear the thing down just yet.
1-1 to Rogers, big swing and a miss, and yeah, despite me being an Astros fan, born and raised, I do like the ballpark in Arlington. Obviously there's some things I can like about the Rangers, but that's about it. It's just a stadium. That one's a ground out to.
I'm with you, and I'll go the other way. That my experiences at Minute Maid Park have been a lot of fun. It's a great place to watch a game. My first time going to that stadium was back in the day for a Roger Clemens start. Wanted to see him in person, and it was a sweltering 110-degree day in Houston, and to be able to go into the AC was a beautiful thing. And the windows out beyond left field, it really, the whole time I'm sitting there, I'm thinking, it feels like we're outside, but we're inside in the AC. This is great.
Exactly, and I think that was part of the design when they were building Minute Maid Park. With their ability, the way to design the left to center wall, actually, having that so wide open, I think was a huge advantage for them, especially since there's not too many skyscrapers in that area. As you see the pop-up on over to Odor to take care of the top of the fifth. Another quick defensive inning here for the Rangers. Bottom of the fifth now for Dorwitz up to start the inning.
Leading off for the Rangers,
Tim Fedorowicz to get things started for the Rangers here in the bottom of the fifth inning, as that one will be roped into right field and will fall for a base hit. Now 2 pitches, 2 swings, and a double and a single for Tim Fedorowicz.
Tim off to a great start today after his previous 3 at-bats. Since coming up from AAA Nashville, he was unsuccessful, so good to see him get the 000s off the side of his name. But that'll be it for Daniel Norris. The Tigers will make a pitching change.
Your attention, please.
He takes the long walk back to the dugout.
Number 68, Xiao Ching Chang.
There, Shang, coming in for the Tigers. In relief, obviously no decision for the starter.
The rookie from Taiwan, certainly one of the Tigers youngsters they're hoping can help turn this thing around in the future. And so far as a middle reliever has been certainly serviceable. We'll see what the Tigers have planned for him in the future, but right now getting him some experience out of the pen.
First pitch outside, 1-0, as you see the bullpen, Bo Burrows, right-hander out for the Tigers. Definitely not the plan they wanted to have in Detroit. Really have a bullpen game.
Ball 2.
2-0 delivery. One just outside, 3-0. Runner on first in Fedorowicz. You see Drew Waters up to or on deck here.
I think it's really a big difference between Camargo and Waters and how they saw that trade last week. Camargo, for him, he was having a hard time getting regular playing time. He was certainly going to stick it on the big league roster, but I think for him, the move to Texas is really a rebirth and a chance for him to be a big contributor over the next few years for Texas. He should end up being the regular everyday third baseman rather. Whereas Waters, as we mentioned, a tough deal for him given that he's born and raised in Atlanta, wanted to play for his hometown team. But baseball in the end is a business, and he had to look at that trade as like, I understand the Braves need pitching to try to win a division this year and head to the playoffs. And it's just unfortunate that the hometown kid gets dealt away in that process.
1-1.
They're 1-1 as that catches the outside part. Yeah, I mean, we talked about it a bit. Like you said, getting called up and saying, yeah, you're going to the show, but then we're going to trade you. And, you got to feel, not only is it weird for him to move, on such short notice like that and had to adjust to a totally different feel of a ballpark and everything like that as he's coming up like he would have already. But the fact also that now, his dream of playing for the Braves is pretty much over, until a later point in his career. That's something that, as that hometown kid, you got to feel really, really hurts him a bit.
I'm sure it does, but at the same time, if you're a good ball player, a good businessman like hopefully he is, he understands he now has a big opportunity, and he sees what the Rangers hope for him, and see all the reasons that they traded for him. I'm sure John Daniels and everybody in the front office greeted him like, we have a lot of good reasons why we wanted to bring you over here. This trade would not have happened had the Braves not been willing to part with you. So now you kind of set him up for success and just hope that he comes through and that you can look back at that trade for Corey Kluber in the future and see Waters being a big piece and why the Rangers may have won the deal.
So they're a walk to load the bases.
The designated hitter.
Now Shin-Soo Choo will head to the plate. Rangers are threatening here to add even more insurance to their already 4-0 lead here in the bottom of the 5th. Choo 0 for 2 in the game. First pitch outside for a ball.
Choo is somebody that has just been there and done that through everything here in the U.S. since coming over from South Korea. Making his way up as a minor leaguer, he was making just $350 a week. As that one's fouled off. And he talked about it just now that he signed a big contract and he's certainly well taken care of. He had to skip meals sometimes back then when he was making so little money so he could buy diapers for his son.
That's absolutely insane. I mean, just, you know, obviously it's a very hard, that's obviously a very hard time, but obviously it paid off for him, so, you know, he's one of the lucky few that it paid off. But yeah, definitely a rough situation, especially when you're taking care of a newborn like that. You've got to give everything in the world to them to make sure that they're taken care of. So, you know, obviously definitely something that I'm sure that he's glad that he was able to make work. Obviously then is able to take care of it. Now as there's a walk, that has been a disaster of an inning for Detroit. Now makes it 5-0 as they walk in, run from third in Fedorowicz.
Shin-Soo Choo, just to put a bow on that story, you know, we talked about him making $350 a week skipping meals, and this is his last year on his big contract with Texas, and we'll see what happens in the offseason, but he will make, by the end of the year, $21 million. You have to look back at those days and think you're putting in all that work so you can get to that point. And you know, he's been paying it forward. He's been donating to the minor league baseball player fund to help guys who he knows are struggling.
And obviously, you love to see that out of players, you know, remembering what it was like for them and being able to contribute back for those future generations so they don't have to go through the same things you did during your time to just get to the dream and get to the big leagues. So definitely something special you love to see there from Shin-Soo Choo, as that one will just miss the zone.
Nightbot says strikeout for Joey Gallo.
Well, there you go. So we'll see what happens here. Right now he's got a 1-2 count.
Nightbot has been perfect thus far, predicting a strikeout in the first and a home run in the third.
That one swung on. That one might stay fair. Just foul, barely. Almost had his second home run on the day, but just a very lengthy foul ball. 1-2 again. This one swung on, and I believe just barely foul.
Foul to the left, foul to the right. See him put one right back through the middle.
Nope, inside, ball 2.
Outside, ball 2. We'll still keep that guess from you, Chris Mikoski, to see if that one comes true, because you can't foul it up the middle. You can definitely get a big base hit to bring in 2 runs here if he ropes it right back up the middle, as the 2-2 pitch will miss high.
Trying to avoid walking another run home. What a disaster for him, as you mentioned. 25 pitches in and nothing has gone right.
Walked 3 batters so far. Walked in a run to make it 5-0. There's the strikeout. So Nightbot 3 for 3 now on the day. And I tell you what, somebody's going to have to buy Nightbot a lotto ticket or something.
Best game of the year, best performance of the season so far for Nightbot. a perfect outing thus far. We'll see if he can go 4 for 4 next time Gallo steps to the dish.
Going in the zone at 4 strike 1, so it finally stops the run of 3 straight walks for Chang. It's on the first out of this bottom of the 5th inning. Base is still loaded, though. It's Willie Calhoun at the plate. He's 1 for 2 with the home run. As that one rips through the left side of the infield for a base hit. The throw on home. Not in time. Both runs score. A 2 RBI single from Willie Calhoun. And 7-0 Texas.
Acquisitions from Atlanta on the base paths for Texas come around to score. Johan Camargo and Drew Waters. Waters with an impressive slide to get around Rogers.
Now as Santana comes to the plate, looking for his first hit. He struck out swinging and flown out to right field is 2 times up to the plate. I wanted to ask you, Chris, going back briefly to our conversation earlier about the ballparks here in the state of Texas, I wanted to ask you what you thought of a certain design here at Globe Life. Out in right field, I don't know if you see it or not, but to me, the bleachers out in right field seem like a bleacher for a high school football field. Do you see that, or is that just me?
Deep, and they go on for a very long time. Maybe you'd like to see a little bit of a change-up somewhere halfway up the bleachers in that case, as Detroit finally gets out of the inning.
Get the 5-4-3 to end it. See here, replay of that one, but the Rangers adding to their total 3 runs in the bottom of the 5th. 7-0 Texas as we head to the 6th inning.
Leading off for the Tigers, the second baseman, Dawel Lugo.
Dawel Lugo to the plate. 1-2-3 due up for the Tigers to start this top of the 6th inning. Lugo still looking for his first hit in this one. We welcome you back here for some ML Bop Ball on Twitch.tv. Jordan Smith here alongside me, Chris Mykowski, for this matchup between the Detroit Tigers and the Texas Rangers as the first pitch is fouled away.
People to get in on the challenge, Jordan. Haven't seen any new gift subscriptions doled out.
Fly ball will be caught in foul territory for out number 1. And yeah, definitely encouraging, like you said, encourage the fans to give some subscriptions. If you are a current subscriber of the channel, be sure to gift a subscription, and whoever does claim that, of course, the proceeds from that, like we mentioned earlier, all go to Meals on Wheels, charity of the week. Definitely a great opportunity for you to help out a fellow fan of the community, as well as donate to a great cause. The 1-0 fouled away. 1-1 to Harold Castro.
Our sportscaster brother, Grant Boone, over in Abilene, who his primary job is calling LPGA events for a Golf Channel. But he makes his home in Abilene, and a couple of weeks ago, he did his own fundraiser for Meals on Wheels and raised a big dollar amount. I'd have to go see the exact figure. To the left side of the infield for Camargo, sliding and makes a great play over to Ford, but he played in one single day in a very hot day over there in West Texas. He played 100 holes of golf, all to try to get donations and raise money for Meals on Wheels, and he was very successful.
Jeez Louise. Like, I love golf and all, but 100 holes, that man, that's dedication right there. That's all I have to say.
Brett, an incredible thing that he tried to do, and as soon as he would post obviously on social media throughout the day to try to encourage people, and he woke up in the morning and kind of told us what the weather forecast was for the day, and given that it was going to be in 6 figures, he regretted it just slightly.
There's a strikeout to end the top half of the inning. Gibson getting the work done. 7-0, Rangers still ahead in this one.
Leading off for the Rangers.
6, 7, 8 due up for the Rangers in the bottom half of the sixth. Odor, Ford, and Fedorowicz. First pitch will catch that outside corner. Ford called strike one. 0-1, look out, that one hits Odor right at the belt buckle.
Now batting, first baseman, Mike Ford.
That'll put a runner on first base. As Mike Ford will head to the plate. 0 for 2 in the ballgame.
Broken down the Rangers trade with the Yankees very much, Jordan, but this was one where the Yankees picked up Mike Minor, whose contract was about to expire, and the Rangers got Ford, pitcher Albert Abreu, and infielder Ho-Young Park. And Abreu made his major league debut with the Rangers earlier this week and had a great start.
See, they're in the zone for strike two, but a stolen base for Roughnet Odor. It's a runner in scoring position. Now a different strategy here if you're Mike Ford at the plate.
Once the Rangers acquired Ford, just doing some research on him, one of the things that really stood out, considering how long the Major League Baseball draft normally is, usually anybody with a lick of talent gets drafted, right?
Right.
And it seems to go on forever. Ford, as Odor will tag up and head into third, sliding head first. Ford was the Ivy League Player of the Year and Pitcher of the Year. First time that's ever happened in conference history. And he still went undrafted. The Yankees had to sign him as an undrafted free agent, and obviously he proved that he had the talent as he rose quickly up through the system and made his major league debut with the Yankees last April, and now the Rangers hoping that he'll be the first baseman of the future.
Yeah, definitely something that you don't expect from a all-conference player to go undrafted. You've seen it before, but seen it very rarely. You know, you expect the guy to be at least a mid-draft pick, if not a little higher. But it did not work out for him in the draft, but ended up working out for him in his career as he get on home. Odor will get on home with a RBI single from Fedorowicz, and if it wasn't already, it pretty much is now, with an 8-0 lead now from the Rangers.
What a great day for Tim. Again, not somebody who's going to be regularly the starting catcher. Bo Burrow's now into the game for Detroit for mop-up duty. Robinson Chirinos has cemented himself now as the everyday catcher, but he can't go every single game, and Fedorovich now will get an opportunity with a call-up from Nashville. And so far, showing that that was the right move for Texas.
6-3 double play to end the sixth inning. Rangers add another, make it 8-0 as we head to the final 3 innings of play. And Chris Myskowski take it away with the play-by-play to end the day.
Thanks, Jordan. Top of the 7th inning, Texas Rangers up 8-0 over Detroit. When we get done with this one, we'll hand it off to Brother Beard and PK. They will have the Angels and Mariners set for a 5:30 Eastern first pitch. Shohei Ohtani will be on the hill for the Angels. As first pitch swinging, Miggy Cabrera with a single. Kyle Gibson now into his 7th inning of work. You see right there, only his 2nd hit allowed on the afternoon.
Yeah, Gibson has been absolutely masterful. And really to go on with those 2 hits, he's obviously been able to maintain some short innings as he just pitch number 70, now 71. And you know, it's been a pretty masterful performance from Gibson so far today.
Urias went 0 for 5 yesterday in San Francisco, or at home against San Francisco, rather, and now 0 for 2 so far here in Arlington. This is the first of a 4-game series at Globe Life Field between the Tigers and the Rangers. They'll meet again in Detroit next weekend for 3 games. And that's the full season series, all wrapped up within a couple of weeks. One-two pitch. Missing down low with the changeup. Rangers had yesterday off. The Tigers wrapping up a homestand against the Giants, winning 4-0. Lugo with the home run. Cabrera had a double and a triple. The 2-2 fouled off. On the mound for the Tigers yesterday, Casey Mize went 7 2/3 to earn the W. Scattered 7 hits and struck out 2. But this road trip not off to a good start here as the Tigers arrived at Dallas-Fort Worth International early this morning. And so far have not enjoyed their visit to North Texas. Into center field, Victor Reyes delivers a single, and the Tigers have 2 men aboard with nobody out.
Isaac Paradis.
Isaac Paredes, 0 for 2. Strikeout and a line out. Had a great day yesterday against San Francisco, 3 for 4 with a double.
Right now, Tigers looking for something that he can bring from yesterday's performance and try to get at least a run home so they're not being shut out still. You know, mentioning Gibson working fantastic so far. I don't think anybody's up in the bullpen yet, which really says something as we're here in the top of the 7th. But, you know, it's the Tigers really just looking for some kind of a break here.
I was looking for really Chris Woodward to get somebody up as soon as the Tigers got a man aboard. If Gibson kept rolling, just let him go. But I figured they would have been heading to the bullpen phone right after that single by Cabrera. And it appears nobody's up yet, even after 2 consecutive base hits.
2 balls, 2 strikes.
Now Paredes, somebody that just has a thirst to improve. Kept working on his game over the offseason after he wrapped up at AA Erie. As he takes that one looking, and he'll head back to the bench. But Paredes played in the Arizona Fall League and the Mexican Pacific Winter League. So barely had a day off over the course of the offseason and came right back to camp. To right field. Gallo makes the catch. Rogers is retired. The native Texan
Up next for the Tigers
is now 0 for 2.
Luis Gonzales.
After this Thursday afternoon game, you imagine Rogers will be meeting a big group of family out for a nice dinner at one of the finer establishments in Arlington. I'd recommend a good get-together at Moni's down on North Collins. Good place for family. I'm sure you can grab a room and get a couple of nice pizzas.
And you know the area better than I do, so I'm gonna take your word for it.
Arlington is a place that is just overrun with chain restaurants, so I do my best to recommend the local mom and pop shops like Moni's. I've been going there since I was in middle school. Gonzales 0 for 2. 2 men on, 2 out, 2-2 count. fouled off by the new acquisition. Told you Gonzales traded to Detroit from the Chicago White Sox last Friday. Straight up for Jonathan Shoup. Right side of the infield, Odor will flip it over to Camargo. And that'll do it for Detroit. They get the first two hitters aboard rather, in Cabrera and Reyes, and they are both left stranded. Still 8-0 Texas. Waters will lead things off for the Rangers. Still looking for his first hit in his new hometown of Arlington. And he delivers. Drew Waters, who the Rangers hope is their future at center field. Now giving the hometown fans a little piece of what he will have in store in the seasons to come. Here's somebody who may be exiting after the end of the season, Shin-Soo Choo. 37-year-old from South Korea. In the final year of his deal with the Rangers, a 7-year contract. And here in the final season, he's making $21 million. Given the length of his career, Jordan, what was surprising when he was named to the All-Star team a couple of years ago, that was his first time to get a spot in the Midsummer Classic. Lifts this one to right center. Oh, it falls between Cameron and Reyes. It'll be Reyes picking it up at the wall. Miscommunication between the Tigers' center fielder and right fielder, and Chu is the beneficiary.
Yeah, that was just, I don't know how they miscommunicated there. It just seemed like Reyes is not able to grab it. I feel like he ran maybe a little too far in, as you see the swing there from Chu. A pretty good swing. Lucky he didn't catch it, as now they're standing on second and third.
Waters, as you may have seen in your picture, he was ready to try to tag from first base, as that one was hitting to deep right center, and instead he's off to the races when the ball falls. So he's now at third, and I haven't seen an official scorekeeper note there on our graphics. So for now, since neither Reyes or Cameron touched it, I'm going to assume it was ruled a double. The Rangers add another run. Waters is plated as Gallo is retired at first base. 9-0 Texas here in the bottom of the seventh inning. And Willie Calhoun, who had a 430-foot home run back in the second inning, returns to the dish. And Nightbot's streak is over, by the way, as he predicted a home run, and instead Gallo delivers the ground out. But a pretty good day, a 3-for-4 day for Nightbot. I'm impressed.
I am too. I'm very impressed. I was not expecting this performance from Nightbot, so he might have to be in line for MVP.
Let's see what our producers back in the truck decide. They have the deciding votes for our player of the game. Jordan and I did not get in on the decision making. 3-1 the count to Calhoun. Calhoun lifts another one into the bleachers in right. Will it stay fair? It will. 2 home runs today for Willie Calhoun. 22nd and now 23rd of the 2020 season.
There you have it, Willie Calhoun. He may have just grabbed the player of the game nod right there, as you see another powerful swing on that one. And just getting all of it that he could, sending it in the right field again. Almost at one point, might have curled a foul, but decided to keep going straight. And see that the frustration, once again, from the pitching of Detroit just has been an awful day on the mound for the Tigers.
And Jordan Zimmerman, cousin of Carlos, will step onto the hill for Detroit to try to close this one out.
And you see there the 5.5 ERA, just about with that 5.37. Against left-handed batters, he's allowed a 3.48 batting average, so we'll see if Santana can get something done here.
Oh, the count to Danny Santana. Down low on 12-6 curve. And you can see behind Zimmerman that plenty of fans have decided to head for the exits with their Rangers up 11-0. Perhaps just heading next door over to the Texas Live complex.
The count is 1-2.
Great place to grab a beer before or after the game. Into center field, and Cameron parks underneath it.
Now batting.
Second out of the frame. And now Rougned Odor will step in looking for his first hit of the day. Tell you what, Jordan, with all these changes in the Ranger batting order, I certainly expected this to be a one-off lineup, as giving Andrus a rest and giving some players their first appearance in front of their hometown fans after being traded. But given the performance today, 11-0, certainly see this sticking for a while, though Andrus, of course, will find his way back into the lineup. But the rest, 1 through 9, I would imagine this is going to be a regular order that we see going forward.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see why not. I mean, it's working for you so far in this one as you see the 11-0 scoreline. I don't see why you change it. I mean, the old saying goes, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
CB points out in the Twitch chat, it is just Detroit pitching. So that might have something to do with it. 1-2 pitch. Lifted by Odor. Well foul. It should go in to the first level of seats. 1-2 the count with 2 out. Rogers calling for a pitch outside. That was a little bit further inside than Rogers asked for, but it still works as Odor goes down looking. 0 for 3 day for him. 11-0, Texas leads. It'll be Daz Cameron, Dewell Lugo, and Harold Castro due up for Detroit here in the top of the 8th. And Ranger starter Kyle Gibson continues on the mound. He'll throw his 90th pitch here to Cameron.
And I don't see why you don't throw him out again. I mean, more than likely this will be his final inning at work, but either way, may as well keep him going as long as you can, because that's less work your bullpen has to do. When anytime you can save your bullpen to, in games like this especially, where you really don't need a third reliever, if at all, I mean, you may as well take advantage of it.
Jesse Chavez and Luis Garcia getting ready for Texas. Daz Cameron came over to Detroit in the Justin Verlander trade back mid-season 2017. Of course, his dad, Mike, long-time Major League veteran, played for 8 different teams over the course of 17 seasons. And he swings and misses. That one's in the dirt, so Fedorovich will have to finish it off over to Ford. 1 up, 1 down.
Now batting, the second baseman, Darrell.
And you see the starter comparison night and day, as Daniel Norris had a afternoon in Arlington he will like to forget.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I couldn't have put it any better myself there. Absolutely disastrous performance in the first 4 innings, giving up 4 runs and really not being able to take any kind of control on the ball game besides that that bottom of the first inning where they went 3 up, 3 down, but after that just could not get anything else to work.
Valwell Lugo for Detroit. In case you joined us late, we mentioned off the top that Lugo took over the leadoff spot because Nico Goodrum suffered a torn calf yesterday. He's initially been put on the 10-day injured list, but that recovery will likely keep him out for the remainder of the season. So Lugo comes into the lineup, and he plays second base today. Harold Castro moves over to take over Goodrum's spot at short. A slow roller. Gibson backhands it over to first. Gets Lugo in time. He doesn't have the typical leadoff hitter speed, certainly, and Lugo unable to beat that one out.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, a little bit slow for a leadoff hitter, but either way, good field there by Gibson to be able to get the out there. Now 2 outs, and more than likely his final batter in Harold Castro. We'll see how much he attacks him here.
98 pitches now for Kyle Gibson. Sitting on an 11-0 lead thanks to his Ranger hitters. The grounder to Camargo at short, across the body, gets it to Ford to end it. And Gibson, if his day is done, it's over with only 99 pitches thrown. Rangers lead 11-0. Rangers looking to pad the lead. It'll be the 7, 8, and 9 hitters up for Texas, starting with Mike Ford, the former Princeton Tiger, up against the Detroit Tigers today. He's 0 for 3, still looking for his first hit in his new home ballpark. The 0-1.
No balls, 2 strikes.
Now 0-2 to Mike Ford. Todd Frazier's been the regular first baseman for Texas during the second half of the season, Jordan. So Ford likely won't see a ton of playing time this year, but maybe he's going to earn it with a big shot into the stands. No, just foul.
Just missing a home run by about 2 feet, if that. I mean, there was a good chance that he was going to hit that one off the foul pole the way it was curling.
As I was saying, Frazier has been the regular first baseman, but Ford gets the start today in his first game in Arlington. And the Rangers have the option on Frazier for next year, but it's worth $6 million. Given his performance and here near the tail end of his career most likely, that may be too high a price for the Rangers to pay for Frazier, especially if they think Ford is a serviceable replacement.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with you there. I was going to say that if they even think about bringing him back, it would more than likely be to trade him 4 pieces in this upcoming season.
Ford again, that one tails foul, and 2 times in this at bat, Ford thought he had a big knock. Instead, 3-2 count. And this one lifted deep. Did he do it this time? Yes, sir. Mike Ford, welcome to Arlington, Texas. A 450-foot shot in his first game in a Ranger home uniform.
I mean, 3rd time's the charm, right? 450 feet. He absolutely crushed that baseball to probably the deepest part of the ballpark as far as hitting alleys go. You see there on the swing, absolutely frustrated with the other 2 tailing off like they did. He just wanted to try to get a hold of one, and get a hold of one he did.
Ford coming over to Texas in a trade with the Yankees last week. Sent Mike Minor away, but picked up some potentially big pieces for the future. And Ford certainly ingratiating himself with the faithful here in Dallas-Fort Worth today. Now Tim Fedorovich, who's had a great day himself in his Arlington debut. He's been with the Rangers all season long, but down at the minor league level, the backup catcher most of the season for the Nashville Sounds. Lifts this one into the infield just behind the pitcher's mound, and Paredes makes the play.
Now batting, shortstop, Johan.
Fedorovich probably doesn't have much of a future. He's near the end of his career, Jordan, but again, somebody who can be kind of like Chu, the elder statesman down the stretch.
Absolutely, and any ball club loves to have those veteran pieces, especially when they're rebuilding. Because one, it gives a little bit of solidarity to the lineup, but also it allows those older guys to really come on as mentors and really be able to help the incoming talent, be able to help them adjust to the major leagues, whether it's infield or even all the stuff out of the field too. Press conferences, fans coming up to you, traveling with the team, things like that. Now, granted, they've done a good amount of those things in the minors, but it's a whole different ballgame when you go from signing autographs in AAA for 3, 4, 10 people to 25 in the majors right before a ball game. That aspect plus everything else, you just see a base hit to right field there. But it's a whole different ball game when you're adjusting not only to playing on the field, going against major league pitchers, but the environment around just the game itself outside of the ballpark is something that you have to adjust to as well.
Argo with his first single in the Ranger home uni. Great day all around for the new additions. Everybody getting at least a base hit. Mike Ford obviously coming through in the biggest of ways with a 450-foot dinger. Waters has scored a couple of times. 1 for 3 with the 7th inning single. Also came around to score after his 5th inning walk.
1 ball, 2 strikes to count.
His first time setting foot in the city of Arlington was yesterday when the Rangers returned from their road trip. Looking around at what many hope will be his home for the rest of his career. Into left field, Luis Gonzales parks underneath it. And 2 down for Texas here in the 8th.
Now batting, the designated hitter, Shin-Soo Choo.
I am curious where Waters will decide to make his home. A lot of the younger Ranger players choosing to take up residence in uptown Dallas. A little bit more of the hip scene than the suburb of Arlington. A lot of the family guys choose to stay put in the suburbs. As Chu lifts that one to left field. Gonzales brings it in, and the Rangers try to close this one out. Tigers need 12 to tie, 13 to take the lead in the 9th. C.J. Cron, Miggy Cabrera, Victor Reyes will try to put together one of the biggest comebacks, if not the biggest, in Detroit history, with their team down 12-0 here in the top of the 9th. In all reality, they're just happy to close out the string as Kyle Gibson stays on the mound, and it looks like Chris Woodward will give him an opportunity to finish a complete game. First pitch swinging, and if Drew Waters would have laid out for a diving catch, he would have made an immediate friend in Gibby.
The designated hitter, Miguel.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he had a chance, but like I said, all he needed to do is make that leaping dive and would have had a chance. But yeah, I am very surprised that we're seeing Gibson. I mean, I guess he's earned the right to obviously pitch here in the top of the ninth with the way he's pitched today, but very surprised to see it.
I would have thought, again, as soon as the Tigers get a single base runner aboard, that would have been the cue for Chris Woodward to come out and remove Gibson, but he stays in the ball game to face Miggy Cabrera. Gibson bearing down. 0-2 pitch coming. Cabrera knocks this one into right field. Gallo after it, able to grab that ball before it reached the corner. And good thing he went on a hard angle and it nearly burned him. That one gets past Gallo, and that could potentially be a triple for Cabrera. And now Woodward will get the ball from Gibson, and he will leave the field to a standing ovation. What a great appearance by Gibby.
I don't think you could say really anything else. I mean, the fans showing it. 8 very, very strong innings from Gibson. Of course, he has the 2 runners on base, so his stat line not officially closed yet. We'll bring up Jesse Chavez to the mound.
The heavily bleached hair of Jesse Chavez. You see it really back to its natural color in the back. Last time I saw him, he was fully white hair, all visible around the cap. Victor Reyes, 2 men aboard, nobody out for Detroit, but it is a 12-run deficit. Reyes found his way into the starting lineup in the back half of last season and said he is not letting it go. From the first week of August through the end of the campaign, he hit .332, and this one he puts right back up the middle. CJ Cron will make his way home without a throw, and the Tigers put up their first run of the day.
Now batting, the third baseman, Isaac Paradis.
Of course, unfortunate for Gibson as that gets rid of the shutout he had going, but a good hit there for the Tigers finally puts them on the board, and that's exactly what they've been needing. Some kind of a break, but obviously way too late.
Isaac Paredes now. He's had an 0 for 3 day, the rookie from Mexico. Paredes, somebody that prefers third base, and that's where Rodden Gardenhire has him today. But the Tigers long-term really want him to be a shortstop. Want his type of bat in that middle infield position. There aren't many guys who can hit like he can at the 6 hole. One, two. Good count with nobody out. The Tigers have already plated a run here in the 9th.
That's inside.
Low and inside. If you're here for Angels versus Mariners, we will have that one here on the Major League Ball Network as soon as this game is complete. We will bring it to you in its entirety. They are waiting for us to finish out in the Great Northwest. They won't get started until we finish things off. Nice of them to wait around. 3-2 pitch into left field. Calhoun will scoop it up and throw it in. Bases full of Tigers.
Now batting.
At least for Detroit, it's for them. This is going to be a positive that they're finally breaking through and getting some hitters on base. But again, too little, too late. Gibson just had their number all day long, and now they're getting their opportunity, but it's in the top of the ninth, and not really sure that, I mean, we've seen crazier in baseball, but not really sure this is something they could come back from.
Just as you said, they're getting things together, and they still have 3 more games in Arlington after today. So good to get a little bit of confidence heading into Friday's affair. Camargo grabs the line shot off the bat of Rogers, and the native Texan from Canyon ends his day at 0 for 3. Here's Luis Gonzales. Had a nice day on Wednesday as the Tigers wrapped up their series with the Giants. 3 for 4 with a double and a couple of runs scored. Hitless so far today, and he will remain that way. Lifts it to Calhoun, and the runner from third will tag Miggy Cabrera out at the plate, and what a way to end the ball game for the Texas Rangers.
Wow. I tell you what, that is a double play. That's a fantastic way to get a double play to end it, especially that throw out there from the outfield. I mean, I can put it any better myself. What a great play.
A little bit by surprise in that I wouldn't have expected Cabrera to try to tag from third with the ball being that shallow. But he figured, hey, we're down by 11. Why not? I'm going to go for it. Ended up not working out too well. Rangers win 12-1. Kyle Gibson nearly went the distance. Unable to wrap it up, but what a great outing from him. Allowed 5 hits, struck out 5, allowing just a single earned run that actually crossed the plate after he exited the game. And you see the player of the game, Willie Calhoun, a pair of home runs, including one here in the bottom of the second.
You see there, that one really getting things started. It was the only run scored in the inning, but that was really a sign of things to come for the Rangers in the ballgame.
Gallo adding to the home run parade with a 3-run shot in the third. Good to see his bat up and running here in August. Just over the glove of Luis Gonzales. Shin-Soo Choo got an RBI the easy way, taking a free pass. And then Willie Calhoun continued his great day, grounding in a pair of runs. Tim Fedorovich, his first game in Arlington since being called up from Nashville, delivered an RBI to make the score 8-0, and then Joey Gallo makes it 9-zip, grounding out to first, but bringing a run home.
And really, there wasn't much that Detroit could do. They just could not stop the bleeding. You see there another homer by Calhoun, a towering shot. They're in that bottom of the 7th. 2 of the 3 runs that came across in that bottom of the 7th inning.
Mike Ford, after a couple of foul balls, nearly getting out of the ballpark, he absolutely demolishes this one into center field. A 450-foot blast in his first home game as a Texas Ranger. Detroit would add 1 in the top of the 9th, so they don't go away with the goose egg, but nonetheless, a big victory for the Texas Rangers, and this is how it ended as Miggy Cabrera attempts to tag up from third base, testing the arm of Willie Calhoun, and Willie had already had a fantastic day. How about ending it in this fashion? Cut off by Ford, and Ford finishes off the play. Calhoun to Ford to Fedorovich, and that does it for Detroit.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, that's a pretty great way to end it there. Calhoun getting it into the infield and then getting it to home plate to end the ball game. I mean, I don't think there's any other way that you could really end it. That might be a top 10 play of the season for our BOP ball year. I mean, what a fantastic way to end the ball game and just capitalize a 12-1 route.
Huge blowout win for the Texas Rangers today, but again, this is a lost season. We are in the dog days. The Rangers now back to 20.5 games behind Oakland in the American League West. The Tigers fall to 29 games back of Minnesota in the AL Central. Jordan, it's been fun. We are running late, so let's hand things off to Brother Beard and PK. They will have the call of an AL West showdown between the Angels and the Mariners. Always good to see Shohei Ohtani on the hill, guys. Looking forward to that.
Well, thanks, Chris. It's going to be quite an interesting matchup. Like you said, Shohei Ohtani taking the mound here against the Mariners tonight. Marco Gonzales going for the M's. But let's be real. The news today here is PK, my good friend, our broadcast partner today. It's going to be his last day here on BOS BAL. Gonna close it out with a doubleheader. Super excited to hear how this plays out.
Good evening to you, Brother Beard. I appreciate that warm welcome. It will be. It's like, back in the 90s on like those sitcoms, like the very special edition of Family Matters. Like, the emotional, you don't want to miss a very emotional Full House. That's what this will be like, but we won't get emotional. We'll keep it happy. We'll keep it fun as we always do. And what better way to go out than just having a doubleheader? I mean, why wouldn't you want to do that, But I needed to, Brother Beard. You were my first, and you got to be my last as well. So
I'll stick for second to last. How about that?
Yeah, okay,
I don't think I can take that one from James. It's gonna be an interesting ball game. We've got another day out here at T-Mobile Park. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to another broadcast of Mariners baseball. The Angels in their 90s throwback here on Throwback Thursday, facing off against the Mariners in their late 80s throwback. That early Griffey unis looking fresh out there. Marco Gonzales going to get the start today, his 24th this season, 7-11 record. His record's always open, a 3.85 ERA across 131 innings of work. He has really held down this Mariners lineup with varied success throughout the year, but Marco has been able to get those innings of work, take a bit of pressure off the bullpen. We'll see how he does against this Angels club today. First pitch getting over at 2:55 here in Seattle for strike one.
Yeah, and as we get this one started, we do have the Angels and the Mariners both potentially out of that, or at least the Mariners out of a playoff position. Angels not necessarily completely out of it, but on Marco Gonzales, one thing I wanted to just call out is that 7-11 record not indicative of his ERA, brother, at 3.85 ERA. I think if you came into the season and I told you he was going to have a 3.85 ERA, you'd probably feel pretty good about that going into 2020.
And I do feel good about the work that he's been able to do. Like we've seen all season, this has been a struggling ball club, but this is a rebuilding ball club. And Marco Gonzales starting it off here with a strikeout to Brian Goodwin. And that just goes to show you why Scott Service and Jerry DiPoto felt comfortable having him get the opening day start for one, for two, holding down that top spot in the rotation all season long. When there's been a number of moves throughout, Marco's been there, steady as she goes. Ground ball on the first pitch here to David Fletcher. That's going to be 5-3 for the put out, 2 away here in the first.
Yeah, good quick start for Marco Gonzales. The first game we ever called way back when was that opening night, Brother Beard, that Seattle game on that Monday opening night way back in end of March, early April, and Marco was on the mound for that. What are the chances as we take a peek at Mike Trout, last year's MVP and arguably going to be in the MVP race this year with the 331 average and already 28 home runs, having a heck of a season for the Angels. And a big reason why this Angels team is still in a playoff hunt while they're 10 games back in the West. They still have an opportunity to make a few games up and potentially have a shot at one of those wild card spots in the American League.
Yeah, Mike Trout, of course, always in the MVP conversation. He's going to have a hard time beating that beast out in Houston, Yordan Alvarez. He's putting up absolutely monster numbers this year. It's really going to be hard to beat him when it comes to that. But Mike Trout, there's a reason he's arguably the greatest player in the game at this point in time. As painful as it is to me to say that, there's a very well-known hate of everything Mike Trout in Seattle amongst Mariner fans.
Rightfully so.
He's been a Mariner killer, but you got to recognize the absolute talent that is Mike Trout. Marco Gonzales racking him up. Second strikeout of the ball game here. We're through the top of the first. J.P. Crawford, Evan White, and Kyle Seager going to lead off for the Mariners. And you see the two-way player Shohei Ohtani getting the start here today. His 21st of the season, a 6-7 record with a 2.74 ERA. Just over 100 innings of work. Look at that whip, 1.08. This guy makes everybody swing and miss.
His control for me has been what's been so great to see this year. 42 walks to 118 strikeouts. That walk to strikeout ratio is one of the best in the American League, one of the best in baseball. And while the innings certainly haven't been racking up on him, I think that's a good thing, especially after the injuries that he's gone through throughout his career and the impact that he needs to make for this Angels team. Another reason, as we talked about Trout last inning, another reason why this Angels team is still in it. But again, another example of the record not indicative of their performance. A 2.74 ERA, like you pointed out, Brother Beard. In the race for arguably a Cy Young candidate, probably that win-loss record is going to hurt him a little bit, but certainly doing some good stuff there on the mound for the Angels in 2020.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see somebody like Shohei who could, arguably as a two-way player, could have a much more solid case for an MVP as opposed to just a straight batter or a pitcher. This guy can bring the talent to both sides of the ball, as we were going to see here today.
You think there will ever be another two-way player, as you see that strikeout there? I mean, nasty. Do you think there'll ever be another two-way player? Like before Ohtani, I don't even remember the last one, to be quite honest. I know there were some that dabbled into some pitching, but mostly were offense or vice versa. I really do wonder if you'll ever see this type of caliber player again.
I feel like I'm seeing a trend to, with pitchers that are just too good of hitters to ignore, and especially if you see the National League adopt the DH rule permanently. Obviously, they're adopting it this year with the universal DH. But if we see that going forward, I know certain members of the pop ball community would not like to see that. Shohei Ohtani striking out the first two batters here, back-to-back strikeouts for him in those California Angels road unis.
2 for 2 to start off this game, getting both first Mariners here between Crawford and White, striking out, swinging on, making it look easy on the mound, and quite frankly, making the Mariners hitters look off balance and a little foolish. And in just 8 pitches, has got himself the first 2 strikeouts. I'd say what's so far so good for him. You got to look at that cutter, that curve action on his curveball. Yeah, that looks nasty so far. As you see, Seager can barely get a piece of that one. So Ohtani early on, but looks outstanding to this point.
Yeah, and to go back to it, I feel like we're going to see more two-way players if the universal DH becomes adopted across the National League. Guys like Zach Greinke is somebody who has success at the plate, and he may play for an American League team here, but this is a guy that wants to get out and play. That wants to get out and bat as well. We may see more of that in the future. Kyle Seager goes down on strikes. 3 strikeouts for Shohei here to lead off the bottom of the first. Due up is going to be Tony Two Bags, Anthony Rendon.
Tony, I don't know if I've heard the Tony Two Bags. Is this a new one?
Oh, apparently this is not a new one. I can't forget it. We could thank Eric, the Big Fun, for that one. It was months ago. I feel like it was months ago at this point. Of course, everything feels like months ago as we ground out 1-3 for the put out here on Tony. Yeah, he showed me. It was a well-known nickname of his in Washington, and apparently they had a really cool looking shirt. It's definitely way too far back to bother scrolling back through the Discord. Maybe if somebody wants to drop that link into the chat, I'm sure everybody would love to check out this Tony Two Bag shirt.
Can't wait. Now I'm curious. I gotta see this thing now.
So Marco Gonzales gets the ground out to Rendon, working nicely here against Justin Upton. Couple of swings and misses, getting him to chase a changeup on the outside corner. The 1-2 misses low, and Marco Gonzales has really grown into this number 1 spot in the rotation for the Mariners. He's going to continue to get the work through the season, and I'm excited to see how this team develops into next year. Obviously, you mentioned before, Mariners in last place, over 20 games behind the Athletics at this point. It's pretty safe to say that the Mariners are not going to be making the playoffs. Of course, I'm pretty sure I said that back on March 30th too.
I think you might have actually started the year off on that. And then the Mariners got off to a good start that first week. Remember, they got a couple of wins under their belt. I think they won that first game, if I remember correctly, that you and I called. So there was some good momentum. And little known fact about Marco Gonzales, not that this is any official trivia, but his birthday, same birthday as
Christian Vasquez.
Which, by the way, you gotta tune in for Christian Vasquez trivia tonight. It's a very special edition of Christian Vasquez trivia at 7:15 with the Jinx. However, February 16th, the same birthday as a 1PK. Same birthday. Who would have thunk that?
Hey. Well, nicely done there.
Nope.
Way to give yourself a little bit of props.
The reason why I wanted to call that out, outside of that was coincidental. He's young, and at 28 years old, Gonzales has got some good years ahead of him, and the good thing about him, he doesn't have a whole ton of innings on the arm, right? Like there's some pitchers at 28 where it feels like they've been in the league for 10, 15 years, and they rack up the innings on the arms. Instead, Marco Gonzales, and you know better than me, Brother Beard, being the Seattle expert, but doesn't feel like he has those same types of innings. And from a health perspective, knock on wood, hopefully that would serve him well here in the prime time of his career.
Yeah, Marco gonna induce the fly ball out to center field. Malik Smith gonna corral it easily there. Marco only got a little over 3 years of service time to his record so far. Even when you look at Mariners pitchers, think of King Felix, you think of Taijuan Walker. Both guys that started, in their early 20s. Taijuan Walker made his debut at 20. Felix Hernandez, I believe, made his debut at 19. So by the time they reach 28, they are that seasoned veteran. And you see a guy like Marco Gonzales. He's 28 years old. He's coming into his prime here. He's earned that spot to be the number 1 pitcher here in Seattle, just by nature of doing the work that he needs to do, and having a good outing, good appearances last season as well, and he continues his work here as he grows through his career. Well, we got a runner on first. That's Justin Upton. Peters takes one here.
Not sure where that pitch was. Looked like a perfect pitch by Gonzales.
Who led Angel in the clubhouse today? Who led Angel? This is going to be a ground ball over to third base. Cal Seeger corrals it cleanly and throws over to get the third out. We're through the top of the second. 4, 5, and 6 due up for the Mariners here in the bottom of the second. It's going to be Vogelbach, Murphy, and Shiner.
And while we transition to Vogelbach coming up to the plate, check out on our Twitch viewers today. We appreciate you joining us. As always, donate to Meals on Wheels if you have the ability to do so. We got Bruhan, who's joining us in the Twitch chat, asking if BOS BAL has a farewell tribute to PK plan tonight. Nope, it's not on the agenda. We will have, like I said earlier, though, a grand finale last night of Christian Vasquez trivia that you do not want to miss. At 7:15 with the Red Sox and the Orioles. They call that a basement barn burner, Brother Beard, where you got the Orioles and the Red Sox, 4th and 5th in the American League East, 2 of the worst teams in BOS BAL. Then we got Heidi will miss me, of course. Heidi will, of course miss me. Tony Twobag sounds like a Soprano mob guy. Crowworthy joins the chat, says Brother Beard with 4 exclamation points. To be clear, I've always been a big Brother Beard fan. Let's go Mariners. Thanks for joining us, Crowworthy. Type your thoughts and comments in the Twitch chat. Would love to hear from you.
The 3-1 pitch inside. Shohei loses Vogelbach here. A walk to lead off the second here. Not how Shohei wanted to come back out to the second inning. Striking out the side in the first. Gives up the walk to Vogie. And I suppose a walk's better than a Vogel bomb. Brings up the catcher.
Did
Mariners
you
lone all-star.
Did you trademark Beard the Bum? Vogel Bomb?
Vogel Bomb?
Bomb or Vogel Bomb. I like
Vogel
it.
Bomb.
Trademark it.
You know.
That's the ball.
Of course, my strikeout king, who does not lead the Mariners in strikeouts. Checked up on that in my pregame prep today. That honor actually goes to Daniel Vogelbach.
And there it is. Speaking of Tom Murphy making that All-Star game, hit with that unbelievable 204 average, really pushing the limits on the All-Star game selection process for the American League. But Tom Murphy, I feel like you and I are always on a call when he hits a home run. We'll see if that carries forward tonight.
I'm super stoked to hear that sort of prediction, because Tom Murphy's looking at a 3-1 here. Shohei delivers and misses low and inside, so back-to-back walks for Shohei Ohtani.
The second baseman.
And after the first inning, when Ohtani looked, literally unhittable through those first 3 batters, getting the side all on strikeouts, striking out the side, and now right off the bat, maybe just a little bit of second inning nerves here, but 2 walks after those first 3 strikeouts. Certainly not what we saw in the first inning there.
Yeah, this seems to be a whole different sort of Shohei on the mound right now. Facing off against the rookie Jake Shiner. Here gets one over for strike 1. Perhaps he just needs a little bit of motivation to get it over. Shiner hitting 250. He's going to lay off this one outside. 1-1. Ooh, boy, misses inside here. 2-1 from Shohei. He certainly can't seem to find the zone much here in the second inning.
What a difference, inning over inning, with the 2-1 count. If you're Shiner here, you just got to put the bat on the shoulder and see if you can throw a strike. No, he didn't listen to me.
He certainly did not. Probably didn't listen to the scouting report there either. Make him throw a pitch. Don't give him one. Well, he connects with this one, but it's going to hook foul. Count remains 2-2.
it's always an awkward position when you're a hitter in that spot, right? The first two batters in the inning walk, and you're thinking maybe they got control issues, but you also want to make sure you put up a good fight at the plate. And as he goes down swinging there, Ohtani needed that one. That would have been dangerous to get the bases loaded this early here in the second.
Yeah, he goes with the fastball on the outside here. It's in a good hitting spot. That one's just on Jake for not making contact there. Brings up the right fielder, Carlos Gonzales, the oldest man on the team here, 11-year veteran, coming in on a single-year minor league deal, making the squad out of training camp and playing a role off of the bench. Now getting more work since Mitch Haniger proved he can't hit right-handed hitting. The 1-1 pitch to Cargo. This one's going to get fouled off. A slider left out over the outside third of the zone. Ohtani comes set and delivers the 1-2. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. So back-to-back strikeouts. 5 out of 7. All going down on strikeouts.
A tale of two Ohtanis. Strikes out the side in the first. 1, 2, 3. Walks the first two batters of the bottom of the second here to the Mariners. Thinking maybe he's having some control issues. Comes right back, strikes out the next two, and now we finally have contact on the ball.
Kyle Lewis with a base hit, swinging at the first pitch. Moves everybody up 90 feet, and with Daniel Vogelbach leading the way, they're going to leave that at third here with 2 outs.
Vogelbach, not the speediest guy on the base pass, even with 2 outs and off with the ball off the bat. Good decision to hold him at third, as that he would have been out by about 30 or 40 feet.
Well, Malik Smith is going to look at strike 1 here. You see there Shohei Ohtani already 22 pitches in the inning. Really going to look to shut it down here with the bases loaded. Smith swings at this one. That's going to get it into center field for a base hit. A run's going to score. Everybody's going to move up 90 feet as the train keeps rolling. The bases are still loaded here in the bottom of the second. You see, he just leaves this one out over the plate. Malik Smith not trying to do too much, just getting on base. And we'll go back to the top of the order for J.P. Crawford.
Nice piece of hitting by Malik Smith there. You know, first of all, for the Mariners.
Ooh, and they'll take the force out at home to end the inning. 1-2 for the putout. We're through the second as the Mariners are out on front. They strand the bases loaded, however.
I was saying as that inning came to a close there, and then I was rudely interrupted by Crawford grounding out, but we'll let him have that one. Swinging first pitch. That's his choice, not mine. You know, it was very rude. Speaking of Full House, so yeah, I mean, I love the piece of hitting by Malik Smith just to make contact, not trying to do much with the ball. You're in the position with the Mariners where you got an awesome opportunity against a great pitcher, one of the best pitchers in the league in Ohtani. You don't know how many opportunities you're going to get against a pitcher like that with the bases loaded. And who knows, the way that Gonzales is going, this could stay a 1-0 game. So that opportunity is one you absolutely cannot miss. It's one that you go to bed having nightmares about if you're a hitter leaving the bases loaded. So kudos to Malik Smith for coming through in the clutch there with the 2-out single.
Speaking of coming through in the clutch, a line out to Jake Shiner at second for Andrelton Simmons. One away here in the top of the third. You look at the AL West standings there. It's definitely coming down to if Houston can make a run back or not.
Yeah, the Astros obviously going to be tough, along with the Angels, to get take over the Athletics. So I think if they had that spot, that top spot in the West now for almost the entirety of the season. And what is I think the interesting race with the 2 wild card spots in BOT Ball, and you've got a couple of teams that are in the running for those. First of all, the Indians at 72 and 43. I mean, that Central is just a powerhouse right now between the Twins and the Indians at the top of the Central. So it looks like the Indians have a great shot at that. And then it's kind of anyone's game. You got the White Sox, you got the Rays, you got the Blue Jays, the Astros, and the Angels, who all have an opportunity to go after that second wild card position. Now, it goes from about 7 games back in the loss column to as much as 3 games. So it really is a tight race for that second wild card, which is what I love about that second wild card that was added in there, brother, is the fact that we now have September baseball or August and September baseball, where 4 or 5 or even 6 teams that previously wouldn't have been in any sort of running and probably called it a season and been selling at the trade deadline. Instead, you've got people who are buyers at the trade deadline trying to get that second wild card spot. So one of the few things that that BOT Ball has done correctly over the past few years, and I mean that in the MLB sense, not the true BOT Ball. BOT Ball's done everything right, but baseball in general, Rob Manfred certainly hasn't done a whole lot to help, but that second wild card's a favorite of mine.
Ground ball into the shift there. Shiner is able to bring it up, but the throw over is not in time. Brian Goodwin going to get his first hit of the ball game, and that is going to be the first hit for the Angels here. 2 outs. That brings up David Fletcher. Goodwin's already gone. He's easily stolen second here.
Yeah, just lost the grip on the ball there. I don't think they would have had a chance to snag Goodwin at second base. He gets a great jump off of Marco Gonzales and then had that base stolen from the windup there. So nice piece of running on the lefty, I might add. That's the 8th stolen base of the year for Goodwin. He's had a good year on the base paths.
J.P. Crawford bobbling the ball over there, shortstop, what should have been an easy ground ball to end the inning. That's going to be recorded as an E6 for David Fletcher. Runners at first and third now with 2 outs, and that brings up the fishman himself, Mike Trout.
Not sure why he went to go backhand that ball. It felt like he would have been better to get that grounder straight on, and instead decided to go to the backhand, which, as you know, as a shortstop or a second baseman, as soon as you go to that backhand, specifically as a shortstop, when you go to that backhand, your body is now in the opposite direction. The momentum's going against you, and it just got up right off the heel of the glove and bounced 3 or 4 feet away from him, just enough to let it be safe at first. But we'll see what Marco Gonzales can do here and see if that shakes him or if he can stay tuned in and get Trout.
Of course, Mike Trout, the new dad. I've been hearing a lot of new nicknames for him. Papa Trout being the biggest one. Papa Trout striking out. 2 strikeouts here on Mike today. That's going to end the inning. So Marco Gonzales ends the bleeding here. A couple of errors and missed fielding opportunities. Gets the guys on base and into scoring position, but not able to convert here. Seattle still leading 1-0. So we got Evan White digging in to lead off. He struck out in his first appearance, along with J.P. Crawford and Kyle Seager back in the first. First pitch from Shohei misses, ball 1, although not by much.
Well, a huge strikeout from Marco Gonzales, getting Trout swinging a miss for the second time in as many at-bats. A huge out for Gonzales, and then showing a little emotion as he walks off the mound. Love to see it. I mean, it's only the top of the 3rd inning. I don't know how excited you can get, but runners on first and third, so I guess it was worthwhile. But yeah, loved it. Good pitching, good maturity to get past that error at shortstop, and was able to come through without allowing a run there. Big piece of pitching by Marco Gonzales.
Well, and when you're facing off against, like we mentioned earlier, a guy that's arguably the best player in baseball, that always feels good to strike him out once. But if you get him on back-to-back strikeouts, I mean, that's talk about a confidence boost. Evan White's going to go down on strikes here for his second strikeout of the game to lead off the inning. Shohei Ohtani with 6 strikeouts to his name so far today. He's on a roll as well. Going to bring up the lefty Kyle Seager.
0-1's the count.
He'll swing and a miss at strike 1. Looking to improve on his last outing. Striking out, swinging on Shohei against Shohei.
1 ball, 1 strike.
Of course, looking at the Twitch chat, Crowworthy, I believe that's the Cromish, asking where my bearded counterpart, Beardy Buddha, is. I believe he's taken some time off here. I don't know if he's hanging around today or not. But you know, he'll be back soon, I'm sure. 1-2 to Seager. This is high, 2-2. Fouled off here by Kyle. Count remains 2-2. And into the third inning, Shohei Ohtani already at 45 pitches. Perhaps a little bit more than he would really like, but the success has been there, only giving up the 1 run.
Yeah, and the 5 strikeouts has been just, again, tale of two cities here where he's got 2 walks, 5 strikeouts, a couple of hits allowed. So the control has just been a little bit iffy, and then he just comes right back at Seager to get Seager swinging. I mean, it certainly has been 2 sides we're seeing from Shohei today. And to your point, the high pitch count early on is a little concerning. It's also, you can see he's only had 101 innings like we talked about before the broadcast. And might not be able to get past the 5th or 6th inning. We'll have to see.
Well, swinging at the first pitch is going to be Vogelbach. He's going to try and chug down the line, but the throw is just in time. Albert Pujols making a good stop there in the dirt to end the inning. We're through 3. Mariners still on top, 1-0.
Leading off for the Angels, the third baseman, number 6, Anthony.
It's going to bring up Anthony Rendon. He grounded out to Marco last time.
Ball match outside.
He'll look at the first pitch outside for ball 1. This one's going to be grounded against the shift. Jake Shiner probably should have been in the regular straight up position here. That would have been an easy ground out. Instead, Anthony Rendon with a single.
When Rendon is fired up at first base, as well he should be, by the way, when you get that shift against you and so many times you hit into it, and immediately the thought that goes through your head is, this is stuff I never had to deal with, growing up and in the minor leagues, and then the majors, everyone figures it out, and you got piles of scouting work that is going against you, and they start to play you perfectly, and you walk away back to the dugout thinking, man, any other formation in the infield, I would have added a single and risen that batting average a little bit. So that's a great feeling when you can go against the shift. And then the other thing it does is it potentially starts to change that scouting report to have other managers, as they're starting to lay out their defense, maybe they don't do it next time. So good piece of hitting by Rendon. I'm sure he's psyched about it.
And perhaps a check swing here makes contact. J.P. Crawford ranging back out of the shortstop position into shallow left to record the out here on Upton. Justin Upton, designated hitter tonight, walked and now flown out. It's going to bring up perhaps maybe a little bit of a rusty machine. Albert Pujols.
Rusty machine.
He's getting old, man. He's getting up there.
former Cardinal, part of the 2004 and 2013 losing Cardinal teams of those 2 World Series, lost to the Red Sox. Little known fact. Not sure if Bruhan is out there. Big Cardinals fan. Sure he remembers those 2 World Series pretty well. See if he tunes in or out here, but Pujols obviously making big impacts in a Cardinals and an Angels uniform.
Yeah, of course, arguably one of the best hitters of the early 2000s, or of the 2000s decade. Scoring that big contract to come over to Los Angeles and play for these Angels. I believe he's still got another couple of years left on his contract. We'll see how he continues to hit here. He's definitely downgraded his hitting throughout these last couple of seasons as he goes down on strikes here.
Left fielder, DJ Peters.
That brings up the left fielder, DJ Peters.
A great piece of pitching by Marco Gonzales on that one. Just a cutter that got perfect placement in on the hands of Pujols. Nothing you can do about that. You're lucky if you can foul it off and just get a piece of it. And he gets him down looking great. Great pitching by Marco Gonzales. I've been impressed so far through 3 2/3 innings. Gonzales once again showing, as you've said many times so far, showing why he's the top of that rotation.
Yeah, 4 strikeouts for Marco here. That's 1 an inning. For those of you that can math as well as I can. Marco gets one in there for strike 1.
Say it. I'm glad you instantly said what probably many of us were thinking. That was well done.
Ground ball here over to Shiner at second. They'll take it the easy way to first for the putout. DJ Peters gonna end the inning. Seattle still on top, 1-0. Take this moment to remind you that we are raising money for Meals on Wheels. You know the story. They've been our charity for a good portion of this BOT ball season. We started out with them. We're back here with them. It's always a good organization to help support. They feed so many people across this country, across the world. As I know they've got branches up in Canada as well. They do a lot of great work, and we would really appreciate your supporting them.
It's probably been the coolest thing about this entire project this year, brother, is just the charity angle and the multiple charities that we've been able to assist over the past few months, and just make a hopefully even a small difference to those people in need or causes that were worthwhile to lift up. And that's certainly been a highlight of this.
Boy, Tom Murphy with an absolute moonshot.
Did we call it? Did I call it or did we call it? I said every time we do a game, Tom Murphy homers.
PK, you can't go anywhere, man.
I
need you here so that Tom Murphy can continue to hit home runs.
Well, let's see. If that's his 12th of the year, and how many games we got left? Call it 55-ish or so left. If I do a game every single time, every single day in game, and he hits a home run for every single one, he will not be able to break the record. So, no, that ain't going to do it for me.
Not to mention, we don't want to piss off Mrs. PK.
No, Mrs. PK, I think, has had quite enough of football. And this is without we're getting personal. This is a funny story, though. What's even funnier about that is I have 2 computers that I do this with. I have my computer that I use mine, but who has 2 computers, right? So I have to borrow Mrs. PK's MacBook. So I have one computer for my notes, one computer to do the Discord. So every time I do bot ball, I take her computer away and she can't use it for the entire night. So yeah, she's very happy that bot ball is going the way of the dodo. For PK at least. Everyone else is still here, but not me.
Now batting, the right fielder.
Well, an easy ground out here for Jake Shiner. Actually, not even a ground out. That was a line out to the second baseman. brings up the right fielder, Carlos Gonzales. Oh, boy. You should have swung at that one, Cargo. That would have gotten over the fence.
That was about as bad of a pitch as it was to Tom Murphy. Certainly, Gonzales not even getting the shoulder off the bat on that one. Might have missed an opportunity there to maybe make this 1-3-0.
Well, he gets a base hit out into center field here. So putting something on the board here to break the offer on the day.
Number 1, Kyle Lewis.
Nice hit right back up the middle. Ground ball just past the pitcher's mound. And that brings up Kyle Lewis. Already a hit on the ball game today. He had the first hit of the day.
Now, Kyle Lewis coming into this one with that 253 average. You love those little singles, try and get that average up. 260, 270. Aim high, Kyle. Aim high. You still get time here.
Kyle Lewis with another base hit. This one into the gap in left center field. Rounding second, going to third is going to be Carlos Gonzales, and he's in there. Runners at first and third here in the bottom of the fourth. Shohei Ohtani having a bit of trouble here in the fourth inning.
Yeah, I like the mound visit here as Ohtani's a little bit shaken. Looks like they're going to make... Now, they pointed to the bullpen but didn't make the move, but certainly coming into a tough spot here. And again, you see that control getting a little bit wild. If you look at the difference between when he had those, now I think it's 6 strikeouts, versus where he is right now, the action and the location of his off-speed stuff, his curve stuff, just not there right now.
Swing and a miss for Malik Smith. Believe it or not, he leads this Mariners ball club in hitting. Moving from the top of the order to the bottom of the order. Leads the team in average, leads the entire league in stolen bases. 43 to his name. I believe he's got about 7 or 8 on Trey Turner over in the National League. 1-2 pitch here. This one's taken for a ride, but foul. Smith, an RBI single in his first plate appearance. Looking for another one as he's got a runner over at third. It's going to be a ground ball up the middle. Takes it himself second. Throw over in time to get the double play. And the inning is over. We take another look at this absolute moonshot from Tom Murphy. Puts the Mariners up 2-0 here in Seattle.
Well, and as we took a peek at that Tom Murphy home run to put the Mariners up and extend that lead, comment on that second baseman play. Jeez, what a great play by the Angels second baseman there, David Fletcher. Fletcher backhands it, has the presence of mind to run over, tag the bag, and then throw to first, which we know Smith gets down the line pretty well. We talked already about his speed, both stolen bases and the average getting up there at 269. So that was a great play by Fletcher. Didn't want to overlook that and didn't want it to go by us without mentioning it. But that gets through, or if he's not able to get Smith at first, and Ohtani struggling both control and just the Mariners hitters getting wood on the ball there. That could have been an ugly inning. So a huge play by Fletcher to keep this game 2-0.
Yeah, that play by Fletcher really goes to show the talent that this Angels team has. A guy like David Fletcher, looking at this lineup, they've got Mike Trout, Anthony Rendon, Albert Pujols, Andrelton Simmons, Justin Upton, all big established names here. David Fletcher making a name for himself here on this Angels club, showing the talent and really, let's be real, that arm. Swing and a miss by Simmons as he goes down. Marco Gonzales with his 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th strikeout of the ball game here
That's one per inning.
Man, I don't know where you get these knowledge bombs. Where do you come up with it?
Well, it's just this gift, man. It's this color commentary gift that very, very few have in this world. But all kidding aside, certainly looks sharp, and he's looked good against this Angels team. And this Angels offense, by the way, I mean, it's got its Alex Jacksons, who's hitting 147, but it also has Mike Trout, Rendon. You got some good hitters in this lineup, so he's done a nice job so far to this point.
Speaking of Alex Jackson, he lifts this one out to Cargo and right.
The right field.
Fly out to the right fielder.
Brian Goodwin.
We'll go back to the top of the lineup, and Brian Goodwin, he had a single in his last appearance, ended up stealing second.
Ball, that's inside.
First pitch for Marco's going to miss for ball one. So we're into the third go-round of the lineup. What sort of adjustments are these Angels going to have to make here?
It's tough because a couple things. Gonzales' control has been excellent to this point. I mean, very, very few base runners allowed on at all, be it by way of the hit or through base on balls. He's done a nice job staying around the zone, so you can't just sit and wait for him to walk you. And then the pitch count is also another piece. It's 69 pitches. I mean, he could potentially have another 2 or 3 innings if he keeps going the way he's going. So if you're Angels, I don't think you can be patient. I think you got to attack. You got to be aggressive against him and see if you can, this third time around, as you said in the lineup, put bat in the ball and see if you can't get a couple things going. But he looks really good so far through these 4 2/3 innings.
2-2 pitch just misses inside, 3-2. As we get through the third go round of the lineup, I think the patience has weared off its effectiveness here, and these guys really got to be patient up there as he draws the walk.
The batter number 22, second base.
The broadcaster jinx strikes again. Brian Goodwin.
It's just how it works. For everyone everyone wants to peek behind the curtain of what it's like to do some broadcasting. You got to roll with the punches, and when you get punched, you really got to roll sometimes. I just appreciate the patience of these Angels hitters tonight, Brother Beard. I think they've done a great job, and that's the adjustment I'd miss. Be patient. Wait for Marco to walk in.
Yeah.
Ball one.
Let him keep throwing those pitches and really work himself out of the game. As this will be number 75 here in the 5th. A blooper to the right side. Jake Shiner with a nice little catch on the infield dirt there behind first base to end the inning. We're through the top of the 5th. Back to the top of the lineup for the Mariners.
Brother, as we come back from commercial here, obviously the trade deadline happening last week. I'm sure you've had an opportunity to talk a little bit about the trades that the Mariners pulled off. They were active at the trade deadline, though, made a couple of moves. What were your overall thoughts? Anything that would be worthwhile to highlight?
Well, I mean, while I think about that, J.P. Crawford is going to fly out to center field. Mike Trout making the play there. My thoughts were to try and get the most back for the trade opportunities that the Mariners had here in BOS BAL. We ended up making 2 moves at the deadline. One to trade Taijuan Walker to Tampa Bay. We ended up getting an arm back for that. He's currently working down in AAA Tacoma, getting some work out of the bullpen. And the other trade we made was with the Cleveland Indians, giving up Yoshihisa Hirano for a relief arm and a bat by the name of Greg Olson. He's an outfielder an outfield minor leaguer. He was on the top prospects list of the Indians, and that's really been the the strategy for this Mariners ball club over the last couple of years is try and bring in young talent that's highly rated, that will fit into the chemistry of this team. And I believe Greg Olson, working down into AAA with the young stars coming up through the system here to finish out the year, is going to do a lot of good for all of them.
Yeah, I agree with you. I had a chance to take a peek at those two trades as well. Obviously, Ben Krauth, Greg Allen, then giving up Hirano, I think was an interesting move. I actually thought, both of those trades really were a benefit of both teams, right? Whether it was Seattle, who got Campbell but gave up Walker, that helped Tampa Bay for sure to get Taiwan, and then for Cleveland, to get Hirano, when Cleveland is fighting for what could be a World Series appearance based on how their season's going. They're still fighting for the division, by the way. So I think that, for me, stuck out that, I thought they were good trades. I thought they were even trades all the way around. And when I think about this Mariners team, and, don't know it as well as you, but it just has that glimpse of young talent that's, certainly not necessarily this year away, but maybe next year away. And then, by the way, they got all this freed up cash to spend, and maybe they can go out and get a big free agent in 2021. That will be, a whole nother part that you could get. I mean, you got a lot of, obviously Mookie Betts is locked up, so he's not going to hit the market. But you've got some really, really good young players that are out there. Someone like a DJ LeMahieu out of New York, Ottavino out of Minnesota, Simmons, out of the Angels here, Peterson on the Angels. There's a lot of good free agents who have an opportunity, and maybe the Mariners can be active in the offseason.
Ground ball up the middle here from Kyle Seager is going to end the inning here in the fifth. Mariners go down without much fight here, as we'll see Mike Trout leading off for the Angels. It's going to be interesting to see how this Mariners ball club continues to develop going to 2021, 2022, and beyond. If I'm understanding General Manager Jerry DiPoto's strategy, like I think I am, and I could be completely wrong. It's been known to happen. If I'm understanding it correctly, they're really trying to build this team for that 2022, 2023, I guess 2022 through 2025 sort of a timetable for the development of, Jared Kelenic and Julio Rodriguez. Those guys, big name prospects coming over in trades in the last couple of years, but also, developing these first round picks of the Mariners. Just off the top of my head, you've got Evan White, you've got Kyle Lewis, you've got JP Crawford, and a number of other guys, let's see. George Kirby being one. Mike Trout finally getting out of the slump he's been in today with a home run. Puts it on the board here, and this is the Mike Trout that Mariner fans are more akin to seeing. It's nice to watch strikeouts, but this is more what you get out of Mike Trout here in Seattle.
Trout's 29th of the season, just barely gets over that 330-foot mark in the right field fences. I got to give it to Marco Gonzales on that one. Marco, while he left that curveball up a little bit belt high, a hitter like Trout ain't ever going to miss that. It actually wasn't as bad. It was a better piece of hitting by Trout than it was a bad pitch by Gonzales. Trout goes opposite field with it, and we know Trout is strong enough to do that. And just like that, you see the Mariners bullpen with action. Eric Swanson and Brandon Brennan warming up, both right-handers. So this could be the last inning. I think it's more precautionary as Gonzales is up to 81 pitches. If he does get in trouble, they'll be able to make the call to the bullpen. Nonetheless, Trout's ability to go opposite field is just is incredible. So not as bad of a pitch as you would think with Gonzales, but a great piece of hitting by Trout.
Yeah, and that's really what you can do everything right out there on the mound when you're facing Mike Trout. And, you know, as we've seen today, you can strike him out twice, but, you know, all he needs is that one ball to hit, and if he can get his bat on it cleanly, he's going to put it over the wall 9 times out of 10. You know, that guy can hit anything.
Well, and speaking of Mike Trout, I imagine he might be an answer to this. The big guy, we love when he joins us and gives us some trivia to get chatting about in the Twitch chat. Trivia question of the game: name the 10 active players with 1,000 or more ribbies, runs batted in their career. I would say one of those, Albert Pujols comes to mind, who's playing. Trout, maybe not enough years yet, right? He's probably only in his 5th or 6th year, so maybe Trout isn't quite there yet. But I'd say Pujols would be one of them being active with more than 1,000 RBIs as Gonzales walks run down there.
Yeah, Trout was. Pujols was definitely going to be my guess as well. Another, I would say, would probably be. So you could probably put Carlos Gonzalez on that list. Nelson Cruz, obviously a good guess. Robinson Cano's probably another good guess.
That's a good one. Cano's a good guess. As the Angels are doing something here, brother, as Upton goes opposite field into right center field, and Gonzales is all of a sudden in a little bit of trouble here. First and second, nobody out. They're sticking with Marco. 88 pitches with Pujols coming to the plate. Huge spot for Gonzales to get out of this. If he wants to complete the 6th inning, he's got the 6, 7, 8 hitters here to get through.
Yeah, and it's always a tough bat to get past Albert here. A couple of runners on. This game could get blown wide open here. The 0-1 pitch. Boy, I don't know where that missed, but home plate umpire says it did. 1-1. Runners take their leads. 2-1 now. Boy, that strike zone sure has shrunk here in the 6th.
2 straight pitches from Gonzales, both easily could have been called strikes.
Well, he goes down below the zone here. 3-1, the count now to Albert. You see there a dangerous bat of DJ Peterson behind him as he walks Albert. That's going to walk the bases loaded here in the 6th. Nobody out as Marco Gonzales at 93 pitches.
Well, Gonzales frustrated there. That pitch, along with the 2 previous, he had one way down in the zone, but the 2 previous to that, he had 3 opportunities that easily could have been called strikes. Pujols gets away with one there. And Gonzales with a little bit of a flip there and a look back from the manager. Gonzales might be a little irritated there, brother.
Yeah, he definitely didn't get the call. He's thinking he had those pitches in the zone, and because those two strikes on the outside were not called strikes, he's now out of the ball game. That's frustrating for a guy that has put, like we mentioned before, doesn't have the record to show it, but he has done a lot of really good work and had. In this game, he's had 1 bad inning. It's this one, but it's 1 bad inning. And he gets chased from the game. That brings in Eric Swanson coming in, trying to set it down with the bases loaded.
Yeah, Swanson coming into a big spot here. This is 53rd appearance. He's 6-2 on the year. He's got 6 holds. He's going to need another one here tonight if the Mariners want to win it. 74 innings, a 4.86 ERA, 65-18 strikeout to walk ratio. His control has been good all year. And righties hitting 290, lefties just 258. So this is a big at bat against Peters.
Swing and a miss. A big at bat indeed as he takes the count 0-2. Well, no need to even think about that one as that slider gets away from him. 1-2.
I like the waste there. Swanson smart, seeing if he can't get Peters to chase, maybe a little bit outside for a chase, but nonetheless didn't want to go mess with anything close to the zone on that one.
1-2. Did he go? No, says the first base umpire. Wow. Okay.
Well, it looked like he might have gone on it, first of all. And second of all, that could have been called a strike. All of a sudden, the home plate umpires tightened up the strike zone quite a bit on the Mariners pitchers.
Ground ball out to second. Shiner with the jump throw to second to get the one out, but the run's going to score to tie the ball game, and they can't turn two.
Well, the effort from Shiner at second base to be able to get that to second for the force out has kept runners at the corners as opposed to second and third. And a single, all of a sudden, while it gives a lead to the Angels, it certainly doesn't give them a 2-run lead, which would be the case if he had just taken the easy out to first. So while it's disappointing for the Mariners side to give up that tying run, they've kept this a ball game for the time being. So
Swanson delivers the 1-0, misses inside, 2-0. After a good start against DJ Peters, gets the ground ball that he wants. Could have rolled up too, but just beats it down the line, does Peters. He's back 2-0 to Simmons. Missing low, 3-0 now.
Andrelton Simmons, not Andrew Simmons. My nephew's name is Andrew, actually, but not Andrew Simmons. It's Andrelton. That's a really unique name. What'd you say, Brother Beard?
It's one that has definitely stuck out in my mind as long as I've been hearing it, and I can't even think of how long that's been.
When did we have our first Angels-Mariners game? 3.5 months ago?
Yeah, at least that.
It's good. It's good. So that's how long. There it is. We figured it out.
There you go. 3-1 pitch here from Swanson. And he gets the call in the outside corner, 3-2.
And the home plate umpire has finally decided to give that outside corner spot of the strike zone. It has certainly shrunk this inning in the 6th.
You know, I've never been a proponent for the electronic umpire systems. That's going to be a sacrifice fly to right field. A throw in is going to be up the line. Tom Murphy not able to make a play. So a run will score here off of the bat from Simmons.
You know, interesting. I know opposite field, going to right field, obviously a little bit more difficult to get the runner heading from third to home. But Carlos Gonzales, with that play was a lot closer than Gonzales made it appear. Kind of not nonchalant, but spun around out in the outfield, tossing in a good throw to the plate, by the way. But with the momentum that he lost by doing a little spin in the outfield, potentially could have had a closer play to the plate than it was, and Angels take the lead 3-2. This has been a rough inning here for Seattle. It started with Gonzales, and now it goes to Swanson.
Well, it's going to get the third out here on the pop-up. Evan White comes over to the pitching mound to make the play, and that will stop the bleeding here in the 6th as the Angels take the lead 3-2. Daniel Vogelbach gonna dig in and lead off here in the 6th. Shohei Ohtani coming back out to pitch. 74 to his name so far. We'll see if he can make it through the 6th inning here.
Well, the book is closed on Gonzales for the Mariners, as you see Vogelbach ground out there on the first pitch swinging. But the book is closed on him. 5+ innings, didn't record an out in the 6th. So he'll get 5 innings under his belt, and he cannot win it. He can only lose it, as is allows the 3 earned runs to the Angels. So certainly not the 6th inning that Gonzales wanted. You should be happy, excited about the first 5 innings of his appearance, but that 6th inning certainly was a disaster for him. And while we take a look at Tom Murphy, who had the home run earlier, we do take a peek at the trivia the big guy has put out there for us. And we were correct. Pujols, Nelson Cruz, Edwin Encarnacion, Robinson Cano, all part of those active hitters who were over 1,000 runs batted in. Miguel Cabrera, and I believe those were the 5 so far. So 5 out of the 10 were guests. Throw them in the chat if you know.
Well, Tom Murphy is going to fly out to right. It's going to bring up the second baseman, Jake Shiner. He's 0 for 2 on the day with a strikeout and a lineout in his 2 appearances. Shohei working quick here in the 6th. Getting both guys to swing at the first pitch.
One ball, one strike.
Shiner taking his time here, already doubled the pitches in the inning just by watching a couple. Come back to that patience at the plate. Jake Shiner gets one he can hit. That's going to get into the gap for a base hit. It goes all the way to the wall. There to corral it is Ryan Goodwin, and that's going to be a stand-up double for Jake Shiner.
Well, Shiner, who we just talked about keeping that, getting that force out at the second base last inning, had a nice defensive play, able to help offensively here with the opposite field double, and that's exactly what you need for the Mariners' offense right now. You come out deflated into the bottom of the 6th, you give up the lead to the Angels, you gave up a really good starting performance from Gonzales, and now you got your offense out there to trying to make a point, and the crowd in Seattle is fired up, brother.
Moose is fired up. I'm fired up. Carlos Gonzales stepping in with an RBI opportunity here.
I wouldn't say I'm fired up. I think I'm like when the fire's about to get fired up. You know, when you see what are those little things called? Embers, like the embers start forming, the smoke. That's where I am.
I guess I need to get on the bellows a little bit to get you fired up.
Yeah, now we're talking.
Shohei Ohtani.
Baseball.
Shohei Ohtani here in the 6th, already over 80 pitches. If the Mariners are going to jump on him and capitalize on his mistakes, it's got to be right now. As Carlos Gonzales lays off this fastball in the outside corner for strike 1. You know, they can, if they can get a couple of hits here in the 6th, drive in Shiner here. That'll tie the ball game, and perhaps they can drive Shohei out here before they get the final out. Let's see, a 2-2 pitch here from Ohtani. Cargo's going to foul off this fastball. We'll see another 2-2. Number 86, Cargo's going to foul it off. We'll see another 2-2. A nice little battle brewing here between one of the most unique players in the game right now in Shohei Ohtani and a crafty veteran who is known for his power bat.
Well, Gonzales, who I gave some trouble to in the last inning as he nonchalantly got that ball into the plate, which allowed a run to score the Angels. He's in a big spot here, so if he can make up for his mistake last inning. Instead, he walks. He takes it. He wants to walk. He just wants to get on base. Doesn't want to do anything more, nothing less. He wants Kyle Lewis to come up and go 3 for 3.
Kyle Lewis, man, if this Kyle Lewis can channel a bit of real life Kyle Lewis, boy, right now is a great time to do it. He's already doing so, 2 for 2 on the day. Set going for the 3rd. With a couple of runners on here. A chance to put the Mariners out in front once again. 1-0. Swing and a miss by Kyle. Good eye lays off that one inside. 2-1. Shiner takes his lead at second. Lewis lays off of it. 3-1 now.
I'm a little surprised we still got Ohtani in this game. I thought they might have made a call to the bullpen already. And that pitch, I might add, Brother Beard, was called a ball 3 times when Gonzales was on the mound, as well as Swanson. So frustrating if you're the Mariners watching that one.
3-2 pitch. That's a pitch right down the middle. Kyle Lewis puts a ride into it. Mike Trout range it back to the track, and he's going to camp underneath it to end the inning. So Shohei gets out of a jam here off the bat of Kyle Lewis. We're through 6. Back to the top of the order for the Angels. We'll see Brandon Brennan come in to pitch the 7th, making his 8th appearance of the season. A 3.24 ERA across 8 1/3 inning work. 8 strikeouts, 7 walks to his name. This is a guy that's recently gotten the call up from AAA Tacoma to come up and play a role in the bullpen, facing off against the 1, 2, 3 hitters for the Halos.
He's done a nice job so far with the call-up. It's interesting when you get that late July, early August, especially into September when they expand the rosters. When you get that call-up, there is a lot of nerves run through for young players. And in this case, he's taken good advantage of that so far. He has done a nice job without allowing a run to this point in those 7th appearances. And at just, at 29 years old, he's got sort of something to prove here. He's been up and down throughout his career, so a big opportunity for him in the Mariners. And while it's not necessarily in a pursuit of a pennant or a playoff spot, it's certainly in a pursuit of a team seeing him and wanting to make action with him. So never underestimate some of those teams later on in the season where they get a young player the opportunity to play and see what they can't do. So that's one of the exciting things here is the end as BOS BAL winds down into the final couple of months here.
Ooh, well, he starts it off with a walk here. His 8th of his short appearance in the season. Leadoff walk for Brian Goodwin. That's his 2nd walk of the day.
And we have the remaining answers to our trivia question. Thanks again to the big guy, as always, for keeping us on our toes with some trivia. The missing answers, we talked about the 5. The other 5 were Markakis, Braun, Kemp, Longoria, and Ryan Zimmerman. So a few some veterans there. I wouldn't have thought about that.
Yeah, I probably wouldn't have thought of those names as well, but looking at them makes perfect sense, as this is going to be a ground ball out to Kyle Seager. He'll go 5, 4, 3 for the double play, 2 away here in the top of the 7th.
Just what the doctor had ordered for Brandon Brennan. The double play, I mean, that is as easy as it gets. Didn't have to move more than a couple of feet to his left, able to snag it up. That's a nice, easy double play. Those are the ones you love as a pitcher. Keeps the heart rate reduced and gets it done. Quick 2 outs there and wipes away that leadoff walk for the Angels.
Well, we flash back to Mike Trout's home run.
In the 6th inning, Trout took that Marco Gonzales, and that's really what started off that disastrous 6th inning for the Mariners. Gonzales started it, but he certainly did not finish it. In fact, he didn't record an out, and it started all with that leadoff Mike Trout solo home run to opposite field, and from there, the Angels added on 2 more. Could have been worse. Nonetheless, the Mariners gave up the lead there back in the top of the 6th.
1-1.
They did indeed, and they're going to need to fight back here in the bottom of the 7th as soon as Brandon Brennan can record this 3rd out. Gives up the walk, gets the double play.
2-1.
Now he faces Mike Trout 2-1 as that changeup misses in the dirt.
And I got to take a moment to thank my bartender and server all year long for BOS BAL, Brother Beard. Did a great job keeping me refreshed. I don't know if you heard that in the background.
I did. That was great.
Keep me refreshed and loose. In case there's a strikeout. There's a strikeout.
Mike Trout with his third strikeout of the night. Sorry, go ahead, please.
No,
continue.
that's okay. I mean, just a Trout strikeout. If for those that tuned into the home run derby, as we see Ryan Butcher coming his 32nd appearance, 2-3 in the season, 13 holds. He'll look for his 14th tonight in 24 innings, with just over a 5 ERA and a 32-13 strikeout to walk ratio. Done a nice job against righties. Lefties have eaten them up this year. But if you tuned in for the home run derby with myself, Brother Beard, a couple other folks that joined us in the booth, that was
you mean all of us that spent more time on mute so that we didn't just fill the track with laughter? Yes. Oh my.
Yeah.
So
you can thank my bartender and server for doing that. So yeah, she kept me nice and loose with a home run derby. And her name is Anna, and she's done a nice job. So thank you very much, Anna.
Thank you, Anna, indeed, for keeping us all entertained and for helping PK through these trying times.
Yes, trying times. That is great.
Well, a pop-up here by Malik Smith. We got one away in the bottom of the 7th. JP Crawford going to dig in as we get to the 4th go-round of this Mariners lineup. Strike one on Crawford.
Crawford having a tough day at the plate so far, 0 for 3. Would love to get on base here against Butcher, who talked about has had a tough year so far against lefties, hitting over 350 on the season. So could be a spot here for Crawford to lace one and get a good start here to the Mariners in the 7th.
The 1-1 pitch. In there for strike two. This one's fouled off, 1-2. JP Crawford, like you said, he's done well against lefties here. That's why he's taken over that leadoff spot here against left-handed pitching. Butcher misses outside with the big slider, 2-2. Crawford, not a stranger of putting one over the wall either. He's got a few of them to his name. This one, however, is going to go straight up and towards the first base dugout. Coming over is going to be Albert to make the catch, 2 away here in the 7th. He avoids the... But a man that's already wearing that sombrero, 3 strikeouts to his name, Evan White.
Yeah, and if you look at the 2 leadoff hitters here for the Mariners, first and second hitters, both lefties, which was the option for Butcher. Now you get the righty at the plate, and righties have not had as much success as lefties have had this year against Butcher. So Mariners digging themselves a hole here in the 7th.
(2-0) from Butcher. Misses low, 3-0. Perhaps he's just rushing out there at the plate, but he seems to just be continuing to hit that same spot, low and in. 3-0 pitch to White. Swing and a miss. He took a big hack at that fastball.
Like the aggression, though. Go after it, right? White's got a couple of jacks in the year. Why not try and tie up the game? Like the aggression.
3-1, and he draws the walk. So something other than a strikeout for Evan White, as he will still have an 0 for 3 day with a walk to his name. That brings up Kyle Seager. He leads the Mariners in home runs, 29 on the season. First pitch missing outside, 1-0. And Kyle definitely hits better against righties than lefties, but he's got more than enough pop in his bat if he can get a pitch to hit. Well, he rolls this one over, perhaps takes out the first base umpire in the process. 1-1.
He was in no hurry to move on that one. Didn't take one
Didn't even
step.
phase him. It's like, what is this?
That's the commitment we get from BOS BAL umpires, by the way. They're so committed to the product on the field. They're willing to take a baseball, wherever it may land, to make sure they get that call right. And it's really brings in the human element here.
Luckily, we have yet to see an umpire take a bat to the head. That was a scary thing to see.
And the memes that came from it afterwards were also, well, once you understood he was okay.
Yeah.
In case you didn't see it, the umpire that had the blood coming from his ear. But the memes afterwards were quite hilarious.
Oh yeah, as memes tend to be. 3-2 pitch to Siegs. Strike 3. He goes down swinging. Get that man a sombrero. That's his third strikeout of the ball game. And it ends the inning. Angels still on top. They lead by 1.
Third baseman, number 6, Anthony Rendon.
Well, Tony Two Bags, he's digging in to lead off.
I forget who. I think it was Bruhan who said it. He said it sounds like a Sopranos character.
Yeah.
You know, I'm a big TV and movie guy. I've never seen The Sopranos.
You know, I'm in that bag as well. I really got to get around to watching it because I hear so many good things about it.
But it's like 7 seasons or 6 seasons. It's like 70-something episodes. That is a lot of work.
You're talking to a guy that watches the Star Trek series on a regular basis.
Wait a minute. Brother Beard,
Yeah.
Star Trek fan?
Oh, yeah. Huge Star Trek fan.
So funny. Oh, man. How did we find this out 5 months later? Well, I was a big TN. You know, this is going to be the dorkiest conversation. Like, BOS BAL in general is dorky, and we are literally going to somehow out-dork BOS BAL. Wow, lots to say. Yeah, my brother and I just started, not Brother Beard, but my actual brother. We just started watching the Picard show. We just watched the first 2 episodes last week, and he just texted me, because he's listening in, 7 exclamation points. And he said, and this is going to require context because it's otherwise going to sound really creepy. He said, he texted me 7 exclamation points, said, invite him to the shed.
Excuse me? I don't know that I want to go to this shed.
No, you do. It's the coolest thing ever. He just last month built this tiki bar in the back of his yard. Totally to permit and code, by the way. Wink, wink. And it's got like this awesome wraparound like bar in it with like this cool wet bar in the back and these fridges that hold tons of beers, and he keeps it stocked in a TV. And we watched the first 2 episodes of Picard in the shed, which is why I brought that up. So the shed is really cool, not creepy.
Totally not creepy at all, and that's exactly what you would tell somebody.
And
get them into your shed.
And he named it, you'll appreciate this, he named it 10 Forward.
I do appreciate that, yes.
Which literally...
But the real question is, how good is the view?
The view is not like the real 10 Forward, and we don't have Whoopi Goldberg serving us drinks.
That's probably for the best.
Probably for the best. As we check in with the Twitch chat, let's take a peek here. We got Ras Rockland joined us. Said, how much do you think I can bench press? I think that's a best in show line, if I'm not mistaken, from the great late Fred Willard. We got Poseidon joining us. We got Jinx joining us. Jinx, we'll see you in a couple of minutes here for the next call. We got Jinx saying love a loose PK, going back to our conversation about the bartender. We've got Jinx saying he's never seen The Sopranos either. Poseidon says it's worth it. It's worth it. It's cool. We got Poseidon saying nerds when we started talking about Star Trek. And then Poseidon. That's a good. He says, "Come to the shed and watch sci-fi."
See.
Oh man,
Poseidon's on my side here. This totally sounds creepy and not at all.
Totally.
Not at all wholesome at all.
I'll send you a picture of the shed. Actually, I'll send you a picture of the shed right now.
Oh my god.
Oh man.
1-2 pitch here from Brandon Brennan, who's back out pitching the 8th. While we get all nerdy, Brandon Brennan doing some work here.
I think we forgot the game. We got runners on first and second.
There's a game on. Yes,
there is. But we had too much fun talking Star Trek and sheds. I'm gonna get you a good picture of the shed.
Anthony Rendon on second. Justin Upton on first.
Ball 1.
DJ Peters looking to get a hit here tonight, 0 for 3. Oh boy. Oh. You're making me never want to go to Boston.
No, you gotta, man. You gotta. We'll show you a great time. We'll show you a great time.
Yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure.
That is just great. This is the stuff you're gonna miss. This is the good stuff. This is the good stuff. 3 pitchers on their way there.
Now batting, the shortstop.
Well, 2 outs here as we see Andrelton Simmons digging in. He scored one of those runs in his last appearance with that sacrifice fly.
Yeah, and if you're Brennan and you have no other choice here based on how the offense has been going for the Mariners, you got to keep this a 1-run game. This is a huge spot. 2 outs, runners on first and second. Get Simmons, the 8th hitter. You extend this anymore, and you get to the Angels' top of the order, which is dangerous when you look at it. So a big spot for Brennan to get out of this.
Okay, I admit that's pretty wholesome and lovely.
The shed is awesome. I sent Brother Beard pictures of the shed, and he agrees it's pretty awesome.
Top of the 8th here. Halos on top, 3-2. Andrelton Simmons with a runner in scoring position here is going to look at strike 2. Brandon Brennan doing some work here. 33 pitches already in this appearance.
Ball 2.
Misses high, ball 2. Counts even at 2 now. Ground ball rolled over down the third base line. Kyle Seager is going to play it in foul territory. Another 2-2 coming up. Another foul ball on that 2-2. Try it again.
Simmons battling here. This is a huge spot for both teams.
2-2 pitch. Another foul ball. He fouls off that changeup.
Well, Simmons has done a nice job. I mean, Brennan's pitching some. He's throwing some good pitches here. Simmons doing a nice job keeping up with it.
3-2 as he's just got to waste that one. A good eye by Simmons. You got the catcher Alex Jackson due up here. Runners go. This one's lifted deep into left field. Raining back. That's going to bounce off the track and over the wall. It's going to end up being an RBI double of the ground rule variety.
Well, all the credit to Simmons on that at bat. 9-pitch at bat, able to take the pitch from Brennan and get it all the way to the warning track. One of the deepest parts of the field, and just able to get home one of the runs on the RBI double there to extend the lead 4-2, and Mariners make the call to the bullpen. Rightfully so. Brennan was already over 30 pitches for his short outing there, but Taylor Williams coming in. This is 19th appearance, a 2.79 ERA in just over 19 innings. He is 0-2 on the season. Tough luck lost loser in a couple of those games, and tough thing for Williams this year is against left-handed hitters, hitting .318 against Williams. Meanwhile, righties 179. So a good choice here to bring him against Jackson.
Well, he gives up the base hit here. One run, two runs are going to score here on that base hit. And Taylor Williams just leaves one out over the plate. And that's going to be 2 RBIs for Alex Jackson.
Well, as it goes here at BOS BAL, when the broadcasters say something, the opposite happens. And sure enough, I say great decision to bring him in to face Simmons, and Simmons with the 2-run RBI single to really break this game open 6-2. And based on how the Angels bullpen has pitched so far against the Mariners, quite frankly, the Mariners offense not doing what it should here. This is a big hill to climb for Seattle, and all this coming with 2 outs too. Shame as Brennan was cruising there, and then the two outs with the runners getting on and control getting a little wild, and then that great at bat earlier. It certainly has put them in a position here with now a 4-run deficit heading into the bottom of the 8th.
I got the count 2-2.
We're going to see a 2-2 pitch here from Williams. Goodwin flares this one out into left. Kyle Lewis makes the sliding catch to end the inning. Some good defense out there. We'll take another look at this sliding catch. He just gets his glove on it and stops the bleeding here. The Halos on top, 6-2. We're going to see Kenyon Middleton come in for the Angels, excuse me, not the A's. Going to face off against the 4, 5, and 6 hitters for the Mariners.
It's been a long day. It's okay. I want to just quickly take a peek at the Twitch chat. There was a lot of shed talk. Poseidon says, you enter that shed and goodbye horses will be playing softly. That's when you know it's time to run. Outstanding. Then Ras Rockland says, no, that's a really nice ski mask. Do you know what that is from? Little Christian Vasquez early trivia as we take a look at the Angels bullpen with Ramos and Bedrosian warming up. Do you know what movie that's from, Brother Beard? No, but that's a really nice ski mask.
No, but that's a really nice ski mask.
It is Dumb and Dumber when Lloyd is in one of his... have you ever seen Dumb and Dumber?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, all right.
A bunch. I just don't remember it off the top of my head.
He's telling the story of, he's envisioning meeting Mary's like friends and family. It's a vision in his head. It cuts to him telling. That's the punchline of the joke, and everyone starts laughing. But no one knows to this day what the first part of the joke was. So that's.
I'd be surprised if even Jim knew what the first part of the joke was.
That would be a great question to ask Jim Carrey. Great question to ask. I'm going to put that on the list, on the old bucket list of things I want to ask people I'll never meet.
The 0-1 pitch here to Tom Murphy. A hard hit ball down the line. Foul, 0-2. And, well, the Halos really blew this one open in the latter half, the latter innings. And strike 3 goes Tom Murphy down to Kenyon Middleton.
Now batting, second baseman.
Yeah, Tom Murphy, who had the homer.
Surprisingly enough, only his first strikeout of the ballgame.
Yeah, and had a good homer earlier, which put the Mariners in front early on, but not able to keep up with that fastball and swing and a miss. So the All-Star goes down swinging. I just am really proud that Tom Murphy and Christian Vasquez were both All-Stars on the American League. The fact that Christian Vasquez was an All-Star makes no sense, by the way. BOS BAL-wise, he's having a terrible season, and yet that must be the caliber of American League catchers. Or hear me out, maybe the Christian Vasquez trivia propelled him to be able to be the choice.
That's the thing, is we all know that the All-Star Game is just a popularity contest.
That's true. That's a good point.
So I don't understand how Tom Murphy was in any way part of that popularity contest, but especially when you have somebody who's leading all of Major League Baseball in stolen bases, somebody who you could easily throw into any one of 3 spots in an All-Star lineup. I wonder why on earth you would go for the catcher hitting 200.
Great defense. He catches up.
He didn't even play. He didn't even play in the All-Star Game.
Well, yeah, most people didn't, so you can be assured on that one. I think we've got to redo the 2021 ML BOS BAL All-Star Game requirements, but that's just me.
If only there was a way, just peeking behind the curtain, if only there was a way to actually select our own All-Stars.
Oh, agreed. I love it.
That would just be the best. I know it's all automated and everything, but I just wish.
That is a great idea. Put it on the list. 2021 All-Star Game. BOS BAL.
If the janitor's listening, that's there's an idea. We're talking about new ideas for BOS BAL. There's one. David Fletcher goes down swinging against the Washington native Taylor Williams. He'll get the first strikeout here in the 9th. First out here in the 9th. They'll face off against the Kingfish himself, Mike Trout.
Now, Bro Beard, I interrupted you because of the Star Trek comment, by the way, so I got to get back to this. When we were talking about Sopranos, and you had said this coming from a guy that watches Star Trek and I interrupted you. What was the finishing of that statement?
Coming from a guy that watches Star Trek series on a regular basis through the entire way, watching 7 seasons of a show that I want to watch, not really going to take me that long. Probably take me a month or 2.
Okay, now I understand. Yeah, Sopranos. Back to the Sopranos conversation. I'm in. I want to watch it, but basically what I've decided is I'm trying to find short, either 1 season limited series or 2 or 3 seasons. Dark. I just watched Dark on Netflix, the German show. It's like Primer meets Back to the Future meets Stranger Things meets Lost.
Okay.
It was. If you don't mind German dubbing over German, and you're into sci-fi stuff, if you like Lost, Primer, confusing stuff like that, yeah, you'd like it.
Nope. Is it Dark?
It's called Dark. It was actually Rotten Tomatoes did a poll last month on the greatest Netflix series, and it was the pick as the best Netflix series. It beat out Stranger Things and Ozark and all those ones. So yeah, Dark.
Interesting. Another thing added to the list.
Add it to the list. Quarantine binge. Let's go, as the kids say. Watch it in the shed.
Oh, God. We're watching Dark in the Shed. That sounds like a good idea. 2 outs here at the top of the 9th. Runner on 3rd. Angels up 6-2. Taylor Williams trying to shut down Justin Upton here to end the inning. Let's see a 1-0 pitch. Ground ball back up the middle. J.P. Crawford dives and lays out in front of it. He keeps it in front of him, but he can't come up with it. And so the run will score from 3rd on an infield base hit.
Well, good effort at short there, and kept it in the infield, trying to obviously get that one retired and before the run scored. But nonetheless, it goes to a 5-run lead. And it's, every extension of this game, Brother Beard, is just an extension of our ability to call a game together. So how can you complain about being 15 minutes? I'm sure the Jinx is probably a little peeved, but that's okay. He's got nothing to do tonight, so we're good. Just keep it going. Let's go, M's.
Now time in the bottom of the 9th. Let's go, guys. I'm sure I'm sure at this point in time you can turn around this cold streak that you've been on for the last month. I'm sure that'll happen tonight. Let's do it. Let's do it.
Meanwhile, the Jinx is going to be nice and loose as well, because he says in the Twitch chat his bartender is on point as well, so he should be just fine. He's not in any rush. And then Poseidon, I think he meant recency bias. Recency bias? Recency? Recency?
Recency bias?
What's recency bias?
As in what's happened most recently is biased to the forefront of your mind.
Oh, that is new to me. Jeez. I was homeschooled, so I guess I never learned that one in homeschool. Thanks, Mom.
So it's all about them critical thoughts.
Recency bias. Interesting.
I'm assuming that's what is meant there.
I thought you meant Regency because I was talking about Dark, which is a German show. I thought I was saying region, like.
Okay. I see where you're going with
like
this.
Region bias.
Jinx going with the OK Boomer in the chat.
Yeah, that's okay. Whoa, look at the Angels trying to extend PK and Brother Beard's time.
You know, they're just dragging this out because they know it's the last go round for us here. Speaking of dragging things out, Albert Pujols finally getting a base hit here, extending his hitting streak to 8 games.
Well, and they will make a call to the bullpen pen as Matt McGill comes on in for his 59th appearance on the season. The record of 1-4 with a 3.48 ERA has done a nice job out of the bullpen so far this year for the Mariners in 2020. He'll be up over 62 innings after this appearance and has had good success. Batting average of just 240 against, 272 against righties, and 221 against lefties. 64 to 18 strikeout to walk ratio. He's been nice out of the bullpen for the Mariners this year, brother.
Yeah, he's been a solid presence out there. One of the few guys that has performed through thick and thin all season long. Matt McGill, getting the opportunity to come out of the pen. He's a short relief guy, closer by trade, and so he thrives on these situations. He gets the ground out on 3 pitches, even does it himself, says we are done here. And now, Mariner fans, get your rally caps, bottom of the 9th, fuel up. They got a 5-run deficit to overcome. You see Cam Bedrosian come out for the Halos, making his 18th appearance of the season. 12 2/3 innings of work. That ERA is feasting numbers for the Mariners, almost 10.
It's a great, if you're a hockey fan, though, it's a great goals against save percentage.
Yeah, who wouldn't love to see a goalie with a 995 save percent?
It's as good as it gets. Now, in ERA, it's terrible, and you shouldn't be in the big leagues. But as a goalie, it's awesome. Yeah, speaking of which, this isn't the time, the bottom of the 9th. Maybe we can keep the conversation going, later, Brother Beard. But are you excited about Kraken, Seattle Kraken, or what?
Oh man, you have no idea. You have no idea. Although technically, I'm closer to the Canucks than I am to the Kraken, just by nature of where I live. But oh boy, am I excited for some Seattle hockey. I haven't been to a non-amateur hockey game in probably 15 years.
How far away are you from where that will be in Seattle? So how far away are you?
About 2.5, 3 hours.
Yeah, so a day trip back and forth or a night trip, whatever. Yeah. And I first of all, Seattle fans are awesome in general, but that place is going to be out of control.
Yeah, I mean, think of how the 12th man reacts when the Seahawks go out there. Now take probably a third of those and make them hockey fans inside of an enclosed stadium. It's going to get loud.
It's going to get insane. Yeah.
And if you want to think about how crazy a crowd's going to get, just wait. You wait until the Sonics come back.
Right. Right.
Just you wait.
and which is on the radar. The other thing is they did a great job with the logo and like just keeping it with sort of the sea, like ocean. I don't know what I'm trying to say. You know what I'm saying? Like between the Seahawks, the Mariners, Sonics don't necessarily go in there if they bring them back. But
the Sonics actually plays on the. Of course, you're right with the maritime theme. You know, the Puget Sound region and Washington in general is essentially a coastal state. Most of the people live around the Puget Sound. That's just how it's played out. And especially Western Washington, the maritime theme fits in perfectly with how most places in Washington got their start. It was either fishing or logging, and to this day there's still a huge presence in both of those. Going with the Kraken kind of plays on there's a legend surrounding the Tacoma Narrows Bridge that that it's home to giant squids, and those are always I always heard the stories about the giant squid at the bottom of the Narrows growing up, as I did right next to the Tacoma Narrows. So to see them kind of go down that route, but something that's much more intimidating in the Kraken, that's super fun. And the Supersonics, getting back to my point there, plays into the biggest industry in Washington, the airline industry. With Boeing here, there's all of the airline component manufacturing around Seattle, and they're the largest employer in the state outside of the state itself, I believe. And so that's where Supersonics come from.
I was unaware. I was uneducated. That's interesting. All right, so yeah, it all kind of comes together. Yeah, I'm excited, but I loved when the Vegas Golden Knights got out there. I thought that was really cool into Vegas, and very cool. And little known fact, because I know it's going to come up a lot, Kraken, which I think is Nordic, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong on that. German, Nordic, I don't know, something. The N in Kraken is the.
Huh.
So when you say the Kraken, you're saying the Kraken.
Huh.
There you go. The more you know.
The more you know.
That's right.
Jinx, always uneducated, PK. Jinx taking jabs from the other side of the broadcast board.
I was.
Am I going to have to stick around to play referee for you?
That's a funny story because we had an online argument about something years ago. And I was trying to have an opinion about something. I know an online argument. Those don't happen these days. And I had an opinion on something, and he said I was uneducated. So that's why it's always a little inside joke there with James.
Of course. Well, Mariners down to their last opportunity here. They got a runner on first, but J.P. Crawford looking for his first hit of the day, coming against Cam Bedrosian here in the bottom of the ninth. As he works the count full here. Bedrosian comes set. The payoff pitch.
That pitch is up.
Misses high, so we'll see another batter here. Wow, they really just don't want to end this ball game.
No, they don't want Brother Beard and PK to have to break up this early. They just wanted to keep going. They want Jinx to continue to wait and get loose in the bullpen.
Sounds like he's loose enough out there.
Oh yeah, he's just fine. I'm sure he's just fine. We got we're looking forward to a good Red Sox Orioles ball basement matchup.
Pun very much intended.
Very, very much intended. Lots of basement work happening there. Nothing like a shed, though. A shed really gets the BOS BAL blood flowing.
Well, see, the Shed is working down in the minor leagues, so...
Yeah, I think my bartender just had an injury. I don't know if you heard that, but you're okay. Okay, I heard a smack and then ow. She's okay. She's okay, folks. She's okay.
Well, as this game drags on here, Evan White 0-2. Ooh, puts it right into this one. It's going to hook foul into the stands. Some people have given up on this game and gone home, but there's still a bunch hanging around.
Ball back outside.
As he'll miss outside 1-2. Drojan just misses outside 2-2 here to White.
And if you take a peek on your left, you'll see the Red Sox lineup coming up. Vasquez batting ninth. That a boy. You're all-star.
Everybody's got to have their token representation at the All-Star, I suppose. Might as well. I suppose it's appropriate that you pick an All-Star that represents where the team's at. Because that's going to do it. Dual burn. Those are rare.
It was great. Outstanding.
Shohei Ohtani is going to pick up the win tonight as he outlasts Marco Gonzales here. We get through those 6 innings and into the bullpens, and that's really when these Angels opened it up. A final score of 7-2.
Yeah, Gonzales, that 6th inning was just tough for him. The Trout home run to start off. And then, it would have been a different game, right? If they had gotten out of that 6th inning still up 2-0. As you see, Trout being the player of the game, went 2 for 5 with that solo shot to give the Angels their first run of the game. But then you see Ohtani, who did a great job. 2 earned runs, 6 hits over 6 innings, and 8 strikeouts. I mean, when he was on. And then on Marco's side, on Gonzales' side, arguably a near flawless game up until that 6th inning. Allowed the solo shot to Trout and then gave up the runners on first and second. Was pulled after that after not retiring a batter in the 6th, and then we saw what the bullpen and Brennan did from there. But Gonzales, tough to say, a tough luck loss loser with 5 innings of 3 earned runs, but it does feel that way tonight.
Yeah, he had 5 innings of great pitching there, like you mentioned. That 6th inning really rocked him, and that's been the case for Marco so many times this season. He had the lead, had the 2-run lead. They weren't able to put anything more on the board, but they got to him in the 6th inning. And they continued to get to the bullpen throughout the rest of the ball game. There wasn't an inning that went by that didn't have a couple of guys on base for the Angels, and they were able to just pour it on from there. We take a look at taking the lead. That sacrifice fly from Andrelton Simmons drives in that 3rd run of the ball game for the Angels. And, we come back around to Andrelton Simmons in the top of the 8th, driving in that 4th run on that big RBI ground rule double.
I stand by on that sacrifice fly when Gonzales sort of nonchalant did the spin around in the outfield. That could have been a much closer play at the plate. Maybe wouldn't have gotten him out, but certainly made it an easier play on the runner on that one.
Yeah, and a good defensive stop here by Crawford, able to prevent it from getting to the outfield, but can't come up with it to make a play. If he gets a good glove on that, that's an easy out. JP's got the skill to make those throws. We saw it all last season. We saw flashes of it this season as well here in BOS BAL. And I think I think a lot of these guys are just getting worn down with all of these losses, not having success at the plate. And, they just got to keep pushing through and take the reps while you can. That's really what this season is boiling down to at this point.
No doubt. And as we start to close out this one and get into the Red Sox and Orioles, hey, Brother Beard, just want to thank you for, way back when in March, as we started to get this whole project off the ground, I was really excited about it. Had done some production stuff in my past and had loved doing announcing, and I was really nervous about it. Like, there was this kind of new cool thing happening. I jumped on. I think I jumped on the Discord and asked if anyone was willing to do a spring training game, and you were the one who raised the hand and said, "Yeah, let's do it Sunday night." So really appreciate you taking that time way back when we did the home opener game that Monday night, which was really cool. We did a few other games throughout the year. The home run derby, clearly a highlight, and it's kind of cool about this whole thing. You meet these like virtual friends, you never meet each other in person, but nonetheless relationships that you hope last on much longer from here. So appreciate all you've done, and certainly had a blast with you throughout this year, my man.
Man, it's been a lot of fun for me. It's easy for me to say that the most fun I've ever had calling a baseball game was during that All-Star weekend, calling the home run derby. We're gonna miss you here, but obviously we're gonna stay in touch. So have fun with the second game of the day for you, and Jinx, have fun, man. Have fun, my friend.
Brother Beard, I appreciate it, brother. Before you sign off, just want to also say just thank you, man. You've been absolutely awesome, great to listen to, great partner for PK, myself. So just, it's been a lot of fun, man. Just appreciate you, and, best of luck with everything for sure. So
yeah, you're one of the best, my man.
Appreciate it, guys. Have fun. Take care. I will see the rest of you folks sometime next week when once the schedule comes out. Figure out when that is.
See you, brother. Jinx! And so it has come to this.
That it has. And, it's kind of weird. I'm looking at the Red Sox lineup tonight. I don't know this guy hitting ninth. Maybe you can educate me on him as a catcher. Unfamiliar with the guy. His name's Christian Vasquez. I'm not sure, but hopefully you can maybe give me some trivia or give me some info on this guy as the game progresses. So
a young man named Christian Vasquez, as we get ready for a Throwback Thursday of PK and the Jinx, which, as we've joked on the Discord for ML BOS BAL about, it sounds like a 1990s morning show where you'd hear Garuga in the background, and so PK and the Jinx on the call for the last time tonight, Jinx. It's about as emotional as it could get when you are calling video games, but nonetheless, a little bit emotional. And yes, we of course will have Christian Vasquez trivia. And if you're all good and you're all actor age, we might even get a little bit more Christian Vasquez trivia throughout the game. So just FYI on that one.
Oh my goodness, PK just spoiling the fans tonight on our farewell game. Listen, I'm excited. We got Orioles Park, we got Red Sox, we got Orioles, we got Christian Vasquez, we got Julio Daniel Martinez. Listen, I'm excited, PK. I'm excited.
Yeah, and they call this the basement of the BOS BAL, as you got the Red Sox and the Orioles taking care of the basement in the AL East. The Red Sox 53 and 61, 16 and a half games behind the Yankees, right in there. And then you got the Orioles 40 and 74, 29 and a half, the worst team in BOS BAL. And a beautiful night here in Camden Yards, which we're excited for, Jinx. It's been a heck of a year, and let's see if we can't close out on a high note. We got a good game. We'll do our best to call the game. We'll hold back the tears. As you see on the left side of Twitch, everyone's favorite radio show, PK and the Jinx, only on 102.7 NL BOS BAL.
As we see David Hess getting ready to make his third start of the year for the Orioles, getting warmed up in just his 2 appearances so far. He's 0-1. You don't like to see that. 4.22 ERA, not awful, as he gets ready to face his Red Sox lineup, which has been wildly disappointing thus far in bat ball performance, as we see Jose Peraza step in. First pitch of the game, going to miss outside for a ball.
And by a beautiful day in Camden Yards, I imagine it's pouring rain.
Yeah, not the best weather for baseball, bat ball, any sort of sporting activity. You don't like to see it, as David Hess misses outside. Again, as Jose Peraza rarely here works ahead in the count, 2-0.
We got throwback jerseys tonight, some old school Orioles and Red Sox. Everyone loves it. Everyone loves it when they don't put, especially from the broadcaster point of view, when they don't put names on the back of the jerseys. I mean, that really helps the old color commentator who knows the Orioles lineup like the back of their hand.
As Hess fires that one in there for a strike. Now PK, I'm gonna mix it up. I got a little trivia question for you.
Oh my goodness, this is unheard of.
Unheard of. So Jose Peraza signed with the Red Sox. He was a free agent from the Cincinnati Reds. Now, can you tell me what team the Reds acquired Jose Peraza from?
The Reds required Peraza. Was that the Pirates?
It was not the Pirates. I'll give you a hint.
All right.
In the trade, the Reds traded away Todd Frazier to this team and got back Jose Peraza.
Phillies?
No, it was actually the White Sox. Chicago White Sox. 3-team fan as Peraza drives that one deep to right center. Goodbye, sir. Andrew Benintendi with a solo home run, and just like that, PK, the Red Sox in your farewell game, jumping out here 2-1-0 lead.
As my friend the Great Ether says, a Benny bomb off the bat of Benintendi, is 8th of the year, and an absolute shot to right center field. It looked like a no-doubter to me to give the Red Sox 1-0 lead here, but Benintendi didn't miss it. He's had an okay year and able to do a little Benny bomb there. And Ether, we even got the Ether bot ball, Twitch, exclamation point, what do they call that thing? Anyways, a Benny bomb out of the park in Camden to give the Red Sox a 1-0 lead.
Yes, we see now J.D. Martinez stepping in, and for our Red Sox offense, which has been largely disappointing thus far, that is the type of start you like to see. As Hess fires 2-0 to Martinez, he misses. Martinez now jumps ahead 3-0, as we see Xander Bogaerts, really the only Red Sox having a standout offensive campaign waiting on deck. The 3-0 to Martinez in there for a strike.
Yeah, and as we take a look at Martinez and we're looking at a rainy night in Camden, it reminds me of my road trip that I took way back in 2001, where we loaded up a van, all 9 of us, bunch of dudes, and we went down to do a Orioles and Philadelphia Phillies road trip. So we saw a Phillies game and an Orioles game. Red Sox were playing Orioles, and guess what? The game got rained out in Baltimore. Thankfully, we're at ball, so we don't have rainouts here. And a buddy of mine just shot me a text and said, don't forget to give a shout-out to Boog Powell Barbecue, which is located behind right field of Camden Yards. Interesting.
Yeah, I'm a big Boog Powell Barbecue fan. You never been, PK?
I don't think I have. Are you really aware of it?
No, I'm dead serious. It's delicious.
Oh no, I've never had it. I've only been to Camden once, which again was for that rainout game. So we got into the stadium. We literally sat in the rain for like 4 hours, and there was a lot of funny stories on that van trip. We got pulled over, got a ticket. The rainout game happened in Camden Yards. Me and one of my brother's good friend got into a crazy fight. It was a heck of a time.
PK, you don't seem like a fighter.
No, it wasn't a physical fight. It was a verbal fight, and I am a verbal.
This one's driven deep to left field. by Sir Xander Bogaerts with the solo blast. And just like that, PK, the Red Sox are sending you out in style. They jump out to a 2-0 lead here on the Orioles and David Hess.
I talked to Bogaerts before the game, and I said, hey, it's my last bot ball game tonight. The Jinx and I are signing off. And he said, well, I have a young patient in the hospital who also asked me to hit a home run for him, but I'll hit one for you, PK, because of your dedication to this Red Sox team. So that one's for me.
That is fair.
Well, there it is, PK. Ask and ye shall receive, as we see Rafael Devers stepping up to the dish here. And believe it or not, Hess misses with that one. Count 1-0. You know, Hess has been sharp here early, so a shocking miss there. No, I'm just kidding. Hess has looked awful for the Orioles thus far as he now falls behind 2-0 to Devers, who second on the Red Sox thus far with over 100 hits on this young ball campaign.
And we got some Twitch viewers that are here to send us off in style. Thanks everyone for joining us. We got a few folks. First of all, we got Target16 excited for Christian Vasquez trivia. We got M. Fraz. M. Fraz has been a huge supporter. So here, an OG, as the kids say, here to pay respect to PK and the Jinx. Hope he gets to call a Sox win on his last call. Thanks, M. Fraz. Bruhan says he's a little choked up. This is their last telecast. And then Bruhan asks how Anna is, and Anna says, holding back the tears. Bruhan says, this is a great interaction. Bruhan says, can barely see the game through the tears. So there's a lot going on in the chat here. I'll get back to it. Actually, it's in game. It's in the middle of the inning, whatever. Bruhan says, so it rains in bot ball. Will Murder Hornets show up too? Let's not get into that. We got Beardy Buddha joined us, just like the Metrodome, home run. I was
going to say, Bruhan's got a good point. How dare you take credit for that home run, stealing it from the sick kid? That's unbelievable.
Well, he'll have plenty of chances. I have one with my last game of bot balls. We see Ryan Weber, the Jinx. This is 23rd start of the year, 5-7 in the season, 4.56 ERA, a 1.3 WHIP, and a 90-25 strikeout to walk ratio. How did we not get a McHugh final starting pitch? And we called McHugh's entire season. That's a shame.
It is a little bit disappointing, but I think we actually have seen multiple Ryan Weber starts, so certainly could have been worse with who's on the mound as he gets ready to fire the 0-1 in there to everyone's favorite Baltimore Oriole, Jose Iglesias, as he fouls that one off and quickly finds himself in the 0-2 hole.
And as we're in Camden Yards, I'm getting a bunch of texts. Did you know that Camden Yards was built for only $110 million, which actually is pretty cheap if you think about what stadiums cost today, way back in, what was that, 94-ish when it was built, 95-ish? And then he said, we're going to have to fact check this one. Ken Jeffrey Jr., Geoffrey, not sure if that's spell check or not, is the only player to hit the warehouse. It was during the 1993 Home Run Derby. Interesting. And Hideo Nomo was the first no-hitter recorded at Camden Yards, who was a Boston Red Sox.
Now, PK, call me crazy, but if we're talking 1993 Home Run Derby hitting the warehouse, I would imagine that would be Ken Griffey Jr.
I would imagine.
Just a guess. Call me crazy.
But he texted me Ken Geoffrey. Now, interesting story about the Nomo no-hitter. I kind of watched that live. Why do I say kind of, Jinx?
I mean, I hope you're about to finish the story because I am intrigued.
Back in the day, NESN, which is the New England Sports Network, which carries the 90+% of the games for the Red Sox. Back in the day, it carried half of them. Half of them were on broadcast TV, and half of them were on this pay-per-view channel. And a young PK couldn't get his parents to get him NESN until 2002. So 2001, when Hideo Nomo pitched that no-hitter, I had to watch it on the Scrambled channel. So remember back in the day?
Yep.
There's a lot of people who are relating with scrambled pay channels right now. But it was a scrambled channel, so I had to watch it through the scrambled channel and then listen on the radio, and I was able to kind of watch Hideo Nomo's no-hitter at Camden Yards.
Well, hey, great first inning for Ryan Weber here as we go into the top of the second. 1-2-3 sends him down, including a strikeout of Renato Nunez as the Sox come back up. And listen, they knocked around David Hess in the first inning, hoping to keep that momentum going here in the top of the second. As we see Mitch Moreland stepping up to the dish, and as we can see, he has been much better on the road this year versus hitting at home, which is interesting. You would think with the the pesky pole in right field, that would be right up Moreland's alley in Fenway. But for whatever reason, guy loves the road this year. Okay.
Yeah, and this team, part of that might be to the pressure of the Red Sox at home. They go into the season with low expectations. David Price traded to the Dodgers, Chris Sale out for the year, Mookie Betts traded. And a lot of people just assume the Red Sox, as they assume correctly, by the way, we're not going to be all that competitive. And I think at home, you kind of feel that through the crowd and the media that's there. And just in general, as you're think about driving to and from the stadium or the park in the afternoon and leaving at night, you listen, like they're human beings, and they listen and they read and they listen to local sports radio. Sometimes on the road, you get a little, free your space a little bit. Maybe that's Moreland's perspective there.
Yes, he hits that one softly back up the middle. The play is made, and we've got one down here in the top of the second inning. But yeah, certainly been a rough ball campaign for these Red Sox, even despite the Mookie Betts trade, even despite the Chris Sale injury. You had to imagine that, or you would have thought this team would have been a bit better than this, as we see Jackie Bradley Jr. stepping up to the dish. Listen, PK, it's our final ball game. Where does the blame lie? Is it Reineke with his short hooks all year? Has it been this god-awful offense as we see Bradley ground out to third? Where are we placing the blame? Let's hear it.
Yeah, I think, Reineke, I gotta be honest with you, I sympathize for him. I think he's made some bad decisions. I think he's pulled a lot of, pitchers early, not letting them get beyond the fifth or sixth inning. But the offense is really the disappointment. I mean, you look at these hitters, whether it be JD Martinez or Rafael Devers or Xander Bogaerts, and as you said, Bogaerts probably the lone offensive highlight of this team. The offense just should have been better. And not saying that gets you from being 53-61 and 16 and a half games out of first place in the American League East, but does it at least get you to be a wild card contender with teams like the Rays, the Blue Jays, the White Sox, the Astros, the Angels? Yeah, in my opinion, I think it does. So I put the blame. I think Reineke has done as good of a job as he can jumping in. I put the blame on the offense for not holding up their side.
Yeah, there's no question. Lots of different places that you can place blame, which is never a good recipe for a successful season. As we see Hess getting ready to over the 2-2 here to Verdugo as he fouls that one off. Verdugo has another guy where he can place some blame. The centerpiece of that Mookie Betts trade has not quite lived up to expectations thus far, hitting just a crisp 220 on this ball campaign. What are we chalking this up to, PK? Do you think it's the pressure of playing in Boston? Do you think Verdugo's just still young and developing? What do we foresee from Alex Verdugo in the next couple of years?
Yeah, I think he's not necessarily the future of the Red Sox offense, but I think he's a solid part in a latter half of the offense as he flies out to left. So the jinx strikes again, just starts calling crap on the player, and they crap out.
There it is. We're through 1.5 here in Baltimore. Boston 2. We got the Orioles coming to bat. Dwight Smith Jr. leading off the bottom of the second inning after we had a perfect first from Ryan Weber.
So, Jinx, I love me some Christian Vasquez trivia. And in case you didn't know, Christian Vasquez is catching right now. In fact, he just caught that strike from Ryan Weber. So what a good time for a little Christian Vasquez trivia. Would you agree?
Oh, I think it's a perfect time.
So we're gonna start with and the theme tonight, since it's yours and I's final call on BOS BAL, will be final appearances. This will be the theme throughout the entire night for Christian Vasquez trivia. Final appearances at bats, pitching, all that stuff. So the first one is the final at bat as a Cardinal in the 2004 Red Sox Cardinals World Series was who? 2004 World Series, final at bat of that World Series, and final at bat of that as a Cardinal. Later became a Red Sox. In fact, the next year became a Red Sox. Can't beat him, you might as well join him, am I right? Who was that player?
That's a tough one. I'm gonna have to think that one through here. See if I can think back to that Cardinal lineup as Weber fires the 2-0 in there for a strike, as we already have one out here as he's facing Urias here.
And my good friend continues to text me all this Camden Yards and Orioles stuff. He says, "Stupid iPhone lady doesn't understand me on my phone," because he did mean Griffey, not Jeffrey. FYI. So he apparently tried to Siri it. The largest comeback in Orioles history came at home on June 30th, 2009, when they rallied from a 10-1 deficit to defeat the Red Sox 11-10 at Camden Yards. Who'd have thunk it? Interesting. Then he posted something about Baltimore and being careful when you are walking around the park. We have an answer in the chat. Jinx, do you have an answer to the Christian Vasquez trivia this evening?
I'm afraid I don't. I don't even have a guess.
What a loser. The answer, and Bruhan has it, is Edgar Renteria. Edgar Renteria is famously grounded out in St. Louis in his final at-bat as a Cardinal, grounded out to Keith Folk for the final out of the 2004 World Series.
This one's driven onto the track, but the catch is made. I had to get that in there, PK. Didn't mean to cut you off, but when you have a potential home run,
yeah,
we got drama. We gotta talk about it. Gotta talk about it.
Is that an oxymoron, drama in a basement ball game? You tell me. But to go back to this one, Edgar Renteria, because clearly the Twitch fans are interested in the Edgar Renteria story. He signed with the Red Sox in the offseason and was a Red Sox in 2005, and he stunk.
As many do, coming over in free agents, unfortunately, to Boston. That does happen to be a theme sometimes.
True story. But never to the Yankees, right, Jinx?
No, never. I can't think of any former Red Sox that the Yankees would have signed that would have been.
No, Ellsbury was great. Damon was great.
Yeah.
You keep plugging along, brother.
Anyways, the 1-2 from Weber to Hayes misses inside for a ball, working the count here, even now to 2-2. Runner on first, Boston up 2-0 here in the bottom of the second inning. 2-2 misses outside, and we now have a full count here on Austin Hayes, hitting a nice 262 on the season. The 3-2 fouled off, and we'll do it again.
Yeah, Weber so far looks pretty good. 2 2/3 into this. It would be nice to get Hayes here and go into the top of the third here without a run allowed.
And the 3-2 is driven deep to left field, back on the track, and the catch is made to end the inning. Weber, not without giving us a little bit of anxiety, works out of the inning. We're through 2-0 Boston.
And here comes Christian Vasquez, and as you all know, it's Christian Vasquez trivia. By the way, your all-star Christian Vasquez, I might add. This first one, and so again, all these Christian Vasquez trivia questions tonight are all about final at-bats, final appearances, final games, all that good stuff. I got a first one for us. In maybe what is some have said is the most famous last bat in Major League history as Christian Vasquez singles up the middle. Of course he does. That's all Christian Vasquez does. He singles up the middle when I'm calling games. This ball player for the Red Sox, on my dad, homered in his final at bat against the Orioles, meant to be, on September 28th, 1960. Who was it, Jinx?
I think I have a guess, but we'll give some time here to our fans to get some guesses of their own end, because I think everyone's probably tuning to this game just for Christian Vasquez trivia.
They don't tune into every game just for Christian Vasquez trivia? That's a new thing?
I mean, do you call every game?
No, not even.
There it is. There it is. As the 1-0 to Peraza is dribbled down the third baseline. Hess off the mound. He makes the play, fires to first, and he gets the speedy Peraza there for the out. Runner moves over to second, so we've got one out here. Runner on second base, and Benny Biceps, who homered in his first at-bat, back up to the dish.
All right, we do have a answer in the Twitch chat. Jinx, any guesses on the trivia question this evening?
My guess was going to be one Ted Williams.
That is correct, and Bruhan had it also. Ted Williams, in his final at-bat, homered against the Orioles and into right field, into the bleachers. It's a really good story if you want to hear it, which you're going to hear it. The funny thing about it is the Fenway Park that day was a rainy afternoon, much like a rainy night tonight in Camden Yards, had 10,000 people in the stands. However, since then, you've probably heard about 1 million Bostonians say that they were there to see it, so most of them are liars, just FYI. And after he homered, he came around, touched home plate, and the fans delayed the game for 4 minutes. Like, kept cheering, were loud, trying to get Ted to come out of the dugout and tip the cap, and he wouldn't do it because there was some rough years heading into that 1960 season for Williams with Boston in general. He would not come out for the curtain call, and then he went out to left field for the next half inning, and then the manager at the time was Mike Higgins. I know him well. Mike, good guy. And he did put in a defensive replacement, giving Ted Williams one more chance to do a curtain call, which he once again did not, but the Red Sox fans gave him a standing ovation as he headed back to the dugout. So, little known fact, and not quite as important as PK and the Jinx's final call on Bot Ball, but it's up there.
Yeah, I'd say we certainly take precedence, there's no question, but everyone loves a good Ted Williams story. Really, they do.
He was a big jerk, FYI. A real jerk. And his son was, God rest his soul, was as big, if not more of a jerk, FYI.
Good to know. Good to know as we see JD Martinez getting ready to take the 2-1 here from David Hess in a 2-0 ball game. 2 outs. Runner on third. The 2-1 to JD fouled off. And the count now moves to 2-2 here in the top of the third. The 2-2 in there. Martinez down, looking at strike 3 through 2.5 here in Camden. Scores 2-0 Red Sox. And as we back here for the bottom of the third inning, PK, you got to give David Hess some credit. He had an awful first inning, but the kid has settled down and has been able to get through the second and third unscathed.
Yeah, he's bounced back well. He's kept this Red Sox offense off kilter, which is no surprise. And, you know, my buddy Brendan continues to text me. He says the Oriole bird, the mascot, makes $350 an hour for appearances, which seems like good money, but he still lives in his mother's basement. So there's that.
You hate to see it. As the kids say, you hate to see it. You really do. As Ryan Weber working against Hanser Alberto, as that one misses inside 2-2. And I want to give a shout out here to Bruhan, who's got a good point that I think is actually accurate. I remember there was a controversy around this, but isn't Ted's head in a freezer somewhere? That's kind of a final trivia question, right? I mean, I feel like wasn't there like a big controversy around that like 10 years ago?
Yeah. Interesting he brings that up because I don't think many people. Yeah. Well, anyways, it is. So his son had his head put in a freezer. Ted, I think it was. I forget his name. It wasn't Ted Williams Jr. It was like Henry Williams, whatever. He got his head put in a freezer for like cloning or something like that. Then his son died a few years later, like in 2005. And the funny story about this, because there's nothing funny about the death, but it's funny to me. I was doing the headlines for a radio station in 2004. And I was doing the updates. So you would start off like, here's the 2020 Sports Flash with PK, and here's blah, 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 blah. So I'm doing the sports update, and I say, in breaking news, this had just happened. It was a Sunday afternoon. In breaking news, son of Ted Williams, the late Ted Williams' son, whatever it was, Hank Williams or Henry Williams, has died at the age of 40-something. Or 50-something, and the producer. So I'm the headlines guy. The board operator starts throwing stuff at me and like starts making me laugh. So while I'm announcing that this poor guy died in his like 40s or 50s, I'm giggling. But so it ended up coming out like in other news, Ted Williams' son has passed away. So listeners who listened to that moment either thought I was laughing and being a complete ignorant jerk, or I was choking up and crying over the death of Ted Williams' son. Either way, I still to this day find it pretty funny.
It's a great story. It really is. As we see Jose Iglesias foul that one off. What I want to know, PK, what I took away from all of that is I just want to know the stories that you have that you think his son's a jerk. Like I want to know the background.
Oh, yeah. This was big back in the early 2000s, as the double play is grounded into there. So like there was this huge thing over. So he made Ted Williams go to sign autographs when Williams shouldn't have like even done it. Like he was so degraded, he was sick, he was ill, and he made him go and sign autographs and charge like $1,000 to get his autograph. Like he was a real kind of a piece of garbage. And then when he passed away, there was this huge battle between the kids, and there was lawsuits and all types of things over his body. And then that's where the whole freezing his head somewhere came into play. I mean, it was really bad stuff. His son was a real piece of garbage. Back to you, Jinx.
As we see on that note, Xander Bogaerts stepping up to the plate here to face David Hess, working with 48 pitches here through 3 as we kick off here at the top of the 4th with that one in there for a strike. Bogaerts, the only Red Sox on this bat ball campaign, really meeting expectations from a core job accountability standpoint, if you would, as he takes that one for a strike, counts 1-1.
Yeah, Bogaerts has been the bright spot of the offense all year long. 1-for-1 tonight, obviously, and certainly has put his in the weird thing about it, Bogaerts missed all that time due to injury with the broken forearm and the injury before that leading up to it. He was out of the lineup for solid almost 30 days. This could be an even better season for the X-Man.
Yeah, there's no question as that one misses high for a ball. Rafael Devers waiting on deck as the count now moves to 3-1 here on Xander as David Hess gets ready to deal. And he misses low, ball 4. Leadoff man on for Boston here in the top of the 4th.
Yeah, good patience by Bogaerts, as you pointed out, coming out of the top of the 3rd inning. Hess had a really bad top of the 1st, gave up the couple of runs there to the Red Sox, the Benintendi and the Bogaerts home runs. And now settled down in the second and third, but Bogarts not being too aggressive, calms down, and is allowed to patient enough to reach base there and hopefully getting something done against Hess.
Yeah, there's no question as Devers fouls the leadoff pitch off there for a strike as the 0-1 now from Hess to Devers. Devers lines that one into the left center field gap. That'll be extra bases, folks, as we see the runner rounding third. He's coming home. He's going to score. RBI double for Rafael Devers, and the Red Sox now take a 3-0 lead on the Baltimore Orioles.
Great hitting by Devers, and as you called it, that was a liner that got out to the wall there in a hurry, goes all the way back to the warning track to the wall, which is able to give Bogarts the ability to get all the way from first to home with nobody out. Bogarts wasn't off with that with the crack of the bat there. Nonetheless, he's able to score and give the Red Sox a 3-0 lead.
Yes, we see now Mitch Moreland up, and still nobody out here in the top of the fourth, by the way. So runner on second, nobody out. Moreland at the dish. Hess misses inside 2-0, and you can see Orioles bullpen now getting busy as this one is dangerously close to getting away from them here. As Hess get ready to deal the 2-0 to Moreland. Fouls it off for a strike.
Yeah, arms warming quick here early on in the game, the top of the fourth. Probably a wise decision at this point.
Yeah, as the kids would say, PK, a wise decision for sure. The 2-1 from Hess, and Moreland skies that one right field, but not a problem as DJ Stewart is there. He makes the catch for the first out of the inning.
You know, Jinx, it got me thinking after the top of the first when Benintendi and Bogarts both homered, and love your home run call with Goodbye, Sir. My wife is a big Lady Gaga fan. Anna is a huge Lady Gaga fan. And have you heard her new song, Rain on Me?
I think I've heard it maybe once or twice. Why do you ask?
Every time I hear, and there's a portion of the song where it says, Rain on Me, it makes me think about Goodbye, Sir. Every single time I hear it now, I can only hear Goodbye, Sir. So I don't know if maybe Lady Gaga is listening. I don't know if you are. I love the song, love the home run call more, but appreciate you helping out Bob Ball.
I was going to ask PK, did this song come out after Bob Ball started? Do I maybe have a case for some royalties, that are due to me?
Copyright royalties. I know a good lawyer. That could help out with that for you. I think you got a case for you because it's certainly disgusting, and you should get every $million that you should get for that.
Interesting. I will certainly have to look into this as we see David Hess steal the 2-0 low to Alex Verdugo, moving it to 3-0 as we see everyone's favorite all-star catcher waiting on deck. I think all of Bob Ball is waiting with bated breath right now for this to be a walk so we can get some more Christian Vasquez trivia. And wouldn't you know it, that one is in there for a strike.
That's just how it goes here in the broadcaster seat.
Wouldn't be my final game without me just absolutely messing this whole thing up with some jinxes, unfortunately, as Hess steals the 3-1, fouled off. And just like that, with a snap of the fingers, PK, we got a full count. Hess to Verdugo, top of the fourth, runner on second. And Verdugo goes down swinging at a pitch that was clearly out of the zone. Red Sox are done, but not before that guy right there, Rafael Devers, knocks in another run with an RBI double. Boston now has a 3-0 lead here as we head to the bottom of the fourth. And we're back, PK, as we see Anthony Santander stepping up to the dish, getting ready to face Ryan Weber here to kick off the bottom of the fourth inning.
what's interesting about bot ball is catchers don't get a day off on bot ball, so which is tough on the knees. So Christian Vasquez has caught about 111 games straight.
As that one is driven out to right field, you've got Alex Verdugo there. He makes the catch for the first out. Yeah, you got to imagine in the offseason, Christian Vasquez, Adley Rutschman, all these catchers, they're gonna. I hope they have a Theragun or something along the sort to help with that day-to-day recovery.
They're gonna ice the knees a little bit in the off season, and 112 games straight is just a lot on the shins and the knees and the squatting. So prayers out.
That right there could be more impressive than Cal Ripken's 3,000 games, like 112 games straight catching. That might be more impressive than playing at shortstop for 3,000 straight games. I don't know.
It could be. I would. And by the way, for those that work out, I certainly don't work out much. But as Weber gets a strikeout there. But if you try and do the catcher's stance once, I challenge you, you either cannot get back up, your knees crack as loud as they've ever cracked, or you fall down.
Yeah, there's absolutely no question that it is no fun as we see Bruhan chiming in. Catchers and Heidi are the hardest working folks in ball. Yeah, you got to give Heidi credit. PK, somehow Heidi manages to make every single game, every single one, and yet say nothing. It's really impressive.
It's Uber Copter for the win. We appreciate our friends at Uber Copter, much like we appreciate our friends at Meals on Wheels, who we are doing all this work for. So if you have the ability, as always, please give to Meals on Wheels.
As we end the fourth with a fly out there, but PK, we're in between innings here. Isn't it apropos that in our final game, it's back to the original charity in which we started this whole thing for? Obviously, Bot Ball, we've had a lot of different campaigns, different charities throughout the year that we've been supporting, but Meals on Wheels was the OG charity. Back at it for one more run with the OG announcers.
It is true, and as we talk about Meals on Wheels, what better way to honor the Meals on Wheels charity than to do a little Christian Vasquez trivia? Why not? And again, we're doing all last at-bats, last appearances, last games, since this is the Jinx and I's last outing. And this one happened on September 25th, 2014. It was a walk-off RBI single against, once again, the Orioles. Funny how that happens. So it was and I won't give the player because the player is just it's gonna give it up, but it's a Hall of Famer, first ballot Hall of Famer. September 25th, as Vasquez singles up the middle once again. You're welcome for the Christian Vasquez pop. This player, September 25th, 2014, walked off with an RBI single against the Orioles. Hall of Famer, last at bat, not in his career, but last at bat in his home stadium.
Yeah, I know this one, PK. You can't trick me. I literally, as soon as he said the date, it was.
You knew the date?
Oh yes, absolutely.
We already have a correct answer in the Twitch. What do you got, Jinx?
Oh, it's El Capitan, RE2 packed respect, Derek Jeter.
It is Derek Jeter, and it is funny how, as we get a diving catch up there in center. Yeah, it was against the Orioles, which the Orioles showed up quite a bit in my research today for final at-bats and final games on September 25th. Well, it was not his final game because some stupid reason still played him in Fenway that weekend, which I still don't get to this day. I think you just keep him on the bench and let that be his final moment. But they let him play in that Fenway series against our Red Sox to close out the year. But in New York, at Yankee Stadium, September 25th, the walk-off RBI single against the Orioles. Derek Jeter called it a career.
And what a lot of people forget about that game, PK, is that at-bat almost never happened. So the Yankees had the lead going into the top of the ninth inning. Our closer at the time, David Robertson, now on the shelf for the Phillies due to Tommy John, but he came in to close out the game, and he actually blew the save in the top of the ninth, which allowed that moment for Jeter to happen. So
yeah, in fact, they were up 5-2 heading into the top of the ninth, and and what's interesting is they could have pulled him, which I actually think would have happened if it got to 2 outs and they were comfortable with the lead. I think they would have pulled him to give him his standing ovation then. But yeah, it certainly was a highlight, if not the highlight, to end his career there. And we got a couple of Twitch commentaries in there. We've got Catchers and Heidi are the hardest working folks in Bopal, like you said earlier, Jinx. And Fraz says she probably lost her voice because of how many games she speaks at. That could also be the case. Big Guy got the answer correct, by the way. The captain, Derek Jeter. So that was pretty cool. And then the Big Guy has a trivia question of the game. Name of the 4 active position players to have multiple 5+ strikeouts in a game. That's an interesting one. Chris Davis.
It's Chris Davis comes to mind immediately.
Chris Davis was absolutely one of the 4. So that's what the Twitch has got going on right now.
As we see JD Martinez up at the dish here with a runner on first, 2 outs in the top of the 5th. The 1-0 from Hess to Martinez in there for a strike. Let me ask you this, PK, as we is JD Martinez, like, what's crazy is this guy just rakes everywhere he goes. He's had multiple stops at this point, actually cut by the Astros before he latches on with Detroit and absolutely tears it up. Is he one of the more, like he's done so much, and yet I feel like he's still, like, just criminally underrated as a hitter?
He is quietly and underrated. I think he's not underrated in Boston by any means, but on the big leagues, yeah, I think he. I wouldn't say he's underrated. I think he's a quiet MVP candidate every year, and it's certainly one that sticks with me always. I think for me, the Red Sox in that signing which is not huge money, by the way. It's in the 20s. And they've got him for a couple of years. He's got opt-outs every year. I think it's one of the best contracts in baseball. The question is, he will not continue that, right? He'll probably opt out after this year. Although, based on the environment and the atmosphere of the league, based on what they're paying people, will they do it? I don't know. There's a lot of questions for it. But yeah, I agree. I think there is absolutely, whether it's underrated or just quietly one of the best hitters in baseball. And to think that year when the Red Sox signed him, when he left Arizona and the Red Sox signed him, he didn't sign until spring training.
Yeah.
He was 2 weeks late to spring training because the Red Sox signed him in late February. I mean, that is just crazy.
Yeah, him and was that the same year that Arrieta signed late as well with the Phillies? Yeah,
exactly.
That was a weird winter for baseball, as we see the leadoff man on here against Weber in the bottom of the 5th, as we see a DJ Stewart stepping up. And there's the Orioles mascot. No idea his name, but trying to get this.
$350 an hour that guy makes.
$350 an hour, getting this crowd fired up, trying to get a Baltimore rally going. With DJ Stewart at the dish. He was 0 for 4 in yesterday's game with a pair of strikeouts. Only 0 for 1 today. Has yet to strike out, so certainly trying to improve upon last night's effort, as that one misses inside and the count moves to 2-0. So PK, just give an update on this trivia question, right? So 4 active players have gone 0 for 5 with multiple 5 strikeouts at bats in a single game. We got Chris Davis as 1. We just had the second correct answer come through. Giancarlo, don't call me Michael Stanton, was the second one. So,
and no to Christian Vasquez, and no to Jackie Bradley Jr.
Also no to Albert Pujols, the machine. I thought maybe in this latter stage of his career, he might have snuck in there. But.
Brother Beard called him the Rusty Machine earlier on the Mariners broadcast. I was taken aback by that.
As we just know, by the way, JD Martinez, a part of that list. He's the third one.
Through.
We got one more left as we see a full count here from Weber to DJ Stewart outside. And just like that, PK, the Orioles are starting to threaten here in the bottom of the fifth. They got the leadoff man on. They got the second guy on. We got nobody out. And just like that, Austin Hayes is your tying run. And he's at the dish.
Yeah, Austin Hayes comes in a big spot here, tying run at the plate. Runners in first and second. Weber getting a little wild. Control not there. He was cruising through 4 innings and now is hit a little bit of a speed bump. He'd love to get through this one here and leave his team up by 3.
Yeah, and you can see Hayes has definitely struggled in these spots, hitting under the Mendoza line at 195 with the runners in scoring position on the year, as that one is fouled off to move the count to 1-1.
The Ramiro line, as we like to call it these days.
I love Ramiro Mendoza, former Yankee great, as that one is fouled off. Also former Red Sox, I know. He
had the worst balk in the history of balks of all time.
Still won a World Series with you guys, though, didn't he? He was on that 0-14.
He was, and that was the worst balk of all time in that Game 3 against the Yankees, that 18-2 game, I think it was. And Ramiro Mendoza had the worst balk I've ever witnessed in my entire life. If you Google Ramiro Mendoza balk, it's the first thing that comes up. It was the worst balk. It shouldn't happen. It was terrible. And it added insult to injury to Game 3. That was a terrible year. Oh, no. They went on to beat the Yankees in 7 games and win the World Series.
As that one's in there for a strike with 1 out as Weber faces Hanser Alberto. Still a dangerous spot here with runners on first and second. Weber up to actually still an economical 56 pitches here in the bottom of the fifth as that one's fouled off, and he's quickly ahead now 0-2. Yeah, we don't want to talk about that World Series, PK. We're going to just glide right over that. As Weber gets them swinging, and Weber now working in, and he is very close to then working out of trouble. 2 outs here now in the bottom of the fifth inning as we now, excuse me, oh God, as we now see Adley Rutschman, the young buck, step up to the dish.
Yeah, great pitch by Weber there to get the final out, as this one's going to...
Rutschman drives that one into the left center field gap. That's going to score a couple runs. 1 run's in. The second one is in. Rutschman in at second, standing in a 2-run double for the rookie Adley Rutschman. And just like that, we've now got a ball game as the Orioles now pull within 3-2 on the Boston Red Sox.
Huge clutch hitting by Rutschman. 2 outs, 2 strikes, able to drive that one into left center and able to tie this, bring this game to within 1 at 3-2 as Iglesias comes to the bat. Just a great piece of hitting, goes opposite field. And Weber was cruising after that strikeout. Felt like he had all the momentum, but meanwhile, Rutschman just takes that one out to make this a 1-run game. Now the tying run's all of a sudden at second base.
Yep, as we see former Red Jose Iglesias step up. That's a broken bat. He's done, and this inning is over, but not before the Orioles get 2 runs in. We have now got a 3-2 ball game through 5 here at Camden. And as we're back here, we now see a reliever coming in for the Baltimore Orioles, Wade LeBlanc, who is 1-3 on the campaign with a 6.06 ERA in 49 innings, 28 strikeouts to 20 walks. Not what you want to see out of a major league reliever that has pitched that much, and he will face the heart of this Boston lineup with Xander Bogaerts leading off, and he takes that one in there for a strike.
It's his 26nd appearance. He's 1-3 in the season. And this 49 innings, as you said, a 6.06 ERA. The tough part has been control for LeBlanc. 28 strikeouts to 20 walks. So the strikeout to walk ratio, hate to see it. Righties hitting 270, lefties hitting 356. So LeBlanc not having a great season for the Orioles out of the pen. Maybe the old school Browns uniforms will give him some luck.
Yes, now he gets ready to deal the 1-2 to Xander Bogaerts, and he gets him looking for the first out of the inning. Bogaerts down on strikes. We got one out here in the top of the sixth. PK, while we're on the conversation, I got to give a little shout out to myself. I got the final answer to the Big Guys trivia question, the fourth and final player to have multiple five strikeout games, active players, was Javi Baez. That puts the list as Chris Davis, JD Martinez, Javi Baez, and Giancarlo Stanton. And a bonus fun fact is Sammy Sosa actually holds a record. He has 4 five strikeout games in his illustrious career. So.
I'm just so proud of you, Jinx. I think you've grown. You've grown as a broadcaster. You've grown as a human being. And for you to be able to guess Javi Baez is that final trivia question. I mean, it's an emotional night, right? It's a special episode of BOS BAL, PK and the Jinx, but nonetheless, that really has put it over the top for us. Well done.
And just one man trying to make a difference in the baseball trivia community.
This one's for you. This one's for you, as it is for my bartender. I thanked her in the last game with Brother Beard, but thanks to my bartender and server for keeping me refreshed all year. And Jinx, I don't know if you heard in the last one, do you know who is more happy than, well, not me. I'm not happy about ending my BOS BAL career, but I have to use my wife's laptop, so I have my 2 laptops to do this thing. So every time I do BOS BAL, it takes away her laptop.
Can I ask why you can't use your own laptop? I'm a little confused by that.
I do too. So I have one that I have my notes on, the Twitch feed, the Twitch chat, the Discord, and then I have one that has the Discord live feed that we chime into, that we put our mics into.
Ooh, gotcha. Well,
so I need. That's what I need.
Shout out and cheers to your wife. Sacrificing her laptop for a couple hours to listen to make this. People don't understand the work that goes into this, PK. They got no idea.
No. And she serves me drinks the entire night. I mean, truly a great partner and a great wife. So this one's to your bartenders, your servers. Make sure you tip them throughout the evening. Thanks, Dan.
Well, listen, cheers to Anna as we see Renato Nunez stepping up to the dish, and he's going to line that one in there for a 1-out single here in the bottom of the 6th. And listen, PK, with the quick hook that Reneke has exhibited in just about every game that we've called, you got to imagine a 1-out single, 6th inning. Weber has got to be walking the tightrope right now, and it's got to be close to getting that hook, you think.
He's only at 63 pitches. I mean, this would be one of those ones that I just would disagree with. Had a rough inning in the 5th, I get that, but for the most part has looked sharp. He didn't give anything up crazy in the 5th inning. I'd let him go. Let Weber go and get through it.
Yeah, I mean, but to be fair, we've seen Colin McHugh pulled in the 3rd inning after giving up like a 1-out walk for.
After he no-hit the team through the first 3 innings.
As that one is in there for a single, we got 2 guys on. Ruiz up to the dish, and Reneke is going to let Weber face Ruiz, and that one's in there for a strike. And this could be a pivotal spot in this game. Runners on 1st and 2nd, 1 out. Weber on the ropes. Can the Orioles knock him out? Ruiz is faced with the task. The 0-1 from Weber. to Ruiz. Big swing and a miss, and the count now moves to 0-2. The 0-2 from Weber to Ruiz. Outside for a ball.
Orioles fans are on their feet. Half of them are Red Sox fans. This is a mixed crowd for sure when it comes to who's rooting for their team. Weber wasted one there. See if he couldn't get Ruiz to chase. Now a big pitch coming here with one out and runners on first and second.
Yeah, no question. Big pitch indeed. As Ruiz fouls it off, and we will do the 1-2 all over again. As you see on the left side of the screen there, PK, our National League standings, Cubs, Dodgers, Nationals, all lead in their current divisions, as Ruiz is going to harmlessly fly out to right. We now got 2 outs in the bottom of the 6th.
Yeah, nice pitching by Weber. In a tough spot, a young pitcher able to get out of that to this point and get him to fly out to right. Now he's got DJ Stewart, who is no easy task at the plate. 2 for 9 so far in this series, and the finale being tonight. Weber needs one more here to get his team into the 7th, up by 1.
Yes, Weber now is going to deal the 1-0. He is just 1 out away from getting a quality start here as he gets Stewart to swing through that one to move the count to 1-1. We can take a look at the AL standings with Boston and Baltimore just scraping the bottom of the barrel in the AL East. A couple of disappointing campaigns. You hate to see it, PK, you really do.
Bottom basement bot ball action.
Stewart trying to shake off the rust, trying to shake off the stank, not to be confused with Teddy Stankovic, pour one out, RIP, but trying to shake off the stank of this season as Weber gets ready
really
to
good,
too.
The Red Sox just cut him. They just cut him. They let him off to the Mexico League, I think it was, and now he's pitching down there. Just a shame. Teddy Stank was doing some good stuff.
Oh, and Weber gets him looking for strike 3. Down goes Stewart. We are through 6 innings here in Baltimore. Red Sox up 3-2.
Well, and as we look at Jackie Bradley Jr., we'll check in on the Twitch chat. We got a couple folks chatting in on my bartender and server. Bruhan says PK's tough on his wife. Not tough. Just, lets me use her laptop and brings me drinks. I mean, that's nice of her. PK's wife is amazing. So is her family, especially her dad. I agree with that. He's a good dude. Too bad he doesn't watch me on ML Bot Ball. That's really disappointing. Lets me down on that one.
The archives.
Oh, Shark Savory!
Managed to sneak in the booth, so it was your last one, and fired up my computer. Most of the drywall work is done.
What? How's it going, my man, Shark Savory? Do we have a good 7th inning stretch coming up for us?
It is a classic one with a little bit of flair I've been practicing to send you off in style.
You are a scholar, a gentleman, and everything in between. Thanks for joining us.
Finally, a normal temperature. My air conditioning is fixed. Hallelujah.
Shark Savory, I was without power for over 36 hours. Tonight almost didn't happen. I texted PK yesterday. I said, brother, if I don't get my power back, I ain't calling this game from a Starbucks. So we gotta hope and pray.
I'd like to think it didn't come back on, but you have like a bike that you pedal to get power, so you're just sitting there pedaling away just to do the call.
Cranking like churning some butter.
Funny you say that. I'm a big Peloton guy, so I do love to pedal a good bike now and again.
Well, as Verdugo grounds out here, we do have Christian Vasquez coming up, which, as you all know, means Christian Vasquez trivia. We're doing famous last at-bats, last appearances, last games. This ML player was with the Braves in September 17th, 2007. He pinch hit in his final at-bat for an RBI single against the Marlins. And he was 49 years old. This pinch hitter with an RBI single September 17th, 2007. 49 years old. Any guesses out there? We'll let the Twitch fans take a peek at it. Who was that Braves player to end their career with an RBI single?
49 years old. That's an interesting one as we see an RBI ground out to end the inning. We are through 6.5 in Baltimore. Boston clinging to a 3-2 lead.
Go get him, Sharks Avery.
Now pitching for.
Well
Simply
done.
Incredible. That's an old classic one for us, am I right?
Yeah, that's the first in a long time.
Do you do that live, or do you record it and then play it when you do it? Oh, it's live.
Right
wow, look at that. That's
hey,
great.
Sharks Avery, thanks for, all you do on that. It's really cool. It's one of the examples of what makes, BOS BAL great. And for you to be able to do some of that and provide some really cool, fresh, original stuff is just such a testament to the work that people do this. Thanks for all you do, my man.
Oh, you're very welcome. And gotta say, it's got nothing on census data.
Hopefully, census data lives on the BOS BAL world.
If not, in about 10 years, have to do a reunion and look at the new census.
I love it. We'll wait for the 2030 census to rejoin it.
It goes in cycles, all comes back around, but I'll let you two get back to this fantastic final call of yours. Godspeed, ye merry broadcasters.
Thank you, sir.
Chuck Savory, appreciate it, man. That was great. And there he is. And listen, PK, we've got some drama in Baltimore. We got a runner on second. We got one out. We got Trevor Hildenberger in the game facing Adley Rutschman, who had that big 2-run double in the 5th inning. Listen, it's great.
Yeah, and before we get too deep into the drama, we do have an answer. Do you have a guess to that 2007 player at 49 years old who ended his career in an RBI single? Any guesses, Jinx?
None. I have no idea.
Julio Franco at 49 years old. The big guy and Bruhan both got it right.
There it is. Julio Franco. Love it. Love it. Adley Rutschman. Fighting. I'm sorry, what was that?
I was just saying, famous last at bats. It's just going with the theme tonight. You know what I'm saying?
No question. No question. As Adley Rutschman works a walk, making Hildenberger work, and we've got an injury. We got the trainers out. He's checking out Hildenberger. He looks a little groggy, but I think they're going to pull him out of the game, PK.
Yeah, he took that shot.
You hate those shots to the head. You hate to see it. You really
took a nasty shot to the head. He's feeling a little groggy.
Good news is the shot to the head is not believed to cause a concussion. So there's that. Heath Henry coming in for the Red Sox.
No, never mind death or dismemberment, or ability to function as a human being. But he doesn't have a concussion, so there's that.
There it is. Heath Henry's in the game. We got Jose Iglesias up at the dish. We got runners. They're on first base. They're on second base. There's one out. We're in the bottom of the 7th inning. We got a big spot, PK. Shout out to our good friend TTV Goated 78 popping in to the Twitch chat to say hi. Well, hello to you too, sir, miss. However, whoever that is, as the 0-1 in there, and Hembry quickly ahead of Iglesias 0-2.
And as we have this moment, want to just take a second. As you know, Christian Vasquez is catching, so we'll do a quick Christian Vasquez trivia question. In 2000, we're doing last at bats, last appearances, last games. Who made the last out in the 2013 Red Sox Cardinals World Series? Who made the last out? For Brujan might know this one. For the Cardinals Red Sox World Series for the Cardinals. Of course, Okajimo's on the mound. But who's the batter for the Cardinals who made the last out? Any guesses out?
I think you actually said the answer earlier. I think I know this one. Only because I think you already gave away the answer.
No, that was 2004. 2004 was Edgar Renteria.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Because it's 2013. Because I just want to highlight. I want to highlight the World Series wins that the Red Sox have had against the Cardinals. To prove on.
2 outs now. Anthony Santander at the dish. We still got Heath Hembry on the bump. The 0-1 from Hembry to Santander. Misses high. Count moves to 1-1.
Any guesses, Jinx? We do have a correct answer in the Twitch chat.
2013, Scott Rowland.
No, Matt Carpenter. Brujan has it correct. Brujan, you must be a big Red Sox or Cardinals fan if you're able to get that one. Yes, Matt Carpenter in his final at bat of the 2013 season. What a way to end the 2013 season! But striking out against the Red Sox for the World Series, and you are very welcome, Brujan.
As that one is fouled off. Brujan's a big PK fan. Says you're killing it. PK.
Brujan, actually, he and I watched that game together in Fenway Park. There's a great story, by the way, about he and I trying to get into that game.
As this one is driven out to center field, the catch is made. Heath Hembry comes in and gets the Sox out of trouble. We are through 7 innings here in Baltimore. 3-2 Red Sox. So now see Miguel Castro coming out here for the Orioles. He has appeared in 37 games this year, sporting a nice 4.89 ERA, trying to be as inefficient as possible with 29 strikeouts to 26 walks on the season. As he gets ready to face the top of the Sox lineup here, Jose Peraza in and takes that one for a strike.
Yeah, in 2013, Brujan and I were going to go buy scalped tickets to get into that Red Sox-Cardinals World Series. Brujan, by the way, is a huge Cardinals fan. I'm a Red Sox fan. We were going to go in, and we had a budget set in mind. We were going to stay into that budget. We went to a scalper. The scalper brings us up, and we're like, all right, we'll spend X amount on these tickets. He brings us, and he says, okay, give me the money, and you're going to go with this guy, and he's going to let you in. We're like, where are the tickets? We're like, where are the tickets? He says, no, there's no tickets. The security guard is just going to sneak you by security. And we're like, hold on, we're going to give you X amount of dollars, which was a lot of money. And you're going to just sneak us. We don't have a ticket. Like, we don't have anything to show. He's like, no, that's not how this works. And we're like, I think we're all set. We were in a pool of like 9 or 10 people. And they just literally, they were like taking them and pushing them to the entrance of Fenway, and this Fenway security guard was letting people in. So we think we made the right decision, and we decided to not go do that. And we watched it from a bar in Fenway for the first 7 innings, and then left to watch the end of it at my house. So Brujan went to bed a sad man, and I went to bed a very happy man as the Red Sox won the World Series. So for those wondering why I always do Red Sox Cardinals World Series trivia, you just got the behind-the-scenes look at that.
Probably a smart decision. And PK, I'll give you some inside info here, by the way. So I believe it or not, interned with the Mets, even though I'm a Yankee fan. I worked for the Mets for a couple of summers when I was in college. You won't believe how many undercover operations they do on scalpers, by the way, where they pretend to be scalpers to just arrest you for buying scalp tickets. So be wary of the scalper model. There's not a lot of upside just from experience.
Would have been the absolute worst way to end the night is if we couldn't even watch the game because we were in prison. So as Bruhan says in the chat, one of the best decisions we ever made. I tend to agree with you on that one, Bruhan. Although the rush would have been kind of nice, but whatever. So.
As Miguel Castro, not to be confused with Fidel Castro, misses outside for a ball. Cap moves to 2-1 on Betty Biceps.
It's got to be the first Fidel Castro reference on Bot Ball of the entire season. It's got to be, right?
I would love to hear the other one if there was one, to be clear. So, Miguel, don't call me Fidel, fires the 2-2 here to Benny Biceps Benintendi. Wow, and it gets away from Rutschman. The runner moves to second, and the Red Sox now in business here against Baltimore in the top of the eighth, as they'll call that one a wild pitch on Castro.
And for those of you joining us for the 9 o'clock Mets at Dodgers game with Cookie Eater 45, we will be going to that game immediately following the Red Sox and Orioles. So if you're here for Cookie Eater, stick around. He'll be here momentarily upon the completion of the Red Sox and Orioles.
Big fan of Cookie Eater 45. Big fan.
The best. One of the best.
As Castro to Benintendi, and this is a great at-bat. Grinding this one out, Benintendi is doing against Castro. Fouls off another one. And we'll do the 3-2 all over again. Castro to Benintendi. And what do you know, PK? Another foul ball from Benny.
I got how many more? 1, 2. I'll have 2 more Christian Vasquez trivias. I'll save it for the bottom of the eighth and the bottom of the ninth. As Benintendi goes down there.
Yeah, gotta save him. No upside in burning one now. Would have been strike 3 regardless. He should have swallowed. Should have just given it a crack. But Julio Daniels stepping up to the dish here. 0 for 3 on the night. Big swing, and he fouls that one off against Castro. 0-1.
JD coming to the plate 0 for 3. His season, while overall would call pretty solid, has certainly gone downhill. We've seen that slide down as I think about way back, Jinx, into May when we were looking at JD hitting 330, arguably an MVP candidate. Now in the 200s has just been disappointing to see, much like the rest of this Red Sox team.
Yeah, I was going to say, I remember us talking about JD as an MVP candidate, early on in the pop ball season. So certainly his campaign taking a turn that you don't want to see, as we now have 2 outs as Martinez goes down swinging, and Xander Bogaerts up at the dish. First pitch for a ball. The 1-0 here from Castro to Bogaerts. Fouls it off. Count moves to 1-1. We got 2 outs here in the top of the 8th. Runner on second. A close 3-2 ball game as Castro just misses for a ball, moving the count to 2-1 here as Castro gets ready and delivers to Bogaerts inside, as we see Rafael Devers waiting on deck. And he walks him. So Devers now with a big spot here. Runners on first and second. 2 outs, and he has a chance to put this game out of reach here against Baltimore. Big spot upcoming here for the man that the kids like to call Rafi big scoops.
They love them some Raffy big scoops. You know, we get a second as we take a look at the $350 an hour man there with the bird. You know, the Red Sox coming in today, last week of the trade deadline, making some big moves. Kevin Pillar sent to Atlanta for Riley and Rowe. We also, you know, other piece there was Tanner Tully from received from Cleveland, with Blair going to Cleveland. And then the big move, Jinx, that I thought was just off the wall crazy was the Red Sox receiving Rick Porcello from the Mets in exchange for Daniel McGrath. So the Mets get Daniel McGrath, and the Red Sox getting Rick Porcello. Just kind of crazy when you think about it. But nonetheless, Rick Porcello, once again, a Red Sox.
Red Sox wanted a reunion with MC Ricky P. They missed him. Missed him in Boston. As this one misses inside, as we talk about big misses, inside for Castro. Count now moves to 2-2. Castro to Devers, and the count now moves to full as we see Mitch Moreland, the road warrior, waiting on deck. You gotta imagine, PK, this will probably be Castro's final batter of the night, one way or the other, as we're in the top of the 8th inning here. Full count. Oh, and he gets him looking. What a pitch from Castro, painting the outside corner. We are through 7.5. Boston Queen 3-2.
Your attention, please. Now pitching for Boston.
Well, and we're going to take a peek at Nathan Eovaldi coming in. His 24th appearance, 5.11 ERA, coming out of the bullpen, looking to really close out this game here over the last 2 innings, James.
Yeah, no question. The former starter turned reliever will have to face the heart of this Baltimore lineup, starting with Renato Nunez here to kick off the bottom of the 8th inning. Nunez 1 for 3, and as Nunez settles in, PK, I think this will be a great time for one of our final 2 instances of Christian Vasquez trivia.
This will be it. One of the last 2 potentially here. So this one is this player in his final at bat, September 29th, 1963, against the Reds. Had an RBI single in his final at bat. He played for St. Louis, if I didn't mention that. And what was great about this game at home is it gave him 1,815 hits at home and 1,815 hits on the road. What are the chances? Who was that St. Louis Cardinal player who in his final at bat had an RBI single for the St. Louis Cardinals on September 29th, 1965, 1815 hits on the road, 1815 hits on the home, at home? Who's that?
I think I know this one, PK. I think I've heard this from somewhere before, as we've got one out here. Dwight Smith Jr. step in here to face nasty Nate Eovaldi in the bottom of the 8th inning. 1 out, nobody on, as Boston is clinging to a 3-2 lead. The 1-1 from Eovaldi to Smith outside. Can't move to 2-1. As we check in on Twitch, the ML Pop-Ball says we want extras, so PK and the Jinx can stick around longer. Bruhan, by the way, you and I are aligned on our answer, so I'm not quite sure if we're right, but you and I are thinking the same thing as the 2-2 count here.
We've had a lot of extras in our history. Have we done 5 extra games?
We've done, so I feel like, yeah, probably about half of our games have gone to extras. And I feel like that one game that went 13 or 14 innings, that was fun. That was right in the middle of quarantine and just all sorts of shenanigans, as we see Dwight Smith going down swinging for the second out of the inning.
And James, do you have any guesses to that trivia question, the Christian Vasquez trivia question?
Yes, Stan Musial was going to be my guess.
You are correct, along with Bruhan Stan Musial. And he followed it up with the trivia question. How dare he? Bruhan says, who played second base for the Reds that day? So that would have been 1963 for the Reds. Who played was that...
1 ball, 1 strike.
Who would have played second base for the Reds? The gambling guy? Jeez. Why is my mind drawing a blank here? Jinx, help me out.
When you say the gambling guy, do you mean Pete Rose?
Yeah, Pete Rose. Thank you. Pete Rose. Was it Pete Rose, maybe? Bruhan? Enlighten us.
2 and 2.
The gambling guy. The 2-2 from Evaldi to Rio Ruiz. Ruiz grounds it weakly to second. The play is made. PK, we are going to the top of the 9th inning. Boston coming to bat. 3-2 Red Sox here in Camden. And by the way, PK, no rules. We're just going to keep talking here through the inning change. Bruhan says you're right. Yes, it was the gambling guy. The gambling guy, Pete Rose.
That is true. That is true. See Terrence Scott going up. Shark Savory rooting for extras. Shark Savory, screw you, man.
Let's be clear. Nobody in this booth wants a free bop ball tonight. Nobody. No one wants it.
As much as we love that you love us and we love you, trap stretch. 14th inning for the second stretch, Shark Savory. We appreciate you. We do have, for those that you join us, I know we said it was Cookie Eater coming up. We actually, Cookie Eater is not going to be able to do that game. So we have a little bit of a broadcasting edit for you. You got a good one coming up. A Gotti 24 has got you coming. We get a good one here with the Nationals and the Marlins. So Washington, Miami is coming up, and Agati is going to pinch hit for Cookie Eater, which we appreciate that very much, Agati. Thank you very much for jumping in and helping out. And Cookie Eater unable to do tonight. He's all good, no worries there, but a big help for us to bail us out there. So thank you very much for that.
I love it. I love it as we see Tanner Scott getting ready to face JBJ, Jackie Bradley Jr. 1 out, the 0-1 fouled off, moving the count to 0-2.
And as we kind of wind down here into the last inning, Jinx, a lot of, people we want to thank and talk through and don't want to do it all at the end. So maybe we'll pepper it out here over the next inning or so. But, just a few folks that come to mind that want to make sure we talk about, first of all, a couple of people specifically that have worked really hard. And there's a ton behind the scenes that have done all this work. But from the start, the ones that have started to be Mark Cawley, who's done, you've heard him do some Blue Jays broadcasts on BOS BAL. He's done the schedule for this every week for the last 5 months, has been just incredible. So thanks, Mark, very much for your help through all that. That was just one name I wanted to call out early on.
Yeah, and obviously as we're doing this here, as this one is sky to center and the catch is made, you got to give a shout out to Garrett, right? Garrett's the guy that started this whole thing, the founder, the visionary, the guy that continues to just, there's so much that goes on that you guys don't see behind the scenes around organizing this, feedback, the whole 9 yards. Just Garrett, continuing to evolve and make this just such a welcoming and, just awesome community, frankly, to be, a part of. It's been so much fun the last couple months. So, I'll just give a quick shout out here to Garrett, and a big thank you to Garrett for all that he's done, all the time he's put in to make this the, really the amazing product that it is. So,
well said.
As this one is grounded to first, the play is made, and that's going to end the inning. PK, if everything goes right, we're about to call our last half inning of BOS BAL as we head to the bottom of the 9th. here in Baltimore.
Your attention, please. Now pitching
And Josh Taylor, 16 for 19 with save ops with a ridiculous 1.01 ERA. And he obviously took over for the struggling Brandon Workman early on in this bat ball campaign. And listen, took the job and ran with it. PK, got to give him credit.
You and I remember calling early on when Josh Taylor came out of that bullpen, and I remember that Minnesota Twins game way back in early May when Josh Taylor pitched a perfect eighth inning, and then they brought Workman in to close it in the ninth, and Workman blew the save against the Twins, who would later on walked it off in a home run, in a walk-off home run fashion. And we said Josh Taylor should be the closer of this team. There were a lot of trade requests for Josh Taylor. The Red Sox turned down, and I think it was a good decision to keep this young lefty. I think he's got a lot of talent. 41 games. This is 42nd appearance, 4-1 with a 1.01 ERA. And check out that strikeout to walk ratio, 40-10. Outstanding.
Yes, Taylor gets a big swing and a miss there from DJ Stewart to move the count to 1-2. PK, bottom of the ninth inning. Let's hear it. Our final Christian Vasquez trivia of all time.
Yeah, Christian Vasquez is catching, so why not do it? This player in his last at-bat on October 1st, 2000, homered against the Yankees. It was 381st home run. He was a Baltimore Oriole in his final at-bat. Who was it? October 1st, 2000, against the New York Yankees. He was a Baltimore Oriole for his 381st home run. Who was it?
As we see Josh Taylor facing Austin Hayes here now with one out. That one's going to miss low for a ball.
And Jinx, we got a question from EBTO. Appreciate it as always, buddy. Is Los Jinx retiring from Bop Ball? I'll let you answer that one.
Yeah, I am. Sadly, tonight is also my last game as well. Life is starting to just get crazy, and I certainly don't want to be a half-effort member of this community. So tonight will also be my last game here. So last time you get PK, last time you get the Jinx, last time you get us together. So mark it down in the history books. August 6th, 2020, the duo comes to an end.
Yeah, and as Jinx said there, it's not about enjoying. We love doing this. It's awesome. I mean, it literally is a ton of fun. But to do it good, like to do it well, you got to put time in before to like catch up on stats, catch up on all this stuff behind the scenes. And it's not fair to like the quality of the broadcast, as kind of silly as that sounds. But it's not fair to that. Like, you got to sort of understand when it's time to do it. So hopefully that gives you a little context as to why. It's nothing against the brand. We love the brand, but we want to make sure it's a quality product every time, and that wouldn't be fair if we didn't. Although this thing's going to go to extra innings.
We've got a... Oh, he's in the second with a double. PK, I thought we were going to get bailed out there, stretching that single into a double. I thought for sure he was going to get gunned down. He was going to bail us out. But instead, what's not a good sign, stretching the single into a double. We got a runner in scoring position now with one out. And by the way, wouldn't it be my luck? Josh Taylor, a 1.01 ERA. A 1.01 ERA. The guy's going to give up a run here. Like it's bound to happen, BK. Oh God, answer Alberto, Josh Taylor. We've got trouble.
Yeah, Reneke looks as pissed as I do.
He knows that Jinx is calling the game. We got one out. We got a runner on second. We got answer Alberto at the dish facing the stud Boston closer on a bad ball club. Josh Taylor, 2-0 to Alberto. Taylor deals. Big swing and a miss from Alberto, and that's going to move the count to 2-1. as we see the lineup for the Nationals and the Marlins on the left side of the screen there as they get ready to come on after us, hopefully very soon here tonight as we see the aforementioned Adley Rutschman, who's had a big night, waiting on deck. The 3-1 from Taylor to Alberto and misses. And misses. Alberto hurts the walk, and we've now got runners on first and second here as the Ruck Adley Rutschman comes up in a big spot here in the bottom of the ninth.
Yeah, we got Urias coming on to pinch run, looking to be the winning run if needed. And this thing just has extra innings written all over it. The Baltimore fans do not represent the Jinx and I's. They do not represent PK and the Jinx. Their thoughts? Just FYI.
Yeah, they're hoping for extras.
I got no more Christian Vasquez trivia. That's it, guys. I'm done. I crossed them all off.
We got no more Christian Vasquez trivia. I heard the bartender is closing up shop soon, which is not good.
She went to bed.
Yep. So there's very little upside for me and you for extra innings here as we see the 1-0 from Taylor to Rutschman in there for a strike. Runners on first and second, 1 out. Boston clinging to a 3-2 lead. Their closer is on. Rutschman with another big swing and a miss. Taylor now ahead, 1-2 on Rutschman. He sets. He deals. Rutschman fouls it off. PK, let me ask you this. What has been your favorite bat ball memory?
Geez, that 3-man booth we did, you, me, and Bill B.
Yep.
It was a lot of fun. We did that Tampa Bay game, which was a ton of fun, and we did that Minnesota game, which was a ton of fun. Those might have been the most fun I had. I think the 3-man booth was a lot of fun. And early on, the first one I ever did with Brother Beard was awesome too. How about you?
Yeah, I think my favorite memory is the Stink Man, Teddy Stankovic. That run where the Stink Man was.
That was the Minnesota game. That was that Minnesota game. Yeah.
That just run where he had a couple of appearances. He was kind of effective. Like the first game he ever came in, we had to literally Google mid-game. Who is this guy? No, we both did probably at that point, it was very early on, so we both did probably like 1 to 2 hours of prep before the game, and like neither one of us had no idea who that guy was when he came in. So that was, for me, that was a good moment. So
yeah,
2 outs. We're down to our final out here in Baltimore. Taylor facing Iglesias, and Iglesias grounds it to second, the throw to first, and that ends the ball game. That ends the PK and the Jinx era. 3-2, Boston wins.
It was as we get into the recap here, Jinx, just want a couple of closing thoughts, and I know Gotti's going to come on. Evie says the Red Sox even gave PK a farewell victory. Thank you. A couple of things on my mind, and we've got the highlights coming up here, and we'll take a highlight of a game of the basement ball action. But we already talked about just the work from people like Mark Hawley and Garrett for the work that they've done. We've got a couple other folks. Jinx, feel free to chime in too. As your player of the game is Xander Bogaerts, 1 for 2, home run the RBI. Ryan Weber, your winning pitcher. First of all, the reason why I had the call with Brother Beard this, the game before this, he was the one that gave me an opportunity early on. He gave up 2 hours of his time on a Sunday night way back in March, so I could just see if I was okay at this. And he's like the man. And that leads me to a couple other things, like the people in this are really cool people. Like, you'd never think you'd have these like weird virtual friendships, as weird as that sounds. And there's a ton of them. And Brother Beard's the one that I'll highlight. There's a whole ton more. but really very appreciative of the work that they all do and making this a really cool project in a really cool community. This community, by the way, the Discord community, is over 350 people that log into Discord and just contribute to the work, which is kind of outstanding when you think about it. You already thanked Garrett. Garrett is just incredible. Jenks, thanks for lifting Garrett up. He's done just so much work. Does his PS4 stay on for 13 hours a day?
He's got the most durable PS4 literally that in existence. So
that fan must be burnt out. The Twitch viewers and the fans were just incredible all year. I already thanked my bartender Anna. She was pretty incredible all year. And then just a lot of friends and family that tuned in for me. That was awesome, and I appreciate all of you tuning in and listening to me talk about virtual baseball for a couple hours. Jinx.
Yeah, PK, you nailed it, man. I think this community is amazing. I think everyone who's tuned in, everyone that supported us. Eb from Toronto, or Eb_ TO, you've been awesome. You've chimed in on a bunch of our games. Bruhan, Beardy Buddha. Just the list goes on and on. Just anyone that's listened, anyone that's enjoyed us. Just we appreciate all the support, all of the ratings, the viewership, and certainly wish everybody the best of luck and well wishes moving forward. And we'll certainly continue to be BOT Ball fans, and we'll certainly continue to tune in the games when we can, and hopefully continue to be part of this thing. So
yeah, definitely. And there's a really cool community that is here with BOT Ball. And I wasn't choking up. I was burping, by the way, if you heard my voice crack there. But yeah, the people that tuned in were just, it was cool. And in a time when we all needed something, like imagine end of March, start of April, like everyone needed something. This was really cool. Whether you viewed and you listened, or you joined the Discord and you chimed in, or you jumped on the mic and did some broadcast for it, like this was needed in a lot of people's lives. And I'm not trying to make it bigger than it is, but there's something special when during a time of a pandemic that is literally unprecedented in our the history of the world, to have a bunch of people come together and do comment on virtual baseball, like virtual games, is something that I think is kind of incredible. And it's about the people that do it. So hopefully it provided you a couple of laughs. Hopefully Jinx and I provided you a couple of laughs or a couple of good insights, and got you through maybe a night that kind of stunk, and maybe it brought a smile to your face or got you something interested in moving forward. So there's still more BOT Ball to come over the next couple of months. And PK, myself, obviously, and then the Jinx will be here, and we will continue to be tuning in to the Twitch and all the good BOT Ball stuff to come. Jinx, I'll throw it over to you to toss it to Gotti. Thanks, everyone.
That's it. I think PK, I think you wrapped it up for us, guys. It's been real. It's been fun. We thank all of you that have tuned into us over the last couple of months, and no better way to sign off here on a high note. We saw Red Sox win. We avoided extra innings. We avoided free BOT Ball. Everyone loves free BOT Ball except for us. The only thing that could win this better PK was an appearance by the Stink Man himself, but RIP, pouring out. He was DFA'd. A Gotti 24. If you're there, if you're listening, I see ya in the booth, my friend. We are ready to hand it off to you to call our next game, my friend.
A great farewell performance from you guys. It was a good game between the Red Sox and Orioles, and we're gonna miss listening to you guys all the time. It's a bunch of laughs, and it's always entertaining to hear you two in the booth, PK and Jinx. So definitely a loss to this amazing community.
Thank you, sir. Have a great night. Enjoy your game.
Appreciate it, guys. RIP, pulling out.
All right. So welcome in, everybody. This next game, Marlins versus Nationals. The last game of a 3-game series. First 2 games, Nationals were able to get the win both times. Over on Monday, the Nationals were able to win the game 7-1 in Miami. Then yesterday, it was a 1-0 Nationals win. That one run coming off of an Adam Eaton home run. Two great starts yesterday, by the way, with Jose Urena from the Miami Marlins, only allowing one run to Adam Eaton to start off the game. Over for the Nationals was Austin Voth, who had a shutout performance. Almost lost that shutout, though, in the 9th inning. Sean Doolittle allowed the bases to become loaded and almost gave it up, but with one out, was able to strike out two guys in a row on fastballs that were not even close to the zone. Both pitches where he got those strikeouts, not even close. The first one was completely outside, almost in the other batter box. And then that second strikeout to end the game was completely inside. I'm blanking on who it was, I'm sorry, but I believe it was Gerardo Chisholm that was inside of his hands. He had to back up and for some reason decided to commit and swing, ended up striking out with the bases loaded. And of course, like I said, the Nationals were able to come out and win 1-0. It was a super tight game, a pitcher's duel that is starting to become so much more rare now in baseball. But now today, it's the last game of the series. The Nationals are going to look to sweep the Marlins and extend their lead in the NL East. They're going to try and get their 70th win today. Over for the Marlins, 52-63. It's a young Marlins team, and for them, 52-63 isn't that bad. I mean, coming into this season, the NL East is easily, I'd say easily the best division in baseball. You could argue it's the AL Central with 3 teams over 68 wins, but then they have the Tigers and the Royals, who are both god-awful. Over in the NL East, it's Nats, Braves, Phillies, Mets. Those are 4 teams that coming into the season all had a pretty decent chance to make the playoffs. So really, the Marlins with 52 wins is impressive because a lot of those 52 wins are coming up against the Nationals, against the Braves, against the Phillies, and even the Mets. They only have 54 wins, but they still have so much talent on that team. This whole NL East is just completely beating up on the rest of the MLB, and it's really a great thing to see. As the Nationals 69-46, Braves 67-48. Both those teams, good chance to be in the playoffs. As we are just about to look into Miami. It's of course Throwback Thursday. Today, of course, we are donating money to Meals on Wheels. If you have any extra money, you'd like to donate it to a good cause, Meals on Wheels would gladly take your money. You can just donate in the Twitch chat. As we are now looking live into beautiful Miami, Florida for the last game of a series between the Washington Nationals and Miami Marlins. Throwback Thursday. Look at those beautiful uniforms for the Marlins. I think everyone has missed those colors. Kind of coming back to it this year with that blue, but, the worst part about them changing from Florida to Miami Marlins, losing those uniforms. As you see, Jordan Yamamoto, the starter today for the Marlins, a 3.84 ERA, whip a little high at 125, but he does have a lot of strikeouts this year at 116. A 7-9 record, not the greatest, but of course record is becoming less and less important here in baseball. For the Nationals, leading off Trey Turner in those beautiful baby blue Expos uniforms that we've all missed. Turner, second on the team in batting average at 322. And Turner has just had an amazing season so far this year. Of course, the speedy shortstop, always up there in steals, always up there in average. And this year he's doing it once again. As another pitch there outside for Yamamoto, a 93-mile-an-hour fastball. And a 2-0 count here for Turner to lead things off. Turner last season in April broke his index finger as he hits one into right field. Gonna drop for a single to lead things off. Trey Turner gets on base. But as I was saying, broke his index finger in April, was out for a little bit, ended up playing through, but had surgery in the offseason. This year, that finger is completely fine as he's able to get a nice opposite field hit there to start off this game. That's going to bring up Adam Eaton. Eaton leading the team in ERA at 3.23. batting average, as there's a pitch up by Yamamoto at 323. One hit away from that 1,000. He's an all-star this year. He has had an amazing season. Hit a home run last game and 4th in the NL in batting average. As he's got a 1-0 count here after that pitch up. And takes another one in the dirt. And Eden, that second guy, kind of a second leadoff hitter. But those last 3 games, 2 home runs, 4 RBIs. So he can really hit for power. He's on the left side. When he hits a home run, it's really going to be a pull hit. As he takes another one there, 3-0 count. And you do not want to get 2 guys on for Juan Soto. Eden now getting up there in age, 31 years old, was finally able to win a World Series last year, a huge part in that Nationals World Series last year, as another pitch there, low in the zone, taken, but for a strike. That was a risky, or not a risky take, a risky throw there, just in the bottom of the zone, able to catch that line, and it's a 3-1 count now to Adam Eden. The 3-1 outside, and Yamamoto gets 2 guys on base to start the game. First one a hit, and now a walk.
Juan Soto.
That's going to bring up the childish Bambino, Juan Soto. Of course, an all-star, 24 home runs, 67 RBIs, and hitting .286. It's Yamamoto's first pitch to Soto outside, and another ball there for Yamamoto. He is not starting off well. Saw there Turner, who's at second base. Over 30 stolen bases on the season. I don't think he'll go for another, but, you know, if Soto hits one up the middle, that'll drive Turner in easily. We'll see what Soto can do here. He has a 1-1 count. 10 pitches already for Yamamoto. No outs here in the top of the first inning. That one is swung at. Soto tries to check the swing, goes too far, and it's a 1-2 count now. Yamamoto going to try and get his first out here. Pitch. And sorry, I had a bit of lag on my screen. I believe that was a foul ball, but right when that one was pitched, everything just froze. Now we're all back fine. I see it's still a 1-2 count. And the 1-2 pitch to Yamamoto is fouled off behind the plate. It's going to stay at 1-2. 13 pitches already for Yamamoto. Not a great start here for this first inning, as Soto takes another one, does a bit of his Soto shuffle. And it's now a 2-2 count. Soto, the 21-year-old out of the Dominican Republic, has come into the league with storm as he fouls off another one. But Soto, 4th player in MLB history to hit over 100 extra base hits before turning 21. And he's now still only 21 years old. He is going to be an all-star in this league forever, as that one is hit to second. And that's going to be all it is. Diaz unable to do anything there, as that's going to put runners on the corners, as it's a fielder's choice there. Just a little chopper to second base. Diaz unable to get it over to Chris Holm at short quick enough. Soto, pretty speedy for how powerful he is, was able to get into first. So that's going to bring up Howie Kendrick. Howie hitting .304 this season. And he takes one in for ball 1. Howie Kendrick, 3rd on the Nationals with home runs with 21. 21 home runs at 37 years old. He is just something special, as he hits a fly ball into left field. That's going to be caught by Dickerson, but Turner's going to head home. And the Nationals, for 2 games in a row, are going to go up 1-0 here in the top of the first inning.
Number 28, Kurt.
Sack fly there into left field for Howie Kendrick. That's going to bring up Kurt Suzuki, another all-star here for the Nationals. He's hitting .261 from the catcher position, as that pitch taken low in the zone. Suzuki, a 2nd-round pick back in the 2004 draft. That draft, a couple months before I was born, so he's been a professional baseball player for longer than I've been alive, which is completely insane just to hear. And you can hear just from my voice, I'm not that young. I'm actually heading my junior in high school, so get to know a little bit more about me as that one in the dirt. Soda's just gonna have to go back to first base. But Suzuki drafted before I was born, and I'm not that young, so it's just crazy to show how long he's been in the league. 36 years old, as he is of course still good enough. An all-star this year, and now he's got a 3-1 count with 2 outs. 22 pitches so far for Yamamoto. The 3-1 is fouled off behind the plate, and that's going to lead to a 3-2 count here with 2 outs. Of course, now Soto is going to be running from first base. Yamamoto, the pitch, hit by Suzuki down the left field line. That one off the wall. Soto is going to stop at second, and it's a double for Kurt Suzuki. No, he's out at second. Oh no, Suzuki unable to leg out one off the wall. And we are going to head into the bottom of the first inning. Nationals up 1-0 as Suzuki's unable to get in safely to second base. And the starter today for the Nationals, Max Scherzer. 10-2 on the season. That ERA higher than he'd like it to be at 3.33, but that whip only 115. And geez, 187 strikeouts here in early August. He is something special.
Leading off for the Marlins,
Jorge Mateo to lead things off here for the Marlins. He's going to try and bunt for a base hit, but it's to Moran, unable to pick it up cleanly. And that's an infield single to start things off for Jorge Mateo. As FP Santangelo would say, the Nationals color broadcaster, that is, sorry, there goes the no-hitter. Messed up his catchphrase for a second. As that's going to bring up Brian Anderson. Look at that split between left-hand, right-handed pitchers. Hitting over 300 against lefties, under 300, of course, against righties at around 230. It's a big difference. His overall batting average about 253. As Max Scherzer, of course, a right-handed pitcher, throws up a ball there to start this at-bat at 1-0. And then 253. Sorry, not 230.
He's going.
Scherzer, the second pitch. Mateo into second. Safe. Nice jump there, as you see here. Right as Scherzer headed to second, and Suzuki, not known as the greatest defensive catcher, was not able to get that throw in quick enough. And Jorge Mateo gets in to second base, and the Marlins have already got a guy in scoring position here against Scherzer. Scherzer throws a strike there, 96 miles an hour on that one, 1-2 count now. 96 is exactly where you want Scherzer to be. Sometimes in the playoffs, he gets up to 99, 100, and you know he's going to allow a couple home runs. Sometimes he's down at 93, doesn't have that adrenaline as he strikes out a guy there on that beautiful slider. His first strikeout on the game. Sometimes in the playoffs, sometimes he doesn't have adrenaline, and he's throwing fastball at around like 93 miles an hour, which is really what you don't want to see. 96 is perfect for him. As Scherzer throws a ball there to Corey Dickerson. Dickerson hitting 297 this year. He's one of the best players for the Marlins. The throwback to second. Mateo is out. Oh my, Scherzer, a great throw there to second base. Mateo had no idea that one was going to happen, and he is out at second base. Scherzer, beautiful job there to pick him off. 1-1 count here to Dickerson. Swing and a miss. And now Scherzer just one strike away from getting out of this inning, scoreless. Now Scherzer's first inning is so important. He allows a lot of solo home runs to start things off. As Dickerson leads the Marlins in home runs. Unable to do it there, though. A strikeout on a beautiful curveball. And able to get out of a runner on second base. Max Scherzer with the pitch out. And we are now heading into the top of the first inning. Nationals up 1-0. Welcome back here to Nationals Park. Colin Moran to lead things off here for the Nationals. Moran traded to Washington back on July 23rd for Trey Spera and Eric Fetty. And since then, it's really paid off. He's hitting .256, but he's been able to slot in there at third base. Last game was 0 for 3. Had a bit of a misstep at third to start things off. But since then, he's done pretty good as he takes a pitch there. 2-0 count now. 2-0 pitch is taken 3-0. Yamamoto really struggling with his command here. A lot of counts so far this game have gone to 3-0. As Moran taken all the way there. Takes a fastball high in the zone. Now 3-1 count for Yamamoto. Jordan Yamamoto, the 24-year-old pitcher out of Pearl City, Hawaii. He made his MLB debut last season on June 12th. As Moran fouls one off. He had an amazing debut. 7 shutout innings in his first game, something you rarely see. As now a 3-2 count here to Moran. Fouled off once again. He's going to extend this at bat. Yamamoto already 30 pitches with no outs in the top of the second inning. That's something that they're really going to have to watch out for. As another foul ball there for Moran. 3-2. Fouled off once again. This at-bat still going. Payoff pitch. Did he go? No, he did not. And Moran's going to get to first base. Yamamoto's second walk of the game here in only the second inning. And that's going to bring up Ryan Zimmerman, Mr. National, the fan favorite. And he's hitting pretty well. 35 years old now, 261. A bounce-back season for him after signing a one-year, $2 million deal in the offseason as he fouls one off there into the seats in left field. He's got a 5-game hit streak going right now to Zimmerman. That's exactly what you want to see from him, too. Zimmerman takes a ball outside there. Now 1-1 count. Zimmerman transitioned over to first base in 2015, was a third baseman his whole career before that, as he takes a fastball high in the zone. It's going to turn it into a 1-2 count. The 1-2 to Zimmerman is taken high. As Yamamoto coming up to 40 pitches. He's thrown 37 so far. Zimmerman, before he was in the MLB, played college at the University of Virginia. And even before that, he played with a couple major leaguers. His AAU team featured B.J. Upton and David Wright. I cannot imagine playing against those guys in high school and before. That would just be awful, you know. Now it's a nice story after to say you played against guys like that, but now it's not fun. As a foul ball there, going to extend that 3-2 count right to the ball boy in left field. 3-2 to Zimmerman. Swing and a miss, and he's unable to extend the hit streak on his first at-bat, and Yamamoto gets his first strikeout on the game. Nice pitch there, low in the zone. Zimmerman guessing wrong way too early. You know, as I said, Zimmerman played with B.J. Upton and David Wright, something that you wouldn't want to play against. I've got a little bit of my own story. Back when I was super young, I practiced on the same field as a current NFL player, Trayvon Diggs. Has that's flied into center field and out. A quick out there for Yamamoto, exactly what he needs there. Victor Robles.
Number 31.
Get that one out, so that's going to bring up Max Scherzer. But yeah, I played tackle football, and I think it was 3rd grade for me. Diggs was in high school, practicing on the same field, so I have that little thing of myself. I played on the same field as an NFL player. Although we were on opposite sides and everyone was scared to go over there. But, you know, it's similar. As that brings Max Scherzer to bat here for the Washington Nationals. One of the better hitting pitchers in this league as he hits one up the middle there. Diaz has no trouble, though. He's going to throw to first, gets the out. And Scherzer unable to help himself out there. But still a shutout in that first inning. Nationals up 1-0 heading into the bottom of the first. As the big guy 73 giving us a bit of a trivia question now of the game. Name the Hall of Famer to hit the most home runs in a single season for the Nationals / Expos. Put those answers in the chat, and you know, we'll see who is right. Then also there's the trivia of our Discord server that everyone can join. It's in the description of this Twitch stream, as there's a swing and a miss by Aguilar on that curveball. Aguilar 4 RBIs in his last 4 games. He's going to look to continue that streak as 2 pitches there, 2 strikes for Scherzer. Reaches 97 on that fastball. Aguilar hitting only .267 this season. And he hits a foul ball there on a slider. It's going to keep the count 0-2. Swing. No swing. I'm sorry. Got a little excited there. Struck him out looking, did Scherzer. Oh, my.
The second baseman, Esau.
That one high in the zone. Aguilar unhappy with that one. Getting a little bit of lag here, so I just saw the strikeout. Couldn't tell what exactly happened, but a strikeout looking there. As that brings up Isan Diaz. 16 home runs so far this season, a career high for him. Although only 47 RBIs. And as you see, he's a bit of a smaller dude. And he's really able to hit them out of the park. He's got a lot of power. 48 RBIs. That's 3rd on the Marlins. Scherzer 2 straight balls to start off the at-bat. Then a nice strike there on a fastball low in the zone. Scherzer able to get Diaz to swing and miss there on a changeup low. And Scherzer here's got a 2-2 count to work with. The 2-2 swung on and fouled behind the plate by Diaz. The 2-2. Swung on and hit down the right field line. That's going to go foul. And Diaz is going to be able to extend this at-bat even more. Diaz hits it to center field. Robles didn't even have to move. And Scherzer gets the second out of the inning there. Only 20 pitches so far here with 2 outs in the second inning. And that's going to bring up Jorge Alfaro to bat. The second Jorge here to hit for the Marlins. Alfaro winning .240 so far on the season. The 27-year-old out of Colombia.
No, that's down.
As he takes the first pitch there for a ball. You see his career stats against Scherzer. 5 for 25. 13 strikeouts. That's rough. 13 of those 20 outs have been strikeouts. You know, Scherzer, of course, one of the best strikeout pitchers of all time. As a nice pitch there, top of the zone. Able to get the first strike of this at-bat. And that one fouled off now. Scherzer looking to get another strikeout here against Alfaro. It'll be his 14th career against him.
Here we go, Jorge. Come on.
Alfaro, one of the speediest catchers in the MLB. Fouls another one off there. It's actually registered as the fastest sprint speed of all MLB catchers last season. So he's really got some wheels from behind the plate. He was traded to the Marlins for another speedy catcher, JT Realmuto. but he was sent to the Phillies. Another pitch there from Scherzer outside, and that's going to bring the count to 3-2. 3-2, 2 outs. One of the more exciting pitches in baseball when there's no one out bat. Can either end an inning or start a run. Scherzer the 3-2 struck him out on some high cheese, and Scherzer able to get out of another inning, no hit. And we are now heading into the top of the third inning. Nationals up 1-0. Welcome back here to Nationals Park. That's not our broadcast crew here. It's not Mascot, Mascursion, Mark Droza, and Dan Plesac. It's just Adam Gach in a solo call here tonight, as the Nationals are going to bring up Trey Turner to bat, as they went through all 9 in the first 2 innings. And it's the leadoff guy to start things off here in the third. That pitch taken low in the zone for ball 1. Another one taken, that one a strike, a curveball. Just barely caught in the inner half of the plate. Turner 1 for 1 so far. He's got a 1-1 count. Yamamoto the pitch. Another one taken inside, and another strike. Yamamoto, 46 pitches so far with no outs in the third inning. But 2 nice pitches here. Maybe his control is finally under his belt, and he's got Turner looking. 3 pitches in a row taken and 3 straight strikes. Wow. As we look at those NL East standings, probably the best division in baseball, the most balanced. Miami's 52-63, 17 games back from Washington. But also the best record out of all teams last in their division. So that brings up Adam Eaton, the all-star, with a .323 batting average. Tries to bunt down the third base line. Ends up going foul, though. Eaton, of course, walked his first at-bat. Ended up being stranded at third. It's one there right to first. And a nice play there by Aguilar. On a line out there for Adam Eaton, and Yamamoto could be having a quick inning here, exactly what he's needing, as he's coming up to his 50th pitch against Juan Soto. Soto grounds it out in the first inning. He comes back up to bat. Yamamoto the pitch inside to Soto, taken. Soto leads this team in doubles, 33 so far here on the season. As he fouls one off there down the left field line into the stands. We'll give him a 1-1 count now.
We got 2 balls.
That's another one taken by Soto. Now 2-1. Here with 2 outs in the top of the third inning. The 2-1 pitch to Soto. Taken outside. Soto does a bit of a Soto shuffle. And that makes it a 3-1 count. Pitch to Soto, fouled off behind the plate, and second straight half inning, we've got a 3-2 with 2 outs. Pitch to Soto, hits one to the right field line on a slider, but fouled off once again, and Soto's going to stay alive. The 3-2 to Soto, hits it up the middle, Yamamoto off of his leg, and Soto with the shift is going to be able to head to first base. Got very lucky there. That one hit super hard off the leg of Yamamoto. We'll see if he's okay. Those never feel good. So stinger off of his leg. Noisy at first base was unable to get to it fast enough as he was all the way over in the shift. But Yamamoto's going to throw off the trainers. He says he's all good.
Ball 1, no strike.
As that brings up Howie Kendrick The big guy's got to go, but the correct answer for that trivia question, Vlad Guerrero. That's one of the best players in Expos history, or as Expos Nationals franchise history. That's not too much of a surprise, as Kendrick's got a 1-1 count. He walked his first at bat, so as he takes the ball there, now 2-1 count with 2 outs. Juan Soto on first base. Now Moto the 2-1 in the dirt. Soto's not going to advance. Now 3-1 to Kendrick. Kurt Suzuki on deck. 3-1. Hit into left by Kendrick, but he's going to pull it foul. Kendrick now the 3-2 with 2 outs. Soto's going to be running. Here's the pitch. Low, and Kendrick, for the second time today, he's going to walk, and the Nationals have got another guy in scoring position once again with Kurt Suzuki at bat. Actually, sorry, Suzuki did not have a guy in scoring position last time. It was Eden at first, who went all the way over to third, but Suzuki ended up getting out at second. It says he has a single because he reached base, but then tried to stretch it to a double. It's a nice hit off the wall, as another nice play there at first for Aguilar. And he's able to get Suzuki out on just one pitch. As the Nationals still up 1-0, it's Noisy, Chris Holm, and Yamamoto for the Marlins, as they're going to try and tie things up. Nats up 1-0. And welcome back here to beautiful Miami, Florida. It's Sheldon Noisy here to lead things off for the Miami Marlins. He's hitting a nice .306 so far this season, but that is not in that many at-bats, so it's not a huge plethora of experience, but he has hit .306 in those times. Last game, 0 for 4 with strikeout. He's going to try and improve here. Took the first pitch for a ball, and takes the second pitch from Scherzer for another ball. That one a 95-mile-an-hour strikeout high out of the zone, actually. Scherzer the 2-0. Another one outside. Scherzer's control not where it was last inning. We'll see if he can fix that up a little bit. Jazz, Chris Holm on deck. 3-0 to Noisy. Taken for a strike, though. Now a 3-1. I bet you Noisy was taken all the way there. Ended up working out. No, still 3-1 count. Not one that you really got to swing at. And unless it's exactly where you want to hit it, there's no really point of swinging. And that one, a slider outside. Martinez not happy. He's yelling a bit at the home plate umpire. Scherzer also unhappy. Surprised he didn't get thrown out there. They kind of threw his hat a little bit. That one looked to be in the zone. It was a slider just inside, or just outside. It ended up saying it was a walk. As that brings up Chris Holm. He's got a triple and 2 RBIs in his last 3 games, hitting .279 on the season. And the 0-1 pitch from Scherzer, high in the zone, gonna bring the count to 1-1. The pitch from Scherzer, swung on and missed by Chris Holm on a nice curveball there. And that's gonna bring the count to 1-2.
Outside, that's the ball.
Scherzer outside on a changeup. Two and 2 pitch from Scherzer.
Okay.
Another one outside. That's going to bring the count to 3-2. No outs. Chris Holm at bat. 36-year-old Scherzer with the pitch. Swung on and missed on a cutter. And Max Scherzer with his 5th strikeout on the day.
The pitcher, Jordan.
That's where the greats are really able to succeed. A really tough at-bat last time. And now they're able to come back and get a strikeout. As that brings Jordan Yamamoto to bat, the pitcher for the Marlins. He's going to try and bunt. Goes right back to Kurt Suzuki, though. Yamamoto hitting only 132 on the season. Anyways, a pitcher you don't expect much more as he hits one right to first. Zimmerman to second. Turner back to first. Safe is Yamamoto. Some nice hustle there from the from the pitcher. Able to get into first base. Scherzer, not the greatest first baseman. Maybe if that was Zimmerman, he'd be able to stretch out and get it out, but it was a close play. Yamamoto able to beat it out, though. And that's what you want to see from your pitcher. Really able to get some nice hustle there for him. That brings up Jorge Mateo, 1 for 1 on the day. Bunt for a hit his last at-bat. As he takes a strike there in the top of the zone. His last 3 games, he's really played well. 5 for 14, which comes out to 357. 0-1 count here from Mateo. Pitch taken low and away. Gonna make it a 1-1 count. That one just really overthrown there on the fastball. And a nice breaking ball there high in the zone for Scherzer. And he's going to try and get his 6th strikeout here against Mateo and get out of this inning without any harm. The pitch from Scherzer. Swung on and missed. There's the 6th strikeout. And Max Scherzer is dealing here in Miami. 6 strikeouts through 3 innings. As the Nationals up 1-0, we are heading into the top of the 4th. Welcome back to beautiful Miami, Florida. Heidi Watney's probably saying something interesting, but of course we can't hear her, unfortunately. It's a solo booth here for those of you just joining us. I'm Adam Gotkin, calling the play-by-play tonight. Leading off for your Washington Nationals now. In the top of the 4th inning will be Colin Moran. He walked in the 2nd inning.
Colin Moran.
Yamamoto, 63 pitches already here in the top of the 4th. As he keeps on pitching like that, wouldn't be surprised if this is one of his last innings. As he starts off this inning as he has before. Not that much control, fastball high in the zone. 1-0 from Yamamoto, fouled off from Moran. Moran hitting .256 this season. Had a walk in the 2nd, in his first at-bat. That one taken low. Now 2-1. Big change in velocity in those two four-seam fastballs, as that one taken now 3-1. He's thrown in this at-bat, one at 95, one at 91. A big change there. Yamamoto, the 3-1. Taken once again. Oh, a called strike there on one high in the zone. I don't know about that one. And then flies out to center field to Mateo does Moran. He's going to head out to the dugout unhappy. That pitch looked too high, but they said it was a strike, and then he ends up fouling out on the next pitch. Zimmerman now comes to the plate. He struck out his first at-bat. 2 for 8 so far this series. 0 for 1 today. Takes the first pitch low. As that is Yamamoto's 70th pitch of the game. Up the middle, Zimmerman, he's got a hit. And the 35-year-old. Still
The
producing.
center fielder, number 16.
And that brings up Victor Robles. Goes from 35 to 23. Robles, the speedy center fielder out of the Dominican Republic, made his MLB debut back in September of 2017. He was the Nats' top prospect back in 2016. And in 2017 became the MLB's 5th best prospect. And he's had a really good season so far as he hits one there into left center field. Going back far is Dickerson, able to make the catch against the wall. Zimmerman's going to head back to first base, as Robles almost able to get that one out. Just barely make the catch against the wall to Dickerson. That one just carried forever. First I was like, okay, routine fly ball, just kept on going and going and going. But that's going to bring up Max Scherzer, the pitcher. Grounds it out in the second. He's hitting .214 on the season. And one of the only pitchers in the league where you don't just say he's a guaranteed out when he's at bat. As he takes the first pitch for a ball. Yamamoto's fastball only at 90 miles an hour on that one. Scherzer hits one there to the left side. Picked up, thrown over to second. Chris home to Diaz. And another ground out there for Max Scherzer. As we head into the bottom of the 4th inning, Nationals still up 1-0. Miami only 1 hit so far on an infield single. We'll be back in just a second. And welcome back here to Marlins Park, which looks a lot more packed than normal. Had the same thing last night. But Anderson at bat, hero for 1 on the day. He hits a fly ball into left field. Soto going back. Still going back is Soto. That one is gone. Ryan Anderson, just under 400 feet, but he hits his 9th home run on the season into left center field. Anderson with a big hit there, ties it up. As Nightbot says, what do you think about that? As Scherzer gives up his signature solo home run. As we look at this one again, that one just hit so high. Wow. Wonder how high that apex is on that ball. Wish that was one of the things that they show us here in StatCast, as that brings up Corey Dickerson, who struck out in the first inning. The first pitch to Dickerson outside on a 97-mile-an-hour fastball from Max Scherzer. 1-0 count here to Dickerson. That one hit to Kendrick, able to make the catch. And there's the first out of the innings. We look at the pitch speed comparison between Max Scherzer and Jordan Yamamoto. Scherzer's gotten all the way up to 98 today, while Yamamoto, he's gotten up to 95. But these past couple innings, he's maybe hitting 94 every other pitch. But other than that, he's down at 90, 91. As that brings up Jesus Aguilar, the first baseman. He had a couple really nice defensive plays already today. Here's the pitch from Scherzer, taken on a fastball there by Aguilar. Aguilar only 14 home runs, but that's still good enough for 3rd best on the Marlins. As he fouls off a changeup there, as Scherzer is coming up to his 50th pitch to Aguilar. 6 strikeouts so far today from Max Scherzer. That one is fouled off once again down the right field line. Aguilar able to stay in this one. Pitch from Scherzer, swung on and missed. Another strikeout from the strikeout king, Max Scherzer. That one is 7th on the day. That's going to bring up Isan Diaz for the Miami Marlins. Diaz lined out in the 2nd inning, 0 for 7 so far this series with an RBI. Scherzer's first pitch, a nice changeup, but just low in the zone. And Diaz is going to have a 1-0 count to start things off. Here's Scherzer to Diaz. Another one taken, another one super close to the zone, and another ball. Diaz 2 home runs in his past 9 games. As he swings and a miss on a beautiful changeup there from Scherzer. It's just a pleasure to see Scherzer. And see him, especially in those beautiful baby blue Expos uniforms, something that we just never get enough of.
I got 3-1. 3 balls, 1 strike.
That one low in the zone in the dirt for Scherzer. Now a 3-1 count to Diaz. Scherzer's 56th pitch on the game. Hit into right field for a base hit. Isan Diaz reaches. As Howie Kendrick playing too far up the middle, unable to get to that one. And Diaz, number 1, is able to get one right to where he normally plays defensively in second base. That brings up Jorge Alfaro, struck out in the 2nd inning. He's slugging just over 400 this season. On base percentage under 300. He's hit 2 for 8 so far this series. As Scherzer throws a ball to start off the at-bat. .1-0 pitch. That one is hit into right field. Is it going to drop fair? No. That one was close, though. Just foul. For Alfaro, that would have been a double easily. Swing and a miss there. Brings the count to 1-2. Scherzer now his 60th pitch of the game. Alfaro. High in the zone, that's a ball. Brings the count now to 2-2. Two-two pitch. Swung on and missed. Another strikeout for Max Scherzer. As he's able to get out of the inning, just allowing 1 run. Let's look back at this Brian Anderson bomb into left center field. As we head into the 5th inning, all tied up at 1 here from Miami. Welcome back to Nationals Park. As for the 3rd time today, Trey Turner leading off an inning. Of course, Trey Turner, the leadoff guy, and he's been able to lead off 3 times so far, and we're only in the 5th inning. Marlins have someone warming up now in the bullpen. Yamamoto, 75 pitches so far. Gets a strike there on his 76th. Turner in his last 8 games hitting over 400. He's really been impressive lately. Yamamoto to Turner. Turner pops that one up into center field. Mateo settling under it, and he barely had to move to make that catch.
The right fielder,
Gets the first out of the inning. Yamamoto looking for a quick inning. If he does, maybe he can stay in a little bit further, but they're going to want to try and pinch hit for him, which actually, if I'm thinking of now, he is the 3rd up next inning, so he'll be pinch hit for. As Eden's going to try and bunt for a hit. Is he able to get it to throw to first? Yes! Our 2nd bunt for a base hit today, that one by Adam Eden. And there is Major League hit number 1,000. They're going to throw that ball into the dugout. And what a way to get your 1,000th hit. A bunt for a base hit. As Alfaro wasn't able to get to it fast enough. As that brings up Juan Soto. Soto takes the first pitch, a slider just outside. Just in the zone outside. And gonna make the count 0-1. Soto 1 for 2 on the day with a single. As he hits one there, foul down the right field line. Soto's father was a catcher back in the Dominican Republic. He played in a men's league, which was one of the main reasons Soto started playing baseball. But Soto ends up striking out there. Yamamoto's 3rd strikeout on the day.
Second baseman, Howie Kendrick.
Soto just completely missed that one. Not a great swing from Juan. As after Soto, that's going to bring up Howie Kendrick. He's had 2 at-bats so far, 2 walks.
Nope, outside.
As that one taken for a ball outside. Kendricks has one of the best eyes that we have ever seen. And he takes another one outside. Now 2-0 count to Howie Kendrick. Yamamoto the pitch. Kendrick hits it into left field, but able to easily send under it is Corey Dickerson. And we are now heading into the bottom of the 5th inning. It's Noisy, Chisholm, Yamamoto, but Yamamoto most likely going to be pinch hit for. We'll be back in just a second, all tied up at 1. And welcome back here to Nationals Park. Heidi Watney saying something once again that we can't hear. I wish here at ML Bot Ball we could just take all of that out, you know. Take out the old Matt Vasgersian and stuff, what the broadcast crew is. Take out all the Heidi Watney stuff. Because, you know, it's loved here. I love listening to Matty V on Monday nights. But, you know, it's unfortunately, you gotta listen to me. You can't listen to Matty V. So, what a shame. But coming up now, Sheldon Noisy. He had a walk in the 3rd inning. In his last at-bat. Noisy, 306 so far this season. Scherzer dealing so far today. Allowed a home run in the last inning, though, to Brian Anderson. Scherzer, 2 pitches, 2 strikes. He's starting off this 5th inning pretty well. The 0-2 to Noisy. Is low in the almost in the dirt. And that is another ball. Now 1-2 count for Scherzer. The pitch, another ball there, 2 in a row. In the dirt also, but a nice pick by Kurt Suzuki. Now count moves to 2-2. Another one low in the zone. Now 3-2, 3 straight balls after 2 straight strikes. Scherzer the payoff pitch. Is outside, 4 straight balls for a walk. Noisy's able to reach. And the Marlins have got a man on here in the bottom of the 5th inning. Look at this pitch sequence. You never know. 1, a nice fastball there to start things off. That second pitch out of zone, but was strung out by Noisy. Then just 3 pitches all low. And that last one outside also. And that's going to bring up number 6, Jazz Chisholm. Struck out his last appearance in the 3rd inning. 0 for 7 so far this series. Scherzer the pitch. Another ball there, his 5th straight. Chisholm acquired by the Marlins back in 2019 in a trade. He has a .255 career minor league average, made his MLB debut this season. Had 7 triples last season, played in AA all year, and hit only .220. He's also one of the few Bohemians in the MLB. He's got a 1-1 count here. The pitch from Scherzer. Another one low. Now 2-1. Scherzer's fastball velocity back down to 95. Scherzer the 2-1 pitch is swung on, hit behind the plate, and that's going to bring it to 2-2. No outs here in the bottom of the 5th inning. Marlins have got a runner on first base. That's Sheldon Noisy at first, as another foul ball there. Jordan Yamamoto slotted up next to hit. Can't see here from our view, but most likely he's going to be pinch hit for, as he's had a lot of pitches so far. Only in 5 innings, and Scherzer, one inside, is gonna hit Chris Holm. And that's 2 straight runners on base given up by Max Scherzer. We'll see who's gonna come up to bat now here next for the Marlins. Whoever it is gonna have runners on first and second with no outs. It's gonna be Yamamoto. That's a bit surprising. His last at bat at a ground out, but he was able to reach. Yamamoto's gonna look to bunt. A nice one down. Scherzer's gonna go to second. He is safe. Oh no, Max. What was he thinking? He had Yamamoto at first, but he's gonna load the bases, just shooting himself in the foot. As the hit right to first, the double play. Yes, that's exactly what they needed there. As maybe it was smart. Scherzer then had the force at home. Is Max Scherzer a genius? As that was Mateo there with the double play. That went straight to Zimmerman. Back home to Suzuki. Then Suzuki back to Zimmerman. So I said it's a 3-2-3 double play. As Scherzer's first pitch to Anderson is high for a ball. So can Max Scherzer see in the future? I guess that's the question. Because it was an awful read. I don't know what he was thinking throwing to second there, especially for a veteran. And then he gets a double play on a force out at home. So maybe Max Scherzer can see into the future. And honestly, he can do so much. And he's got 2 different colored eyes, so maybe there's something weird about him that he can do that. I guess we'll never know, as there's a pitch low in the zone, but inside the strike zone. We're going to bring the count now to 2-1. Scherzer, the 2-1 pitch to Anderson is low. 3-1 now. Corey Dickerson on deck. Scherzer now for his 80th pitch, only in the bottom of the 5th inning. Is swung on, hit into right field. Soto runs after it. He's able to get it. Sorry, Eden runs after it. Eden's in right field. And he's able to make the catch. And now heading into the top of the 6th, it is Suzuki. Moran Zimmerman will be back in just a second.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention.
Welcome back. Here it is Sixto Sanchez going to come in for the Marlins. And what was Don Mattingly thinking? Why do you keep Yamamoto in to bunt and then just replace him the next half inning? Mattingly, come on.
Number 28.
Like, sometimes I cannot with the Marlins. I don't know. This past 5 minutes is just giving me a headache. I don't even know what's going on. As Sixto Sanchez is going to come in for the Marlins. He throws a 97-mile-an-hour fastball to start things off. Suzuki at bat. He's 1 for 2 on the game, although kind of 0 for 2 as that one hit he ended up getting out, trying to stretch a single into a double. As we see 2 guys here warming up in the bullpen, Eliza Hernandez and Ryan Stanek for the Marlins. Sanchez, the 1-1 pitch, Suzuki takes. And now a 2-1 count. Sanchez, the young 22-year-old out of the Dominican Republic, as that one is fouled off by Suzuki. Sanchez played shortstop his whole youth career, ended up transitioning over to pitcher as that one fouled off once again. He was actually signed by the Phillies, and they decided that they liked him when they saw him throwing batting practice as a catcher. He was playing shortstop. He was throwing batting practice for a workout with a catcher that the Phillies had, and they were scouting. And the Phillies ended up signing him, which is just the complete luck of the draw. They're there for one thing, ended up seeing that, maybe this guy can throw the ball. They took a chance on him for only $35,000 signing bonus. Ended up paying off. He is now in the majors as Suzuki hits one into left center field. Going back is Dickerson, but he's going to have no trouble. Able to get the first out of the inning And that's going to bring up Colin Moran now for the Washington Nationals.
Colin Moran.
Moran, of course, with the Pirates before, walked in the second inning. Moran made his MLB debut back in May 2016, played college at UNC, and was drafted with the 6th pick of the 2013 draft by the Marlins. And now he's playing the Marlins. As Moran hits one to first, a nice defensive play by Aguilar, walks it, and taps on the bat.
Up next for Washington, the first baseman.
2 quick outs here for Sixto Sanchez in the top of the 6th inning. That's going to bring up Mr. National Ryan Zimmerman. He is 1 for 2 so far on the night. Had a single his last at-bat in the 4th. This series, he's hitting now 3 for 9. Sanchez, the pitch to Zimmerman. Interesting call there. That one low in the zone, I thought at least, but they said it was low out of the zone. Maybe that's Angel Hernandez back there. There's been a couple rough calls. As Zimmerman hits one deep into center, but Mateo's able to settle under it, and they get the catch. Now, Marlins going into the bottom of the 6th inning. It's Dickerson, Aguilar, Diaz. We'll be back in just a second here on Pop Ball. And welcome back here, the bottom of the 6th inning. Corey Dickerson to come out and bat. He's 0 for 2 on the day with a strikeout and a line out. Max Scherzer back on the mound here, 80 pitches so far with a plethora of strikeouts.
Nope, that's the ball.
Scherzer's first pitch of the at-bat, low in the zone. Dickerson's really moved around a lot so far in his career. The 3-hole hitter for the Marlins. Made his MLB debut for the Rockies and was also drafted by them. Then traded to the Rays in 2016. Then designated for the assignment. Picked up by the Pirates. Then traded, that was in 2018. Then traded to the Phillies for a player to be named later last year. But ended up signing in the offseason on a 2-year, $17.5 million deal with the Marlins. And now he's here where he is. And he fouls off another one. Now 2-1 count. Sorry, 2-2 count. To Corey Dickerson. Dickerson, number 23 for the Marlins. You know, the same number, of course, as the amazing Michael Jordan. As Aguilar is on deck, he's hoping that he'll have a guy on base. Let's see what happens here. The 3-2 pitch. Fouled off on a fastball. Dickerson, 31 years old now, starting to get up there in age. Pitch from Scherzer. That one low and away. And Dickerson's able to get on base. And Aguilar, his wishes have come true. Aguilar, the 30-year-old out of Venezuela, was an all-star back in 2018. Made his MLB debut in 2014 after 7 years in the minors, all with the Indians. He was claimed off the waivers by the Marlins this offseason. As he takes the first pitch for a ball, now got a 1-0 count. Scherzer coming up to 90 pitches here in the bottom of the 6th. Aguilar takes another one. That one outside. Scherzer the pitch. Low in the zone. Ball 3. Max is not happy at that one. Guess that's got to be Angel Hernandez behind the play. I don't know any other umpire who's made this many questionable calls in one game. Scherzer's now got a 3-0 count to Aguilar. Aguilar, the cleanup hitter for the Marlins. Here's the 3-0. High, and that is going to be another walk.
Now batting.
And Scherzer now no outs in the top of the 6th. He's going to have a meeting here with, I guess, I'd say it's the Expos pitching coach, but you know, it's the Nationals. But he's going to stay in the game. 91 pitches so far. Runners on first and second here for the Nats. No outs. Diaz, the home run hitter at bat, takes a pitch super inside. Diaz hitting .337 so far this year with runners in scoring position. Scherzer the pitch to Diaz. Fouled off down the right field line. 1-1 count now. No outs. Here in the bottom of the 6th, I'm your play-by-play guy. Solo booth tonight, Adam Gotkin. Thank you for joining us as things are starting to get too exciting. Swung on and missed. 1-2 count now. Nice change of speed there by Scherzer. He's had 94 pitches. Scherzer, the 1-2 to Diaz. Is taken. Oh, Scherzer's getting no calls here. That one, that one could be called a ball, but that was a close one. And a swing and a miss there from Diaz. He doesn't need a call as Diaz is gonna strike out swinging. Number 9 for Scherzer. That's exactly what you need there. A strikeout with a runner in scoring position with no outs. As we now see 2 guys warming up in the bullpen for the Nationals. Ramon Urias. And that one down the line and right. Eden off the wall. One's going to score. And into second base there for the Marlins. Was Sheldon, Alfaro, not Sheldon Noisy, but Alfaro down the line. Just gets past Zimmerman, and the Marlins able to take the lead now over the Nationals 2-1. As it brings up Sheldon News now, who has runners on second and third with only 1 out.
Ball, that's too high.
That pitch taken for a ball. News has had 2 plate appearances so far today. Walked both times. He's at 306 so far this season, though. That one is taken. Now 1-1 count. Nice Elias, as I was saying, as he hit that one down the line, and Daniel Hudson warming up in the bullpen for the Nationals. Scherzer is the 100th pitch of the game. 1-1 count to Noisy.
Ball 2.
Is taken for a ball high and away. Now 2-1 for Scherzer. Noisy takes another one. 3-1 count now. Scherzer does not want to walk in with Chris Holm on deck. 3-1 pitch from Scherzer. That one skied into shallow right field. Zimmerman going back, makes the catch. And no one's able to advance. Exactly what you need there if you're a Max Scherzer. As he's going to maybe be able to get out of this one with only allowing 1 run. He's going to bring up Jazz Crystal. He's 0 for 1 on the day. Hit by a pitch his last time at bat in the 5th inning. But he's got runners on second and third here. 2 outs. Pull when they're going to intentionally walk him. Interesting call by Davey Martinez. That's going to load the bases. Last time the bases were loaded, it worked out, though.
Pinch hitting for the Marlins.
It's going to bring up a pinch hitter here for the Marlins. His second day pinch hitting in a row. It is number 26, Garrett Cooper. Cooper from Auburn, drafted in the 6th round back in 2013. He's been very productive pinch hitting this year, 34 RBIs, hitting .272. with an OPS of 736. Cooper took the first one for a ball. Surprise Scherzer still in this game. 103 pitches so far. Now 2-0 count. His control is just completely gone now. Scherzer, the 2-0 pitch to Cooper. From the stretch.
Ball 3.
Another one low. 3-0 count. The one thing you don't want to do is walk a guy with the bases loaded. Scherzer now, though. 3-0, bases loaded, 2 outs, bottom of the 6th inning. Marlins up 2-1. Cooper at bat, the pinch hitter. .3-0. Oh no, he walked him. Oh, and the Marlins are going to go up 3-1. I don't know about that call though. That one looked inside, but Garrett Cooper does not swing at it. And the Nationals are going to go down 3-1. Davey Martinez is going to call for his bullpen. Scherzer, though, a pretty good game. 9 strikeouts on over 100 pitches today. 6 2/3 innings. That's going to bring in Daniel Hudson. Hudson with an ERA of 3.41 this season. 12 holds in 37 games, 37 innings. And he's had a record of 3-0 this season. He's got a pretty decent strikeout to walk ratio. As Jorge Mateo, the leadoff guy, going to come up now for the Miami Marlins with the bases loaded. If you're a leadoff guy, your eyes have got to be wide open here. You never have the bases loaded as a leadoff guy. Mateo, you see, hitting only 176 with runners in scoring position. He's going to try and improve with that here. As Hudson, his first pitch of today was a ball. 1-0 count now to Mateo. That pitch, outside on a fastball, 2-0 count. This is a very small strike zone today. Hudson, the 2-0 pitch. That one, though, called for a strike on one that looked to be inside. But he'll take it. Brings the count to 2-1. Hudson, the 2-1 pitch to Mateo. Swung on and fouled behind the plate. Just a bouncer. And it brings the count to 2-2. Hudson able to get out of the inning if he can get a strike here. It's the 2-2. Low and away. 3-2. Bases loaded, 2 outs. Marlins up by 2. Here in the bottom of the 6th inning. Hudson, the big pitch here. Struck him out. Looking Daniel Hudson doing exactly what he needed to do. And the Nationals able to get out of the inning, only allowing 2 runs. Heading into the top of the 7th now, Robles, Hudson, Turner. We'll be back in a second. Welcome back here to Ball. Ryan Stanek gonna come in now for the Marlins. 52 appearances, 53.2 innings. 3-3 record, and an ERA of 3.52. Victor Robles to lead off. He's 0 for 2 today, 2 flyouts. And 3 for 9 so far this series. Top of the 7th inning, that's down by 2. Is Robles. Swung and fouled off behind the plate. Sorry, my screen froze for a second. So I had to take a look at the delayed feed over on my second screen. See what happened there, but now I'm back to being able to see just fine. Stanek to Robles. Robles hits one down the left field line, foul. And now 0-2. Stanek 0-2 pitch to Robles. Swing and a miss. What are you swinging at, Victor? 99 high cheese. But that one almost at his head as you look at this replay. Above that packed shoulder. Don't know what Victor was swinging at. But now the Nationals are going to have a pinch hitter here coming on. That is going to be Starlin Castro. It looks like. Yeah, number 14, Starlin Castro. Coming up to bat. He's hitting 271 so far this season. Pinch hitting a lot of the time, but when he has, he's played pretty well. As he takes the first ball there. 13 home runs, 65 RBIs. Signed this year as a free agent. He's been very productive this season so far. 1-0 pitch. Taken outside for a strike. Now 1-1 count. Another 99-mile-an-hour pitch from Stanek. One. Swung on and missed low in the zone. A nice change of speed there with an 87-mile-an-hour slider. Now Castro the 1-2. Is hit down the right field line, just foul. That one taken now. Count goes to 2-2. Two and two to Castro. Swung on, hit down the left field line. Going back is Dickerson. Makes the catch on the warning track, though.
Now batting, the shortstop.
Castro out. And that's going to bring up now Trey Turner, the leadoff man for the Washington Nationals. 1 for 3 so far with a single and a run. He's hit .322 this season. That OPS just .01 under 900. Turner takes one for a strike. Turner the 0-1. Pitch from Stanek. Wild pitch there on a slider that just got away from him. That slider about the same speed as Yamamoto's strike fastball, so it's a really big change. You know, you get that same speed, but one is breaking at an insane distance. Well, I don't know the exact amount of inches, but I guess it'd be a lot. As that one up the middle by Turner, a second single of the day. Yeah, that change of speed is really rough to watch. So, able to adjust there, though, is Turner. As he knocks a single up the middle, that's going to bring up Adam Eaton. But first, a pitching change. Adam Conley coming on 1 for 5 this year, 4.03 ERA, and a surprising guy to put in against Eaton. His average against left-handed batters, 3.14, and of course, Adam Eaton, a left-hander. Eaton, his last at-bat, got his 100th career hit. An infield single on a bunt. As Turner stealing in there safely, and the Nats got a runner in scoring position. Turner not even close to being out there. He was in a mile before that ball even got to the hand of Diaz, or sorry, Chris Holmes. Check swing there by Eden, didn't matter though. As that one in the zone no matter what. Eden, lower average with running in scoring position than not. Eden hits one into right field. Going back is Anderson to the wall, off the wall. Eden to second, and the Nationals are able to go within one as Turner scored, and an RBI double there from Eden, just a couple feet away from being gone. As you look at the replay, Anderson just completely misjudged it. And a couple years ago, I bet that one would have been a triple for Adam Eden. But now Eden getting up there in age, only able to get into second, but they'll take it. As that brings in Juan Soto, 1 for 3 on the day with a single. Another left-hander against Conley, who's not the best pitcher against lefties. Conley the pitch. A slider outside of the zone, but they're going to call it a strike. I guess you know that one. Coming across the zone from left to right. Could have looked like it was a strike, but Soto not happy. Conley, another slot changeup that time. I apologize. Just outside, but that one going to be called a ball. Looks like just as many Nats fans as Marlins fans here in South Florida. As the fans get on their feet. Eden on second. Oh, a nice take there by Soto, who does his signature shuffle. Now 2-2 with 2 outs. Pitch. Swung on and missed in the dirt. And Conley's able to get out of it, only allowing 1 run on that Adam Eden double to right field. We are heading now into the bottom of the 7th inning. It's time to stretch Nationals down by 1.
Now pitching for Washington.
As this is going to bring in Hunter Strickland for the Nationals. 38 games so far this season, 3-2, 0 for 2 in save opportunities. But of course, this isn't a save. But that's going to bring Brian Anderson up to bat. 1 for 3 so far today. Of course, that bomb into left center field was that 1 hit. Strickland, the first pitch, is a ball inside on a fastball to Anderson. Strickland was at one point one of the most hated players for Nats fans. And now one of the more liked guys. You know, of course, he got in that huge mess with Bryce Harper, the one that ended Michael Morse's career after some would say, I guess most would say, intentionally hitting Harper. Nats fans hated him. Then Harper leaves and they decide to sign him. As a breaking ball taken inside, a changeup on that one. Brings the count to 2-1. That one swung, hit down the right field line. Is it fair? No. Just barely foul. And that one would have been trouble for Adam Eden. The 2-2 pitch to Anderson. Hit up the middle for a single, and Anderson now 2 for 4 on the day. As Strickland not a great start to his appearance here in the bottom of the 7th inning.
The left fielder, number 23.
As you look at this replay, a nice hit by Anderson. Able to get some nice contact on there, right up the middle, just bounces it through. And there's 2 guys warming up here for the Nationals. Wander Suero and Manuel Urias. One of the harder names to pronounce for these Nationals. Probably the hardest, honestly. As that brings up Corey Dickerson. He's got 1 walk, 1 run so far today for the Marlins. It's brought in last inning. As he hits 1 to center field. Robles going back. Able to make the catch, though. As going to have to head back to first base is Anderson. And a quick first out there for Strickland. Of course, we are donating all of the money that we get to Meals on Wheels, so if you'd like to, you can donate down in the description or subscribe. All the money goes to Meals on Wheels. It goes to a great cause. We highly appreciate any money, as that one hit into left center field and off the wall. Robles able to get it, but into second base is Aguilar. And the Marlins have got runners on second and third for the second straight inning. Really nice hit there. He's able to get all of the barrel on it. Almost out at second, but able to leg it out was Aguilar. As that brings on Isan Diaz. 1 for 3 so far in the game. Had a single earlier in the 4th. Strickland's going to stay in. The pitch from Strickland. Taken low in the zone and outside for a strike. Strickland near his 10th pitch of this relief appearance. He's got 1 out, 0-1 count. One swung on, hit down the left field line, just foul. That would have been trouble affair. 0-2 to Diaz. Strickland really needs a strikeout here. The pitch is in the dirt, but Suzuki able to make a nice play on a slider. Suzuki not the best at getting those sliders in the dirt, but able to there. Strickland the pitch to Diaz, taken for a ball. Scherzer's not going to be happy there because, sorry, not Scherzer, Martinez wouldn't be happy, but he finally gets a strikeout. His first of the day, but that ball before, there's been a lot of pitches there today called strikes, but also a lot called balls. Some plate umpire has not been the most consistent, but it doesn't matter there. Strickland able to get a strikeout exactly where he needed one. And that brings up Alfaro. Here are 2 outs, runners on second and third. Alfaro with an RBI and a double so far today. It's a 241 so far this season. OPS 5 ticks under 700. On base percentage just under 300. As now count moves to 0-1. Pitch by Strickland inside, taken. Now 1-1. Another pitch by Strickland taken in that exact same spot. Top right of the corner. Sorry, top right corner of the zone. And called a ball once again. Strickland the pitch. Alfaro right to third. Gets through though. And Soto throws Strickland though to second. And Alfaro is out. A complex play there. A runner scores on the hit to left field, but Alfaro out at second as we now look at this replay. The double into right field in the top of the 7th inning by Adam Eden, and we're now heading into the top of the 8th. Yimi Garcia gonna come in relief for the Marlins. As you see here, he's had a pretty good season so far. Those averages are looking good, but that ERA a little high in the high 300s. Howie Kendrick here to lead things off in the top of the 8th. 0 for 1 today with a sac fly and 2 walks. As Garcia's first pitch fouled off. Garcia the pitch to Kendrick. Swung on, hit down the right field line. Aguilar able to pick it up though. And that's the first out of the inning. As we look at these comparison between these two starters, both went 5. Scherzer though able to go 5.2. Allowed 3 runs on 4 hits, 6 walks from Max. That's where that really changes. Yamamoto though only 3 walks but 3 strikeouts. Max though able to get 9 strikeouts, but those walks is really what stands out today. That's going to bring up Kurt Suzuki. He's 1 for 3 on the day. As I've said before, kind of 0 for 3 because he was out going to second earlier today, just like happened last inning. One no count to Suzuki. Suzuki fouls that one off. Now 1-1. Suzuki, another foul ball, brings the count to 1-2. One and 2 pitch to Suzuki. Swung on and missed. Garcia with the strikeout. And that's now only have 4 outs left. It's going to bring up Colin Moran though. Moran 0 for 2 today, walk in the second inning. Hits one there to short. Chris Holm over to first, and Moran is out. For those of you joining us for our next game, which is Cincinnati at Philly with Mike Gay and TAR16 on the call, that game will happen just shortly after this one. Sorry, we're already running about 15 minutes late. Well, that'll happen in just a little bit. If you're waiting for that one, stay tuned as things to get a little interesting here. Heading in to the bottom of the 8th. Wander Suero coming in for the Nats, pitching the ERA over 5. That's not something you want to see. Sheldon Noisy coming at bat. 2 walks so far this game, but 0 for 1 when he has not walked. Suero, the pitch is taken inside. Strike 1 on the cutter. Suero gets Noisy, to swing and miss. Count now to 0-2. 0-2 pitch from Suero. Misses outside and high. On a cutter, now 1-2. Suero the 1-2 in the dirt, 2-2 now on a curveball. 2-2 from Suero, swung on and missed. And there's an out there from Wander Suero. As the Nats need a shutout inning here if they want a chance to continue. Jazz Christholm, 0 for 1 on the day, hit by a pitch and a walk. His last at-bat walked with the bases loaded. A controversial call. He was able to get a run in as he's now at bat with no runners on. But he takes that first pitch for a ball outside. 1-0 now. Suero the pitch to Christholm, hits that one into right field, going back and off the wall on 1 bounce. Christholm safely into second, and the Marlins have got another guy into scoring position now here in the bottom of the 8th inning. So we look at the bench here for the Marlins, and let's see who they're going to decide to bring in to pinch hit. They're going to decide to bring in number 27, Matt Kemp. Kemp, of course, up there in age now, 35 years old. In 2011, of course, had that amazing season, won the Hank Aaron Award, led the NL in home runs and RBIs. The Bison, as we like to call him. Signed a minor league deal this offseason with the Marlins, but when he's played, hitting .279 with a home run and 6 RBIs, he's been pretty productive coming off the bench. As he took the first one for a ball, 1-0 count now to Kemp. Swung on and missed. A little low in the zone. Kemp hitting .300 this year with runners in scoring position. And he takes another one, that one low and away. 2-1. Kemp fouls one off. Suero now 3-2 after that ball. Mateo on deck. 3-2 pitch from Suero.
Nope.
Outside for a ball. And now runners on first and second for the leadoff hitter, Jorge Mateo.
Number 10, Jorge Mateo.
Mateo was traded to Miami July 14th for Jonathan Villar and Dylan Lee. Mateo 1 for 4 today. Now he's got a runner in scoring position and also that runner at first. Takes the first pitch. High and away. Or high and inside, apology. First strikeout and 1 count now. Suero, nice curveball there. Mateo swings and misses. Count now 1-2. Pitch from Suero. Hit to second. Kendrick unable to pick it up. And Mateo safe at first and the bases are loaded. They're going to call it a base hit. But Howie Kendrick unable to get that one. Bases loaded now for the second time today. This time, Wander Suero pitching. Last time bases were loaded. Sorry, for the third time today the bases are loaded. Anderson, though, no, the last time the bases were loaded, there was a walk to score that run. Anderson has a home run already today. Marlins are up by 2, 1 out, bases are loaded. Takes the first pitch. 1-0 count. Suero, nice 1-0 pitch. Count now 1-1. One and 2 now on a curveball high in the zone. Able to get it in, though. The 1-2. Low in the zone. Suero needs a strikeout here with the bases loaded. He's had 20 pitches so far this appearance. Only 1 out, though. Anderson at bat. He already has a home run today. Also a single. He's 2 for 4, as you can see there on the bottom right of your screen. The 2-2 pitch from Suero is taken for a ball outside. 3-2. The one thing he can't do is walk if it's already happened today. Let's see what happens. 3-2 pitch is taken, and for the second time today, the Nationals have walked a man home. Oh, geez, Davey Martinez must be just dying inside as Suero walks a guy home, and the Marlins now up 5-2. That's going to bring in Urias. He's got an ERA under 2 this season in 48 appearances. Record of 0-3, but if you got an ERA under 2, that record doesn't really matter. It's just kind of unlucky, I guess you could say, the times he's been in the games, but when he's been in, ERA under 2, he has been really good. As Dickerson now comes to the plate, 0-3 today with a line out in the 6th. The pitch from the lefty to Dickerson. Hits one to Turner. Kendrick, Zimmerman. There's the double play that the Nats leaded. And we're now heading into the top of the 9th. The Nats need 3 runs. And they have Zimmerman, Robles, and then a pinch hitter. Let's see if they can come back. They've got a half an inning. Welcome back now, Drew Deckenrider, the closer here for the Miami Marlins. He is 25 for 28 so far this season in his opportunities, an ERA of 3.45. But we've got Mr. National, the clutch Ryan Zimmerman, at bat here. Nats down by 3. 1 for 3 on the day. He's got a single in the 4th inning. Zimmerman now at bat. Here's the pitch. High and outside, ball 1. Swung and a miss there. Now 1-1. A bad swing there from Zimmerman. And that's going to move the count now to 1-2. 1-2 pitch taken. Now 2-2. Zimmerman had a kid just a couple months ago, back in May 2020. Henry Zimmerman. As you know, maybe he can be another Mr. National. We'll see what happens. You know, he's only, 2 months old now. The 2-2 pitch to Zimmerman, taken for a ball. Now 3-2. Nice job by Zimmerman here to keep this one alive. 3-2 to Zimmerman. Rounded to short. Chris Holm over to first. Able to get the out. Nice play there by Aguilar. After a throw that went a little far left. That's going to bring up Victor Robles, the youngster from the Dominican Republic. One of the best, if not the best, defensive center fielder already. And offensively, the series hit .273, but today, only 0 for 3. Going to try and change that right here. Robles takes the first pitch, count now 1-0. Swing and a miss there, 1-1. Pitch to Robles, fouls that one off, now 1-2.
I got to count 2-2.
Taken there, 2-2. Two pitch to Robles. Hits one into right center field. Is it going to drop? Oh, Anderson unable to make the catch. Robles to second. He is safe. Big play there by Victor Robles. A double. Anderson unable to make the catch, and that's going to extend his hitting streak to 6 games. Oh, Robles got lucky there. Let's look at this replay. Anderson made the dive, but unable to come up with it. Just comes off of his arm. Robles risked it. Tried to go to second.
Number 13,
but able to get in. That's going to bring in Asdrubal Cabrera to pinch hit. 4 home runs on the year, 15 RBIs, .231 average.
Nope, ball 1.
First pitch taken by Cabrera. Cabrera fouls one off, now 1-1. Cabrera takes one there high in the zone. 1-2 now. Pitch to Cabrera. Oh, what are you swinging at, Asdrubal? 2 outs now. The Nats are 1 out away from losing, and the Marlins 1 out away of winning, of course. But Cabrera, what are you swinging at? This is the pitch not even close to the zone. Low and inside. That's going to bring up Trey Turner. Turner 2 for 4 on the day. Has been those 2 runs for the Nats as he takes the first pitch, count now 1-1. For Turner. Swung on and missed. And the Marlins 1 strike away from winning. Let's see what they can do. Second rider, the pitch. In the dirt, Robles is going to advance. And so does, Turner's out. As he swung on that one, I couldn't see. Pitch went away, but Turner ran to first, and they got the out on a strikeout in the dirt. Marlins win it 5-2. Thank you all for joining us here on ML Ball. I'm Adam Gotkin as we're about to head in to, of course, the game recap. We'll see the player of the game, winning, losing pitcher, but wow. I couldn't see there. I had a bit of lag, and I just saw the ball going away. But Turner swung and missed on the pitch in the dirt. Ran to first, but his speed just wasn't enough. As the Nationals lose 5-2 to the Marlins. Let's see, the player of the game, Brian Anderson, hit that home run into left field, 2 RBIs. Of course, that Howie Kendrick sac fly to left field in the top of the first inning brought in Trey Turner.
For the Nationals, 2 runs on 8 hits.
Only RBI on the day for Kendrick. Unnecessary slide by Turner, but I guess he decided to do whatever he wants. And then this Anderson bomb to left field in the bottom of the 4th inning. 396 feet, a complete moonshot. Never looked like it was coming down. Looked like it was just going to be in that beautiful purple Miami sky forever. Going to the bottom of the 4th inning, Alfaro struck out on a slider. A great pitch by Max, who had a bit of an up and down game today. A nice strikeout there. Then Alfaro again, this time a double just past Ryan Zimmerman. That one brought in a run, put Miami up 2-0 on a double to right field. Now next in the top of the 7th, this Adam Eden double to right field, almost a home run. Anderson, although almost could have caught it, just missed. And that an RBI there for Adam Eaton. Now next we're going to go into the top of the 7th inning. Juan Soto struck out on a slider. A big at-bat there. Eden was at 3rd, but Soto unable to do anything. Now this Alfaro grounded to left for a single. Brought in a runner home, tried to advance to 2nd, ended up being out. Then this Anderson walk brought the score to 5-2, a walk with the bases loaded. And then Cabrera struck out swing with a slider here for the 2nd out in the top of the 9th inning on an awful swing there. And then finally, Trey Turner strikes out on a curveball in the dirt. Alfaro goes out to chase it. Turner at first, just out by a step, unable to extend the game, and the Marlins able to win it 5-2. Your winning pitcher, Sixto Sanchez. Look at look at the box score here. A really good game today. Losing pitcher Max Scherzer, Drew Stackenader with the save. Thank you all for joining me today here on Bot Ball. I've had your solo call, Adam Gotkin, and now we're going to join in Mike A and TARDIS16 for some Throwback Thursday late Bot Ball between the Reds and Phillies. Welcome, guys.
Thanks for having us. How you doing tonight? Looked like a pretty exciting one there. The Fish getting a win out of nowhere against the world champs.
Yeah, a bit surprising, but ended up being a good game. I'm doing well. How about you?
Just living the dream here, ready for another late night start in Philadelphia.
Yeah, should be a good game between the Reds and Phillies. Good luck. Have a good call today.
Thanks a lot. You have a good one too as we continue here on Bot Ball After Dark. We get ready for your final game of the night. I'm joined by TARDIS. How are you doing tonight, TARDIS?
Good, Mike. Phillies won yesterday. I don't know if you managed to catch any of that game. Bryce Harper went off.
I was going to say we've got plenty of storylines to talk about as this game goes on to discuss yesterday's game. And there you see him, Bryce Harper getting ready tonight, swinging that bat. He's got 4 home runs in this series, 3 of them coming last night. So plenty of fireworks for the Phils here. Is on Throwback Thursday. I believe they're going with what, about the 1960s or so home uniforms?
I think it's listed as 74, and then the Reds, it's like 47 or something.
You got the very identifiable pinstripes, but don't have the names on the back, so you're sometime before the heyday of the late 70s there.
I think they got names in like 76, 77, so it's got to be 74, 75.
But wasting no time here is Zach Godley, the starting pitcher for the Phillies. He gives up a first pitch single. Apparently, these teams were not too thrilled about being pushed back a half hour upon the ball after dark start time. They're getting things going quickly.
It does appear that way, and it looks like I feel like all of my games get pushed back at least half an hour now.
So Senzel with the leadoff single. That'll bring up Nick Castellanos. He'll take off speed below the knees for ball one. Godley, an acquisition just a couple weeks ago by the Phillies, making his first start for the Phils. His second overall appearance. He made an appearance last week in a rather unfortunate start by Cole Irvin as those two traded places. Godley into the rotation, Irvin back down on the farm.
And Godley took Odubel Herrera's former number 37. Big Fun and I were talking. We figured we'd give that number a fresh start.
Yeah, that's probably all for the best. Godley misses away. Now 2-1 to Castellanos. Senzel leads off of first base. Nobody out here in the top of the first. Castellanos swings, smashes that one. That's going to get through for a base hit. And the Reds are off and running here in the first. Two batters, two singles, 2 on, nobody out. And Godley not making the most of his first start in the red pinstripes.
And even if he does poorly, all the Phillies gave up for him was quadruple A player Nick Williams. It's not like they lost anything valuable.
Yeah, the Phillies definitely went for the biggest need there. They traded one guy who was supposed to be a big piece way back when they dealt for Nick Williams in the Cole Hamels deal in 2015. Never really panned out, but they really need pitching, so why not cash in one lottery ticket for another? That's what they've got here in Godley. Although Godley 2 years ago with the Diamondbacks was a 15-game winner, was shipped off to Detroit and now makes his way to the city of brotherly love as he's going to run this count even 1-1 on Eugenio Suarez. Hard-hitting shortstop for the Reds. 2 on, nobody out here in the first. Godley missing outside with a breaking ball or a changeup. That is 2-1. Godley sets at the belt. It's 2-1 to Suarez. Is swung on and driven to deep left center. That's going to be trouble. That is going to get off the wall on a hop. One run's going to score. They are going to hold the runners there. A double for Suarez. Senzel comes around to score. Castellanos stops at third. And the Reds, just like that, up 1-0 and still cooking. 2 runners in scoring position. Still nobody out here in the first. More trouble coming as cleanup hitter Mike Moustakas digs in, riding a 5-game hitting streak. Big power off the bat of Moustakas. And Godley trying to figure out a way to get an out, much less through the first inning here.
And Cole Irvin's last start, I think it was 7 runs and 2/3 of an inning or something. So the Phillies pulled Godley out of the bullpen and put Cole Irvin back, where he was good all year. Hopefully that solves Cole Irvin's issues, but Godley might be putting them in a little bit of a jam.
Big swing and a miss there by Moustakas. He was going for much more than just another hit. He was looking at that short porch out and right, but now a 1-1 count. Godley sets and deals. That one carves its way in, 1-2. Godley sets again. 1-2. That's going to be a curveball missing inside. 2-2. Runners on second and third. Still nobody out here in the first. So Moustakas is going to swing and miss that one in the dirt. Real Muto up with it. Fires on to Hoskins. That'll erase Moustakas for the first out of the game. Runners stay where they are. Still second and third. Now 1 out. Good knuckle curve there by Godley.
And that's a very good time to get his first strikeout as a Philly. I wonder if he wants to keep that ball.
He's had plenty before. I don't know if that's quite a keep the ball moment. Again, a 15-game winner just a couple years ago. Phillies are hoping they can get that sack Godley, but not so far, as the Reds already with a run across here in the first. A couple in scoring position here with one out. It's Jesse Winker, the right fielder, batting for the Reds, and the count runs even 1-1. Godley deals. Winker grounds that one out to second. Run's going to score. Harrison over to Hoskins for out number 2. So Phillies trade the run for the out. Hate to fall behind 2-0 before you've even swung the bat, but all things considered, it seems like Godley's trying to settle down and work his way out of this first inning. So now 2 down, man on third. That'll bring up longtime Reds first baseman Joey Votto. Votto, the cornerstone of this team for the last decade. Haven't been the best Reds teams, and now in the twilight of his career, they've finally put some talent around him. The Reds battling for one of the wild card spots here in the National League playoff race, and Votto's still pulling his share of the weight, but now a lot more help. Maybe the Reds can get him a little bit of postseason glory before he calls it a career. Is here, he smacks one hard down the first base line, but Hoskins has it on a hop. He steps on first, 3 unassisted. That'll do it here in the top of the first, but not before the Reds push across a couple of runs. 2 runs on 3 hits, no errors, 1 left on base. We go to the bottom of the first. Cincinnati 2, Phillies coming to bat. Taking the mound for Cincinnati today, Trevor Bauer, a big ticket acquisition in the offseason. He has lived up to the hype. 6-2 record, 3.78 ERA. This Reds team was bereft of pitching for much of the last few years, but they found themselves not only Bauer, but a couple of borderline aces that have really powered this team into contention in the NL Central and again into the playoff race as we get into the dog days of summer here with just about, only about 40 games to go, 50 games maybe to go in the season.
And this was the man of the last 2 games. He had 3 homers yesterday and had a good day the day before. He's looking to continue that.
Yeah, we'll get a good barometer on Bauer as his first task of the day is to deal with the one guy the Reds have not gotten out in this series. That'll be Bryce Harper, 4 home runs in the first 2 games. And quickly, the count runs to 1-1. Bauer, good, hard fastball, not afraid to challenge anyone. That one's going to run low and in to Harper, 2-1. So Harper bumped up about a month and a half ago to the top of this lineup, trying to get something going for this Phillies offense. Finally did it last night. He's been hitting pretty well, but the give and take of getting him at the top of the order, getting him as many at-bats as possible, means that he's not batting with guys on base. So while he's been hitting, the RBI totals aren't quite there. There's a big swing and a miss. Harper goes down swinging, chasing the high fastball from Bauer, 96 at the top of the zone. They always look good, but you never quite get to them. And Harper is down on strikes for out number 1.
Yeah, Harper's good couple of games have gotten the Phillies back to over 500. They're 58 and 57 now.
Yeah, Phillies just barely getting their nose above water, above 500 for the first time in about 2 months. They've been up and down for the first couple of months, hit a skid there where I believe as many as 6 games below 500. And now find themselves a game above. Still a long way to go. They've got to catch a lot of fire really quickly if they want to get into the playoff chase. But they have had a good last week or so, and it's going to be up to them to see if they can continue that.
Today is a good day to do that. We just saw the Nationals lose to the Marlins, so they could gain a divisional game even though they're more interested on the wild card right now.
So Bauer quickly falls behind 3-0 and then goes with the curve, gets it across on the outside corner. The 3-1 to Real Muto is swung on and chopped to third, and Moustakas has it, throws on the run, and that'll be 2 down.
Batting third, the shortstop, DD.
Big crowd here at Citizens Bank Park. Beginning this game in the twilight. It'll get darker as we go on. That'll bring up shortstop DD Gregorius. He's first pitch swinging, lost that one into left center. Fairly deep. That is going to get off the wall. On the fly, Gregorius into second with a double. That thing carried for days. Off the bat, looked like a well-hit fly ball. Wasn't sure it was going to quite carry that far, but it gets off the State Farm sign out in left center field, off the tall wall. If he had just sliced that a few more feet to the left, that could have been a solo shot there for Gregorius, but he will take the 2-run triple, and he will move the lineup on to cleanup hitter and first baseman Rhys Hoskins.
DD Gregorius is not a opposite field hitter. He's just been doing it recently, and I just want to look at Rhys Hoskins' RBI total there. He has 90 in August.
Yeah, it is amazing. He's not exactly what you would call a consistent bat for the Phillies. Is Rhys Hoskins batting at a not very robust 231, but he leads the team in homers and RBIs, 30 round trippers, 90 RBIs. As you mentioned, still in early August, long ways to go. You have to figure he'll easily get up over the 100 RBI mark. Might scare the 40 home run total. As there he checks on a swing, it'll be 1-2. So Hoskins, all or nothing this season for the Phillies. The 1-2 by Bauer, good curveball, but Hoskins spits on it, 2-2. Gregorius leads off the second, 2 down. That one will miss way outside. Count runs full, 3-2. Bauer sets and fires. Good fastball, but that one leaks upstairs. Hoskins always with the good eye. He lets that one fly. He'll trot down to first with the free pass. There'll be runners on first and second with 2 outs. And that is going to bring up Phillies center fielder Adam Hazley. Hazley putting together a solid season. Maybe not the prototypical 5-hitter, but bats for a high enough average, has power from time to time, and most importantly, tends to come through in the clutch. He's had some big hits throughout the season for Philadelphia.
And he's been coming up clutch a lot recently. I have no idea where this came from. I also want to point out how nice his average is right now.
Very nice. The 1-0 from Bauer. Swung on and missed. Hazley taking a power cut there. But coming up empty. High 90s running in on the hands. Bauer sets again the 1-1. Swung on and popped straight up to shoot. Will that one stay in play? It will be caught there. Some shoddy graphics, but tracked down by Tucker Barnhart. Score that one a P2. And the Phillies are going to go down, leaving 2 stranded. We go to the second. Cincinnati on top, 2-0.
Number 4.
Count 1-0.
So top of the second here, Shogo Akiyama, center fielder for the Reds, leading off. Good diving 2-seamer there by Godley, 1-1. Swung on and missed again. That time a changeup. Akiyama out in front. Count runs to 1-2. Godley into the wind. 1-2 pitch is laced to the right side or the left side, but gloved by Alec Boehm. Making it look easy is the Phillies rookie. He puts that trace around away for the first out. That'll bring up Cincinnati catcher Tucker Barnhart. Godley deals. Nice pitch on the outside corner. Knuckle curve there. Backs it up. The 0-1 now from Godley.
1 ball, 1 strike.
That one's going to miss low. 1-1. Godley really mixing it up. I would say that he's thrown less than 50% fastballs so far. That one's going to be skied out to left. Tracking over is Kingery, and he is going to make the catch.
Batting ninth, the pitcher.
Just on the foul portion of the line. Down there in left field. The short porch to contend with, the crowd to contend with. Showing a lot of conviction, going full speed after that one and making the grab. 2 down here, and it'll be Bauer up to bat for the Reds.
I was a little worried for Kingery there. I thought he might break something crashing into the wall.
Yeah, there's no padding there. That is all just hard metal gate. You do not want to run into that full speed. As Bauer slices one off foul, 1-1. Godley deals. Bauer fists that one off to second base. Harrison's up with it. Takes his time over to first, and a clean 1-2-3 inning here for Godley. So we go to the bottom of the second. Reds on top, 2-0. Sun setting, a great evening here at Citizens Bank Park.
Leading up for the Phillies, the third baseman.
As we begin the bottom of the second, it'll be Phillies third baseman Alec Bohm leading things off.
No, that's down.
Bauer gets right to it, fires low, 1-0 to Bohm.
Here we go. Nope, that's off the plate.
And on this inside, 2-0. Bohm fouls that one off, 2-1. I didn't catch it, Tardis. Did you see what era the Reds throwbacks are from today?
I think it's from the late 1940s.
Okay. I gotta say, it's got to be before color television because I do not ever remember seeing Navy caps worn by the Reds. Now a 2-2 on the way from Bauer. That one is swung on and spoiled. Fouled off by Bohm. We'll do it again.
I had suggested the Phillies powder blues that they wore in the dark timeline today, and then the Reds was like mid-70s.
Bohm swings and misses good. Fastball at the knees. Can't get to it. We'll rack up another strikeout for Bauer as Bohm way behind that one. And that'll be 1 down here in the second. Yeah, you can never go wrong with the powder blues, but I like mixing it up every once in a while. As speaking of mixing it up, Kingery's going to lay down a great bunt. Mistakis with a bare hand throw. It's a good one, but not in time, and Kingery beats that one out. He's got himself a bunt single, and the Phillies have a man on with 1 out here in the second.
I think in real life Kingery should try to do that. He's hitting like, what, less than 100?
Yeah, it's not great, but he does have the Fanatic excited. The Fanatic, in turn, gets everybody else riled up. And Kingery will be on first as Josh Harrison steps in. He's first pitch swinging. Laces one out to right. That's going to fall in for a hit. Kingery moves up a station. It'll be first and second with 1 out. As Harrison, first pitch fastball all the way. Nice inside-out swing. Laces it out to right. Only downside, he hit it too hard that Kingery wasn't going to be able to go first, third. As now we're going to have a bunt attempt. It's not a great one. Too hard. Right to third. And are they going to turn 2? They will. The absolute plague of terrible bunting continues to mar this bot ball season. As Mistakis couldn't make the play on Kingery's bunt earlier in the inning. But there he starts the 5-4-3 double play. Godley can't get the sack bunt down, bunts the Phillies right out of the inning. We go to the third. Cincinnati's still on top, 2-0.
That's outside.
All I can say is that after watching, what are we at? Almost 2/3 of a season's worth of ball.
2-0.
Yeah, something like that.
Man, if my high school coach would see the bunting going on, like he would make me run, and I'm not even the one doing the bunting. It has been bad to say the least. Nobody in ball can bunt.
Except Scott Kingery, apparently.
Apparently. Yeah, I will say the drag bunters have a lot better percentages, I would say. They tend to run right through a few, but when they get them down, they get them down a lot better than the pitchers who are just there to sacrifice. So that one's fouled off by Senzel. 3-2 the count here. Godley's still working for the Phillies. Senzel taps that one back behind the plate. We'll do it again, 3-2.
I was thinking today how good the Ball bullpen is for the Phillies compared to the Dark Timeline bullpen.
I mean, good's a very relative term. Senzel sends that one down the right field line. Harper over to cut it off. Good job there. Limits him to just a single. That could have easily gotten into the corner and been all kinds of trouble. But Reds will take the leadoff single as Senzel works his way on. And that will bring up Nick Castellanos with a man on and nobody out here in the third.
Props to Godley on that one. He was down 3-0.
Castellanos ground ball third base, fielded quickly, 5-4. Are they going to sit? No, they got him. Tough one there. Good dig by Hoskins. Wasn't sure if he came off the bag or not, but he held it. And just like that, Godley working himself out of the jam. Now 2 down, nobody out, as Eugenio Suarez stands in for the Reds. Good backhand there. Turning the 5-4-3. Bohm really showing some defensive prowess in his first season up at the big level.
He's done considerably better than I was expecting him to. It's like Mike Helfranco. He'll make some really good plays and then have one error that screws the team up.
Yeah, if anything, I would say that he's probably hit a little bit less than what fans were hoping for. But at the same time, one of the reasons that he hadn't already gotten up to the big club was that they didn't think that he could be an everyday third baseman. And even if the home runs and the batting average isn't there right now, I think that he's proven to be a much better defensive option than anybody would have hoped.
Maybe they get Mike Schmidt down there to give him some notes.
So 2-2 to Suarez, and he goes chasing there. Godley's going to punch him out. So he gets through this inning unfazed, erases the leadoff single with the double play, and then fans Suarez here. We go to the bottom of the third. Reds still on top, 2-0. You know, I don't know if Mike Schmidt could still pull a gold glove over there at third, but he still looks a little bit mobile. He could probably, get down and knock a ball down, get one over to first, maybe.
He's in better shape than some of the other former players you see these days.
That is true. Well, I think Aubrey Hup's just spending most of his time on a keyboard fighting with people on the internet. But at least old Schmidt's still hitting fungos at spring training and traveling around and doing some microphone work.
John Kruk was never in shape to begin with. He's about the same as he was.
John Kruk isn't in shape, he just is shapes. Some of those shapes are smaller, some are larger, depending on the diet he's on or how much he's traveling.
He was never an athlete, he's just a ball player.
I mean, that is his famous quote. The Phillies trailing here 2-0 in the bottom of the third. Bryce Harper leading off as the lineup turns over for the first time for the Phils. And he's run up a 3-1 count with Trevor Bauer. So good hitters count here. Don't want to give Harper anything too good, but at the same time, don't want to just let him take BP, and he swings through a good fastball there. Bauer never wanted to shy away from anyone, challenges Harper and beats him there. Counts 3-2. Bauer delivers again. Curveball swung on and smacked hard down the third base line off the tarp. Good play there by the ball girl. We'll do it again at 3-2. Barnhart wants it low again. Good curveball, but Harper lays off. And that'll be a leadoff walk to begin the third here for the Phils. Not a bad thought there by Bauer. Throws that power curve, but just doesn't get the chase he wanted. And the Phillies trying to get something going. They've been behind 2-0 since before they ever swung a bat. Would love to get back into this game. As Real Muto first pitch swinging. He skies that one up on the infield. Suarez under it. He'll squeeze it. And one pitch, one out there for Bauer. One down here in the third.
Now batting.
Speaking of the third, we have a trivia question from the big guy. Generally, he comes in around the third inning. And
Hey,
his
big
question
guy,
is,
long time no see.
I think he's been doing work or something this past week. But
Man,
he's got a question for us. Who in the 500 home run club has the highest and lowest 3 true outcomes percentage?
Ooh, okay.
I didn't know they tracked that as a stat.
I mean, that's got to be a retroactive stat. We're retconning this. Big swing and a miss there by Gregorius. Count runs 1-1. Harper still on first. The leadoff walk now. One down here in the third. Bauer sets. 1-1. A pitch out. Harper not going anywhere. He doesn't run a ton, but I will give him credit. He is very Chase Utley-like in that he isn't going to steal 30 bags a year, but when he goes, he usually gets his bag.
Yeah, I think he's got almost
Fouls.
20 now. He's been very good in that department.
And to me, I think that's what you really want in a base stealer. Like, it's great if you're Ricky Henderson, if you're, if he played and got on base for Roman Quinn as Gregorius goes down swinging, to where you have the speed to where you can take a bag whenever you want. But for the guys like Harper who are, offensive threats, they want them on base, they want them swinging for more than a base at a time. When you find yourself on first, just be smart about it. If you can figure out a pitcher, if you can figure out a catcher, take the base when you can. So 2 down now as Hoskins stands in. Bauer burns one up the top of the zone, 0-1. One from Bauer, swung on and crushed down the line. Hooking just foul. Hoskins got all of that one. Just out in front of it, though. Snap quickly in the hole, 0-2. Bauer sets, delivers. Just low, good pitch, but Hoskins doesn't bite. 1-2. Snap throw over to first. Harper back in plenty of time. Don't think we'll see him moving here. 2 outs, 1-2 pitch to Hoskins. That's going to run inside 2-2. That one's going to leak outside 3-2. Now Harper will be off on the pitch as we've got a full count, 2 outs. Bauer delivers, and Hoskins lays off the off-speed outside. That's going to be another walk issued by Bauer. It'll be first and second, 2 outs, and it'll be Hazley coming to the dish.
Philly's showing what I like to call Reese Hoskins plate discipline, where they take stuff right down the middle and then either swing at stuff way out of the zone or just forget that they're supposed to swing.
Yeah, I get that this is an inside joke between the Phillies fans on the Twitch stream and Discord and all that, but yeah, I am with you. It is infuriating. They'll brag about all their 9-pitch at-bats, but they decline to talk about how they let 2 meatballs go right down the middle and then fouled off a bunch of pitches that might have been ball 4, and then they eventually fly out. But Bauer quickly ahead 0-2 to Hazley. Good pitch there. Doesn't get the call. Bauer never one to hide his emotion. Takes the cap off there, stomps around the mound a bit. Can't say I blame him. That looked like a really good pitch. But now back on the rubber, the 1-2 to Hazley. That one swung on and smacked into center. That is going to get down for a hit. Around to score is Harper. And the Phillies have cut this lead in half. A 2-out RBI single by Hazley puts the Phillies on the board. Great piece of hitting by Hazley there against a tough pitcher in Bauer.
Adam Hazley, I'm going to use a Eagles metaphor here. Adam Hazley's kind of like Greg Ward. You didn't remember but you had him, and they needed him because people got hurt, and he's been good since.
Yeah, I think that fits the description. I mean, Hazley was a call-up last summer when McCutchen and Jay Bruce both went down in about a 2-week span. And Hazley, the first-round pick in 2017 out of the University of Virginia, he was the first one to be called up. They needed him to be a stopgap, but he's proven to be much more than that as he has now worked his way into the everyday lineup for these Phils. The 0-2 now to Bohm, swung on and missed. Bauer gassed him up and in. So he gets out of the inning, but not before the Phillies cut into the lead. They get a run on the RBI single by Hazley, and we go to the 4th. Reds on top 2-1.